Demon's Diary Chapter 1312 to Chapter 1365. Yan'an City was an ancient city with a long history. Even in the entire myriad demon continent, it was one of the few big cities. The city was bustling and had many palaces and decorations. I have also considered this matter, so yesterday I sent a message to Shi and the others to wait for orders. As for how to defeat the enemy, do you have any ideas, Elder Xianxia? The purple-robed middle-aged man said and turned to look at the purple-robed old man. The demon emperor is wise. The forces that the Lu family has secretly cultivated are probably those families in the Li, Qi, and Qi provinces. This is also the foundation of the Great Shuai. Even if the Lu family's original forces are added, there is nothing to worry about. However, it is unknown whether the other three demon lords have colluded with the Lu family. The purple-robed old man said meaningfully. Elder Xianxia, do you mean that the Lu family has secretly cultivated a lot of forces? Or? The purple-robed middle-aged man suddenly thought of something and his face darkened. No matter what, we must get that thing in this trip to the demonic abyss. Lu Huifeng said solemnly. Beside the bustling main road, there was a vast palace complex with richly ornamented beams and extremely luxurious buildings. How are the patriarchs? Lu Huifeng asked indifferently. Half of them are willing to submit to the Great Shuai and are willing to engrave their life imprint on the God-forbidding bell. The gray-robed woman wearing a silver hairband replied. The Great Chaos Demon Luo formation is an ancient formation. I don't know where that old fox Lu Huifeng got the method to set it up. The burly man with messy hair on the right side took a light breath and said. Lu Ming's whereabouts are unknown. If he continues to hide, there is nothing we can do. However, if he knows the method to refine the key, he will definitely rush to the Han province. At that time, we can try to capture him and force him to hand over the demonic abyss key. The old man thought for a moment and said with a fierce look in his eyes. This was the northernmost province of the myriad demon continent, the Han province. Humph, I have successfully advanced to the celestial phenomenon stage according to the agreement, but you still won't let me go. The purple-haired girl's face showed a trace of dissatisfaction, and then a trace of slyness appeared in her black and white eyes. Everyone's faces froze as they agreed. The sky was covered with thick, leaden clouds. Large snowflakes drifted down, covering the ground with a thick layer of ice and snow. Everywhere was a vast expanse of whiteness. Demon King, the princess strongly requested to join this trip to the demonic abyss. May I know? The veiled woman, Huangfu Yupa, asked hesitantly. Everyone's expression changed when they saw the image on the screen. This emperor has already said this. The demonic abyss is not like other places. Although she has already advanced to the celestial phenomenon realm, her strength is still insufficient. She won't be of much help even if she goes. The purple-robed middle-aged man pondered for a moment before waving his hand. However, there was a rare hint of softness in his eyes. After the Lu family occupied the Zong prefecture, the An prefecture, and the Tsang prefecture, they did not continue to expand. The Demon King turned his head and looked away. He did not notice that one of the beads on the veiled woman's wrist had silently shattered. The purple-robed old man's expression changed slightly. With a flip of his hand, a purple disc appeared in his hand. He waved his hand and a light screen appeared on the purple disc. On the light screen, there was a vague image of a huge black ball-shaped formation. I see. It's actually the Great Chaos Demon Luo formation. No wonder it can trap Lu Shuai. The Demon King's eyes flashed as he said. At the same time, in a gorgeous palace in the central imperial city, a girl in a purple palace robe was sitting cross-legged. Suddenly, she sensed something. Her delicate body trembled and she slowly opened her eyes. At this moment, in one of the most magnificent halls, Lu Huifeng was sitting on the main seat. In front of him, there were also familiar people. Among them, the old man in the linen robe, Lu Zongyang, and the three profound understanding experts of the Great Shuai were all present. In addition to them, there were more than 10 people standing to the side. On the walls of the palace, there was a large gray flag that was fluttering in the wind at regular intervals. The word Shuai was engraved on the flag. Yes. The old man in the linen robe's expression changed slightly as he hurriedly agreed. This Lu Ming's strength cannot be underestimated. He seems to be good at concealment. Moreover, the Han province is the territory of the Central Imperial Dynasty, so it's not convenient for us to act. Just give the order. If we're lucky enough to find traces of Lu Ming, then we'll act. Lu Huifeng glanced at the old man in the linen robe and said. However, some of the truly great families on the mainland, such as the Gao He, the Long family, and the Kongxiang family, surprisingly did not make any moves. What was even more puzzling was that the Central Imperial Dynasty did not make any extreme reaction to the Lu family's betrayal. In my opinion, the Lu family's strength is far from what it seems on the surface. Since they dared to openly rebel, they must have something to rely on. According to the information we have, even if the Lu family's strength is added to the Great Shua's, it's not even 20 to 30% of the Huangfu family's strength. The purple-robed old man cupped his hands at the Demon King and said calmly. Now that things have come to this, there's no need to talk about this. However, Lu Shui and Elder Qi's natal demon fire in the Maha Hall has already been extinguished. With their strength, even 4 or 5 profound understanding cultivators shouldn't be able to stop the two of them. Did the people we sent to Yurong City find out anything? When the others heard this, their expressions changed. After a moment, the silver-haired middle-aged man said, Lord Demon King, it seems that Lu Huifeng has been planning this for a long time. The families in the Li, Qi, and Qi provinces have already become his vassals. After the Battle of Black Wind Gorge, the Hidden Province has also fallen. In addition to the En and Song provinces that were originally controlled by the Lu family actually controls a total of 6 provinces. The hundreds of thousands of troops we sent earlier may not be enough. The Lu family doesn't lack treasures, so it's not difficult to do this. It's just that I've always prided myself on being wise, but I didn't even notice that a true evil dragon was hiding by my side. I've let my ancestors down. The purple-robed middle-aged man sighed and said in a self-deprecating manner. Yes. Huangfu Yupa's eyes flashed, and he hesitated for a moment before nodding. For a time, the myriad demon continent was in a state of turmoil. All kinds of rumors rose, and the situation was unprecedentedly turbulent. At this moment, the news of the Lu family's betrayal quickly spread on the myriad demon continent. The continent was in turmoil, especially in the provinces near the Hidden Province, the En Province, the Tsang Province, and the other provinces. The local families began to move towards the central part of the myriad demon continent. Lord Demon King, there's no need to blame yourself. We didn't notice the Lu family scheme at all. The purple-robed old man hurriedly said. The capital of the Great Shua dynasty was located in the Li province and city, which was tens of thousands of miles away from the central imperial city. The others were silent, and no one spoke. Humph. This kid isn't simple. He actually prepared a backup plan in advance and cooperated with the Lu family to escape. It's fine if he escaped, but the key is that he took a demon abyss key with him. Could it be that Huangfu Liushui's brain was damaged in the end, and he gave such a precious thing to an unrelated person? Lu Huifeng snorted coldly. The purple-robed middle-aged man waved his hand, stopping the purple-robed old man from speaking. I've already investigated. That person's name is Lu Ming, and he's the patriarch of a mid-ranked family in the Tuazong mountain range of the Hidden Province, the Qing family. When I sent people to the Tuazong mountain range, I discovered that the entire matter was already empty. I'm afraid it'll take some time, the old man said. Lu Ming escaping from his hands caused him to lose a lot of faith in the Lu family. He hated Lu Ming to the bone. There's still 3 years until the demon abyss opens. This time isn't long, but it's not short either. Under the premise that we can't guarantee that we'll be able to obtain a second demon abyss key, we should plan on taking 5 people. In this way, those who enter the secret realm will have to think carefully, and be careful of the people from the Central Imperial Dynasty. The grey-robed old man with a walking stick opened his eyes slightly and said calmly. In the extreme north of the 10,000 demon continent, the vast land was filled with cold everywhere. It was as if everything in the world would be frozen into ice sculptures here. The girl looked to be only 18 or 19 years old. Her skin was as white as snow, and her soft purple hair hung down to her waist. Her facial features were extremely beautiful, and there was a black demonic mark on her forehead between her eyebrows. Alright, we'll do as Elder Zhang Tian says. As for the matter of the demon abyss, there are only 2 keys left, so we'll have to reconsider the candidates. The purple-robed middle-aged man pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Very well. I'll give them another 3 days. Those who are still unwilling to submit will be executed on the spot and refined into demonic corpses. As for their clansmen, they'll be used as cannon fodder in the war with the Central Imperial Dynasty after the restriction is planted on them. By the way, Xianxia, is there any progress on the matter regarding the kid who escaped? Lu Huifeng nodded in satisfaction, then changed the topic and asked the old man in the linen robe. In that case, I'll rely on my own abilities to enter the demon abyss. The purple-haired girl snorted lightly. A purple light flashed above the hall, and the girl's figure disappeared without a trace. Lord Demon King, the informants in the Yin and Song prefectures have reported that the Lu clan's base camp is empty, and all of the clan's businesses have been moved away. It seems that they've already made preparations to migrate the entire clan, the purple-robed old man said. Elder Yupa is right, but the 4 great clans have a solid foundation. Although they've submitted to our Huangfu clan on the surface, they've always been playing dirty tricks behind our backs. Before we have conclusive evidence, we shouldn't act rashly to avoid alerting the enemy. Now that the demon abyss is about to open, the most important thing now is to wait until the matter of the demon abyss is over, then focus on dealing with the great Shua. As for the other 3 great clans, we can do this first. The purple-robed old man Huangfu Zhan Tian transmitted his voice at the end. As far as I know, the Kongxiang clan and the Lu clan have always been in close contact. Could it be? The eyes of the masked woman next to the old man moved, and she spoke out. Everyone's expression changed when they heard this. Until now, there hasn't been any news. The purple-robed old man shook his head, and just as he spoke, a purple light suddenly lit up on his body. The Han province was adjacent to the Zhong province. It could be said to be the largest province in the myriad demon continent. It was at least 3 times larger than the Zhong province. However, it was cold all year round. 8 out of 10 days, there would be snow. Therefore, the number of demons living here was the least, less than half of the population of the Zhong province. Most of the demons were gathered in the major cities of the Han province. As a result, there were very few demons on the vast ice plains. However, this vast snowfield was not barren. There were countless cold-attributed magical beasts living on the ice plains. Moreover, in the depths of the vast ice plains and some snow-capped peaks that were covered with snow all year round, there were all kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures that had long been extinct in other places. Occasionally, there would be powerful demon companions coming here to search for treasures. At this moment, a black escape light rushed over silently from a distance and stopped at the top of a rather remote ice and snow mountain. The black light dissipated, revealing a man in a green robe. It was Lu Ming. However, at this moment, his face was covered with a faint layer of black qi. His face could not be seen clearly, and his aura was also deliberately restrained. On his shoulder, there was a palm-sized silver scorpion. It was Scorpion. However, Scorpion's body at this moment looked slightly different from before. There were several black spirit patterns on its silver carapace. Moreover, the aura it exuded had reached the mid-celestial phenomenon level. Now it had been more than a year since the battle in Yurong City. Originally, with Lu Ming's speed, it would only take more than a month at most to reach the Han province. However, on the way here, Scorpion accidentally found a demon marrow mine. The demon marrow stone had a very good effect on her cultivation. In addition, there was still plenty of time. Lu Ming stayed near the mine for about a year and opened a temporary cave residence. With the power of the demon marrow mine, Scorpion finally broke through to the mid-celestial phenomenon realm a month ago. Her strength had greatly increased, which made Lu Ming a little overjoyed. This time, he was about to enter the Devil Abyss secret realm without any help. However, he was alone after all. Scorpion's strength was already extremely strong. Now that she had advanced to the mid-celestial phenomenon realm, her strength was not inferior to ordinary late celestial phenomenon realm demons. She was enough to be a great help to him. Lu Ming stood on the peak for a long time. After looking around, he immediately looked in a direction. The black qi on the surface of his body rolled, and Mo Tian's figure appeared. He also looked in the direction that Lu Ming was looking at. The mountain peak where Lu Ming was at the moment was one of the continuous snow-capped mountains, and the place he was looking at was a huge glacier canyon deep in the mountain range. In the canyon, for some reason, there was a large amount of gray mist, which was quite dazzling in this snow-white world. That's right. It should be here. There is only slightly more than a year before the opening of the Devil Abyss. The Abyss Chi has already started to spread out. Mo Tian's eyes flashed as he spoke. Although he was still very far away from the canyon, he could clearly sense the dense demonic chi that was emitting from the gray gas. Master. The scorpion that was lying on Lu Ming's shoulder rubbed its front pincers and called out. It seemed to be yearning for the gray gas. Although he was still very far away from the canyon, he could clearly sense the dense demonic chi that was emitted from the gray gas, as well as various other mixed gases. Master. The scorpion that was lying on Lu Ming's shoulder rubbed its front pincers and called out. It seemed to be yearning for the gray gas. Don't be impatient. Lu Ming gently stroked the scorpion's body. His eyes flickered with purple light. The surroundings of the valley might be quiet, but it wasn't uninhabited. Within the range of his divine sense, he could already sense several auras hiding in the nearby mountains. However, they seemed to be some Jin Dan realm demons. Since we already know the location, let's leave this place. It won't be good if we are targeted. Mo Tian looked around and said. Lu Ming nodded and waved his hand. His body flashed with green light, and the surface of his body was covered with a thick black gas again. It wrapped his body and flew into the distance. Half a day later, a giant city appeared in Lu Ming's vision. Looking from afar, the city occupied an area of a few thousand miles. The surrounding city walls were tall, and the tall buildings in the city were connected together. It looked abnormally prosperous. In the center of the city, there was a giant pagoda that was thousands of feet in height. It was actually constructed with a kind of white ice crystal. A layer of translucent white light screen was emitted from the top of the pagoda. It was like an inverted bowl that enveloped the entire city. The surroundings were covered in snow and wind, but the city in front of them was like a giant beast that was curled up on the ground. No matter how cold the wind was, it didn't move. Lu Ming flipped his hand and took out a piece of jade slips. He scanned it with his divine sense. The Moon City is indeed one of the top cities in the Han province. It is indeed very imposing. He looked at the city below and said indifferently. There is still more than a year before the opening of the Demon Abyss. Stay here temporarily. Firstly, it is convenient. Secondly, it won't attract attention here. Mo Tian's voice echoed in Lu Ming's ears. Lu Ming nodded enchanted. His bones made a sound, and his appearance slowly changed. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a middle-aged man with a slightly dark complexion. This was the Dark Bone Art's bone transformation art. It wasn't an illusion made with magic power. Instead, it was changing the body's bones to change the appearance. With this method of changing the figure and appearance, even a mystic and lightning almighty could only detect that Lu Ming had changed his appearance, but they wouldn't be able to see through his original appearance. Subsequently, he used the Che Huan totem and restrained half of the spiritual pressure, disguising himself as an ordinary late-stage Jin Dan devil dweller. After doing all this, Lu Ming's figure moved and landed at the entrance of the city. There were devil dwellers entering and exiting the city from time to time. On both sides of the entrance, there were 2 rows of devil dweller soldiers wearing dark purple armor. When Lu Ming saw this, his eyes revealed a trace of surprise. The insignia on the devil dweller soldier's armor was exactly the same as the robes of Huangfu Lu Shui and Mo Tian. It was the style of the Central Imperial Court. There is nothing strange about this. The 4 prestigious clans aren't interested in a sparsely populated province like the Han province. Therefore, the Han province's cities are managed by the Central Imperial Court. Mo Tian seemed to have noticed Lu Ming's surprise and said indifferently. Lu Ming's expression changed, but he didn't say anything. After paying the entrance fee, he walked into the Moon City. The cold wind was whistling outside the city, and the snowflakes were dancing. Once he entered the city, the wind and snow outside instantly disappeared. The surrounding temperature was suitable, and the light was bright. It was as though he had arrived in another world. Lu Ming raised his brows and walked to a street in the city as though nothing had happened. The Moon City was similar to other cities. There were some shops on both sides of the street, and they were selling some materials, elixirs, devil artifacts, and other items. Lu Ming took a few casual glances. Due to the geographical reasons, the materials and ores displayed in the shops were mostly of the ice attribute. However, they were all ordinary items, and none of them could catch his eyes. After wandering around the city for a while, Lu Ming lost interest and began to walk towards the center of the city, looking for a place to stay. "Senior, please wait a moment." At this moment, a young man in a brown robe walked out of a nearby shop and stopped Lu Ming. Lu Ming turned his head and glanced at the young man. This person was only at the Spirit Apostle stage, which was the weakest on the 1,000-demon continent. However, his eyes were smart and he looked quite clever. "What's the matter?" he said with a frown. "Senior, please don't blame me. It looks like you have just entered the city. Are you looking for a place or doing something? My surname is Liu, and I am very familiar with the Moon City. I can lead the way for you. After you are done, you only need to pay a small amount of magic crystals." The young man in brown robe said with a smile. "So it's Feng Xinzi. Just nice, I am looking for a quiet place to stay. Do you know where there is one in the city? If you can satisfy me, this thing is yours." Lu Ming showed a smile on his face. He flipped his hand and took out a black long blade. This was a high-tier magic weapon. For a spirit apostle like the young man in brown robe, its value was self-evident. Sure enough, when the young man in brown robe saw the black long knife in Lu Ming's hand, his face immediately showed a look of excitement. He took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the excitement in his heart. He nodded heavily and said, "Senior, don't worry. I will definitely satisfy you." Lu Ming smiled slightly and waved his hand, throwing the black long knife to the young man in brown robe. The young man in brown robe caught the long knife in a hurry. There was a little doubt in his eyes, but it was immediately relieved. The person in front of him was many times stronger than him, so naturally, he would not be afraid of him taking the money and not doing the work. The young man in brown robe put away the black long knife carefully and bowed deeply to Lu Ming. "Senior, please come with me. The good residences in the Moon City are concentrated in the eastern part of the city, but recently there has been a sudden increase in people coming here and they are all staying for a long time. Now there are not many quiet places to stay," the young man in brown robe said as he walked toward the eastern part of the city. Lu Ming's face changed. He waved his hand and a black gas wrapped around the figure of the young man in brown robe. He flew directly toward the eastern part of the city. The young man in brown robe was shocked. He immediately understood the situation and immediately let out a sigh of relief. The surrounding scenery quickly passed by. In a few breaths, the two arrived at the eastern part of the Moon City and slowly landed on a street. Although the street was not noisy, there were a lot more people than at the entrance of the city. "Why? Are there many outsiders in the city now?" Lu Ming looked around and asked casually. "Yes, since more than a year ago, some strange faces began to appear in the city, and their cultivation level doesn't seem to be low. Many inns and temporary cave houses in the city have been booked by them. It seems that they are going to stay here for a long time. Now the best inns in the city are full, but senior, don't worry, I know a place. There are some empty residences there, and it is very secluded. It should meet senior's requirements," the young man in brown robe said and walked in a direction with Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes flickered slightly, but his face did not show any strange expression. He followed behind the young man in brown robe. After a series of twists and turns on the street, the two arrived at a rather quiet place. There were many dark green bamboos planted here, and there was even a clear stream winding through the bamboo forest. The noise from the distant street was almost inaudible here. The two passed through the bamboo forest, and a courtyard appeared in front of them. There was a plaque hanging in the courtyard with the words "Jade Bamboo House" written on it. The environment here is quite good. Lu Ming looked around and nodded his head as he spoke. The courtyard in front of them looked rather spacious, but it was a little shabby. It seemed like it hadn't been repaired for a long time. Senior is wise. This was originally the ancestral residence of the Yen clan, which wasn't a small clan in the city. It was rumored that there was a demonic source of decent quality here. Unfortunately, the Yan clan declined, and their descendants rebuilt this place into several individual courtyards. They were specially rented out to high-level demons who liked seclusion. The brown-robed youth spoke frankly. When Lu Ming heard this, he nodded slowly. As the two of them were conversing, a middle-aged man in luxurious clothes walked out of the emerald bamboo residence. "Shopkeeper Yan, I brought business for you. This senior wants to rent a temporary residence here." When the brown-robed youth saw the man in luxurious clothes, he immediately shouted out. Lu Ming glanced at the man in luxurious clothes. He was only at the intermediate stage of the crystal level. No wonder the brown-robed youth said that his family declined. Senior came at the right time. My emerald bamboo residence is only left with one courtyard. The man in luxurious clothes looked at Lu Ming. Seeing that Lu Ming's cultivation wasn't weak, his face immediately piled up a flattering smile and nodded repeatedly. When Lu Ming heard this, a trace of hesitation flashed on his face. According to Mo Tian, the Devil Abyss mystic realm should be relatively hidden. Why did it feel like a large group of demons were flocking here before the time was up? Don't feel strange. Apart from the Central Royal Clan and the 4 prestigious clans, there are plenty of major forces that also possess the Devil Abyss key. However, most of them hold it together. In order to conceal themselves, most of the major forces would disguise themselves. Once they arrive, they would book several residences and wait for the opening of the mystic realm. Mo Tian's voice sounded indifferently. Alright, let's take a look first. If the residences are suitable, I will rent them. When Lu Ming heard this, he thought about it and said so. Alright, senior, please come in. The man in luxurious clothes smiled and led the way in front. The three of them walked into the emerald bamboo house. Sure enough, it was just as the brown-robed young man had said. It had been modified into several independent caves. They were not close to each other. There were about 5 or 6 of them. May I ask senior's name? How long are you going to stay in Moon City? The middle-aged man carefully looked at Lu Ming as he walked. His cultivation was not high, but his eyesight was not bad. Although he could not sense Lu Ming's cultivation, his intuition told him that Lu Ming should be in existence at the Jin Dan stage. My surname is Yi. You don't need to know anything else. If the place is suitable, I will rent it for 1 or 2 years. You will have to pay for it, Lu Ming said lightly. Yes, yes. The middle-aged man nodded repeatedly. Not long after, under the lead of the finely dressed man, Lu Ming and the brown-robed young man arrived at the depths of the courtyard. It was a courtyard built against the mountain. The well-dressed man took out a white token and shook it. A white light shot out from the token and landed on the door. With a creak, the gate slowly opened, revealing a small courtyard. Senior Yi, please come in. The well-dressed man made a gesture to invite him in first. Lu Ming did not decline modestly and stepped in. There was a verdant bamboo planted in the courtyard. When the breeze blew, the bamboo leaves suddenly made a soft wah-wah sound. It seemed abnormally quiet. At the back of the courtyard were a few cave residences and stone rooms. Most of them were equipped with all the necessary training facilities, and there was even a small earth firehouse. Lu Ming walked around the inside and outside of the cave. Although the magic chi here was not very strong, the environment was indeed quite good. Well, I will rent this place for 2 years. Lu Ming nodded and said. Good, good, senior, the rent here is 50,000 magic crystals a year. If it is 2 years, it will be a total of 100,000 magic crystals. The well-dressed man said with a happy face. When the brown-robed young man heard this, his face changed. The cost was really not low. Lu Ming turned his hand and took out a small cloth bag. He threw it directly to the well-dressed man. The well-dressed man quickly caught it and swept it with his spirit sense. His face suddenly showed a trace of joy. There were 10 high-grade magic crystals in the cloth bag. They were emitting a strong black light. Thank you, senior. From today on, this cave is yours. This is the passage token. Please keep it. The well-dressed man smiled and handed the white token to Lu Ming. Lu Ming received the token with a blank expression. When the brown-robed young man saw this, his face was also relieved. It was good that Lu Ming was satisfied with the environment here. In this way, the black long blade already belonged to him. The well-dressed man talked about the restrictions of the cave again. Then, he tactfully said goodbye and left. The brown-robed young man originally planned to say goodbye, but he was stopped by Lu Ming. "Senior, do you have any other orders?" The brown-robed young man looked at Lu Ming in awe and asked carefully. Lu Ming could take out 100,000 magic crystals without hesitation. He was definitely not an ordinary demon. He was most likely in the later stage of the Jing Dan state. For a low-ranked demon of the Spirit Apostle stage like him, the condensation period and crystallization period were all existences that he had to look up to, let alone the demon of the Jing Dan state. "What's your name?" Lu Ming asked. "I am Lu Quan." The brown-robed young man replied hurriedly. "Lu Quan. I think you are also a relatively smart person. Here is a deal. From today onwards, you will collect the information you see in the city, especially those unfamiliar faces. Report to me once a day. 20 magic crystals each time. If you do well, I will give you a set of high-grade magic armor," Lu Ming said with a faint smile on his face. When Lu Quan heard this, his face suddenly showed a look of excitement. For a person like him, like Hyacinth, to lead the way, even if he was lucky, he would only earn a few low-grade magic crystals after a day of hard work. 20 magic crystals was definitely not a small amount to him. Furthermore, a high-grade magic weapon-level armor was a treasure even for a crystal-level demon dweller. Lu Quan's cultivation was low, but his mind was quite active. He took a deep breath, cupped his fist, and said to Lu Ming, reporting to Senior, "My cultivation is low, so I can't follow you. You don't have to follow them. You just need to report the situation in the city to me every day. You don't have to do anything else." Lu Ming waved his hand and said, "Really? Then I will definitely do my best to do as Senior instructed." Lu Quan's face was overjoyed, and he nodded repeatedly. Lu Ming smiled slightly. He took out a white disc array and handed it to Lu Quan. He said, "In the future, you can use this to contact me." "Yes, yes." Lu Quan quickly nodded and kept the white disc array. Lu Ming gave a few more instructions, and Lu Quan quickly left. Lu Ming stood in the small courtyard for a moment. He took out the white token and shook it gently. The door slowly closed. At the same time, a layer of milky white restriction array appeared in the cave abode. He scanned with his divine sense and revealed a trace of surprise. The restriction array of the cave abode was quite brilliant. Not only did it have the effect of isolating divine sense, but its defensive ability was also quite strong. After activating all the restrictions of the cave abode, Lu Ming walked into the secret room of the cave abode. With a wave of his hand, several rays of light shot out and landed everywhere in the cave abode, opening up a green light curtain of the formation. After doing all this, Lu Ming let out a breath of relief. He walked to the praying mat in the secret room and sat down. What can a Spirit Apostle stage demon person do? He can only gather some superficial information for you. Mo Tian's figure appeared and spoke with disdain. "You previously determined that the Lu clan would secretly search for my traces. Since that is the case, it is better for me to stay in seclusion for more than a year. I will leave a spy outside. As long as he can understand the general situation in the city, it will be fine." Lu Ming curled his lips and acted as though he didn't care. "Kid Lu, aren't you too timid? A mere Lu clan can scare you to this extent." Mo Tian let out a mischievous laugh and spoke with some ridicule. "The less trouble, the better. If something were to happen to me now, wouldn't Senior's plan to condense the demon body be ruined?" Lu Ming didn't get angry and spoke with a smile instead. Mo Tian snorted and waved his hand. A white jade slips flew in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming reached out his hand to catch it and raised his brows. "This jade slips contains the places that I visited in the Devil Abyss previously. They have all been drawn into a map. There are also some of my experiences in the Devil Abyss. You can take it for reference." Mo Tian spoke indifferently. Lu Ming was delighted when he heard the statement and said with cupped hands, "Many thanks, Senior." Mo Tian snorted again and moved, turning into a black light and entering Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming played with the jade slips in his hand and didn't look at it immediately. Instead, he waved his hand, and a green square-shaped array board appeared in front of him. He then turned his hand, took out a silver talisman, and placed it on the array disc. Then, he muttered an incantation, and a burst of green light appeared on the green array disc. The light wrapped around the silver talisman, and condensed into a green array formation that was about a foot in size. A moment later, the green array had a flash of radiance, and a blurry figure appeared. Clan head? A voice echoed from the small green figure, and it sounded like Qinggu. Elder Qinggu, is the clan doing well now? Lu Ming's expression changed as he asked. Is it really the clan head? That's great. Ever since the Battle of Blackwind Gorge and the news of the Lu clan's betrayal spread out, we have been very worried about you. Qinggu spoke with some excitement. I am doing very well now. Have you all left the Tibetan province? Lu Ming felt warmth in his heart as he spoke. Back then, when I heard that there was an unforeseen event on the battlefield, I immediately brought my clansmen and left the Tuozong mountain range. After I contacted Qing Feng, I followed your instructions and immediately migrated the entire clan. Now, our Qing clan has settled in a place near the Yenyun mountain range in the Quan province. Qinggu said. Lu Ming's expression relaxed when he heard the statement. The Quan province was in the central region of the 10,000 demon continent and wasn't far from the Yu province. If the Qing clan moved there, they should be safe. Alright. All of you should recuperate there for a while. I might need some time before I can return. The 10,000 demon continent is in a state of turmoil now. All of you should try not to stir up any trouble. Wait for me to return before making a long-term plan. Lu Ming thought for a moment and instructed. Yes. Qinggu quickly responded. In the following period of time, Lu Ming inquired about the clan's situation and ended the communication with the Qing clan. Now that the Qing clan was doing well, he could be at ease and put all his attention on this trip to the Devil Abyss. After Lu Ming kept the green array board and spirit talisman, he flipped his hand and took out the jade slips that Mo Tian gave him. He released his divine senses to probe it and studied it carefully. 7 or 8 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, as Lu Ming was meditating in a secret room, he suddenly heard a clamor coming from outside. With a thought, he released his divine sense and his expression changed slightly. He immediately stood up, turned into a black light, and shot out of the courtyard. After a few flashes, his figure appeared at the entrance of the Emerald Bamboo House. He saw that the originally secluded empty space in the bamboo forest was now crowded with people. He recognized one of the middle-aged men in luxurious clothes. It was the owner of the inn, shopkeeper Yan. At this moment, he had a bitter expression on his face as he said something to a dozen or so grey-robed demons in front of him. I say, shopkeeper, why don't you know what's good for you? Our young master thinks that the environment here is good and has decided to reserve this place. As for the price, we can discuss it. One of the burly grey-robed men said. It's not that I don't want to, but the 6 courtyards have all been rented out. Some of the guests have been here since a year ago. I really can't afford to offend them. Although shopkeeper Yan was quite afraid of the person in front of him, he also didn't dare to offend the previous guests. He looked like he was in a dilemma. Shopkeeper, you mean that you can't afford to offend them, but can you afford to offend me? Next to the grey-robed man, a slightly chubby young man with a round face snorted coldly. Young master, don't misunderstand. Of course I don't mean that, it's just that. After shopkeeper Yan heard the slightly chubby young man's words, he was so scared that he trembled. Large beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. These grey-robed demons were not quiet, so naturally, they immediately alerted the people in the other courtyards. Not long after, 7 or 8 figures appeared at the empty space at the entrance of the Emerald Bamboo House. It was obvious that they were the demons that were renting the other courtyards. Lu Ming was the first to arrive. After listening to a few words, he clearly understood the other party's intentions. He could not help but frown slightly. Judging from the attire of these grey-robed devil cultivators, they seemed to be from the same clan, but there was nothing special about them. Furthermore, all of their appearances seemed to have been deliberately disguised. Although they all deliberately concealed their breath, with Lu Ming's powerful divine thought, he quickly discovered that in addition to this chubby young man and the muscular man in a grey robe, there were 3 celestial state cultivators in this group of people, and the rest were some crystallization period or even Jin Dan state demons. However, when his divine sense swept past an eyebrowless old man standing at the back, his heart suddenly trembled. This old man, who looked like an old servant, actually did not have the slightest bit of demonic chi on his body. He was just like a mortal. Lu Ming understood that there was only one possibility for such a situation. This person was a Tongxian realm devil expert. If I'm not wrong, this aura should belong to the Kongxiang clan. Right at this moment, Mo Tian's voice rang in Lu Ming's ears. Kongxiang clan of the four grand clans? Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and replied through his mind. That's right. After Mo Tian replied, his voice went silent. Lu Ming's heart tumbled for a while. Although this moon city was directly guarded by the Legion of the Central Palace, and fighting was prohibited in the city, if the other party was one of the four grand clans, then it was a different matter. Moreover, once a dispute occurred, it would attract the attention of others. It would be a little troublesome. At the same time, the muscular man in a grey robe also glanced at Lu Ming and the others. After the corner of his mouth curled up slightly, he reached out and pushed shopkeeper Yan away. He took a few steps forward and cleared his throat. I'm sorry to disturb your quiet cultivation. Our young master is quite satisfied with this emerald bamboo house after wandering here, so he wants to stay here for a long time. It's just that our young master prefers quiet and doesn't like to be disturbed, so I have to ask you to move your nest. Of course, for the rent that you have already paid, we will compensate you with 3 times the amount of magic crystals. What do you think? Shopkeeper Yan's expression seemed to loosen as soon as the statement was made. However, the people beside Lu Ming all had different expressions. Those who could rent here obviously didn't care about these so-called compensations, but they had to evaluate the price of offending the other party. Lu Ming had already made up his mind, but he didn't rush to express his position. Instead, he looked on coldly from the side. However, at this moment, a lazy voice suddenly sounded. The tone was somewhat unkind. I am very satisfied with my stay here, and I have no intention of giving it up for now. If you don't have anything else to say, then please leave. I will go back to rest. It was a yellow-robed middle-aged man standing not far from Lu Ming. He had sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes. He looked quite handsome. Everyone's gazes swished as they looked in the direction of the middle-aged man. The slightly plump youth's complexion suddenly sank, and the grey-robed man's complexion turned ashen. On the other hand, the eyebrowless old man in the corner had an indifferent expression as if he hadn't heard anything. Hee, why should I? It's fine if you don't want to give up, then let us see how capable you are. Otherwise, *ck off as far as you can. The grey-robed man exchanged a glance with the tall and skinny celestial state demonic cultivator next to him, then he sneered. As he spoke, the grey-robed man moved and disappeared. The next moment, he appeared next to the yellow-robed middle-aged man. He grabbed with his big hand, and a thick blood-red demonic claw appeared out of thin air, grabbing at the chest of the yellow-robed middle-aged man. It was as fast as lightning. Looking at this momentum, it was going to poke a bloody hole in the yellow-robed middle-aged man's body. At the same time, on the other side of the yellow-robed middle-aged man's body, the thin and tall demonic cultivator's figure appeared like a ghost. As soon as the thin and tall demonic cultivator appeared, the bloody light on his body shone brightly. In a flash, it condensed into countless bloody bone spurs of a foot long. Then the bone spurs turned into a sky full of arrows, shooting at the yellow-robed middle-aged man in a shrill whistling sound. It seemed that the two of them had made up their minds to kill the yellow-robed middle-aged man with a thunderous strike. Although the yellow-robed middle-aged man was the same as the two of them, both of them were at the late stage of celestial phenomenon, but after all, it was 2 against 1. The two of them were very confident, and a cruel smile appeared on their faces. But in the next moment, the expressions on their faces instantly froze. Just when the blood-red demonic claw was about to reach the yellow-robed middle-aged man, a black light flashed in his eyes, and a black shadow suddenly shot out from his body, turning into a black shadow that was taller than a person. It grabbed the blood-red demonic claw with one hand. At the same time, black scales the size of copper coins appeared on the surface of the yellow-robed middle-aged man's body, and a crystalline black curved horn grew on his forehead. Ding ding ding, the blood-red bone spurs shot out by the thin and tall demonic cultivator hit the yellow-robed middle-aged man's body, but they shattered, unable to break the defense of the black scales at all. The gray-robed man and the thin and tall demonic cultivator were both taken aback. The power of the secret technique they used was very clear in their hearts. Even a demonic cultivator at the perfected celestial phenomenon realm couldn't block the attack of the two of them so easily. The eyebrowless old man on the side also suddenly opened his eyes at this moment, and there was a flash of surprise in the depths of his eyes, but he still didn't move. As soon as the three of them started to fight, the surrounding people immediately flew away, so as not to be involved in the disaster. Lu Ming also mixed in the crowd and retreated more than 30 meters away. Seeing this scene, his face also showed a look of surprise, and there was a hint of admiration in his eyes when he looked at the yellow-robed middle-aged man. If it was him facing the attack of the gray-robed man and the thin and tall demonic cultivator, he wouldn't be able to block it so easily without using a magic treasure. Eh? At this moment, he heard Emotion's voice in his heart. Senior Emotion, what's wrong? Lu Ming's expression changed, and he asked in his heart. It's nothing. This yellow-robed middle-aged man's cultivation technique is rather strange, but it's somewhat similar to your demonification. Emotion was slightly stunned, and said indifferently. Lu Ming frowned slightly, but he didn't ask any more. He looked up and down at the yellow-robed middle-aged man, and there was a hint of purple light in his eyes. At the same time, in his sea of consciousness, a large amount of mental strength slowly circulated. At this moment, in the middle of the battle, the yellow-robed middle-aged man revealed a hideous smile. At the moment, there were a few black demonic patterns on his face, and he looked even more hideous when he smiled. He moved his feet, and his body emitted black light, pouncing towards the thin and tall demonic cultivator. Meanwhile, the black demonic shadow that jumped out from his body pounced towards the gray-robed man. The thin and tall demonic cultivator revealed a trace of fear, but in the next moment, there was a flash of ferocity on his face. He grabbed with one hand, and a foot-long blood-colored round fan appeared in his palm. The round fan seemed to be made of dozens of blood-colored feathers, and there was also a blood-colored gem the size of an eyeball embedded in the middle, emitting a strong demonic chi wave. With the fan in his hand, the thin and tall demonic cultivator's expression suddenly changed, and he ruthlessly fanned at the yellow-robed middle-aged man that was pouncing over. A mournful bird cry echoed out, and the round fan released a burst of blood-colored light. A blood-colored bird that was a few meters in size condensed from the fan, and its body was wrapped in surging blood-colored flames. It spread its wings and pounced at the yellow-robed middle-aged man. The blood-colored bird emitted an intense demonic chi wave, and it was actually much more intense than the thin and tall demonic cultivator. Everywhere it passed by, the void would distort. Lu Ming, who was at the side, had a slight change in expression. The blood-colored flaming bird was definitely not an ordinary technique that was condensed from spirit flames. He could sense the wave of the spirit essence within the flaming bird. This is the Xianxia clan's secret technique. They cultivate the blood demon Dao technique, and they are also proficient in the ancient spirit fusion secret technique. They are able to fuse the spirit essence of some demonic beasts into demonic treasures. Therefore, almost all the core disciples of the Xianxia clan have demonic treasures that have an existence similar to an artifact spirit. Their power is naturally much stronger than ordinary demonic treasures. If you encounter them in the Devil Abyss in the future, you have to be more careful. Emotion's voice echoed in Lu Ming's mind. When Lu Ming heard this statement, he was shocked. Just as Lu Ming and Emotion were having a mental exchange, the yellow-robed middle-aged man finally clashed with the blood-colored giant bird. There was a flash of ominous light on the yellow-robed middle-aged man's face, and he actually didn't have any intention to dodge. The black horn on his forehead flashed with radiance, and in the next moment, a black wave surged out and clashed with the blood-colored giant bird. Everywhere the black wave passed by, there would be the sound of a mirror shattering in the air. It was an extremely powerful sound wave attack. The black wave and the massive crimson bird clashed, and a series of loud rumbling booms rang out in the surrounding space. The black and red light intertwined to form a massive light barrier that enshrouded the crimson fire bird. The crimson fire bird let loose an enraged roar, but it was unable to advance even a single step no matter how it flapped its wings. The lanky man was startled to see this, and he was just about to take action, but it was already too late. The yellow-robed middle-aged man's body flashed several times, and he had already arrived in front of the crimson fire bird. He let out a low roar, and his fist blurred slightly as black fist projections appeared before hurtling toward the crimson fire bird like a torrential storm. Puff-puff sounds rang out incessantly, balls of black light erupted from the crimson fire bird's body one after another, transforming into surging black chi. The crimson fire bird let loose an anguished wail, and sparks flew all over its body before it exploded into nothingness in the blink of an eye. Immediately afterward, the surging black chi transformed from the fist projections suddenly transformed into a ferocious black wyrm that shot forth like an arrow. It pounced toward the lanky devilish man's head in the blink of an eye, and ferociously bit down. This series of attacks appeared to be quite slow, but in reality, it had only lasted for a few breaths, and the surrounding onlookers couldn't help but be taken aback. The lanky devilish man's expression finally changed drastically, and he let loose a loud cry as a burst of crimson light erupted from the crimson feather fan in his hand. The light quickly condensed into a crimson light barrier to keep the black wyrm at bay. He took advantage of this opportunity to transform into a crimson shadow, and appeared over 100 feet away in a blur with a horrified expression on his face. The yellow-robed middle-aged man chuckled coldly as he also stopped in his tracks. He waved a hand, and the black wyrm curled up before transforming into a streak of black light again before disappearing into his sleeve. He then turned to look in the other direction. There, the gray-robed man and the black devilish shadow were still engaged in a fierce battle. The gray-robed man was holding a dark red long mace in each hand, and as he brandished it, a series of dazzling red mace projections erupted, and a series of explosive booms rang out in an extremely ferocious manner. However, no matter how ferocious his attacks were, bursts of black demonic chi emerged from the black shadow's body, and its body began to fluctuate in size amidst the black chi. At the same time, sharp black lights erupted from its two devilish hands, and blocked all of the gray-robed man's attacks. The yellow-robed middle-aged man's face revealed a sinister smile. Black light radiated from his body and enveloped the surrounding area. Then, 7 black demonic shadows of similar size appeared in the black light. However, they were of completely different shapes. At the same time, an extremely faint layer of black chi appeared on the yellow-robed middle-aged man's face, but in the next moment, this black chi quickly disappeared. A purple light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes, and his pupils shrank. Just now, his purple rune demon eye caught a glimpse of a ferocious face in the black gas. That ferocious face felt like, countless thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Seeing the phenomenon beside the yellow-robed middle-aged man, the expressions of the gray-robed man and the tall and skinny devil changed drastically. In particular, the gray-robed man was already very difficult to deal with. Now, 7 of them had appeared. The gray-robed man let loose a loud roar, and a thick rapier projection erupted from his mace, forcing the black demonic soul back a few steps. Then, he turned to look at the browless old man in the distance. The browless old man stared intently at the yellow-robed middle-aged man, and a contemplative look appeared on his face. The yellow-robed middle-aged man cackled and waved a hand through the air. 2 of the 7 devilish shadows behind him immediately shot forth, pouncing toward the gray-robed man and the tall and skinny devil respectively. Space flashed, and a black devilish shadow appeared in front of the tall and skinny devil. This devilish shadow was over a foot tall, and it was holding a black octagonal bone hammer in each hand. It swayed through the air, and a dense and sinister burst of devilish chi descended from above. A hint of fear flashed through the skinny devil's eyes, and he let loose a loud roar as he prepared to take action. But at that moment, the space in front of him rippled, and a withered yellow hand several meters in size appeared. The black hammer projection struck the withered yellow hand, and the withered yellow hand moved its 5 fingers. A yellow wave of light rippled out, and rapidly struck the tall and skinny devil shadow. The tall and skinny devil shadow was sent flying, and it only managed to stabilize itself after retreating several meters. On the other side, a yellow light flashed, and there was a muffled sound. The 2 black devilish shadows that were attacking the gray-robed man were also repelled by the withered yellow hand that had suddenly appeared. The 2 withered yellow hands disappeared in a flash. The yellow-robed middle-aged man's expression changed upon seeing this. In the next moment, a figure flashed several meters in front of him, and the figure of an eyebrowless old man appeared. Hee, so you have the backing of a Tongxian realm expert. The yellow-robed middle-aged man's gaze swept across the browless old man, and his eyes trembled slightly. But soon after, he became indifferent, and the corners of his mouth even curled into a cold smile. With a wave of his hand, the 3 black devilish shadows blurred, and flew back, fusing into the black light on his body. The 8 devilish shadows slowly fused into one in the black light, and then turned into an incomparably huge 8-faced devilish shadow. Its 16 arms were waving incessantly, and it stood behind the yellow-robed middle-aged man. 8 desolate Sanskrit devil art. Who are you, and where did you learn this art? The eyebrowless old man stared at the huge devilish shadow behind the yellow-robed middle-aged man, and asked in a cold voice. The eyebrowless old man's words immediately caused a commotion among the surrounding crowd. 8 desolate Sanskrit devil art. I seem to have heard of this name before. Lu Ming was startled, and after a moment, his expression changed, as if he had recalled something. The yellow-robed middle-aged man sneered, and just as he was about to speak, his expression suddenly froze, and then a strange expression appeared on his face. In the next moment, the yellow-robed middle-aged man suddenly covered his face with one hand, and a trace of pain flashed in his eyes. The black light on his body quickly dissipated, and the huge devilish shadow behind him blurred, and turned into a black light that fused into his body. The eyebrowless old man's face showed a trace of surprise, and his expression suddenly changed, and he turned his head to look into the distance. More than a dozen purple escape lights were flying over, and one after another, they landed near the emerald bamboo house. The escape lights converged, and there were more than a dozen devilish people wearing purple armor. It was a patrol team of Moon City, and it was obvious that they were attracted by the magic power fluctuations here. In Moon City, private fighting was strictly prohibited, and this was the rule of the Central Dynasty. The dozen devilish people of the patrol team walked over in an aggressive manner, and a rather tall burly man who seemed to be the leader was about to speak, but when he saw the eyebrowless old man and the others in front of him, he immediately swallowed his words. They were just a patrol team, and the leader was only a Jin Dan intermediate stage cultivator, and there were several devilish people in the celestial phenomenon realm in the scene. Cough. Everyone, private fighting is strictly prohibited in Moon City, and this is the rule of the Central Dynasty. You should stop before going too far. The burly leader coughed, and said. The people of the Xianxia clan looked at the patrol team contemptuously, and they didn't seem to care at all. The burly leader knelt on one knee, and his body trembled a little, as if he was in extreme pain. Lu Ming and the others didn't care, so naturally, no one answered. The burly leader's face sank, and his expression became a little ugly. His eyes turned, and fell on the shopkeeper surnamed Yen, who was evading his gaze. Yen Mo, what's going on here? Does your emerald bamboo house dare to defy the city's ban? The burly leader asked sternly. No. I wouldn't dare, it's just that these esteemed guests were fighting over my residence. That's why they started fighting. I couldn't stop them either. The shopkeeper named Yen said in a timid manner. At this moment, the yellow-robed middle-aged man in the field suddenly stood up, and he raised his head. A trace of confusion appeared in his eyes, and he turned his head to look around a few times, and his expression suddenly changed. Then, the yellow-robed middle-aged man suddenly turned around, and his figure moved, and flew away as if there was no one around. Stop. Among the group of people of the Xianxia clan, the slightly fat young man looked angry, and was about to stop the yellow-robed middle-aged man. However, the eyebrowless old man raised his hand to stop the young man, and gently shook his head. The slightly fat young man's face revealed a trace of unwillingness, but he still stopped. The other tenants of the emerald bamboo house saw the yellow-robed middle-aged man suddenly leave, and looked at each other. Then, they also flew away without saying a word, and didn't ask for any compensation. Lu Ming looked at the people of the Xianxia clan a few times, and his figure moved, and also turned into a black light, and flew away. He didn't attract the attention of the Xianxia clan. Everyone, we acted a little impulsively, but we didn't cause any serious harm. This is a small token of our appreciation. Among the group of people of the Xianxia clan, a gray-robed demon that looked like an oil painting walked in front of the burly man in the purple robe, and took out a storage charm, and stuffed it into the hand of the burly man. The burly man in the purple robe used his spirit sense to check the storage charm, and a happy expression appeared on his face. He nodded, and said, since it's nothing serious, everyone, just be careful in the future. We won't stay here any longer. Then, the burly man in the purple robe waved his hand, and quickly left with the rest of the patrol team. Soon, only the people of the Xiang clan and the shopkeeper surnamed Yan were left outside the emerald bamboo house. The shopkeeper surnamed Yan heaved a sigh of relief, and a smile appeared on his face. He was about to say something, but he suddenly saw that the faces of the people of the Xiang clan didn't look good, and immediately shut his mouth. "Old Su, are we letting that person go?" The slightly fat young man opened his mouth, and said in a dissatisfied tone. "This is the territory of the Central Dynasty. Moreover, the people of the Central Imperial City must have already arrived here. Let's not attract their attention for the time being." The eyebrowless old man waved his hand, and opened a faint red barrier. Then, he said. "But that person just now. Are we going to let him go?" The slightly fat young man looked at the burly man in the grey robe and the tall and thin man, and coldly snorted. The burly man in the grey robe and the tall and thin man revealed a trace of shame on their faces, and lowered their heads. "That person cultivates the 8 desolate Buddhist devil art. This art is an ancient devil art, and it is extremely powerful. However, it has been lost for a long time. I didn't think that someone would still be able to cultivate it. However, this person doesn't look like someone from the other 3 clans. Now that the secret territory is about to open, it's better not to complicate matters," the eyebrowless old man said in a thoughtful manner. The slightly fat young man frowned, and didn't say anything. Half an hour later. In a small forest in the west of Guanghan City, a figure appeared on the ground with a flash of yellow light. It was the middle-aged man in a yellow robe. He looked around for a while and found no signs of being followed. He breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't mind the dirty ground and sat down cross-legged on the ground. Then, he showed a look of annoyance on his face. "The attacks have become more and more frequent recently. It will appear once a month. If this continues, my soul will really be devoured." The middle-aged man in a yellow robe muttered to himself in an undetectable voice. But the next moment, the middle-aged man in a yellow robe's face changed. He suddenly stood up, looked at the forest not far away like a knife, and said coldly, "Who is it? Come out. Mister, please don't blame me. I have no malicious intent." A flat voice came from outside the forest, then a middle-aged man in a green robe with a slightly dark face walked out. It was Lu Ming in disguise. "It's you." The middle-aged man in a yellow robe obviously remembered Lu Ming. His eyes flashed. Lu Ming smiled slightly, took a few steps forward, and stood in front of the middle-aged man in a yellow robe. "You followed me? What do you want?" The middle-aged man in a yellow robe exuded a faint black gas. "Mister, please don't misunderstand me. I have no malicious intent. The reason why I followed you is to verify one thing." Seeing this, Lu Ming took a step back, raised his hand to show his innocence, and said. When the middle-aged man in a yellow robe heard this, the fierceness on his face faded a little, but his eyes looking at Lu Ming were still full of hostility. "Mister, are you from the Middle Sky Continent?" Lu Ming stared at the middle-aged man's face, which was somewhat similar to Sha Chuer, and asked slowly. "What do you mean by this?" When the middle-aged man in a yellow robe heard this, his face changed instantly. "Hee, it seems that my guess is correct. Then is your surname Ouyang?" Lu Ming saw the change in the expression of the middle-aged man in a yellow robe, and the guess in his heart suddenly became bigger. "You know me." The middle-aged man in a yellow robe narrowed his eyes, and the black light on his body became more and more intense. A trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. "Is your name Ouyang Ming? You don't have to worry. I'm also from the Middle Sky Continent. I've heard about you in the Ouyang family." Lu Ming turned a blind eye to the killing intent of the middle-aged man in yellow robe and continued to say with a smile. "Are you from the Middle Sky Continent? Humph. Don't even think of deceiving me. The devil chi on your body is so pure that even some pure-blooded devil dwellers can't compare to you." When the yellow-robed middle-aged man heard Lu Ming's words, he was startled. Then, he said in disbelief. "I only had some luck, and the demonic chi I carried was a little pure. I'm not the only person in this world who can do this." Lu Ming stared at Ouyang Ming and said with a smile that was not a smile. The yellow-robed middle-aged man snorted coldly, but didn't say anything. I just want to ask you, are you really Ouyang Ming? Lu Ming's eyes narrowed as he continued to ask. Why do you ask this? Do you have any relationship with the Ouyang family? The yellow-robed middle-aged man asked calmly. The Ouyang family has nothing to do with me. I'm just asking for a friend surnamed Xia. Lu Ming said faintly. Ouyang Ming's body trembled, and the black light on his body surface shook. When I was in the Middle Sky continent, I once met a girl named Xianxia in the southern wilderness. I heard that she was looking for a person named Ouyang Ming. It is said that the person is her father, but she has never seen him since she was a child. Lu Ming said quietly. After Ouyang Ming listened, his face finally showed some excitement. His hands trembled, and his eyes that were originally firm also became a little moist. Lu Ming looked at the expression of the yellow-robed middle-aged man at the moment, and his face showed a hint of surprise. Since he entered the world of cultivation, he was a little unfamiliar with family. At this moment, when he saw Ouyang Ming's expression, there was a hint of bitterness in his heart. He immediately breathed a sigh of relief and slightly calmed down the fluctuations of his mood. Ouyang Ming quickly calmed down his turbulent mood. After lowering his head and thinking for a moment, he finally bowed to Lu Ming. Thank you for telling me about my daughter. I'm Ouyang Ming. May I know your name? My name is Lu Ming. I used to be a disciple of the Taiqing Gate in the Middle Sky continent. A few decades ago, I accidentally fell into the Thousands Demon continent. Lu Ming also looked startled, and he returned the salute solemnly. It turns out to be Lu. I've offended you just now. Please don't be offended. Ouyang Ming said apologetically. Mr. Ouyang doesn't have to be like this. If it was me, I would do the same. But this is not the place to talk. Let's talk somewhere else, okay? Lu Ming glanced around and said. All right. Ouyang Ming seemed to have a lot of questions to ask Lu Ming, so he naturally couldn't ask more. The two quickly left the woods and came to a tea house. They found a quiet private room and sat down. When the person who served tea went down, Ouyang Ming waved his hand to open a soundproof enchantment. He asked impatiently, Lu, may I ask how my daughter, Xianxia, is now? The last time I met with Miss Xia was more than 100 years ago. At that time, she had advanced to the crystallization period, and she became a disciple of the Southern Wilderness Puppet Emperor. She was very favored by him. I think she should be living well now. Lu Ming thought about it and said so. Did you ever hear about her mother? Ouyang Ming asked nervously. Lu Ming glanced at Ouyang Ming and said in a low voice, Xiaochuer's mother is a Sand Clan. She has already exhausted her lifespan and passed away. When Ouyang Ming heard this, his body suddenly shook, and his face instantly became pale. A trace of pity flashed in Lu Ming's eyes, but at this moment, he really didn't know what to say to comfort him, so he just lowered his head and drank his tea. After a long time, Ouyang Ming's face looked a little better. Mr. Ouyang, life is like this in this world. Even for us cultivators, our lifespan is not endless. There will always be a day when it is exhausted. Don't be too sad. Lu Ming racked his brains and thought of such a comforting sentence. Fellow Taoist Lu is right, I was too stubborn. Hee, although we are celestial phenomenon ascendants, who knows, maybe tomorrow, our souls will dissipate and we will die. Ouyang Ming had a pained expression on his face as he laughed bitterly. Mister is in the prime of your life. Why are you saying such pessimistic words? Is it because of the demonic soul in your body? Lu Ming's eyes flashed and said faintly. Ouyang Ming's face suddenly changed when he heard the words. He stood up abruptly, stared at Lu Ming and said word by word. How do you know the situation in my body? Mr. Ouyang doesn't need to be like this. My cultivation method has a sharp soul-sensing effect. Moreover, I've seen people like you before. Today, I saw you display your skills at the Emerald Bamboo House and was able to see a thing or two. Lu Ming said with a smile. Ouyang Ming looked at Lu Ming for a long time before sitting down and saying with a bitter smile, Mr. Ouyang's eyes are sharp. That's right, there is another soul in my body. That's why there are some hidden dangers. If Mr. Ouyang trusts me, I might be able to help. Lu Ming raised his cup and took a sip of tea as he spoke in a profound manner. Is this true? Since you know about the demonic soul, you should know how powerful it is. Do you really have a way? Ouyang Rua was startled and didn't dare to believe it. I would like to ask Mr. Ouyang to tell me about the origin of the demonic soul in your body. I may not have a good way, but I have a friend who has a deep understanding of the soul. He should have a way. Lu Ming said with a smile. Ouyang Ming's face showed a thoughtful expression. After a while, he sighed and said, I, Ouyang Ming, am very grateful for your information about my wife and daughter. Since Lu wants to know, I will naturally tell you. Speaking of this matter, I have to go back to a few hundred years ago when I met my wife. At that time, I was ordered by the patriarch to go to the southern wasteland to carry out a mission. Later, I was chased by someone. In a panic, I didn't know where to go and escaped into an endless black desert. This desert gave me a bad feeling, but I was seriously injured at that time. In order to escape, I couldn't care too much. In the end, the other party didn't chase me. I was quite happy at that time, but I found that this desert was extremely strange. Not only was my cultivation suppressed, I couldn't recover my FALI at all. Most importantly, I couldn't turn back and could only keep moving forward. It wasn't until later that I learned that it was the rumored Odd Desert. Ouyang Ming said slowly. When Lu Ming heard this, he couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. Ouyang Ming's experience was similar to when he entered the Odd Desert back then. As a result, I was gone for half a month. I was attacked by several sand beasts on the way. Due to the limitation of my cultivation, the consumption of spirit stone was extremely fast, and the injury was even more difficult to heal. I knew in my heart that this was by no means a long-term solution. Finally, less than a month after entering the Odd Desert, I was besieged by a large number of sand beasts. I risked my old injury to kill all the sand beasts, but I finally fainted due to the lack of FALI. I thought that I was going to die here, but when I woke up, I found myself in a tent. A young girl with a white veil over her face was looking at me with a pleasantly surprised expression. That scene is still fresh in my memory. That young girl was Chuer's mother. As Ouyang Ming said, there was a trace of reminiscence on his face. His cold eyes showed a rare warmth. Lu Ming didn't speak, but he just listened quietly. His eyes flickered slightly. Under her careful care, my injury was gradually recovered, and I was fated with her. Later, we had Chuer. However, I'm not a member of the Sand Clan. The loss of FALI in the Odd Desert was getting faster and faster, and my cultivation couldn't be restored at all. I had to rely on the spirit stone elixirs I carried before to barely maintain it. After all, that time was the most unforgettable in my life. The key is that after entering the Odd Desert for more than 2 years, I began to have coma symptoms, and the duration was getting longer and longer. When I was in a coma, I would suddenly become a different person. Later, I figured out that there was another soul in my body. Ouyang Ming continued. Another soul? How could that be? Lu Ming's expression changed. I don't know about this. Later on, in order to take Chuer and her mother out of the Odd Desert, I went to the ruins of the Sand Race under the suggestion of the Sand Race's Grand Elder. There, I met the Southern Puppet Emperor, Senior Green Spirit. According to him, there is a strand of demonic soul residing in my body. Ouyang Ming said slowly. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a strange light when he heard this. Later on, I reached an agreement with Senior Green Spirit to help her find something, and she will help me find a way to expel the demonic soul in my body. She will also send Chuer and her mother out of the Odd Desert. Ouyang Ming continued. So Brother Ouyang has found a way to expel the demonic soul. May I know what method Senior Puppet Emperor is talking about? Lu Ming asked. According to Senior Green Spirit, the demonic soul in my body seems to have a great origin. Normal methods won't work. I'll have to obtain a treasure called the Heaven and Earth Thunder Defensive Ring to get rid of this demonic soul, Ouyang Ming said. Thunder-resisting ring. Lu Ming murmured to himself. This ring is a secret treasure refined by an ancient powerhouse. It is said that it contains an endless amount of 9 heavens thunder essence. It is the nemesis of all demonic creatures and demonic souls. However, this item is hidden in a secret realm in the myriad demon continent. Ouyang Ming picked up the cup and said with his eyes flashing. Brother Ouyang, are you talking about the Devil Abyss secret realm? Lu Ming chuckled and said. Ouyang Ming's expression changed slightly. He shook his head with a bitter smile and said, "So Lu also knows about the Devil Abyss secret realm." "That's right, coming to a remote place like the Moon City at this time is for the Devil Abyss secret realm. It seems like I'm being stingy by hiding it." Lu Ming smiled faintly and didn't say anything. His mind was turning. It was the first time he heard of the thunder-resisting ring. According to Ouyang Ming, this item didn't seem to be from the demon world. Instead, it seemed to be a Taoist treasure. If the green spirit wasn't wrong and the cosmic thunder resistance hoop was able to deal with the devil's soul in Ouyang Ming's body, then it might be able to deal with Motian. If he could obtain this treasure, it would be equivalent to grasping a trump card that could restrain Motian. He wouldn't have to be afraid of Motian devouring him one day, and he might even be able to restrain the cage artifact spirit in his body. Thinking of this, his heart was suddenly burning with passion. Ouyang Ming continued to narrate. However, what he said was similar to what Lu Ming and Sha Chuer had heard in Ouyang Kuei's house. The 8-waist Brahma skill that Ouyang Ming cultivated was also imparted to him by Green Spirit. In addition to its great power, this skill also improved his cultivation rapidly. The only shortcoming was that he needed to absorb the true devil chi. Although Ouyang Ming had some conflict with this devil race's cultivation method, this matter concerned his life, so he couldn't care too much. Ouyang Ming left the Odd Desert, but he didn't immediately return to the clan. Instead, he found a secluded place and began to cultivate the 8-waist Brahma skill. With the help of some true devil chi provided by Green Spirit, he successfully advanced to the late Jindan realm in just a few decades. After returning to the Ouyang clan, he entered the clan's secret realm in the name of advancing to the celestial phenomenon realm to steal the true devil chi. At the last moment, he was directly sent to the myriad demon continent by Green Spirit. After listening to this, Lu Ming lowered his head and pondered. Since Senior Green Spirit already has a specific method, I won't show off my slight skill in front of an expert. However, I have learned a kind of secret technique that has a great suppression effect on the existence of the divine soul. Fellow Ouyang, when you expel the devil's soul in your body in the future, I can help if you need it. After a while, Lu Ming said. Thank you, fellow Ouyang. By the way, Lu, are you also going to the Devil Abyss secret realm in this time's Moon City? Ouyang Ming first expressed his gratitude with joy, then he pondered for a while and asked. Yes, there are some things in the Devil Abyss that I must obtain. However, entering the Devil Abyss requires the Devil Abyss key to open the entrance to the secret realm. This time, I actually came to try my luck and see if I can find someone with a Devil Abyss key to accompany me. However, the probability of this is not high. Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he laughed. Since that's the case, why don't we travel together? I just happen to have a Devil Abyss key in my hand. Lu, you don't need to worry about not being able to enter the Devil Abyss. Ouyang Rua flipped his hand and an ancient black key the size of a knuckle appeared in his palm. This was the Devil Abyss key. This is the Devil Abyss key? This item is extremely precious. Where did fellow Ouyang obtain it? Lu Ming looked at the black key and asked in surprise. This was given to me by Senior Green Spirit. I don't have the ability to obtain one. Ouyang Rua smiled. Senior Green Spirit's abilities are truly remarkable. He can even obtain a Devil Abyss key. Lu Ming had a look of admiration on his face, but a strange light flashed in his eyes. He knew very well how precious the Devil Abyss key was. Even the 4 great clans of the Myriad Demons continent only had 1 or 2. If he hadn't been lucky, who knew how much effort he would have had to put in to obtain a Devil Abyss key. However, Green Spirit had casually taken one out. He was truly remarkable. What does fellow Lu think of my suggestion? The other powers all have several people working together. If a fight breaks out, it would be too disadvantageous for me to face them alone, Ouyang Rua said. Since fellow Ouyang has a Devil Abyss key, I am naturally very willing. Lu Ming nodded. In that case, let's find a place to stay first. When the Devil Abyss opens in a year's time, we can enter together. Seeing that Lu Ming had agreed, Ouyang Rua's face lit up. Leave this matter to me. I know a Feng Xinzi in the city. He should be able to find another place to stay. After saying that, Lu Ming flipped his hand and took out a white formation plate. With a wave of his hand, he sent a few hand seals into the formation plate. The formation plate lit up with a burst of white light before disappearing. After a quarter of an hour, the sound of hurried footsteps could be heard from the stairs of the tea house. It was Lu Quan running up the stairs. "Elder Yi, why did you call for me?" Lu Quan bowed to Lu Ming and glanced curiously at Ouyang Ming. "It's like this." Lu Ming roughly explained what had happened in the Emerald Bamboo House today. "Now that Mr. Ouyang and I don't have a place to stay, please help us find another place to stay," Lu Ming instructed faintly. "We do have a place to stay, but the environment is not as good as the Emerald Bamboo House." "Elder Yi," Lu Quan hurriedly said after hearing Lu Ming's words. "As long as we can stay, we don't need to be too particular about other things." Lu Ming waved his hand and said, "That's good. Seniors, please follow me." Lu Quan's expression relaxed as he hurriedly said. Next, the three of them left the tea house. After a quarter of an hour, they came to a 5-story inn. It was far from the main streets of Moon City, and the environment was quiet. There weren't many people in the inn, so it didn't take much effort to book 2 superior rooms. After greeting Ouyang Ming, Lu Ming walked into his room. The room of the inn was quite spacious, and it was divided into 2 rooms. Lu Ming walked into the inner room and waved his hand. Several array flags flew out of his sleeve and landed around the room. After a while, they condensed into a blue array. After doing all this, he sat cross-legged on a yellow futon in the middle of the secret room. A black light flashed, and Mo Tian's figure appeared beside Lu Ming. He looked at Lu Ming and said with a mischievous smile, "Ouyang Ming, this person is quite interesting. Just like you, he came to the 10,000 demon continent as a human and transformed his bloodline with the true demon blood. He can also perform true demon infusion." Ouyang Ming also integrated the true demon blood? Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. If Ouyang Ming didn't have the true demon blood, how could he hide from the mystic enlightening of the Kong family? As for how he knew about this method and how he did it, I don't know. Perhaps it has something to do with the Southern Puppet Emperor that you mentioned. By the way, what does this true demonic infusion mean? Lu Ming nodded thoughtfully, then he changed the topic and asked again. He still remembered that when he escaped from the Black Wind Valley, the Lu family's old man in linen clothes also mentioned this term when he saw the direct demonization. The so-called true demon infusion is actually a name for demonization in the 10,000 demon continent. Generally speaking, only those who have the pure bloodline of the ancient demon race can have the true demon imprint after a successful awakening through a certain ritual. Then, they can mobilize the bloodline power through the true demon chi to temporarily possess part of the ancient demon race's power. The purer the bloodline power, the higher the possibility of awakening. As far as the current 10,000 demon continent is concerned, I'm afraid only the direct descendants of the Central Dynasty and the 4 great clans have purer bloodlines. It is impossible for others to succeed. Mo Tian didn't hide anything and explained slowly. I see. Lu Ming revealed a thoughtful expression. Apart from that, the devil's soul in his body isn't simple. Mo Tian suddenly spoke with a grave expression. Lu Ming revealed a surprised expression when he heard the statement. For Mo Tian to say it wasn't simple, it seemed like the soul that possessed Ouyang Ming's body wasn't ordinary. Then why did you ask me to say that I can help him expel the devil's soul in his body? If I really have this capability, I won't be helpless against you and let you stay in my body. Lu Ming thought for a moment and spoke slowly. I naturally have my reasons for asking you to say that. You will naturally understand when we are in the devil abyss. Mo Tian replied in an unfathomable manner. Humph. Deliberately mystifying. Lu Ming let out a light snort and didn't ask any further. To him, it didn't matter what Mo Tian's intentions were. Right now, he was very interested in the Universe Thunder Resisting Hoop. Lu Ming, are you thinking about how to obtain the Universe Thunder Resisting Hoop that Ouyang Ming mentioned? Mo Tian sized up Lu Ming and suddenly asked with a trace of a smile. Wang you found a treasure today. I will send it to everyone on WeChat later. When Lu Ming heard this, he raised his eyebrow and didn't speak. It seems that in your heart, this lord is always more of an enemy than a friend. Mo Tian let out a chuckle. What do you want to say? Lu Ming's face didn't change at all, and he said indifferently. Nothing, I just want to remind you that Green Spirit isn't an ordinary mystic enlightening existence. If you encounter her in the future, be careful. Emotion said in a dignified tone. I naturally know this. Lu Ming's eyes flashed and said. Green Spirit was able to travel freely between the Hades realm and the Middle Sky continent, which was a bit unusual. Now it seemed that she had a way to travel between the Middle Sky continent and the 10,000 demon continent. This was something that the four ancient sects couldn't do. Otherwise, the Bloodvine clan of the Wild Continent wouldn't have to spend a lot of money to build the giant ship. Moreover, Green Spirit's previous words and actions were quite worth pondering. After thinking for a moment, Lu Ming shook his head and threw these thoughts out of his mind. No matter what happened to Green Spirit, it didn't have much to do with him. Now, he just needed to put all his energy on the upcoming trip to the Demon Abyss. Senior Emotion, you said before that there are many cave treasure fragments in the Demon Abyss. Is it true? Lu Ming's eyes flashed and asked. Of course, do you think this lord will lie to you? Emotion said indifferently. That's good. Lu Ming waved his hand, and 12 mountain river pearls appeared on his body. Among them, 3 of the beads of mountains and rivers floated in the air, their bodies faintly discernible in the air. They appeared to be semi-transparent, as if they could fuse with the space at any time. They looked countless times more profound than the other 9 beads of mountains and rivers. As long as you can help me collect enough mystic enlightening demon cultivators' corpse, I will naturally help you to upgrade the other mountain river pearls into cave treasures. Emotion said indifferently. Lu Ming nodded with satisfaction, raised one hand, and kept the mountain river pearl. There is one more thing that I need to tell you. Although the Grotto Heaven treasure fragment can rapidly increase the grade of your mountain river pearl, just the fragment alone is not enough. You will still need some supplementary materials, Emotion suddenly said. What? There's such a thing? Lu Ming asked in surprise. That is only natural. Although the Grotto Heaven magic treasure fragment contains the various materials and essence energy required for the mountain river pearl to advance, there are some conflicts between the magic treasure fragment and the mountain river pearl itself. Some supplementary materials are required to resolve the conflict, said Emotion. Lu Ming heard this and nodded. Although he wasn't proficient in refining tools, he wasn't considered a novice either. He understood it after some thought. What materials do you need? Take advantage of the time now and quickly go to the lunar city to purchase them. As he spoke, he flipped his hand and took out a blank jade slips and handed it to Emotion. Emotion received it and produced a black gas in his hand, which then seeped into the jade slips. Moments later, Emotion waved his hand and tossed the jade slips over. After Lu Ming caught it, his divine sense entered it. After a while, his expression relaxed. There might be a lot of materials for the jade slips, but they weren't rare items. It shouldn't be hard to find them. Lu Ming immediately stood up and quickly left the inn. He arrived at one of the main streets of the lunar city. Right now, it was already the time when the lanterns were lit up. The shops on both sides of the street were lit up with all kinds of radiance. When the colorful radiance intersected with the falling snowflakes, it gave off a dreamy feeling. The street was still filled with people, and it wasn't rare to see high-grade demons at the Jindan realm and above walking by. With a flash, Lu Ming blended into the crowd. He might have been in the lunar city for a few days, but apart from the first day where he took a rough look at the layout of the entire city, this was his second time coming out. Looking at the bustling street in front of him and the endless stream of pedestrians, Lu Ming suddenly felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. A desolate expression appeared on his face and he only felt a bit empty in his heart. At the same time, his spirit also felt a bit tired. Ever since he came to the myriad demon continent, he had been carefully hiding his identity and was always vigilant of everything around him. It could be said that there was no time for him to really relax. Under the gradual accumulation of pressure, even someone with a strong will like him felt a little tired at this moment. Especially at this moment in the lunar city, in this city that was hundreds of miles in size, there must be many mystic opening existences gathered. Even in the inn's restriction array, he was a little on edge, fearing that he would be spied on by some mystic opening powerhouse. The expression on Lu Ming's face changed, and he suddenly stopped and looked up at the sky. Through the restriction array above the lunar city and the thick clouds in the sky, he could faintly see a purple moon hanging in the sky. At this moment, he suddenly didn't want to carry so much anymore. He had an impulse to get rid of all the restraints. As soon as this thought arose in his mind, the impulse rushed over with an overwhelming force, overwhelming the worry, hesitation, fear, and other emotions in his heart. Lu Ming suddenly let out a burst of laughter, attracting the attention of the people around him. He put his hands behind his back and closed his eyes. He no longer looked at the world with his naked eyes. Even his divine sense was retracted by him. He stepped forward and walked forward. Although his vision and divine sense were retracted, his hearing, touch, and smell were still there. Lu Ming mingled in the crowd and walked aimlessly. Feeling the lively atmosphere around him and the exuberant vitality, a smile appeared on his face, and a sense of joy gradually rose in his heart. Since his body integrated with the true demon blood, his state of mind had been showing signs of sinking into darkness. This was not a chi deviation, but a natural reaction after integrating with the power of the demon blood. At this moment, he let down all the defenses in his heart and perceived everything around him with his mind. His originally somewhat dark state of mind seemed to be filled with a gentle warmth at this moment, making him feel a little light. Suddenly, Lu Ming's heart shook, and a blurred picture appeared in his mind. It was the streets around him and the pedestrians around him. This was not a picture formed in his mind because he perceived it with his divine sense. Instead, it was an image formed in his mind when his purest mind and the surrounding environment were integrated into one. This was a very mysterious state. In the image of his mind, although the pedestrians around him looked blurred, Lu Ming could faintly perceive what emotions these people had in their hearts. Was it sadness, excitement, or fear? At this moment, all of Lu Ming's mind was immersed in his own state of mind. He did not notice that in his sea of consciousness, a huge mental strength began to slowly circulate and began to gather towards the center. Time passed little by little. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Ming was shocked and suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, he stood on a remote street. The purple moon in the sky had risen above his head at this moment. It was already past midnight. Cultivators might not really care about the change of day and night, but right now, there were obviously fewer pedestrians on the street. The fatigue in Lu Ming's heart had been swept away, and he had regained his alertness. When he recalled how he let down all the defenses in his heart tonight, his face was drenched in cold sweat. Kid Lu, I can't tell that your spirit meridians and bone frame aren't high, but you have a different perception towards cultivation realms. Not bad. At this moment, Mo Tian's voice suddenly echoed. When Lu Ming thought of Mo Tian, he instantly let out a breath of relief. He might have let down his defenses tonight, but with Mo Tian around, even if someone wanted to harm him, Mo Tian would still make a move. Senior, what do you mean by this? When he heard Mo Tian's words, he asked curiously. Hee, take a look at your own sea of consciousness. Mo Tian chuckled and said. Lu Ming's expression changed. His consciousness permeated into his sea of consciousness, and his expression suddenly changed. At this moment, more than half of the mental energy in his sea of consciousness had disappeared without a trace. Replacing it was a faintly discernible black person. The black person could only see a rough silhouette. Even its limbs were incomplete, and its face was naturally blurred. However, Lu Ming felt a strong sense of familiarity in his heart. This black person was him. Senior Mo Tian, this is. Lu Ming showed a strange look on his face, and he asked telepathically. This is your essence spirit. After reaching the celestial phenomenon realm, a cultivator's mental energy would be strengthened to a certain extent. The next step would be to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth and advance to the mystic opening realm. Apart from the advancement of magic power, one's own mental energy would also condense into a complete primordial spirit. You are only at the middle stage of the celestial phenomenon realm, and you actually condensed an embryonic form of the primordial spirit. This is truly a cause for celebration. When you advance to the mystic opening realm in the future, it will be much easier. Mo Tian's tone had a trace of praise. When Lu Ming heard this, his face showed a look of great joy. He silently channeled his mental power, and the little black man in the sea of consciousness suddenly exuded a powerful divine thought. It was almost the same as the divine thought of some of the mystic comprehending mighty figures he had seen before. Realizing this situation, Lu Ming was even more excited. He took a few deep breaths to stabilize his surging emotions. Many thanks, Senior Emotion. Lu Ming's expression turned solemn as he transmitted his voice to Emotion. Why are you thanking me? You comprehended the profundity of the primordial spirit because of your own ability. It has nothing to do with me. Emotion spoke indifferently. I am not referring to this. When I entered the state of enlightenment earlier, it is impossible for me to not receive any external disturbances. Senior Emotion must have helped me clear those obstructions. Otherwise, it is impossible for me to enter the state of enlightenment for such a long time. Lu Ming let out a light laugh. His mind had been immersed in the inner world for several hours. If anyone touched him on the streets, it might cause him to break out of that state. It was obvious that Emotion was helping him for a few hours without any disturbances. Emotion let out a snort and didn't refute. Lu Ming felt warmth in his heart, and his hostility towards Emotion was reduced. If there is nothing, don't wander around the streets. Right now, the city is filled with high-grade cultivators. It will be troublesome if someone notices you. After a moment, Emotion spoke. Lu Ming nodded and was about to head back. He suddenly slapped his head and let out a bitter laugh. That's right, I nearly forgot. I came out to purchase those materials. I cannot head back now. He then turned around and walked towards the distant street. The busiest street of Moon City was in the center of the city, and most of the large shops in the city were concentrated there. Lu Ming's gaze swept across the tall shops, and after a quarter of an hour, his figure came to a stop. His gaze stopped at a rather grand pavilion not far away. On the pavilion's signboard were 3 large words written in gold paint, Stars Cleansing Tower. From the outside, this shop looked like a shop that sold all kinds of spirit materials, ores, and other raw materials. Although it was already very late, there were still people coming in and out of the Stars Cleansing Tower from time to time. Those who came out all had a satisfied and excited expression on their faces. It was obvious that they had made a great harvest inside. Lu Ming paused at the entrance for a moment before walking in. The layout of the shop was very spacious, and the area was very large. There were many counters, all of which were made from dark red wood. Lu Ming took a few glances and recognized the wood. It was a high-grade spirit material called red heart wood from the 10,000 demon continent. It was very valuable, and was actually used to make furniture here. It seemed that the Stars Cleansing Tower's financial resources could not be underestimated. The goods on each counter were divided according to the types of ores, demon beast materials, spirit herbs, and other different types. Behind every counter stood a few white-robed demon dweller attendants, patiently answering every customer who came to ask questions. Lu Ming walked around and arrived at a counter that originally sold ores. Behind the counter were 2 white-robed demon girls. Seeing Lu Ming walk over, a young girl with an oval face immediately put on a sweet smile. Senior, what kind of ores do you need? Our shop sells thousands of different kinds of spirit materials, so we will definitely be able to find what you need. Lu Ming smiled, took out a jade slips, and handed it to the girl. The girl's face lit up, and she respectfully received it with both hands. After probing it with her divine sense, her face immediately revealed a shocked expression. The girl returned the jade slips to Lu Ming with both hands, bowed, and said with a dignified expression, "Our shop has everything that Senior needs, but the quantity is too large. This servant can't make the decision. Senior, please wait a moment, I'll go ask the shop's manager to come over." Lu Ming nodded calmly. The girl bowed to Lu Ming again and walked quickly into the shop. A moment later, a young woman wearing a plain black robe walked out. The woman was tall and slender, with curves in all the right places. Her appearance was also quite beautiful, but her lips and nails were dark purple, looking a bit dazzling. The robes he was wearing were adorned with black flower petals, and as he walked, they emitted a faint black light. It didn't seem to be an ordinary robe, but was an illusion formed by magic energy, and a faint spiritual pressure of the celestial phenomenon realm emanated from him. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. This middle-aged woman was actually a mid-stage celestial phenomenon devil cultivator, and it seemed like her cultivation base was extremely high. He chuckled, his expression unchanged. He had an indifferent expression on his face. Seeing Lu Ming's expression, a hint of surprise flashed in the eyes of the plain-robed young woman. Just now, she had intentionally revealed her strength, thinking that it would be able to slightly suppress Lu Ming, but Lu Ming seemed to be indifferent. This was a common method used by large shops. When they see a big business coming, they would usually send out some powerful experts to discuss the business. This way, the other party would be somewhat apprehensive, and it would be easier for the shop owner to take the initiative. This servant is Yuqi of the Star Cleansing Tower. Seeing that fellow Taoist looks unfamiliar, it must be your first time coming to the Star Cleansing Tower, please come inside. Seeing that she couldn't suppress Lu Ming, the plain-robed young woman could only open her mouth and say. Lu Ming faintly smiled, nodded, and strode towards the plain-robed young woman, walking towards the inner hall. Right now, he could even face profound understanding experts head-on, so he naturally wouldn't care about a celestial phenomenon devil cultivator. Not long after, the two of them arrived at an elegant hall and sat down. The plain-robed young woman personally brewed a pot of spirit tea, and a faint fragrance wafted out. This is our Star Cleansing Tower's fog tea, fellow Taoist, please have a taste. The young woman poured a cup for Lu Ming. Lu Ming took a sip, and nodded. On the way here, I haven't had the time to ask for fellow Taoist's name. How should I address fellow Taoist? The young woman faintly smiled, and asked. My surname is Yi, Lu Ming said lightly. So it's fellow Taoist Yi. This servant has already heard from Shu Chen that fellow Taoist wants a large number of spirit materials. The plain-robed young woman saw that Lu Ming didn't seem to want to talk much, so she didn't continue with the nonsense, and went straight to the point. That's right. Lu Ming took out the jade slips, and handed it to the plain-robed young woman. The plain-robed young woman took the jade slips, and as she probed it with her divine sense, her expression became slightly startled. Flame heart jade, iron transformation stone, withered moon paulownia tree. None of these things are rare, but the amount you want is quite a lot. Even our Star Cleansing Tower can't gather so many in a short time, so we need to transfer them. If fellow Taoist Yi has nothing to do, why not sit here for a while? In at most an hour, the things that fellow Taoist needs will be gathered. The plain-robed young woman put down the jade slips, and said. When Lu Ming heard this, he pondered for a moment, and then nodded. The plain-robed young woman's expression relaxed. The amount of materials that Lu Ming wanted was extremely large, and it was a big deal. If it was done, she could obtain a lot of benefits. The young woman excused herself to Lu Ming, and quickly walked away. Lu Ming sat in the side hall for a moment, and felt a bit bored. In this strange place, he couldn't meditate and cultivate. After sitting for a while, he stood up, walked out of the side hall, and soon arrived at the front of the shop's main hall. There weren't many customers in the shop, and Lu Ming strolled around the various counters in the shop. The Star Cleansing Tower was indeed the largest shop in the Moon City. Lu Ming took a look and noticed plenty of precious spirit materials that were useful for the advancement of the heaven-formed devil man's magic power. When Lu Ming walked near a counter, Mo Tian suddenly let out a soft What is it? Lu Ming's eyes flickered as he stopped and transmitted a message. The blackwood on this counter is an extremely rare blood heartwood. I didn't expect to encounter it here. Lu Brat, help me buy it. Mo Tian spoke with some delight. When Lu Ming heard the request, he turned to look at the counter beside him. His eyes swept across the counter and landed on a withered blackwood at the corner of the counter. The blackwood was as thick as an arm and half a foot long. There were cracks on the surface, and it looked just like an ordinary piece of withered wood. Even with Lu Ming's eyesight, he couldn't see anything special about it. Is it this? Lu Ming asked Mo Tian and was about to take that piece of black wood. Right at this moment, there was a burst of fragrance, and a white lotus-like hand snatched the piece of black wood before Lu Ming could. Lu Ming's expression changed as he turned to take a look. It was unknown when a black-robed young lady appeared beside the counter. She looked at the black wood in her hand and revealed a trace of delight in her eyes. The black-robed young lady was wearing a black veil, and her appearance couldn't be seen clearly. However, her eyes were clear, and she didn't look old. She should be a young lady. The black-robed young lady might have executed a secret technique to conceal her cultivation, but Lu Ming's current mental energy was comparable to an almighty in the mystic and lightning realm. He could see through the young lady's cultivation with a single glance. She was actually at the celestial phenomenon realm, but she seemed to have just entered the celestial phenomenon realm, and her magic power was still a little unstable. Fellow Taoist, I saw this piece of black wood first, and you snatched it without saying a word. It doesn't seem to be against the rules, right? Lu Ming's expression sank as he spoke. Hee, you might have seen this piece of blood heartwood first, but you were too slow. You can't blame others for this. The black-robed young lady chuckled. Her voice was like a silver bell, and it was rather melodious. After the young lady finished speaking, she ignored Lu Ming and turned to look at a white-robed youth behind the counter. She asked, I want this piece of wood. I want this piece of wood. How many mana crystals? 5000 demonic crystals. The white-robed youth looked at the blood heartwood in the young lady's hand and offered without hesitation. I'll offer 10,000 demonic crystals. Sell this item to me, Lu Ming suddenly said. Senior, I'm truly sorry. This store isn't an auction house, and it doesn't sell to the person who offers the highest price. This fellow Taoist obtained it first. Unless she gives it up voluntarily, this store can't sell it to anyone. The white-robed youth glanced at Lu Ming apologetically as he spoke. Lu Ming's face sank when he heard that. Just when he was about to speak, his eyes moved, and he stopped moving. The black-robed young lady glanced at Lu Ming complacently. She took out a small bag of demonic crystals and passed it to the white-robed youth. After that, she put away the black wood in her hand and turned around to walk towards the store. Senior Emotion, why did you suddenly give up on that black wood? Lu Ming's eyes moved, and he asked Emotion via voice transmission. Little Lu, don't be impatient. I'm determined to get that blood heartwood. I need it in the Devil Abyss mystic realm, but now isn't a good time. I have my own ways to get that blood heartwood back. Emotion smiled faintly and spoke mysteriously. Lu Ming frowned. He was already used to Emotion's mysterious attitude, so he didn't ask much. However, he didn't have the interest to continue strolling around after such an incident. He turned around and left the main hall, returning to the side hall that he was at earlier. Half an hour later, the white-robed young lady walked in with a faint smile on her face. I've spent a lot of effort, but I've finally gathered the amount that fellow Taoist by needs. Fellow Taoist, please check it. The white-robed young lady took out a few storage talismans and placed them on the table in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming took the few storage talismans and probed them with his divine senses. After a moment, he nodded and revealed a trace of a smile on his face. Not bad. The amount is indeed sufficient, and the quality of the spiritual materials is also not bad. He nodded with satisfaction. It's good that fellow Taoist is satisfied. The white-robed young lady covered her mouth and smiled. How many demonic crystals? Lu Ming pointed at the table and asked. The white-robed young lady muttered to herself for a moment and quoted a slightly higher price. Lu Ming had plenty of demonic crystals on him, and this amount of demonic crystals wasn't a big deal. However, to avoid unnecessary trouble, he still made a slight counteroffer. The white-robed young lady didn't insist and quickly agreed. Lu Ming immediately waved his hand, and a small pile of high-grade demonic crystals appeared on the table. The white-robed young lady's eyes flashed with joy. Both parties quickly completed the transaction, and both parties were rather satisfied. After the transaction was completed, Lu Ming didn't stay in the Star Cleansing Tower for long and immediately stood up to leave. When he passed by, the black-robed young lady from before was still in the store and seemed to be bending over to pick something. He took a glance and walked out of the Star Cleansing Tower. He didn't leave immediately, but went to a nearby tea house and sat down by the window on the second floor. You want me to wait for that black-robed young lady here? Lu Ming looked at the entrance of the Star Cleansing Tower and communicated with Emotion in his heart. Emotion let out a mischievous laugh and didn't reply. It was considered as a tacit agreement. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and his heart couldn't help but feel curious. He asked, who exactly is that black-robed young lady? It seems like you are more interested in her than that Heimu. Kid, your mind is rather sharp. That's right, I am very interested in that young lady. But as for the specific reason, you will understand once you reach the Devil Abyss mystic domain. Emotion spoke indifferently. Lu Ming let out a cold snort and shut his mouth. He didn't continue to ask. Time elapsed bit by bit, and after another hour, the sky outside was starting to brighten up. Right at this moment, a black-robed figure walked out from the entrance of the star-cleansing tower. She might be wearing a conical bamboo hat, but Lu Ming could still recognize that it was the black-robed young lady with a single glance. The black-robed young lady took a few glances at the surroundings before her figure moved and turned into a black light, flying into the distance. Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he put down the teacup in his hand and stood up. Right at this moment, his movements suddenly turned sluggish. At the entrance of the star-cleansing tower, another gray-robed figure walked out, and it was a middle-aged man. Lu Ming's body shivered. He recognized this person. It was the celestial phenomenon realm elder that he met in the Yurong city, Lu Zhenyan. Lu Zhenyan's eyes revealed a sinister smile as his body turned into a faintly discernible gray light and chased after silently. Senior Mo Tian, do you know about this situation as well? Lu Ming looked at the two departing figures and didn't immediately chase after them. His eyes flashed as he asked. If the Lu clan's members appeared in the lunar city, then he had to be extremely careful. I didn't expect the Lu clan's members to actually have their eyes on her. Lu brat, chase after them. Mo Tian muttered and spoke with a serious tone. That person is from the Lu clan. If they see me, it will be troublesome. Lu Ming knitted his brows and wasn't willing to get involved in this muddy water. Don't worry. If there is any danger, I will do my best to assist you. That black-robed young lady's identity isn't ordinary and will be of great use in the Devil Abyss mystic domain. Mo Tian urged. Lu Ming's face revealed a trace of hesitation before he gritted his teeth. His body emitted a green light and merged into the void. His body turned into a formless shadow and flew towards the two. The black-robed young lady left the star-cleansing star. Very quickly, the woman flew away from the bustling street and landed in a forest. She took off the bamboo hat on her head, but her face was still covered by the veil. She looked behind her and a strange look flashed across her eyes. Her eyes flickered as she chanted an incantation. Her body flashed with purple light, and she instantly turned into 7 or 8 identical figures. All of them flew in different directions. Behind a bush over 10 miles away, Lu Zhenyan's expression changed slightly when he saw the scene. He sneered with disdain and chanted an incantation. A black light flashed on his forehead, and a black line appeared. The black line split to 2 sides, and with a gotcha sound, an eye that emitted a faint red light was revealed. The red eye rotated a few times and looked at one of the black figures. Lu Zhenyan let out a chuckle. He moved and shot toward the black figure. Right now, since the black-robed young lady had already discovered his traces, Lu Zhenyan didn't bother to conceal himself and quickly chased after her. When the black-robed young lady saw that the gray-robed man behind her had seen through her illusion trick, she immediately stopped using her secret technique and focused on escaping. However, the black-robed young lady's speed was obviously inferior to Lu Zhenyan's. The latter didn't seem to be using his full strength and merely maintained a distance from the black-robed young lady. In this way, Lu Zhenyan and the black-robed young lady gradually flew toward the northwest corner of the Moon City. The escape light transformed by the black-robed young lady turned left and right from time to time as if she was in a panic. Seeing this, Lu Ming naturally continued to hide his aura and followed behind unhurriedly. In the northwest city of the Moon City, not only the ground began to become bumpy, but weeds and bushes were also overgrown. Compared with other places, the buildings also looked abnormally dilapidated. It looked deserted and abnormally desolate. However, after the black-robed young lady flew here, she suddenly stopped in the air. She turned around and looked behind her. Lu Zhenyan glanced around. After seeing that there was no one around, he raised his eyebrows and suddenly grabbed at the air in front of him. A whistling sound came out, several black lights swept out from his hand. After a burst of tumbling and intertwining, a pitch-black big hand with black flames appeared strangely, and it grabbed at the black-robed young lady fiercely. His movements were as fast as a spark. The black-robed young lady didn't know if she knew that she couldn't dodge or she didn't intend to dodge at all, but she was caught by the big hand. As the black flames expanded and shrank, the 5 fingers squeezed hard at the same time. Sizzle! The black-robed young lady's body burst open in an instant, turning into a cloud of purple mist that dissipated and disappeared. It's just a phantasm. Not good. Lu Zhenyan cried out in his heart. He didn't even think about it as he retreated. He wanted to escape immediately, but it was already too late. The space around him became blurry, and a faint purple wave spread out, quickly sweeping through every place around Lu Zhenyan. Then, the purple light faded, and the scenery became blurry. Suddenly, many faint purple mountains appeared around Lu Zhenyan, and there were a total of 16 of them. Between the mountain peaks, there was a large expanse of light purple mist that was tumbling about restlessly. Lu Zhenyan was suddenly trapped in some kind of illusion. Then, a purple light flashed in the sky above a purple mountain not far in front of him. The figure of the black-robed masked girl appeared silently. A purple short bow with black flames appeared in her hand. She pointed the bow at Lu Zhenyan and said coldly, "Lu Zhenyan, I'm not afraid of you. You have been following me for so long since the beginning of the shop. What is your intention?" "Hee, Princess Royal Highness, I have no malicious intentions. It's just that our master wants to invite you for a chat." After Lu Zhenyan sneered, he said without panic as if he didn't care about being in the illusion set by the other party. "Master? Who are you?" The black-robed young lady said with a gloomy face. "It doesn't matter who I am. Princess Royal Highness will understand everything when you see our master." Lu Zhenyan said faintly. "Don't even think about it." Seeing this situation, the black-robed young lady didn't waste any more words and pulled the bowstring with one hand. After a light sound, a small purple arrow appeared between her fingers. As the young girl hurriedly chanted an incantation, a large amount of purple mist emerged from the surrounding purple mountains, causing the distance between the two to become blurred. At the same time, a black flame suddenly appeared on her bow, wrapping around the small purple arrow. The next moment, there was a piercing sound, a black and purple rainbow shot out from the short bow and disappeared into the purple mist in a flash. The next moment, it appeared not far in front of Lu Zhenyan as if it had teleported. The purplish-black arrow flashed and suddenly turned into countless arrows, shooting at Lu Zhenyan in a densely packed manner. Lu Zhenyan didn't dodge at all. A black light flashed on the surface of his body, and his whole body was suddenly wrapped in a gray armor that looked simple and unadorned. Then, dense gray runes appeared on the armor and intertwined with each other. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a layer of gray transparent light shield, wrapping him in it. When the black and purple arrows fiercely hit the gray light shield, it made a banging sound like metal colliding. The surface of the light shield flashed with black light, and it actually blocked all the arrows. The black-robed young lady's eyes flashed with surprise. Obviously, she didn't expect the opponent to be able to block her attack so easily. Immediately, the short bow in her hand flashed with purple light and turned into a large number of purple arrows that covered the front. At this moment, there was a sharp sound. A 300-meter-tall demonic phantom with 2 horns on its head appeared above Lu Zhenyan's head. With a flash of black light, a black hexagonal hammer appeared in its hand. With a shake, it suddenly threw the hammer into the distance. With a rumbling sound, the hexagonal hammer grew to 100 feet in size and smashed toward a purple mountain not far away. A loud bang resounded. Under the terrifying momentum of the hexagonal hammer, the entire purple mountain was instantly shattered into pieces and dissipated in an instant. Then, the hexagonal hammer flew toward another purple mountain nearby without losing any momentum. Rumbling sounds came one after another. In the short time of a few breaths, more than half of the 16 purple mountains in the surroundings were destroyed by the hexagonal hammer. Under the protection of the gray armor, Lu Zhenyan completely ignored the black-robed young lady's attack. The black-robed young lady was shocked. Relying on the power of the illusion domain, she couldn't hurt the opponent. If the illusion was broken, she was afraid that she would be caught in a few rounds. But at this moment, a strange scene appeared. A buzzing sound came from behind Lu Zhenyan. Suddenly, a gray and white light swept out from behind him. With lightning speed, it wrapped around Lu Zhenyan and the 2-horned demon behind him. Lu Zhenyan was in the gray and white light, and his eyes suddenly became misty. Then, in the void 100 feet away, there was a fluctuation, and 100 feet in size black flame fist flashed out. With a momentum that could support the sky, it shot toward Lu Zhenyan. Lu Zhenyan's divine sense was not weak. Although he immediately recovered some of his consciousness, it was too late for him to dodge under the great shock. He could only urge the Dharma idol to cross its arms in front of him to block. But at the next moment, boom! The entire law manifestation's arms and the protective gray light shield were swept away by the black flame-like smoke. The gray armor on Lu Zhenyan's body was directly shattered by the fist, and his whole body was hit by a huge force. Lu Zhenyan was in the air, and he spat out a mouthful of blood essence. His aura suddenly reduced by half, and under the gray light, he completely fell into a blur. Although the black-robed young lady didn't know where the black flame fist and the gray light came from, she didn't want to give up such a good opportunity. She once again shot a large number of black and purple arrows from the short bow in her hand. The sound of puffing was loud. Without the protection, the sky full of arrows pierced through Lu Zhenyan's body, riddling his body with thousands of holes. Even his divine sense didn't have time to escape. Obviously, he was dead. Which fellow Taoist helped us? Please show yourself. The black-robed masked girl survived the disaster and faintly felt a little exhausted. After taking a deep breath, her beautiful eyes looked at the place where the black and white rays emerged a few hundred meters away. She raised her voice and spoke. As soon as she finished speaking, the space above her head fluctuated. A black and white stone tablet emerged out of thin air. The black and white rays emerged again, shrouding the black-robed masked girl's head. The masked girl's pretty face changed. She raised her hand, and a purple light flashed. A small purple cauldron with the size of half a foot appeared above her head. As soon as the small cauldron appeared, it emitted a purple light. It spun and grew to a few hundred meters in size. After a buzz, a large cluster of purple crystal silk flew out of the large purple cauldron and entangled the celestial tablet. The black and white rays were also held up by the light emitted by the purple crystal silk and didn't envelop it. There was a slight sound of surprise in the air. Before the masked girl could breathe a sigh of relief, a black light flashed on the stone tablet that was tightly entangled by the purple crystal silk. A black vertical eye appeared with a click. A black light blasted out from the eye. It went into the glabella of the masked girl with lightning speed. The eyes of the masked girl suddenly became slack. Her delicate body went soft. After shaking for a while, she fell to the ground. It seemed that she had fallen into a coma. The large purple cauldron in the air lost the support of spiritual power. The purple crystal silk collapsed, and the large purple cauldron shrank to half a foot again. It hummed, and the purple light on the surface was greatly reduced. It flew back to the side of the masked girl. The black and white rays emitted by the celestial tablet descended and wrapped around the body of the masked girl and the small purple cauldron beside her. A spatial crack appeared in the multicolored light, and one could faintly see that the crack was filled with endless black and white light. The masked girl's body blurred and flew into the spatial crack. The spatial crack quickly closed. A figure flashed in the air, and Lu Ming's figure emerged. The celestial tablet blurred and flew into his hand. A black shadow flashed, and Mo Tian's figure also appeared beside Lu Ming. The battle earlier might have been isolated by the array, but the magic power fluctuation still spread out. Lu Brat, hurry up and leave this place. Mo Tian took a quick glance at the surroundings and spoke hastily. Lu Ming nodded when he heard the words, and his eyes fell on Lu Zhenyan's body on the ground. With a wave of his hand, he sent out a gust of black gas, which swept Lu Zhenyan's storage artifact into his hand. With a flick of his finger, 2 fireballs appeared and were about to fall on Lu Zhenyan's corpse. Wait a moment, take this person's corpse away as well. Also, clean up the traces of this person's magic power. Mo Tian's eyes flashed as he suddenly spoke. Lu Ming revealed a trace of astonishment, but he still followed Mo Tian's instructions and waved his hand to release a black gas to store Lu Zhenyan's corpse. At the same time, he also cleaned up the remnant aura presence. After doing all this, a green light flashed on Lu Ming's body. His entire body turned into a wisp of faintly discernible light. Without a sound, he stuck close to the ground and rushed into the distance. Less than 15 minutes after Lu Ming left, there was a piercing sound. Several streaks of light shot over from a distance and landed nearby. 5 figures appeared. These people were all wearing purple brocade robes, and from the insignia on their chests, it was obvious that they were from the Central Empire. Furthermore, these people had massive aura presence and were obviously above the celestial phenomenon realm. The 2 leaders were a masked young woman with a slender figure, and the other was a scholarly elder. They were the two mystic Enlightenment realm demons from the Central Empire, Huangfu Yupa and Huangfu Zhantian. Right now, the illusion array that the black-robed young lady laid out had already dispersed. The surrounding ground was full of potholes, which were all caused by the bombardment of magic power. The masked young woman took a glance at the surroundings and made a grabbing motion with a single hand. A purple ripple spread out and enveloped the surrounding radius of a few hundred feet. It is indeed the Princess Aura presence. The masked young woman dispersed the purple light in her hand and spoke. The scholarly elder was overjoyed when he heard this. He spread out his divine sense and said after a while, judging from the residual magic power fluctuations, the battle has just ended. Yupa, can you find out where the princess went? After the princess escaped from the imperial palace, she performed the phantom destruction technique, so I can't track her. However, judging from the current signs, she should have just left. She must still be in the city now. The masked young woman nodded and then murmured. A short moment later, a burst of faint purple light appeared over her body, and she made a strange hand seal with both hands. The faint purple light flashed, and it split into countless purple butterflies that shot forth in all directions, disappearing into the ground and the void. After a while, the masked young woman opened her eyes and frowned slightly. She shook her head and said, "Strange, I can't find the princess's trace." The scholarly elder's face darkened, and then he said in a deep voice, "How can it be? The princess's phantom destruction technique has not been cultivated to a high level, how can we not find her? Did something happen to the princess?" The scholarly elder's face suddenly changed at the end of his words. As long as the princess is still in vast glacial city, she shouldn't be able to escape the detection range of my ancient shadow soul-seeking technique. Unless the princess is currently imprisoned in some kind of treasure. The masked young woman frowned and said in a hoarse voice. As soon as this statement came out, the scholarly elder and the other three celestial state demons' faces all changed. Yupa, search this place carefully again and see if you can find any other clues. I will contact the Demon King immediately. The scholarly elder frowned and said. The masked young woman nodded and murmured. A layer of purple light appeared on the surface of her body again, and then it turned into more than a dozen strange shadows that seemed to have very long noses. They constantly wandered in the nearby area, sniffing fiercely. Suddenly, one of the shadows stopped at a spot on the ground and let out a strange cry. The masked young woman's expression changed. She hurriedly flew over and waved her hand to release a purple light that enveloped the area. After a moment, the purple light shrank back. There was an extremely faint gray gas wrapped in the purple light. This is the baleful Qi. The person fighting with the princess is from the Lu family. The masked young woman's face changed. What? The scholarly elder's face immediately changed. This battlefield has obviously been cleaned by someone. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so little aura left. It seems that the person who attacked is very careful. The masked young woman's eyes flashed coldly. Hearing this, the scholarly elder's face became even more ugly. The other three celestial state demons of the Huangfu family also looked at each other. The Lu family and the Central Dynasty were now like fire and water. If the princess really fell into the hands of the other party, it would be like a sheep in a tiger's mouth. The scholarly elder waved his hand and took out a purple formation plate with a serious expression. With a wave of his hand, a purple light wrapped around the formation plate. The formation plate immediately lit up and a communication formation immediately lit up. Elder Zhantian, did something happen at the entrance of the demonic abyss? A deep voice came from the communication formation. It was the Demon King. Nothing happened at the entrance of the demonic abyss. I have something else to report to you. The scholarly elder's mouth moved a little as he said. Oh, what is it? Is it about Inger? The Demon King's voice was a little surprised. Then, he asked in a low voice. The scholarly elder smiled bitterly in his heart. He then explained the current situation to the Demon King. After he finished explaining everything, the Demon King didn't speak for a long time. Seeing this, the others naturally didn't dare to speak as well. Only the buzzing sound of the communication formation could be heard in the void nearby. The scholarly elder and the masked young woman looked at each other. After a while, the scholarly elder coughed and said, Your Majesty, we are useless in this matter. However, it seems that the princess has most likely fallen into the hands of the Lu family. What should we do now? You guys carefully check the scene again. See if there are any other clues. The Demon King's calm voice came out. Yes. The scholarly elder and the masked young woman hurriedly replied. If Inger is unfortunate enough to fall into the hands of the Lu family, they will definitely use her to threaten us. You guys try your best to rescue her. If it really doesn't work, then it can only be said that Inger is unlucky. After all, the matter of the demonic abyss is the top priority. The Demon King's voice seemed to be emotionless. The scholarly elder was shocked. Among the many metaphysic realm existences in the Central Dynasty, he had followed the Demon King for the longest time. Although the Demon King's voice was cold, he knew that the Demon King's heart was filled with extreme anger. Although the Demon King had put the princess's life before the trip to the demonic abyss, everyone in the Central Dynasty knew that among all the princes, the Demon King doted on the youngest princess the most. Yes, this subordinate understands. Countless thoughts flashed through the elegant old man's mind as he agreed. The purple communication formation flashed with light before disappearing. The 5 people present looked at each other and were speechless. The other 4 people looked at the scholarly elder. Obviously, the scholarly elder had the highest status among the 5 of them. Although the Demon King said that, the princess has fallen into the hands of the Lu family. We can't just leave her be. Pass down the order to strengthen the defense of the Moon City. Send out all the people to secretly search for the traces of the Lu family in the Moon City. Even if we have to turn the entire Moon City upside down, we must find the Lu family. The scholarly elder said in a cold voice. Yes. The 3 celestial phenomenon demons replied and flew away. In my opinion, I'm afraid that the Lu family did not stay in the Moon City at all. Moreover, such a big search might affect the trip to the demonic abyss. The masked young woman suddenly said. I also know this. Now we can only do our best and leave the rest to fate. The scholarly elder sighed. In the following period of time, the 5 of them carefully searched the surroundings once more. After not finding anything useful, they quickly left the place. Half an hour later, Lu Ming took a big detour and left the city from the north and entered the city from the south. After making sure that no one was following him, he quietly returned to the rented inn. After he returned to the secret room, he let out a sigh of relief. Although Mo Tian didn't say it clearly, he had roughly guessed the identity of the black-robed masked girl from her cultivation technique and her conversation with Lu Zhenyan. He pondered for a moment and waved his hand. The celestial tablet appeared in his hand. At the same time, Mo Tian's figure appeared beside him silently. Lu Ming looked up and turned to look at Mo Tian. I know you have a lot of things to ask, but let's go and see the girl from the Huangfu family first. Before Lu Ming could speak, Mo Tian said faintly. As soon as he finished speaking, he chanted a few incantations in a low voice. He raised his hand, and a black light blasted out and hit on the celestial tablet. The surface of the celestial tablet shone with black and white light, and a space crack emerged. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Although he had been driving the celestial tablet to face the enemy for so many years, he had never entered the celestial tablet's cave space. He had a thought in his mind, but his body moved and flew directly into the cave space of the celestial tablet. As soon as he entered the cave space of the celestial tablet, Lu Ming's face immediately showed shock. The space in front of him was filled with black and white light. The most eye-catching thing was that there were 2 sun-like existences in the sky, one black and one white. As they slowly rotated, they gave off an extremely powerful wave of magic power. The countless black and white clouds around them churned and moved along with them. The space further away seemed to have a sense of overlapping, and it was unknown how many thousands of miles it was. It was also a cave space, but the space in the mountain river Pearl was at most dozens of miles. It was much worse than the celestial tablet. I spent a lot of effort to refine this celestial tablet back then. It is naturally more powerful than your mountain river Pearl. However, your mountain river Pearl is a set of magic weapons. If all 12 of them are combined, it will not be much worse than the celestial tablet. Mo Tian seemed to have seen through Lu Ming's mind and said. Lu Ming didn't say anything. He retracted his gaze and looked at the ground not far away. At this moment, the black-robed masked girl was lying on her back quietly. Her beautiful eyes were tightly shut, and she was still unconscious. Mo Tian's eyes landed on the black-robed young lady, and his face suddenly revealed a sneer. He waved his hand and released a black aura, pulling down the black-robed young lady's veil. Lu Ming frowned but didn't say anything. His intuition told him that Mo Tian seemed to have some enmity towards this black-robed young lady and the central imperial dynasty that she was in. Lu Ming's eyes turned and landed on the black-robed young lady's face, and he was startled. The young lady had purple hair, snow-white skin, and an extremely beautiful appearance. She wasn't inferior to Callan, Yi Tianmei, Yaoji, and the others. However, as compared to the three of them, the black-robed young lady looked even younger. There were still traces of immaturity between her brows, but she gave off a pure feeling that made people want to take a few more glances. As expected, Mo Tian's eyes swept over the black-robed young lady's glabella and sneered. He then turned his eyes and saw Lu Ming looking at the black-robed young lady in a daze. Mo Tian immediately revealed a smile and said with a hint of ridicule, "Why, have you taken a fancy to this Huangfu clan's girl?" When Lu Ming heard the reply, he immediately shifted his gaze and coughed dryly. "I just feel that this person's appearance is vaguely similar to that Huangfu Lushui that I saw in the past. Haha, it doesn't matter if you have taken a fancy to her. This chick doesn't look bad and isn't inferior to those women of yours. If you want her, I will give her to you." Mo Tian chuckled and said. "Senior, don't joke around. Let's get down to business." Lu Ming said indifferently. "Heh, you are really not straightforward." Mo Tian let out a mischievous laugh. He then waved his hand and retrieved the black-robed young lady's storage bracelet. After fiddling with it for a moment, there was a flash of black light in his hand, and there was an additional piece of black wood. It was the Bloodheart wood. "All right. With this Bloodheart wood, it will be safer in the mystic realm." Mo Tian spoke indifferently. "Why is this black wood called the Bloodheart wood? What is its use?" This was a question that Lu Ming had always wanted to ask. "Kid, watch carefully." Mo Tian took a glance at Lu Ming and waved his skeletal hand. A thin black light flashed, and the black wood was split into two halves. Lu Ming looked over and saw a blood line that was as thick as a pinky finger. It was like a long earthworm that was embedded in the black wood. The blood line was emitting a very faint and strange magic power wave. Mo Tian's hand emitted a black aura and carefully wrapped around the blood line before slowly peeling it off. This black wood doesn't have much value. It is mainly because the heart of this wood is able to condense the Bloodheart crystal. Hence, it is very valuable. Mo Tian carefully kept the bloodline and said. As for the use of this item, it is used for divination. Before Lu Ming could speak, Mo Tian continued. I didn't expect Senior to be proficient in divination. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. This isn't anything much. Divination is just using one's own luck to exchange for a chance to peek into the future. In fact, it isn't worth cultivating. If I didn't cultivate this divination back then, perhaps. Mo Tian's eyes had a trace of desolation before it vanished. Seeing this, Lu Ming tactfully didn't ask further. He changed the topic and said, Senior Mo Tian, you asked me to kidnap this Huangfu clan's woman. It shouldn't be just for this Bloodheart wood, right? Of course. I already said that this woman's bloodline is extremely pure and will be very useful in the Devil Abyss mystic realm. Mo Tian's eyes flashed with cold light as he spoke. Oh? What exactly is it useful for? Lu Ming asked curiously. Forget it, there's no harm in telling you. When I entered the Devil Abyss last time, I discovered an extremely important treasure trove. However, that treasure trove was enveloped by a powerful restriction. With my strength, it was impossible for me to open it. After that, I studied the restriction in detail and thought of a method to break it. However, it requires a person with an extremely pure devil race bloodline as a sacrifice. This Huangfu clan's lady is just suitable. Mo Tian took a glance at Lu Ming and spoke in a cold voice. His tone seemed calm, but his words were as cold as ice. When Lu Ming heard this, his face couldn't help but slightly change. So, if you want this woman's body, then do it now. Mo Tian laughed mischievously. Lu Ming laughed bitterly and looked at the unconscious black-robed girl on the ground. A trace of pity flashed in his eyes. However, he was not related to this woman, so he had no intention of speaking up for her. After thinking for a while, he said, "If you want to bring this woman along, you, me, Scorpion, and Ouyang Ming will be exactly 5 people. 1 devil abyss key will be enough. I don't have any magic power now, and I am coexisting with you. I can't be considered as a quota." M.O. Tian shook his head and replied. Lu Ming's brows lifted up as he nodded. "There is one more thing that I have to explain to you. When entering the Devil Abyss Mystic Realm, your demonic pet and the Huangfu clan's lady cannot hide in the Heavenly Dwelling artifact or your gourd. They have to be personally enveloped by the Devil Abyss Key's energy before they can successfully pass through the restriction outside the Mystic Realm." Mo Tian continued. "There is actually such a thing." Lu Ming frowned. When the Devil Abyss Mystic Realm opened, all the major factions would definitely be present. It was fine if Scorpion was present, but if this black-robed girl was to be revealed in front of others, it would definitely attract the attention of the Central Empire. "Don't worry. Since I said that I want to bring this lady in, I naturally have a way. When the time comes, I will use a secret art to control this lady's divine soul and body. I will then use the celestial tablet's energy to temporarily change her figure and aura presence. I guarantee that other mystic enlightenment devil men won't be able to detect it." Mo Tian smiled and said. When Lu Ming heard the response, he let out a sigh of relief. Immediately after, the two of them discussed about the Devil Abyss Mystic Realm and left the celestial tablet space. Before Mo Tian left, he took away all of the black-robed girl's storage artifacts and artifacts. He also added a few soul-trapping restrictions on the black-robed girl's soul, causing her to enter a deeper state of deep sleep. However, Mo Tian and Lu Ming didn't notice that the black-robed girl was wearing an ordinary green ring on her left hand. At this moment, it was emitting a layer of faint radiance and slowly fusing into the black-robed girl's body. In the following time, Lu Ming didn't go out. He had been staying in the inn and meditating in seclusion. The number of patrolling guards in the Moon City suddenly increased overnight. It seemed that they were searching for someone. There were also people who came to the inn where Lu Ming and the others were. Lu Ming naturally guessed their purpose, but the person they were looking for was in the celestial tablet. Naturally, they didn't find anything. Subsequently, he found an opportunity and asked Mo Tian to use the celestial tablet to change the black-robed girl's figure. She turned into a black-robed brawny man and was controlled by Mo Tian to visit Lu Ming as Lu Ming's friend. She asked to enter the Devil Abyss together. Ouyang Ming didn't see any flaws. He saw that the other party was just an early-stage celestial phenomenon devil man, and 1 Devil Abyss key could bring 5 people into the mystic realm. There were many quotas, so he agreed readily. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, spring passed and winter came. More than a year had passed. In fact, for Han Province in the extreme north of the Thousand Demon Continent, there was not much difference between the 4 seasons of the year. Even in summer, the sky could still see the overwhelming crystal snowflakes. Outside the Moon City, in the depths of the vast Great Snow Mountain, in a huge glacial canyon, in addition to the bone-chilling white chill and the whistling wind, there was also a large gray mist. The gray mist was tumbling and emitting an ear-piercing whine. After a short while, several escape lights emerged from the distant sky. The speed was extremely amazing. After a few flashes, they appeared at the entrance of the canyon. After another flash, they disappeared without a trace. Immediately afterward, there was a sound of air braking on the other side. Several escape lights emerged and flew toward the canyon at an incredible speed. They quickly disappeared into the canyon. For the next half of the day, similar scenes kept repeating themselves. A few miles away from the glacier canyon, Lu Ming, who was disguised as a middle-aged man, was standing on a snow-covered mountain peak. He was looking at the canyon in the distance, and there was a pondering expression on his dark face. Beside him, there was a yellow-robed middle-aged man with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes. It was Ouyang Ming. On the 2 of their bodies, there was some blue frost that had condensed from the bone-piercing cold air, but the 2 of them didn't seem to notice it at all. The day of the Mystic Realm's opening is finally here. It seems that the Central Imperial family and the 4 great clans have all arrived. Ouyang Ming's expression changed as he spoke slowly. "Let's follow them," Lu Ming said. Speaking of which, he had deliberately inquired about the current situation of the entire continent in the past year. What made him rather puzzled was that the central imperial family seemed to treat the Lu clan's betrayal as if nothing had happened. It could be said that they didn't do anything to the Lu clan at all. The Lu clan also behaved themselves and controlled 6 prefectures. On the surface, they were still known as one of the 4 great clans. Other than the battle in the Black Wind Gorge where 2 almighties perished, the people of the world had probably forgotten about the Lu clan's betrayal. However, Mo Tian's explanation was that the 2 parties were wary of each other. In addition, the demon abyss was about to open, which was why there was such a subtle situation. Lu Ming naturally thought of this as well. However, he was a little puzzled. What exactly was inside the mystic realm that the few biggest forces on the 10,000 demon continent paid so much attention to and that mysterious Mo Tian and Qing Ling were concerned about? His curiosity was now completely piqued. Ouyang Ming nodded, and the 2 of them immediately surged with black gas. Then, they turned into 2 streaks of light and flew toward the glacier canyon silently. In the canyon, there was a dusky fog everywhere. The steep rock walls on both sides were faintly discernible in the fog. The demonic qi that was mixed in the fog was obviously much denser than a year ago. Their vision would also be greatly restricted here. Although this was not a problem for Lu Ming and Ouyang Rua, they did not dare to release their senses too far to avoid unnecessary trouble. The 2 of them slowly flew along the side of the mountain wall. Not long after, through the hazy fog, they could vaguely see the depths of the canyon in front of them. There was an open space in the middle of the valley, and there were many people moving about. At the same time, voices could be heard. Lu Ming and Ouyang Ming glanced at each other, then the light under their feet sped up and their speed increased significantly. Not long after, the 2 of them arrived at the source of the sound. 1,000 feet above this place, a large area of grayish-white light condensed and rotated in the sky, like a huge funnel-shaped vortex, causing the nearby void to fluctuate endlessly. As a gray mist overflowed from it, a powerful and shocking invisible energy constantly surged out. There were already 50 to 60 people gathered around the huge whirlpool, and they were divided into more than 10 groups. From the way these people were dressed, they should belong to dozens of different forces. The Central Dynasty and the 4 great clans were among them. However, other than the Central Dynasty, which had 11 people, the other groups only had 5 people. Lu Ming and Ouyang Rua quietly retracted their light and landed in a corner. During this period, other than a few people turning their heads to glance at the 2 of them, they did not attract much attention. This was because at this moment, everyone's attention was focused on the Central Dynasty and the Lu clan. The leader of the Central Dynasty was a purple-robed old man with a scholarly face. At this moment, he was talking fiercely with a grayish-white-haired old man in linen robes from the Lu clan. As Lu Ming glanced over, his eyes slightly narrowed. This old man in linen robes was none other than the Lu clan's elemental enlightenment almighty who had chased after him in the Battle of Black Wind Gorge, Lu Zongyang. "Are you still not willing to speak the truth?" The scholarly old man said word by word. "Why would I lie in front of Brother Zhan Tian? Speaking of which, why didn't your princess stay in the palace and go missing? Why did she come to the Lu clan?" Lu Zongyang said calmly. "I'll say it again. As long as your Lu clan is willing to return the princess, I can pretend this never happened. The previous agreement is still in effect. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless," the scholarly old man, Huangfu Zhantian, said coldly. "This truce agreement was originally set by Huangfu Yong and our patriarch. Could it be that fellow has such great authority that you can abolish it on your own?" Lu Jiang chuckled, looking like he was going to fight back. "Humph, it's not too late to quibble after you see what this is. This was found at the place where the princess went missing." Huangfu Zhantian snorted coldly and raised his hand. A purple light rolled out and landed in the air in front of the Lu clan in a flash. Within the purple light, there was an extremely faint gray gas that emitted a faintly discernible killing intent. "Fellow Zhan Tian, could it be that you wish to use this strand of baleful qi from who knows where to slander our Lu clan?" Lu Jiang's gaze swept over the gray qi within the purple light as he spoke without a change in expression. While the 2 were talking, in addition to Lu Ming and Ouyang Rua, several more groups of people arrived. At this moment, there were already 70 to 80 people in the depths of the glacier canyon. When the people saw the two of them arguing, they quietly landed on an open space at the side and stopped to watch quietly. Huangfu Zhantian did not say anything when he saw this, but the killing intent in his eyes became more intense. Speaking of suspicion, a celestial phenomenon realm elder of our Lu clan disappeared in Moon City for no reason more than a year ago. Guanghan City is under the jurisdiction of your dynasty. I think only your central dynasty can make a celestial state powerhouse disappear without a trace in this city, Lu Zongyang said as if he suddenly thought of something. How dare you slander the central dynasty? Huangfu Zhantian snorted angrily. The black mark on his forehead flashed, and circles of purple spirit inscriptions and purple scales surged out of the surface of his skin. Subsequently, after a purple glow flashed behind him, a horned demon with 3 heads and 6 arms that was 5 to 6,000 feet tall appeared in the void immediately. A terrifying aura that swept through the heaven and earth soared into the sky without any concealment. Everyone present could not help but take a few steps back under this huge spiritual pressure. Those with slightly weaker cultivation even almost half knelt. Seeing this, Lu Ming's pupils could not help but shrink slightly. He took a few steps back and stood still. Lu Zongyang was not to be outdone. Almost at the same moment when Huangfu Zhantian's lost shadow appeared, a lost shadow that was surrounded by black gas also appeared behind him. Although the aura was also extremely terrifying, it was still a head shorter than Huangfu Zhantian's lost shadow. At this moment, the huge funnel-shaped vortex in the air suddenly trembled violently. A humming sound came from it, and its rotation speed suddenly increased a lot. There was a roar, countless gray runes suddenly flew out of the vortex, following which the gray chi and invisible energy released by the vortex swelled by around twofold before spreading in all directions. Everyone's heart shook when they saw this. It was because the gray gas actually contained a lot of true demon chi. At this moment, among the people from the central dynasty, a slender masked woman took a few steps forward. Her lips moved slightly as she said a few words to Huangfu Zhantian. Hearing this, Huangfu Zhantian raised his head to look at the vortex in the air. The murderous intent in his eyes receded slightly, and he looked at Lu Zongyang opposite him. He said in a deep voice, I won't let this matter go just like this. When this matter is over, I'll ask you again. As he spoke, he did not wait for Lu Zongyang's reply. He softly chanted a few incantations, and the horned lost shadow behind him disappeared in a flash. Subsequently, he turned around and walked back to the people from the central dynasty, no longer looking at Lu Zongyang. Seeing this, Lu Zongyang sneered a few times. He also calmly put away the lost shadow behind him, turned around, and walked back to the Lu family. After all, the two of them still took into account the fact that the demon abyss was about to open. They did not want to have a conflict here and lose their vitality, so they decided to stop fighting. Seeing that the two mighty figures in the mystic and lightning realm had stopped fighting, the people around them also heaved a sigh of relief. Although it was lively to watch, if such existences really fought here, not to mention that it would affect others, this trip to the demon abyss might also cause unexpected changes. In the following time, the powerhouses of the major forces who were preparing to enter the demon abyss began to meditate on the spot, and they began to activate their techniques to absorb the true demon chi that escaped from the giant vortex. Speaking of which, the people who could come here were all elites selected from the most prestigious and powerful families in the 10,000 Demons continent. Their families would naturally not lack the supply of true demonic chi. However, the true demonic chi was too rare after all. Even they couldn't obtain it endlessly. Since there was a large amount of true demon chi here, naturally no one would give up. Lu Ming and Ouyang Rua naturally sat down on the spot and took advantage of this last opportunity to absorb the true demon chi. For a time, the depths of the entire glacier canyon became silent. Time passed little by little. After a day and a night, a bell-like buzzing suddenly sounded from the depths of the glacier canyon. In mid-air, the huge funnel-shaped vortex suddenly trembled violently, and a large amount of gray and white light trembled and became blurred, making the vortex look like it was about to collapse. After just 2 or 3 breaths, the entire giant vortex collapsed in a burst of void-tearing screeches. For a time, waves of invisible energy scattered in all directions like runaway horses, stirring up the originally dense gray mist in the valley and causing it to tumble. Right before everyone's astonished eyes, an extremely dazzling ball of light erupted from the center of the vortex, following which a vast expanse of black and white light swept out. After a series of intertwining, a door of light that was flashing with black and white light appeared out of thin air, and it was over 1,000 feet tall. The light door was filled with light, looking deep and mysterious. At this moment, the number of people gathered in the canyon had unknowingly reached close to 100 people, and each of them had a cultivation base no lower than the celestial phenomenon realm. It could be said that those who could appear here at this moment were the core members of the major forces in the entire myriad demon continent, and some were even supreme elders. Everyone looked at the huge light door that appeared in midair with a burning desire in their eyes. After all, they had waited for 30,000 years for such a rare opportunity. After a short commotion, everyone gradually calmed down and looked at the central dynasty's side in unison as if they were waiting for something. Huangfu Zhantian stood at the front of the Huangfu clan's group with his hands behind his back. He turned a blind eye to the gazes of the people around him as he stared at the huge light door in midair without any expression on his face. At this moment, where the Lu clan was, the old man in linen clothes, Lu Zongyang, glanced at Huangfu Zhantian in the distance with a trace of disdain in his eyes. He flipped his hand and took out a black ancient key. Subsequently, he closed his eyes and chanted a few strange incantations in a low voice. He then opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood that disappeared into the black key in a flash. On the surface of the old, pitch-black key, circles of mysterious and fine spirit patterns seemed to have been instantly lit up. A large amount of golden light emitted from it, and the entire key immediately became golden. In the next moment, the golden light dissipated, turning into specks of spark-like golden light. Densely packed, they engulfed Lu Zongyang and the 4 Lu family members behind him, turning into a dazzling golden ball of several tens of feet in size. The golden light flashed, the golden ball turned into a golden rainbow and swept toward the huge light door in midair. When the golden ball was about to touch the door of light, a multicolored light suddenly rolled out from the door of light. Suddenly, 2 huge hands, one black and one white, stretched out and grabbed the golden ball with incredible speed. Then, they shrank back into the door of light and disappeared. Only 2 to 3 breaths of time had passed since Lu Zongyang took out the key and brought the 4 people behind him into the light door. During this period of time, Huangfu Zhantian's gaze did not move, and the 10 people behind him did not move either. They only stood there quietly. After a while, seeing that the Huangfu clan still didn't make any moves, Gao He, Kong Xiang, and the leader of the Long clan also took out the abyss key. Then, they turned into a golden ball and entered the light door with the 4 people behind them. In the corner, Lu Ming looked at the scene before him. His eyes flickered, and he faintly revealed some doubts. He, are you puzzled by the fact that the people from the 4 noble clans are only at the mystic opening realm and 4 at the celestial phenomenon realm? Mo Tian's voice suddenly rang out. Even if the laws of the arcana realm restrict cultivation, a mystic enlightening cultivator is still more useful than a celestial phenomenon cultivator. Why did the 4 great clans only send 1 mystic enlightening cultivator? Lu Ming replied telepathically. An mystic enlightening cultivator is at most equivalent to a pinnacle celestial phenomenon realm expert in the demon abyss. In terms of survival ability, it is indeed far superior to an ordinary pinnacle celestial phenomenon realm expert. But if they are careless and die in there, it will be a great loss to the major forces. According to what I know, this kind of thing has happened almost every time the demon abyss opens, Mo Tian said indifferently. Since the quota for the demon abyss is so precious, why don't the major forces try to snatch the key from the small and medium-sized forces? Lu Ming thought for a moment and changed the topic. How do you know that there are no people from the 4 noble clans or even the central imperial clan among these small and medium-sized forces? Mo Tian chuckled. Lu Ming was a little enlightened. As the 2 of them spoke, several other forces entered the light door under the lead of their leaders. After all, with the 4 noble clans taking the lead and the Huangfu clan not saying anything, they didn't have to worry so much anymore. After half of the people entered the light door, among the 10 people behind Huangfu Zhantian, the masked woman and another burly man with messy hair flipped their hands at the same time and took out a demon abyss key. Although the 2's aura was slightly weaker than Huangfu Zhantian's, they were still in the mystic enlightening realm. After a round of casting, The two of them turned into two golden spheres with the four people behind them and entered the light door in the air one after another. Huangfu Zhantian didn't enter the demon abyss personally but stayed outside alone. After the two golden spheres disappeared, he actually sat cross-legged on the ground and closed his eyes to meditate. This scene naturally attracted the attention of the remaining people in the canyon, but no one dared to say anything. In the following time, 3 or 4 groups of people entered the light door one after another, but Huangfu Zhantian was like an old monk in meditation and didn't even lift his eyelids. A moment later, there was a sudden air-piercing sound from the entrance of the canyon. The dense gray fog tumbled, and 5 streaks of light shot out. After a few flashes, they headed straight for the light door. Lu Ming squinted his eyes. In the escape light, the leader was a bald old man who was abnormally thin. He had a hooked nose that didn't match his face. He was also a Tongxian realm demon cultivator. Behind him were 4 celestial phenomenon realm demons. Naturally, Lu Ming didn't recognize this person, but he vaguely heard someone whisper "Jackdaw old man" nearby. It seemed that this person came from a large demon faction. The streaks of light faded, and the bald old man and the 4 people behind him appeared in the open space in front of the light door. At that moment, Huangfu Zhantian slowly opened his eyes and glanced at the bald old man, then closed them again. When Huangfu Zhantian opened his eyes, the bald old man looked at him and met his eyes for a brief moment. Then, under everyone's gaze, he took out the demonic abyss key and turned into a golden ball of light with the 4 people behind him, entering the light door. Immediately afterward, the gray fog tumbled at the entrance, and with a flash of spiritual light, 3 more streaks of light flew out. The light faded, and 3 figures appeared. The 3 of them were all wearing fur coats, and their leader was a middle-aged woman with a cold expression. She wore a purple headband on her head. The other 2 were a young man and a young woman. They looked ordinary, but their faces were abnormally pale. As soon as the middle-aged woman appeared, she looked around and took out a demonic abyss key, then led the 2 people into the light door. At this point, nearly 2/3 of the original 100 people in the canyon had left. Lu Ming and Ouyang Ming looked at each other and didn't delay any longer. Lu Ming raised a hand, and a black and white light rolled out. The scorpion and a black-robed youth appeared beside him. It was the Huangfu clan's princess, whose appearance had been disguised by Mo Tian using the celestial tablet. Ouyang Ming took out the demonic abyss key. At this moment, Huangfu Zhantian suddenly opened his eyes and glanced at Lu Ming and the others. He looked at the black-robed youth and scorpion a few more times, and a trace of doubt flashed in the depths of his eyes. Seeing this, Lu Ming's heart shuddered, but he didn't show it on his face. Fortunately, Huangfu Zhantian didn't seem to notice anything strange. He immediately looked away and continued to meditate with his eyes closed. This made Lu Ming couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief in his heart. As Ouyang Ming chanted a strange spell, a golden light flashed, and they were wrapped into a golden ball. With a whistling sound, the golden ball turned into a golden rainbow and flashed into the light door in midair. Then, it was pulled into the light door by the big black and white hand, and it disappeared. Lu Ming was in the golden ball, and he only felt that there was a golden light in all directions. He couldn't sense the aura of Ouyang Ming and the others, and he was shocked at first. Then, a huge tearing force came. With his current cultivation, he couldn't help but have a change of expression. He was afraid that the physical body of an ordinary Jin Dan realm demon would collapse under such a huge force. Although his physical strength was comparable to the mystic and lightning realm, he still circulated the dark bone technique to protect his whole body. Fortunately, this feeling lasted for a short time. The golden light in front of his eyes faded, and the surrounding vision was restored. At the same time, a dense demonic chi came to his face. There were even traces of true demonic chi in it. This is the demonic abyss. Lu Ming shook his head, dispelling the discomfort caused by the teleportation, and began to look around. It was a somewhat barren grassland with a lot of gray and black gravel. It seemed to be a dry desert. The sky above his head was gray as if it was shrouded by countless sand and dust. He furrowed his brows and looked at the sky. Although it was very weak, he could still feel that there was an incomparably huge thing in the sky. It covered the whole sky, and a faint pressure was acting on his body. "Master, what's wrong?" The scorpion and the black-robed youth were standing nearby. The scorpion saw Lu Ming's action and walked over. "It's nothing." Lu Ming shook his head and looked away. His expression suddenly changed. There were only him, the scorpion, and the black-robed youth here. Ouyang Ming was nowhere to be seen. "Scorpion, have you seen Ouyang Ming?" he hurriedly asked. "No." The scorpion was startled. He looked around and shook his head. Lu Ming frowned and had a thought. His massive divine senses extended out and quickly extended to 1,000 miles radius, but he still couldn't sense Ouyang Ming's existence. There is no need to look. It is impossible to find that Ouyang Ming in the vicinity. Mo Tian's figure flashed and appeared beside Lu Ming. "What do you mean by that?" Lu Ming's expression changed as he looked at Mo Tian and asked. "You should have sensed it earlier. When entering the demonic abyss, the spatial attraction force is very strong. Therefore, everyone will be teleported to a different location in the demonic abyss mystic realm. Unless a secret technique is used to link everyone's magic power aura together, they will only be teleported to the same location." Mo Tian spoke indifferently. Lu Ming's expression changed when he heard the statement. He and the scorpion were connected by the master-servant contract and were twins with Mo Tian. The black-robed youth was controlled by Mo Tian's secret technique. If that was the case, the three of them did have a connection with each other, but Ouyang Ming didn't have any connection with them. When he thought of this, his expression changed. "Since you knew, why didn't you say it earlier? Could it be that you intentionally separated us from Ouyang Rua?" Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he spoke. Mo Tian let out a faint smile and didn't say anything or deny it. Lu Ming frowned and was rather annoyed. Mo Tian probably didn't want him to have the chance to obtain the Universe Thunder Resistance Hoop. Thinking of this, Lu Ming glared at Mo Tian and snorted in his heart. Subsequently, he flew into the air and looked around. He planned to detect the surrounding environment and confirm his current location. Judging from the surrounding environment, they were indeed in a desolate desert. Occasionally, they could see one or two protruding hills, which stretched to the end of their vision. Seeing this scene, he let out a sigh of relief. According to Mo Tian, the Devil Abyss mystic realm was vast and was millions of miles in size. There were countless dangerous places. However, it seemed like his luck wasn't bad as he wasn't teleported to a dangerous place. Right at this moment, a black cloud suddenly rose behind a hill in the distance, and it floated over rapidly. There was a rumbling sound in the black cloud, which sounded like muffled thunder. In the blink of an eye, it flew close. Swish swish, Scorpion and the black-robed youth also flew into the air and stood beside Lu Ming. Scorpion had a slightly uneasy expression. The demonic aura was tumbling in the black cloud, and they couldn't see what was inside. Apart from the thunderous sound, there were also hissing sounds. It was obvious that it was filled with demonic creatures. Lu Ming's expression looked rather calm. There was a purple light in his eyes as he activated the purple pattern demon pupils. As a result, he realized that the black cloud was densely packed, and it was actually countless black spiders the size of a human head. It made his scalp tingle. These spiders were black and shiny, and they looked sinister and ferocious. It was as though they were wearing a set of black armor. There were 2 pairs of cicada-like transparent wings on the back of the spiders, and when they flapped, there would be rolling thunderous sounds. These are shady filth spiders. They might not be strong, but they can spit out a special spider silk that has a certain corrosive and filthy effect. Because there are so many of them, they are considered a low-level demonic creature that is rather difficult to deal with. Mo Tian appeared beside Lu Ming and said. Lu Ming's eyes flashed when he heard this. The strength of these demonic spiders was average, only at the liquid level. However, there were too many of them and they flew very fast. He was not familiar with the surrounding environment. If he flew away rashly, who knew what danger he would encounter? It seemed that a battle was inevitable. Lu Ming turned and looked at the black-robed young man. A yellow light flashed in his hand and a Dongtian mountain river pearl appeared. You don't have to put her away. I can control her body to participate in the battle. She can be considered as an additional combat power. Mo Tian suddenly spoke and waved his hand. The celestial tablet flew out from the black-robed youth and landed in Lu Ming's hand. The black-robed young man's body immediately returned to its original state, turning back into the black-robed young woman's appearance. However, her beautiful eyes were blank and lifeless, as if she was still unconscious. Mo Tian lifted his 10 fingers, and 10 black lines shot out from his fingertips and entered the black-robed young lady's body. A burst of purple light appeared on the black-robed girl's body, and a strange purple light also appeared faintly in her eyes, but her pupils still appeared extremely empty. Seeing this scene, Lu Ming nodded. He quickly turned his hand and put away the celestial tablet, and said to Scorpion. Scorpion, you don't have to do anything here. Return to the Yin gourd first. The scorpion was slightly startled. Following Lu Ming's instructions, it turned into a black light and flew into the Yin gourd. It was hard to predict what would happen in the demonic abyss. Before encountering a powerful enemy, Lu Ming had to leave behind a backup plan. Mo Tian took a look at Lu Ming, and his eyes flashed with radiance while his mouth revealed a trace of a smile. In the blink of an eye, the black cloud flew close and gradually dispersed, covering the sky and covering the earth, almost covering half the sky. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and with a wave of his hand, a rolling black aura appeared on his body. It quickly condensed into 6 black dragons and 6 black tigers, which wandered in front of him. With his current middle-stage celestial phenomenon cultivation and magic power that wasn't inferior to the peak-stage celestial phenomenon, the black dragons and black tigers that were condensed were 700 to 800 feet in size. The power was incomparable to before. He waved his hand and struck out a technique. The black dragons and black tigers immediately pounced out with a dragon roar and tiger roar. The 6 black flood dragons opened their mouths and each spewed out a black flame, which fell into the group of spiders. The 6 flames connected to form a black sea of fire, enveloping a large number of filthy spiders that were flying at the front. Under the burning of the black flames, the filthy spiders' bodies sizzled and quickly turned into charcoal. The 6 black tigers bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced into the group of spiders. At the same time, they spat out black sound waves from their mouths. Boom! Boom! The filthy spiders that were enveloped by the black sound waves trembled violently. They spat out a large amount of gray liquid from their mouths, which fell from midair like raindrops. When Lu Ming saw this scene, he nodded. Although he had changed his cultivation to the dark bone technique, with the improvement of his cultivation, the Tiger Dragon Hell Prison had also evolved many exquisite changes. The attacks of the 6 dragons and 6 tigers merged into one, and the filthy spiders in front were almost wiped out in an instant. Swoosh! Swoosh! There was an ear-piercing sound, and a purple arrow shadow appeared. It fell like raindrops on the group of filthy spiders in the distance. The penetration of the purple arrow shadow was extremely strong. Immediately, a large number of filthy spiders were penetrated, and their bodies exploded. Lu Ming turned his head and saw that the girl in a black robe was holding her purple short bow at the moment. Under the blurred shadow of her arm, a series of arrow shadows shot out. The power was comparable to the time when she fought with Lu Zhenyan. He was secretly surprised that Mo Tian's manipulation technique could exert such power. With the 2 of them working together, they killed thousands of filthy spiders in the blink of an eye. However, there were too many filthy spiders, and there were at least 40,000 to 50,000 of them. They rushed over in waves without any fear of death, shooting out black spider silk from their mouths, which turned into black spider webs that shrouded over. Their momentum was increasing. Lu Ming waved his hand, and his body surged with a large amount of black gas again. It turned into a black cloud that was a few hundred feet in size and suspended above the duo's head. The black spider web sank into the black cloud and immediately vanished without a trace as though they had fused into it. It is meaningless to continue fighting with these low-grade demonic creatures. It will be troublesome if we attract the attention of others. It is better to end this battle as soon as possible. Mo Tian spoke. Lu Ming's eyes flashed when he heard the statement. Right now, more filthy spiders were surging over, and they were nearly surrounded. It wouldn't be easy to break out of the encirclement. The filthy spiders always have a spider king. As long as we kill the spider king, the filthy spiders will automatically retreat. However, this spider king would always conceal its tracks and wouldn't be easily discovered. Mo Tian controlled the black-robed young lady to launch an attack and spoke indifferently. When Lu Ming heard the statement, his eyes narrowed, and there was a purple glow in his eyes as he looked at the surrounding spiders. All of a sudden, he paused and stared at a certain direction. He let out a soft yell and patted on the sword pouch on his waist. A faint golden orb flew out and blurred, leaving behind a series of golden afterimages as it shot towards that direction at an incredible speed. Clang, there was a grand sword whistle that echoed out. A giant golden sword that was a few hundred feet in size suddenly appeared in the depths of the filthy spiders and slashed down. Countless sharp sword chi swept down from the giant golden sword, and the radius of a few hundred feet was instantly enveloped by the crisscrossed sword chi. All the filthy spiders were pierced and killed by the sword chi. Right at this moment, there was an angry roar that echoed from the golden sword chi. A giant filthy spider that was a few dozen feet in size appeared. Its outer shell was actually silver in color, and the aura that it emitted was actually at the peak stage of the Jin Dan realm. When the golden sword chi struck on the giant spider's silver outer shell, it burst out with sparks and immediately dispersed. Not even a trace of the sword chi was left on the surface. When Lu Ming saw the situation, his eyes narrowed and changed the sword art in his hand. There was a piercing sound that echoed, the giant golden sword slashed at the giant silver spider with overwhelming prowess. When the giant silver spider saw the situation, it let out an angry roar. Its body rose up, and there was a flash of silver light. Two thick silver front claws that were filled with barbs popped out from its abdomen and grabbed at the giant golden sword. There was a loud clang as the giant silver spider's body was forced back several feet. One of its front claws was actually severed, but the giant golden sword was actually blocked. In the distance, when Lu Ming saw this scene, his eyes revealed a look of surprise. He was very clear about the sharpness of the void sword pill. With his current strength, he could even split a mountain in half with one sword strike. However, it was unexpectedly blocked by a Jin Dan realm monster. The silver spider let out a loud roar, opened its mouth, and spurted out a foot-thick sticky black liquid, which fell on the golden sword. When the giant golden sword came into contact with the black liquid, it immediately let out a chi-chi sound, and the golden sword light immediately dimmed. When the surrounding filthy spiders saw the situation of the giant silver spider, they all rushed over with all their might. Countless black spider webs fell on the giant golden sword. Lu Ming's expression changed, and his eyes immediately turned cold. He quickly chanted a few incantations and waved his hand to form a sword art. Suddenly, a burst of brilliant starlight appeared on the giant golden sword. Immediately, a layer of white starlight flames ignited, and the black spider webs on the giant sword were burned and broken. On the giant sword, the golden and white radiance intersected with each other, and the sword light suddenly flourished, drowning the giant silver spider within. A mournful scream rang out, and then it stopped abruptly. When the sword light was withdrawn, there was a flash of blood. The giant silver spider was actually cleaved into two halves, and the two halves of the corpse fell down. When the surrounding filthy spiders saw the giant silver spider being killed, they immediately let out a series of screeches and couldn't be bothered to attack Lu Ming and the others anymore. After a moment of chaos, these filthy spiders did as Motian said and gathered into a black cloud again. They fled into the distance and vanished without a trace in the blink of the eye. When Lu Ming saw this, he finally let out a breath of relief and recalled the void sword pill with a single hand. On the other side, Motian had also controlled the black-robed young lady to keep the purple short bow in her hand. "Let's leave this place first." Motian spoke to Lu Ming and immediately merged into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming nodded and waved his hand to form a sword art. The 6 dragons and 6 tigers that were coiled up in the distance collapsed at the same time and turned into rolling black fog. It rolled up the black-robed young lady's body and flew away with Lu Ming. 1 hour later, Lu Ming finally flew out of the desolate desert that was enveloped by sand and dust and landed in a nearby depression. After flying for such a long time, the sky was still dusky, and that faint pressure was still following them. Like a shadow, Lu Ming released his divine senses and scanned the surroundings. After making sure that there weren't any movements nearby, he raised his hand and withdrew the black gas. Motian and the black-robed young lady were revealed by his side. He let out a breath of relief and said, "I didn't expect there to be so many demonic creatures in this devil abyss. We encountered an attack as soon as we entered. This is very normal. The devil chi in the devil abyss is several folds denser than the outside world. Furthermore, there is no lack of true devil chi in the air. It can be said that this place is more suitable for the survival of demonic creatures. This is just the periphery. The deeper we go into the devil abyss, the more formidable the demonic creatures will be. Emotion explained. When Lu Ming heard the statement, he didn't reveal any worried or fearful expression. He flipped his hand and took out a jade slips, which was the map that Emotion drew for him previously. As soon as they entered, they encountered a sudden attack from the group of shady spiders. They didn't have the time to determine their current location. Looking at the terrain and the group of shady spiders, we should have entered a place called the Dark Sea Desert in the periphery of the Devil Abyss. When Emotion saw this, he spoke. Lu Ming nodded and sank his divine senses into the jade slips. He quickly found a place called the Dark Sea Desert that was marked on the map. From the map, this desert wasn't small and belonged to the southwest periphery of the Devil Abyss mystic domain. Lu Ming looked at it for a while and withdrew his divine sense from the jade slip. He looked at Emotion and asked, Senior, where should we go next? There might be plenty of treasures in the Devil Abyss, but he and Emotion were concerned about the mystic enlightenment devil's corpse and artifact fragments. These things were definitely extremely rare in the Devil Abyss, and it was impossible to search around randomly. When Emotion heard the question, he looked around and muttered to himself. Lu Ming frowned slightly when he saw this. He originally thought that since Emotion had been here once, he must know the location of the mystic enlightenment devil's corpse and the artifact fragments. From the looks of it, Emotion didn't seem to know anything. I remember that you obtained a tortoiseshell compass in the savage continent. Give it to me. After a short moment, Emotion suddenly spoke. When Lu Ming heard this statement, he was startled and quickly recalled the items that he obtained from killing the green snake race. He rummaged through his spatial ring for a while and took out the compass as well as the ancient beast skin book that he had snatched from him. What do you want this for? Xianxia handed the two items to Emotion and asked curiously. Emotion didn't reply and muttered a few incantations instead. His hand flashed with black light, revealing several thin black threads that were actually connected to the black-robed young lady's body. Ming's hand, and the black lines scattered before, he, and beast, and he. The black-robed young lady didn't have any control, and her eyes instantly closed. Her delicate body fell to the ground. Lu Ming frowned and waved his hand to release a black aura to support her body and slowly placed her on the ground. I didn't know that you were someone who has tender and protective feelings for the fairer sex. When Emotion saw Lu Ming's action, he let out a mischievous laugh. Lu Ming didn't bother about Emotion's ridicule as he looked at the compass and the beast skin manual in Emotion's hand and said, This compass is used for divination, right? Are you going to execute the divination technique to determine your next whereabouts? Emotion withdrew his teasing expression and looked at the tortoiseshell compass in his hand. He didn't reply to Lu Ming and said, This is a high-grade divination artifact. It is refined from the parietal bones of the ancient mystical beast, Bai Zhe. It might not be comparable to the divination tools that I used in the past, but it is barely enough. As he spoke, he flipped open the manual and took a look. Moments later, he let out a sneer of ridicule and casually tossed it to Lu Ming. It seemed as though he didn't care about the contents of the manual at all. Lu Ming received the beast skin manual and didn't ask further. Emotion's actions had already answered his question. Emotion had a solemn expression as he grabbed with one hand and burst out with a bundle of black light. As he began to chant an incantation, bursts of black light shot forth before intertwining in midair to form a black hexagonal formation. He then tossed the turtle-shelled compass into the formation. Lu Ming had a slight change in expression as the black array emitted an indescribable aura presence. There was a vague feeling that it was able to penetrate through time and space. He raised his hand and wrapped the black-robed young lady's body with the black aura. She retreated over 100 feet before she could stand up again. Emotion's hands were constantly brandishing in front of him, forming a strange seal. The black array was slowly revolving and emitting a faint black radiance. When the tortoiseshell compass was enveloped by the array, the tortoiseshell patterns on it gradually lit up. Right at this moment, a black sinister wind suddenly appeared around Emotion and condensed into a black wind pillar that was a few feet in size. It connected the sky and the earth, and there was a faint ghostly howl that echoed from the black sinister wind. Lu Ming felt a strange chilly air permeating over. He quickly brought the black-robed young lady and retreated a distance away. Mo Tian and the black array were within the black wind pillar and didn't seem to be affected. Could this be a celestial phenomenon produced by the divination technique? Lu Ming looked at the black wind pillar that was getting bigger and guessed in his heart. As the wind pillar continued to expand, the surrounding dust was also swept up. With Mo Tian as the center, the depression that had a radius of 300 meters had instantly turned into a sandstorm, and it was nearly impossible to see anything. Lu Ming's eyes flickered as he leaped up and brandished his hands repeatedly. Array flags were shot out from his hands and landed in the surroundings of Mo Tian. The array flags were glowing with an earthy yellow radiance and condensed into a hemispherical earth attribute array, concealing the black wind pillar phenomenon. After doing all of this, Lu Ming let out a breath of relief. This phenomenon was too huge, and if it continued to spread out, it might attract some trouble. His body was suspended in midair while his eyes were flickering with purple radiance. His purple-patterned demon eyes might be separated by the array, but he was still able to see Mo Tian's actions clearly. Mo Tian seemed to be oblivious to the surrounding situation as he continued to mutter and seemed to be reciting some kind of profound and mysterious incantation. His hands were a blur as he constantly struck out spells, causing the tortoiseshell compass to emit radiance that was getting brighter. Moments later, his eyes flashed as he flipped his palm over. There was a flash of red light in his palm, and there was an additional slender red crystal. It was the blood heartwood crystal. He waved his hand, and there was a flash of black light. He sliced off a small section of the blood heartwood crystal and tossed it into the tortoiseshell compass. There was a boom in the tortoiseshell compass, and a lump of red flames was instantly ignited. Mo Tian's eyes widened abruptly as he let out a soft shout. He opened his mouth and spat out a black essence light that landed on the compass. The needle in the compass suddenly rotated and rotated a few rounds before pointing towards the east. Mo Tian looked towards the direction that the needle was pointing at, and his eyes immediately relaxed. With a wave of his hand, the black array dispersed, and the red flames on the compass had also dispersed. As the array dispersed, the whistling black sinister wind in the surroundings had also rapidly dissipated. Not far away, when Lu Ming saw this scene, he waved his sleeve, and the earthen yellow array instantly dispersed. All the array flags on the ground flew up and entered his sleeve. Everything in the surroundings was instantly restored to its original state. Is there a result from the divination? Lu Ming flew over to Mo Tian's side with the black-robed young lady and asked. Mo Tian slowly stood up and had a dispirited expression as though his vitality was greatly damaged. I don't have much magic power now, and the divination result is very vague. However, we should head towards the east and there should be some gains. Mo Tian handed the tortoiseshell compass to Lu Ming to take a look. The needle was still clearly pointing towards the east. East. Lu Ming took a glance at the compass and flipped his hand to take out the map jade slips. The east of the depression that they were in was actually a large swamp region. The swamp to the east might still be in the outskirts of the Devil Abyss, but it is filled with miasma and poisonous fog. You have to be extremely careful. Mo Tian recalled and spoke. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with light. Mo Tian seemed to be abnormally familiar with the Devil Abyss mystic domain as the jade slips on the map was rather detailed. It seemed like the periphery of the Devil Abyss mystic domain was covered, and it was out of Lu Ming's expectations. By right, Mo Tian had only entered this mystic domain once. How could he know so much? However, Lu Ming didn't reveal the thoughts in his heart. He just nodded and replied, "You're right." "All right, I got it. I just executed the divination technique and consumed a lot of my divine soul power. I need to rest for a while." After Mo Tian spoke, his body turned into a black light and entered Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming looked at the black-robed young lady on the ground and muttered to himself. His hand flashed with yellow light as he took out the mountain river pearl. With a wave of his hand, the mountain river pearl burst out with yellow light and wrapped around the black-robed young lady's body, storing her inside. After doing all this, Lu Ming's figure moved and turned into a black light as he flew towards the east. Right now, inside the mountain river pearl's spatial zone, the black-robed young lady was lying on the ground. The green gem on her left ring was emitting a faint fluorescence again, but this green gem was much smaller than before. Right now, the black-robed young lady's expression wasn't as dull as before. There was more color and vitality. Lu Ming was currently flying towards the east while releasing his divine senses to be vigilant of the surrounding movements. Naturally, he wouldn't notice what was happening in the mountain river Pearl. As time elapsed, the green light on the black-robed young lady's left ring was getting brighter. It nearly enveloped the black-robed young lady's entire left arm. Right at this moment, there was a soft shattering sound that echoed from the green light. The green gem on the ring had suddenly shattered and turned into a lump of green mist. It was as though it had spirituality and flashed into the black-robed young lady's mouth and nose. The black-robed young lady let out a murmur, and her eyes flickered before she slowly opened her eyes. She slowly sat up and shook her head vigorously. Her eyes regained some clarity as she looked around and knitted her brows slightly. Grotto Heaven Magic Treasure. I didn't expect this person to have 2 Grotto Heaven magic treasures of such a high grade, and there's a ghost-like guy following him. It's really strange. The black-robed girl murmured. It seemed that she knew everything that happened when she was in a coma while being manipulated by Motion. After saying this, the black-robed girl raised her left hand. The ring was still there, but the green gem had disappeared without a trace. Thanks to the soul demise ancient ring that my mother left me, otherwise, I don't know how long I would be in a coma. A strange look appeared in the black-robed girl's eyes, but she quickly recovered her calmness. She stood up and looked around the surrounding space. In the Grotto Heaven space of the mountain river Pearl, apart from a towering yellow giant peak not far away and a long black river flowing slowly at the foot of the mountain, there was an earthy yellow mist and black water vapor everywhere. For some reason, the girl faintly felt that this space contained a rather terrifying energy, but this energy was still a little weak. Although the space of the mountain river Pearl was only dozens of miles in size, which was far less than the celestial tablet, the Grotto Heaven Pearl was full of vitality everywhere, which was completely different from the black and white space of the celestial tablet. It doesn't seem to have a high level, but it has 2 completely different attributes, and the power of water and earth can be compatible. There should be a lot of room for advancement in the future. The black-robed girl muttered to herself. She seemed to know a lot about the Grotto Heaven magic treasure. After looking for a while, the black-robed girl didn't try to break the space of the mountain river Pearl. She turned around and returned to the place where she was just lying down. She lay down again and closed her eyes. Her aura was completely restrained, and she looked no different from when she was in a coma at the beginning. This was the Grotto Heaven of the mountain river Pearl. If the owner of the magic treasure didn't take the initiative to open the space, the people inside would not be able to escape unless they had the ability to destroy the space of the Grotto Heaven. The black-robed girl knew this very well. With her cultivation at the early stage of the celestial image realm, it was impossible to break this Grotto Heaven magic treasure. The only chance to escape was to wait for Lu Ming to take her out of this Grotto Heaven again, and then find a chance to escape. Almost at the same time, in the demonic abyss, in a gray canyon far away from where Lu Ming was, ferocious roars of demonic beasts could be heard. There were also sounds of intense collisions of transcendence energy. From time to time, rays of black transcendence energy would shoot out. A moment later, a miserable howl rang out from the canyon, followed by a loud bang. A huge figure was sent flying out from the canyon, heavily smashing into a mountain wall. It was an enormous monster that was over 30 meters long. Its appearance was like a black python, yet it had a pair of blood-red wings that were like those of a bat. Its mouth was filled with crisscrossed fangs that flickered with a ghastly cold light, causing one to shudder with fear. But at this moment, the monster was no longer ferocious. There was a huge wound on its neck, and its neck was almost completely severed. Blood was gushing out of the wound, and it was already gasping for air. A silhouette flashed, and a yellow-robed middle-aged man flew out of the canyon, and landed next to the gigantic beast. It was Ouyang Ming. He did not look at the giant beast beside him. He looked around and sighed. I didn't expect everyone to be teleported separately after entering the secret realm. Ouyang Ming murmured. Once they were separated, it was easier said than done to meet again in such a huge secret realm. He pondered for a moment, and flipped his hand to take out a green animal skin. On it, a rough map of the demon abyss was simply outlined with black lines, and then he used a red pen to mark a location in the middle of the map. It's fine if I'm alone. Fortunately, Senior Green Spirit has already given me the location of the Heaven and Earth Thunder defensive ring. Yang Ming murmured to himself. Then, he put away the map, and his body moved. He turned into a gray evasive light, and flew in the direction of the center marked on the map. In another ring-shaped valley, there were 10 demons in purple robes standing at the moment. They were the 10 people from the Central Dynasty who had entered this time. Obviously, the 10 of them had already used some kind of secret technique to connect their magic power. Therefore, after entering the demon abyss, they were not separated. After the burly man in the lead and the veiled woman spoke in a low voice, the veiled woman's figure flashed, and she stood aside. The other 8 demons in the celestial phenomenon realm sat in a circle with the burly man in the center, and then they sat down with their legs crossed. Each of them was holding a purple flag, and they were chanting. The flag shot out a purple light, and it condensed into a formation that was over 30 meters in size. When the burly man saw this, he waved his sleeve, and a black light flashed into the sky above the formation. When the black light faded, it was a demon abyss key. The veiled woman also flipped her hand to take out a demon abyss key, and she threw it into the formation. This purple formation looked similar to the divination formation that Motion had cast, but it was obviously much more profound. Under the cover of the purple formation, the 2 demon abyss keys let out a buzzing sound, and they emitted a brighter golden light. The burly man muttered an incantation, then flipped his hand to summon a palm-sized bright yellow disc. The disc turned blurry, and it appeared in the sky above the purple formation. Then, it slowly integrated into the purple formation, and suddenly turned into countless yellow runes. They quickly integrated into the 2 demon abyss keys. The 2 demon abyss keys shone brightly, and they seemed to have turned into 2 mini black flood dragons that wandered in the formation. The burly man's eyes were closed, and he was chanting. After a moment, he slowly opened his eyes, and he waved his hand to strike out a technique. The purple formation suddenly dissipated, and the yellow runes appeared again, condensing into a bright yellow disc, and flew into his hand along with one of the demon abyss keys. The 8 celestial phenomenon realm demons that were sitting cross-legged on the ground stood up, and they kept the purple flag in their hands and stood to the side. "How is it?" The veiled woman waved her hand to keep the other demon abyss key and said, "I have roughly sensed the opening time of the demon abyss tower. It should be 6 months later." The burly man opened his eyes and said, "6 months. That should be enough for us to explore 3 or 4 ruins and cave abodes." The veiled woman nodded slowly and said, "That's true, but our main goal this time is still the demon abyss tower. Everything else is insignificant." The burly man's eyes flashed as he said, "Of course, I know that." The veiled woman said, "Then there's no time to lose. Let's start moving." The burly man said and was about to move. "Elder Kuei Zhao, wait a moment." The veiled woman showed a trace of hesitation on her face, but she still spoke. The burly man's body stopped, and he turned his head. He frowned and asked, "Elder Yupa, what's the matter?" Although Lu Zongyang denied kidnapping the princess outside the secret territory, I think that the words of that old fox Lu Zongyang can't be trusted. If the princess is really in their hands, they must have brought her into the secret territory. The veiled woman said. "You mean?" The burly man's eyes flashed when he heard this. He seemed to have thought of something, and his expression changed slightly. "That's right. The Long family, Gao He family, and Kong Xiang family might not know about it, but the Lu family definitely knows about the opening of the Demon Abyss Tower. Their motive for kidnapping the princess is very simple. They want us to use the princess' life to threaten us when the Demon Abyss Tower opens. They want us to hold back for fear of harming the innocent." The veiled woman's eyes flashed with a cold light as she said, "Your analysis is very reasonable. It is most likely the case. However, I heard that the Demon King has already told us that the Demon Abyss Tower is our main objective. When the time comes, we have no choice but to sacrifice the princess." The burly man nodded slowly, but then he changed the topic and said coldly. The masked young woman furrowed her brows. After a while, she said, "Although the Demon King has ordered us to do so, I'm sure Elder Kuei Zhao can see how much he dotes on the princess. If the Demon King knows that we didn't save the princess, I'm afraid he will feel resentful." The burly man's expression changed slightly when he heard this. Does Elder Yupa have any good ideas? The burly man pondered for a moment and said. In my opinion, the Lu family bringing the princess into the Demon Abyss secret territory might be a chance for us to save the princess. This time, the Lu family only sent 5 people into the secret territory. Even if they have hidden forces, we also have a backup plan. In terms of strength, we should be slightly stronger. Before the Demon Abyss tower opens, we should strike first. The veiled woman's eyes flashed fiercely as she said. When the burly man heard this, a look of hesitation appeared on his face. After a moment, he said, this matter is too important. Even if the Lu family is slightly weaker than us, they may not be able to take back the princess. Moreover, we don't even know whether the princess is in the secret territory or not. If we rashly change our plan, it will be troublesome if we cause the operation to fail. Elder Kue Zhao, don't worry. The princess cultivates my 5 extreme phantasmal demon art. If we encounter the Lu family, I will set up the 5 extreme formation to detect the princess's presence. If we sense the princess's presence, it won't be too late for us to discuss whether we should act or not, the veiled woman said slowly. All right then, we'll do as you say. The burly man heard this and nodded reluctantly. After the two of them discussed and came to an agreement, they led the 8 Tian-form demons behind them and sped away. In a huge basin hundreds of thousands of miles away from the central imperial family, the profound understanding existence of the Lu family, Lu Zonyang, was quietly standing there with the other 4 heavenly form demons of the Lu family. They seemed to be waiting for something. The ground around them was littered with the corpses of the grey demon wolves. There were more than 100 of them. However, at this moment, all of them had their bellies cut open. The air was filled with the pungent smell of blood. However, the Lu family didn't seem to feel it at all. Time slowly passed. After half a day, a blood-red light appeared in the distant sky. After 2 or 3 breaths, the blood-red light had already arrived in front of the basin. It was a streamlined blood-red flying boat that was several feet long. On both sides of the flying boat, there were 2 rows of oars. With a gentle shake, the flying boat flew several miles forward. The blood-colored flying boat stopped not far away from Lu Zuriang's group and 5 people flew out. They were the Kongxiang clan's eyebrowless old man, the slightly plump youth, and the other Kongxiang clan members. Fellow Su is indeed punctual. Lu Zuriang's gaze swept over them and a smile appeared on his face. Since Lu is willing to take out a profound opening myriad strange beasts' soul essence, we naturally don't dare to be negligent. The eyebrowless old man said with an indifferent expression. His tone seemed to be hinting at something. Lu Zuriang chuckled and flipped his hand. With a flash of white light, a fist-sized white crystal ball appeared in his palm. Within the crystal ball, one could faintly see a soul essence that looked like a deer or a horse. It was constantly colliding with the wall of the white crystal ball, but every time it touched the wall, it would be blocked by a ray of white light. Lu Zuriang looked at the white crystal ball in his hand with a pained expression. With a wave of his hand, he threw the crystal ball to the eyebrowless old man. The eyebrowless old man took it without hesitation. He carefully looked at the soul essence in the ball and nodded. He turned his hand and put away the white crystal ball. Then, he raised his head and said faintly, I'm not sure. He then raised his head and said indifferently, all right, since Lu is so sincere, please speak your mind. However, I will say the ugly words first. Your Lu clan has already publicly rebelled against the Central Imperial Court. Although our 2 clans had a good relationship in the past, our Kongxiang clan does not wish to be involved in the battle between you and the Huangfu clan. Of course, such a big matter is not up to me to make the decision. Today, I have invited fellow Su here for another important matter. Lu Zuriang's heart frowned and he secretly cursed, old fox. However, his expression did not change at all. When the eyebrowless old man heard this, a trace of surprise appeared on his face, but he did not speak. Hee, I wonder if fellow Su has heard of a place called the Demon Abyss Tower in the Demon Abyss Secret Realm. Lu Zuriang chuckled and said. Demon Abyss Tower? The eyebrowless old man and the slightly plump youth looked at each other, and the latter also shook his head. The eyebrowless old man said, I am ignorant and inexperienced. I hope fellow Lu can give me some pointers. I wouldn't dare to give pointers. Since Fellow Su is interested, I am naturally willing to explain a thing or two to everyone. Lu Zuyang said while waving his hand. Then I'm all ears. A hint of interest appeared on the old man's face. Fellow Su, do you know where this demonic abyss secret realm came from? Lu Jiang paused for a moment before suddenly asking. The eyebrowless old man was startled again when he heard this. As far as I know, this demonic abyss mystic realm is a mysterious space that has existed since ancient times. If you want to trace its origins, I'm afraid that even the ancient demon clan of ancient times might not be able to explain it clearly. Could it be that fellow Lu knows about it? My great Shua Empire was born from the fate of the demon world. There are countless ancient books passed down in my clan. According to my Lu clan's many years of research, this demon abyss secret realm is rumored to be a different space that is connected to the ancient demon world. Lu Jiang's expression was solemn as he spoke word by word. What? The ancient demon world? The eyebrowless old man didn't pay attention to Lu Zongyang's boasting at first, but when he heard the latter part of his words, he was immediately shocked. The slightly plump young man and the others behind him also revealed expressions of extreme shock. The ancient demon world had already become a legendary existence to the current 10,000 demon continent. It was said that it was the true origin of the 10,000 demon continent. However, after a few interplanar wars in ancient times, the ancient demon world had long since disappeared from people's sight. However, the entire 10,000 demon continent was still debating about the existence of the ancient demon world. There were even rumors that the members of the demon clan could only break through the profound understanding stage in the ancient demon world, reaching the eternal life stage and living as long as the heavens and earth. This is the deduction of my Lu clan's successive ancestors. However, it is not far from the truth. The demon abyss tower that I just spoke of is actually the entrance to the ancient demon world. Lu Jiang said with a resolute expression. The eyebrowless old man was also a cunning person. After his excitement, he quickly calmed down. His eyes flashed as he asked, then why did Lu invite us here? Everyone might not know, but the demon abyss tower is actually in the inner abyss of the demon abyss. The reason I invited everyone here today is to see if Fellow Su is interested in entering the demon abyss tower with my Lu clan, Lu Jiang said with a serious expression. The inner abyss. The moment Lu Jiang said this, the faces of the Xianxia clan, led by the eyebrowless old man, changed greatly. Could it be that you have forgotten that the inner abyss of the demon abyss secret domain has always been a forbidden area of the entire demon abyss? Countless people have entered the demon abyss in the past, wanting to explore it, but in the end, none of them came out alive. Just the mausoleum at the periphery of the inner abyss is enough to trap us to death. You should know that in this place, you and I are only equivalent to a peak celestial phenomenon stage cultivator, the eyebrowless old man said firmly as he shook his head. He knew very well how terrifying the inner abyss was. In fact, the people who entered the demon abyss in the past were extremely curious about the inner abyss. The Xianxia clan had once sent people to explore the inner abyss, but all those who entered the secret domain died inside, including the Xianxia clan's elemental principal elder. From then on, the Xianxia clan designated the inner abyss as a forbidden area. After all, there was still a large area in the demon abyss that could be explored, so there was no need to throw away one's life. Haha, since I said so, I naturally made thorough preparations, Lu Jiang said confidently. When the eyebrowless old man saw Lu Jiang's confidence, he couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Could it be that the Lu clan really has a way to enter the inner abyss? The eyebrowless old man's mind spun at lightning speed, but he didn't reveal any of it on his face. That's right, there is one more thing I didn't say. The demon abyss tower is not only a passageway to the ancient devil world, but it is also a huge treasure trove. There are even quite a few treasures from ancient times. As the saying goes, seeking riches comes with danger. I believe that there is no need for me to say this, Fellow Su should also know this. Our Lu clan has made a lot of preparations for this trip to the demon abyss, Lu Jiang said with a glint in his eyes. When he said this, the eyebrowless old man's body trembled. He could no longer maintain his calm, and a look of greed flashed across his face. If there really was a way to enter the inner abyss, then the risk was worth taking. After all, no one had been able to enter since ancient times, so it was easy to imagine how many treasures there were. Although he was a profound understanding expert, he did not have a suitable treasure. If he could obtain one from the Demon Abyss Tower, his strength would increase by leaps and bounds, and his status in the clan would not be the same as before. Furthermore, if what Lu Jiang said was true, then bringing this important news back to the clan master would be considered a great contribution. The Lu clan, the illustrious clan, and the Kong Xiang clan were the four great clans. However, they were able to stand on equal footing with the central dynasty. Aside from being the descendants of the previous dynasty and knowing many secrets, the Demon Abyss Tower was also the reason. When he thought of this, the eyebrowless old man made a decision. The expressions of the slightly plump young man and the others changed. At that moment, they revealed expressions of eagerness. After all, since Lu Jiang had said this, he definitely had some confidence. He would not rashly send himself to death. The eyebrowless old man forced himself to calm down and suddenly changed the topic. That's right, other than your Lu clan, the Central Imperial clan should also know about the existence of the Demon Abyss Tower, right? Elder Su is indeed sharp. That's right, the Huangfu clan also knows about the opening of the Demon Abyss Tower. If our two clans join forces, our strength will not be any weaker than theirs. Lu Jiang saw the changes in the expressions of the eyebrowless old man and the others. He felt reassured and said with a chuckle. When the eyebrowless old man heard this, his eyes flashed. He then nodded and said, since that's the case, we can join forces. However, regarding the Demon Abyss Tower, can Lu explain it in detail? That's naturally not a problem. Lu Jiang's eyes flashed as he smiled. At the same time, in other parts of the Demon Abyss secret realm, the Long clan, the illustrious clan, and some other small clans all began to explore the secret realm after a short rest. As Lu Ming flew eastward, he used the Che Huan totem to conceal his aura and constantly released his divine sense to be vigilant of his surroundings. As a result, he avoided many demonic creature habitats. After flying for a day and a night without any incidents, the originally low and uneven depressions gradually became sparse, and the ground became a lot flatter. Bushes and trees began to appear, and the surroundings also became a little more verdant. However, among these plants, there were many towering purple trees and shrubs that emitted strands of purple mist that lingered in the surroundings. As Lu Ming continued to head eastward, the number of these purple plants increased. They even appeared in the entire forest or shrubbery, and most of them were purple in color. At the same time, the ground began to become muddy, and the humidity in the air increased bit by bit. The rising water vapor began to condense into mist in the air. After flying for another half a day, a huge swamp covered in rotting mud finally appeared in front of him. The swamp was lush with vegetation, but almost all of it was purple. As the purple mist intertwined with the mist in the air, there was a strange light purple color that made everything look somewhat indistinct. Lu Ming took a breath of the stench in the air and frowned slightly. This purple mist had some sort of corrosive effect. Although it did not affect his body, his divine sense would be greatly restricted here. Moreover, the power of the Che Huan totem seemed to have lost its effect. In other words, if he continued forward, he would be completely exposed to the hidden demonic creatures. However, since he had come here, Lu Ming naturally could not turn back halfway. After making up his mind, Lu Ming's body emitted billowing black gas that wrapped around his body. He then plunged into the whitish-purple mist. Half an hour later. Somewhere in the swamp, there was a noisy hissing sound. Hundreds of purplish-red dragonflies that were only around a foot in size were attacking a green-robed man in a frenzy. The man in a green robe was Lu Ming. This was already the third wave of poisonous insects that he had encountered since he entered this swamp. At this moment, he was wrapped in black gas. The 5-color thunder mark on his chest was flashing. Golden thunder balls the size of a head were ejected in all directions as he raised his hand. Roaring sounds came one after another. These golden thunder balls fell into the group of purplish-red dragonflies and exploded, turning into countless slender golden snakes that bounced and flickered in the group of dragonflies. As soon as these purplish-red dragonflies touched the silver lightning, they immediately turned into clouds of blood gas and a crackling sound, and then disappeared. The heavenly thunder spell could restrain all demonic chi, and it was even more effective against these large number of low-level demonic insects. This made Lu Ming very happy. In less than a quarter of an hour, the number of purplish-red dragonflies around decreased rapidly. There were only a few of them in the blink of an eye. half a day later. Not far in front of Lu Ming, a hill-sized fiery red toad bounced up from below. Immediately afterward, a series of puff-puff sounds were made from the bulges on its back. A large amount of poisonous mist diffused from it and rolled toward Lu Ming. At the same time, it opened its huge mouth and spat out a long bloody tongue with countless blue veins, rolling toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's hands were hanging on both sides at the moment, turning a blind eye to the attack in front of him. Just when the long bloody tongue was less than 80 meters away from Lu Ming, a golden bead appeared out of thin air with a flash of golden light at less than 10 meters in front of the fiery red toad. With a blur, it turned into a few feet long golden sword light. It pierced through the eyebrows of the fiery red toad and blasted out from the back of its head, disappearing in a flash. The fiery toad's blood-red tongue suddenly stopped less than 10 feet away from Lu Ming's body. The poisonous mist that had almost touched Lu Ming also dispersed. Then, the giant red toad's entire body crashed down, causing the faint purple mist below to tumble violently. Just at this moment, the sound of something tearing through the air could be heard. A large number of black wind blades shot out from behind him. Lu Ming didn't even look back. His figure blurred and disappeared on the spot. The sound of crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood rang out. The black wind blades landed on a large patch of purple shrubs behind where Lu Ming had been standing, instantly turning a patch of shrubs that was hundreds of feet in size into purple fragments. In midair, a gargantuan praying mantis the size of a loft with black devilish patterns all over its body looked around in a daze. Suddenly, a green light flashed on top of its head. Lu Ming's figure emerged. He waved one hand and an earthy yellow mountain emerged with bursts of yellow light. It pressed down with the momentum of Mount Tai. The giant praying mantis was wrapped in yellow light. Its movements were abnormally slow, but it still managed to raise a pair of blade-like arms and cross them over its head. Boom! A loud sound rang out. The giant praying mantis's blade-like arms couldn't stop the earthy yellow mountain at all. It was directly pressed under it. With a loud kacha sound, the giant praying mantis was crushed into pieces. Lu Ming waved one hand and took back a golden light and an earthy yellow bead. He exhaled a long breath and his chest rose and fell slightly. Although killing 2 Jindan stage demonic insects wasn't a big deal, the monsters in this swamp seemed to be endless. Moreover, they didn't seem to be afraid of death. They kept coming wave after wave, which made him a little depressed. In less than half a day, he had already slaughtered at least 2,000 or 3,000 monsters. Although these monsters' cultivation was at most Jindan stage, it still consumed a lot of his magic power. Just as he turned his hand and swallowed a recovery medicinal pill, intending to continue forward, a sudden change occurred. The faint purple mist in the surroundings suddenly began to churn violently, and a strange sandalwood scent suddenly pervaded the air. Lu Ming wrinkled his nose. Black smoke rolled out from his body and wrapped around his body, isolating him from the smell. He had just finished doing this when the surrounding pale purple mist rolled violently. Then, a gray mist appeared in front of him. This gray mist quickly spread out and intertwined with the original pale purple mist. In the blink of an eye, it surrounded Lu Ming's surroundings. Lu Ming's heart trembled. He could keenly feel that the devil chi in the air had become much denser. It obviously didn't just contain devil chi. There seemed to be some other aura. Furthermore, this strange gray mist didn't only reduce his vision, but it also affected his divine senses. He was afraid that his divine senses would only be less than 300 meters away from his body. There was a flash of surprise in Lu Ming's eyes. With a thought, his body flashed with silver light, and a silver flesh armor wrapped around his body. It was impenetrable. After doing all this, Lu Ming used his mind to transmit a question. Senior Motian, do you know what is going on with this gray mist that suddenly appeared? In the end, Motian didn't know if it was because he had just used his divination technique. Not only did he not show his figure, but he also didn't respond. After calling out a few times and getting no response, Lu Ming shook his head helplessly. With a quick thought, he decided to explore the end of this strange gray mist. After all, without any other clues, he decided to believe in Motian's divination results. Taking a step back, with his current strength, even if he encountered any danger, he wouldn't have to worry about protecting himself. With this thought, he patted the gourd on his waist with one hand. Black gas rolled out and turned into a silver bone scorpion. It disappeared into the ground in a flash. Then, he activated the escape light and slowly flew toward the depths of the gray mist ahead. In the end, he was surprised to find that he didn't encounter any attacks on the rest of the journey. Furthermore, he couldn't sense the existence of any living creatures within the range of his divine senses. It seemed that all the poisonous insects and demonic creatures in the surrounding swamp had suddenly disappeared. As Lu Ming flew forward slowly, his eyes flickered with a strange light. The current situation was extremely unusual. It was impossible for all the demonic beasts in the swamp to disappear for no reason. It was most likely related to this gray mist. However, after moving forward for a distance, the poisonous miasma that originally existed in the swamp was gradually replaced by this gray mist. The front became gray. In this way, Lu Ming's Chehuan totem was not interfered. With a flash of green light on his shoulder, he turned into an invisible light and flew forward silently. The more he flew forward, the thicker the surrounding gray mist. Lu Ming had now condensed a Yuanshan prototype in his divine sense C. His divine sense was extremely sensitive. Even with the obstruction of the gray mist, he still faintly noticed that a trace of strange energy began to emerge in the mist, trying to penetrate into his body. This energy was somewhat similar to the magic power of the celestial tablet, which could stimulate a certain desire in the body. He naturally wouldn't fall for it. With a thought, a layer of gray light suddenly appeared on the surface of his body, immediately isolating the strange energy outside his body. Lu Ming was relieved. He secretly sped up and flew hundreds of miles away in the blink of an eye. Huh! While flying, his face changed, and he quickly stopped. He saw that the ground not far ahead was no longer a swamp. A large area of black dry ground began to appear, like an island suddenly appearing in the sea. A purple light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes, and a dignified look appeared on his face. After pausing in midair for a moment, he began to fly forward again, but at a much slower speed. The black ground that suddenly appeared looked like a plain. The terrain was basically flat, and there were no plants growing on it. There was only black soil and some gravel. He flew forward for over 5 kilometers before coming to a stop again. There was a broken wall on the ground in front of him, which seemed to be formed after the collapse of a palace. These broken walls were gray-black in color, and there were obvious traces of weathering. Obviously, they had existed for many years. In addition, there were some ancient characters engraved on the surface of some of the ruins. Lu Ming's body slowly landed. His gaze fell on these ancient words, and his eyes condensed. He was no longer the ignorant kid who had just arrived on the 10,000 demon continent. He had a certain understanding of the 10,000 demon continent, and these characters were obviously some kind of ancient demon text. He didn't know much about this type of text, and he could barely recognize the demon text on a few walls that he could understand. There were some sacrificial offerings, blessings, and other words written on them. It seemed like before this place collapsed, it was a building similar to a temple. Lu Ming looked for a while, but he couldn't find any useful information. His body moved, and he flew into midair, continuing to fly forward. What surprised him was that as he continued to move forward, he would see ruins after a short distance, and it was basically the same as what he saw before. Lu Ming stood on top of a ruin, and his eyes gradually lit up. Before entering the Devil Abyss, Mo Tian once told him that there were many ancient ruins in the Devil Abyss mystic realm. It seemed like this should be one of them. It was a pity that Mo Tian had already entered a deep slumber. Otherwise, with his knowledge and experience, he should be able to decipher these characters. There was a flash of joy in his eyes. Mo Tian's divination pointed to this place, and it seemed like it was referring to this ancient ruin. At this moment, a whistling sound came from the gray mist in front of him. The huge sound wave was like the roar of a mountain or a tsunami. The ground suddenly shook violently, and many cracks appeared on the surface of the surrounding ruins. Lu Ming's expression changed, and he flew into midair. When he took a glance, his expression changed again. The gray fog in front of him was tumbling violently, and it seemed like there was a huge change in it. The gray fog formed circles of waves, and they spread out like waves in the sea. It contained the strange energy that he sensed earlier. There was a flash of purple light in Lu Ming's eyes. At this point, his divine senses had been restricted to a range of a few hundred feet, and it wasn't as far as the purple rune demon eyes. Through the gray fog, he could faintly see spots of blue light, and the source seemed to be not far ahead. He muttered to himself for a moment, and his body moved, and he continued to fly towards the source of the blue light. This time, he circulated the Chehuan totem to the extreme, and his body didn't emit any trace of aura. After flying for another 100 miles or so, a towering building that was tens of feet tall appeared in Lu Ming's field of vision. Looking down from the sky, this building was round in shape and looked like a huge altar. It was surrounded by a blue stone square, and a circle of black stone pillars stood in the distance. They were inscribed with many magic patterns. The source of the gray fog was here. Above the altar, thick fog was constantly gushing out, rolling and spreading in all directions. At the top of the altar, a thick blue beam of light shot into the sky, emitting circles of blue light that continued to spread in all directions. Although the blue beam of light was dazzling and gorgeous, in Lu Ming's eyes, there was an indescribable sense of eeriness and strangeness. The surrounding gray fog followed the blue circle of light, forming waves of undulations. However, this was not what surprised Lu Ming the most. What surprised him the most was the countless poisonous and demonic creatures surrounding the altar. These poisonous and demonic creatures of all sizes had landed on the ground and surrounded the altar in 3 circles. There were tens of thousands of them densely packed together. The poisonous insects and demonic creatures that Lu Ming had encountered before were all demonic creatures. These poisonous insects and demonic creatures that should have killed each other the moment they saw each other, did not look fierce at all. On the contrary, their faces revealed an intoxicated look, and they opened their mouths to breathe in something. The blue circle of light emitted from above the altar spread over these poisonous insects and demonic creatures. Lu Ming, who was hiding in the air near the altar, suddenly changed his expression. This blue circle of light swept over the poisonous insects around the altar, and their bodies immediately shriveled up. A large amount of essence was absorbed by the blue circle of light and integrated into the gray fog. The blue circle of light naturally spread around Lu Ming, and a faint suction force acted on his body, as if it wanted to take away some essence from him. However, this blue light was naturally useless against him. He used his magic power slightly, and this suction force was offset. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and his gaze fell on the altar. With a thought, his divine sense spread out and quietly penetrated into the altar. Right at this moment, another circle of blue light spread out. As soon as his spiritual consciousness came into contact with the blue halo, his face immediately changed. The suction force emitted by the halo also had a significant effect on his divine sense. It first absorbed his divine sense. Lu Ming was shocked and hurriedly withdrew his divine sense. This is the baneful soul's blue light. It seems like there is a demonic corpse with an extremely high cultivation in this altar. Furthermore, it has regained its spiritual wisdom and cultivated the corpse devil ability. Mo Tian's voice suddenly echoed in Lu Ming's mind, and his tone was rather delighted. Senior Mo Tian, so you have been awake all this time. Lu Ming was delighted as he transmitted his voice. In order to recover the divine soul power that was previously exhausted, I had just taken a short nap. Mo Tian replied. Senior Mo Tian, what kind of ability is the fiend's soul blue light you mentioned? Lu Ming nodded and asked. That is a kind of ability of the corpse ghost Dao. It is formed by the combination of the celestial phenomenon devil corpse's corpse chi and fiendish chi. It is a strange ability that can devour the essence chi of living creatures. Looking at the scale of the baneful soul's blue light, the one in the altar is probably at the mystic opening realm. Mo Tian laughed. Lu Ming nodded in response and didn't say anything else. He looked at the venomous insects and demonic creatures around the altar. Under the illumination of the blue halo, half of the venomous insects around the altar were sucked dry of their essence chi and turned into dried corpses. Strangely, the remaining venomous insects and demonic creatures didn't have any intention to escape. They still had this intoxicated expression and didn't seem to know that their death was imminent. It seems like this mystic opening devil corpse doesn't only know the baneful soul's blue light, but it is also proficient in some kind of illusion art that bewitches the mind. Mo Tian muttered. This point was obvious, and Lu Ming had made the same conclusion through his previous observations. Right now, his eyes were flickering with purple light as he looked at the ground around the altar. The blue pillar of light at the top of the altar wasn't just emitting circles of light waves, But the baneful soul's blue light had also condensed into a magic power boundary around the altar. If he wanted to break it, he would need to spend some time. His eyes flashed as he thought of an idea. Scorpion. Lu Ming used his divine sense to communicate with the bone scorpion that had been hiding underground. Under the illumination of the baneful soul's blue light, the venomous creatures around the altar were basically all dead. Only a few formidable demonic creatures at the Jin Dan realm were still alive. Right at this moment, the ground near the altar suddenly burst open. Countless soil and rocks tumbled up and instantly condensed into a stone sword that was a few meters in size, emitting a pale yellow radiance. The giant stone sword let out a loud roar and abruptly thrust at the altar. Rumble, the stone sword blasted on the blue light boundary around the altar, and the boundary that was condensed by the baneful soul's blue light shook violently. However, this boundary was obviously rather sturdy. Although the radiance it emitted was greatly reduced, it still withstood the giant stone sword's attack. Boom, the giant stone sword suddenly burst open, turning into a sky full of rubble. However, in the midst of the rubble, a giant silver scorpion's shadow appeared like a ghost. The giant silver scorpion's shadow shook its tail and dozens of dazzling silver lines appeared, making a shrill piercing sound. Like a storm, it fiercely bombarded the blue light boundary that had been greatly reduced. Chi-chi sounds rang out. Under the attack of the scorpion's tail, the blue boundary persisted for half the time it took for an incense stick to burn. Finally, it could not bear it any longer and shattered with a loud bang. Following the collapse of the blue boundary, the baneful soul's blue pillar of light at the top of the altar trembled a few times and then dissipated. The giant silver scorpion's shadow around the altar, like a whale sucking in water, merged into the body of a giant silver scorpion the size of a millstone. The giant silver scorpion looked at a direction far away from the altar. Its body moved, turning into a silver light, and entered the ground, disappearing without a trace. From the time the ground exploded to the time when the giant silver scorpion destroyed the blue boundary around the altar, the process seemed long, but in fact, it was only a few breaths. As the baneful soul's blue pillar of light dissipated, the bodies of several Jin Dan monsters near the altar, a green toad several meters tall, a brown lizard several meters long, and a pitch-black humanoid tree demon shook. The intoxicated expression on their faces disappeared without a trace, and they instantly regained their senses. These monsters had already cultivated their senses. Seeing the situation around them and their own situation, they revealed a look of horror. Their bodies turned around, and they fiercely shot into the distance. At this moment, a door at the bottom of the altar opened with a loud bang. 3 black lights shot out, chasing after the 3 monsters. In midair, Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. Among the black lights, there were 3 jet-black skeletons, each taller than a person. They were clad in bronze armor, and each held a black bone knife several feet long in their hands. 2 green flames burned in the eye sockets of their skulls. These 3 black skeletons exuded an aura that had reached the late stage of the Jin Dan realm. The speed of the black skeletons was extremely fast, and they caught up with the 3 monsters in the blink of an eye. The leading skeleton slashed the black bone knife in its hand, and a huge black blade light that was more than 100 meters long shot out, and hacked at the green toad. The black blade light exuded an extremely cold aura, and a layer of black frost appeared on the ground before the blade light even arrived. The green toad also had the strength of the Jin Dan realm, and its reaction was extremely fast. It issued a strange croak, and its sturdy hind leg stomped on the ground. Its huge body turned into a green afterimage, and it dodged the black blade light by a hair's breadth. Boom, the black blade light fell on the ground, and immediately split open a huge gully several meters deep, and 20 or 30 meters long. A look of fear flashed in the green toad's bulging eyes. It opened its mouth, and spouted a dark green flame. This green flame seemed to inflate, and it quickly expanded in the air. It turned into a green wave of fire that was several hundred meters high in the blink of an eye, and it enveloped the black skeleton. The huge wave of fire spread out, and the area within a radius of several hundred meters was transformed into a green sea of fire. The green toad's spiritual wisdom wasn't low, and the black skeleton was exuding an ice-cold aura. So, the green demonic fire should have a certain restraining effect on it. It didn't expect that the green flame would be able to harm the black skeleton. It only wanted to delay the black skeleton, and buy some time to escape. The green toad had already lost most of its spiritual essence. Now that it had released its demonic fire, its huge body swayed a little. But, it still managed to hold its breath, and its body turned into a green light. Then, it darted into the distance. Suddenly, a black light shot out from the green sea of fire. It moved as fast as lightning, and pierced the green light that the toad had transformed into with a puff sound. A blood-curdling screech was heard from the green light. Then, the green toad's body emerged, and it tumbled to the ground. It issued a shrill scream. A black bone blade had pierced its lower abdomen, and only the hilt of the blade was exposed. This was the location of the toad's spiritual sea. But, the black bone blade had pierced through the toad's body. The green toad didn't have much vitality left. Blood gushed out of the wound, but it was absorbed by the black bone blade. The black bone blade exuded a dazzling black radiance. Simultaneously, a layer of black ice spread on the toad's body, and froze it in the blink of an eye. Then, a black silhouette darted out of the green sea of fire, and landed beside the toad. It was the black skeleton. The green flames didn't seem to have any effect on it. The black skeleton held the bone blade in its hand, and a black blade light flashed. The huge green toad's body was cleaved into two halves. It couldn't be more dead than this. The two monsters had also been easily beheaded by the black skeletons. The three skeletons picked up the corpses of the three Jindan monsters, and flew towards the entrance of the sacrificial altar. A ray of light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes while he was still in the air. Then, his body turned into a wisp of invisible wind, and flew towards the entrance of the sacrificial altar after the three skeletons. He couldn't be detected by the three Jindan realm skeletons with his current level of cultivation. Bang! The entrance door closed once again, and the outside of the sacrificial altar regained its tranquility. Behind the altar's door was a large and dark hall. The air was filled with a faint gray mist and a nauseating smell of blood. 7 or 8 fist-sized fluorescent stones were embedded in the hall ceiling. They emitted a milky white radiance that illuminated the hall's outline. The hall was approximately 70 or 80 meters wide. At the center of the hall was a huge pool of blood that occupied 2/3 of the hall's area. The smell of blood in the air seemed to originate from this pool. The viscous blood in the pool seemed to be boiling. It was tumbling violently and constantly bubbling. Around the pool of blood stood a dozen or so huge stone pillars. Black light flickered on their surfaces, and mysterious demonic patterns were vaguely inscribed on them. The three black skeletons entered the hall. They carried the corpses of the three Jindan realm monsters and walked straight towards the blood pool. In the originally quiet hall, there was a burst of kacha-kacha sound of bones colliding with the ground, and the rumbling echoes reverberated in the hall. Seeing this, Lu Ming's figure moved. He turned into a green light and appeared behind a giant stone pillar closest to the gate like a ghost. The entire process was silent and didn't attract the attention of the black skeletons. It didn't take long for the cracking sounds to stop. The black skeletons arrived at the edge of the blood pool. They raised their bony arms and tossed the corpses of the three monsters into the blood pool. A strange scene appeared. As soon as the corpses of the monsters fell into the blood pool, the boiling blood pool quieted down. The three corpses melted at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, only a pile of bones remained. The bones slowly sank into the blood pool. From beginning to end, the black skeletons stood motionless in front of the blood pool. The next moment, a loud buzzing sound resounded. The blood pool, which had been unusually quiet, began to boil again. A huge whirlpool appeared out of thin air at the center of the blood pool. It spun at a very fast speed. Gray runes of different sizes shot out of the whirlpool. They flickered in and out of existence. Lu Ming's expression changed when he saw this. He could vaguely sense a terrifying aura coming from the center of the vortex. The whirlpool spun faster and faster, and gradually bulged. Then, a figure several feet tall slowly emerged from the whirlpool. After the blood on the surface of the figure flowed away, the figure was revealed. Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he hid behind the stone pillar. He saw a white skeleton sitting on a white bone throne. It was wearing a set of simple and unadorned silver bone armor. 2 dots of blue light appeared in its empty eye sockets. It looked extremely demonic. Although the silver-armored skeleton was just a skeleton, more than half of its body had grown pieces of black flesh, as if it was about to transform into a physical body again. In front of the blood pool, those previously motionless pitch-black skeletons suddenly straightened their bodies and saluted the giant silver-armored skeleton. The leader of the pitch-black skeleton spoke in a human voice. "Honorable Lord, the demonic creatures that were attracted this time have all been wiped out." "Is that so? Has the scorpion that destroyed the evil soul blue light boundary been dealt with as well?" The silver-armored skeleton sneered and asked. "After the scorpion destroyed the boundary, it immediately burrowed into the ground and escaped. We are not strong enough to catch up." The leader of the pitch-black skeletons replied with some trepidation. "Well, I know. You can leave first." The silver-armored skeleton's eyes flashed with blue light. Without saying anything more, he waved his hand and motioned for them to leave. After these pitch-black skeletons saluted the silver-armored skeleton again, they turned around and retreated the way they came. Not long after, as the door closed, the hall was restored to peace again. At this moment, the silver-armored skeleton suddenly raised its head and said to the direction of the stone pillar where Lu Ming was. "Since you are here, why don't you show yourself?" Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. Under a flash of green light, his body slowly emerged from behind the stone pillar. There was a dignified look on his face. The aura exuded by the silver-armored skeleton in front of him was no less than any celestial state existence that he had seen before. He also had a lot of understanding of the existence of the corpse demon. Even if the existence of the corpse demon was successful in cultivation and powerful, its intelligence would be relatively low due to the influence of the baleful Yin. Qi, just like the green-haired iron corpse of the barbarian ghost sex elder Yen. The intelligence of the silver-armored skeleton in front of him was very mature. He was afraid that it was not a celestial state corpse demon. If it was not for the special laws in the secret realm of the Devil Abyss, it should have the strength of the metaphysic realm. The original body of this silver-armored skeleton was definitely the skeleton of an ancient metaphysic demon. Thinking of this, Lu Ming was happy in his heart. This trip was not in vain. The secret technique to hide your aura is not bad. If it was not for the unusually strong aura of your bones, I would not have been able to find you. The silver-armored skeleton looked up and down at Lu Ming. Its body slowly stood up. With a shake, it flew out of the blood pool and landed on the ground in front of him. Hearing this, Lu Ming's heart trembled. Because he cultivated the dark bone method, his bones were far stronger than ordinary body cultivators. The opponent was a demon's corpse, so it was reasonable that it could sense the aura of his bones. "The gray fog and blue light outside are all caused by you?" Lu Ming asked. Yes, originally I just wanted to attract some of the demons in the swamp to absorb some essence. I did not expect to attract a celestial state demon. Yes, counting the time, another 30,000 years have passed. It is time for this place to be exposed. It seems that this time I can get a lot of blood food. I have not tasted the flesh of the demon for a long time. The silver-armored skeleton grinned and looked up. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Taking advantage of the silver-armored skeleton raising its head, he brushed the sword bag on his waist like a flashlight. A small golden ball shot out from the sword bag. The small golden ball blurred and disappeared without a trace. The next moment, it appeared on the top of the silver-armored skeleton's head. It had turned into a giant golden sword of tens of feet and slashed down fiercely. He used all his strength. The void sword exuded a dazzling golden sword aura. The sword body was also entwined with starlight. It was powerful and made a rumbling sound of thunder. The silver-armored skeleton looked at the power of the giant sword that was slashing down. Its body did not move at all. It raised its left arm and blocked the top of its head. A light flashed on its arm, and it suddenly grew 10 times bigger. It was like a white bone shield blocking the top of its head, with corpse chi lingering around it. A loud clang, the powerful void sword was easily blocked by the silver-armored skeleton's bone arm. There was not even a crack on the bone arm. Seeing this, Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. He knew that the defense of zombies and bone devils was extremely amazing, but he did not expect the silver-armored skeleton's body to be so hard that even the void sword pill that he activated with all his strength could not hurt it. However, he did not intend to use the void sword pill to deal with the silver-armored skeleton. He just wanted to restrain the opponent. Lu Ming chanted and waved his hand to form a sword technique. The golden giant sword flashed with light, and two identical giant sword shadows appeared out of thin air. They slashed at the silver-armored skeleton from the left and right. At the same time, he waved his hand. His body appeared with a brown light, and 4 mountain river pearls appeared in front of him. The 4 mountain river pearls expanded in the wind and turned into 4 brown giant balls the size of a house. They smashed at the silver-armored skeleton with the weight of a mountain. The void sword was not as good as the mountain river pearls to deal with the silver-armored skeleton. Seeing that the 4 mountain river pearls were about to land on the silver-armored skeleton, Lu Ming suddenly felt a strange fluctuation in the void behind him. "Be careful." Mo Tian's voice suddenly echoed in his ear. His expression changed. He stomped on the ground and turned into a black shadow, skimming to the side. There was a chi sound, and blood suddenly appeared. Lu Ming's figure appeared over 30 meters away. The silver beast armor on his shoulder had several deep wounds, and blood was gushing out. He didn't even look at the wound on his shoulder. His eyes suddenly looked at the place where he was originally standing. There, a red figure slowly appeared in the void. It was also a tall skeleton, but its body was blood red. One of its shiny black claws was dripping with blood, and it landed on the ground. The blood-red skeleton was slightly smaller than the silver-armored skeleton. There was no flesh on its body, and it was just a skeleton. However, the aura it emitted wasn't any weaker than the silver-armored skeleton. Kiki, it escaped rather quickly. Interesting. The blood-red skeleton let out a strange laughter and turned to look at Lu Ming. Its eyes were flickering with red light. There are actually 2 of them. Lu Ming's expression sank. He wiped his hand on the wound on his shoulder, and there was a flash of silver light. The beast armor on his shoulder recovered to its original state. The 4 mountain river pearls flew back to his side and returned to the size of a fist. Boom! A loud noise came from behind him, and the void sword that was entangled with the silver-armored skeleton was hit by a powerful force. With a whoosh, it flew back, and the 2 sword shadows that were split apart were directly shattered by the impact. Without the restriction, the silver-armored skeleton slowly walked forward. At this moment, its body was burning with a blue flame that was half a foot tall. It was the flame formed by the fiend soul's blue light. The strange blue light shone on its skeleton face, making it look extremely eerie and terrifying. The silver-armored skeleton and the blood-red skeleton stood in front and behind, sandwiching Lu Ming in the middle. "Kid, accept your death obediently." The silver-armored skeleton let out a sinister laugh and suddenly waved its hands. The fiend soul demon fire on its body surged out, and in a flash, it condensed into countless blue icicles. They shot towards Lu Ming like raindrops, making a piercing sound as they tore through the air. The blood-red skeleton behind Lu Ming also moved at the same time. It slashed at Lu Ming with its sharp claws, and 5 half-moons of blood light appeared out of thin air. They quickly expanded to more than 100 feet in size, and shot towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming snorted. Although he was attacked from both sides, he did not show any panic on his face. He waved his hands repeatedly, and he quickly chanted a spell in a low voice. The 4 mountain river pearls beside him flashed with yellow light, and turned into 4 fist-sized mini yellow mountains. With a wave of one hand, the 4 mountains expanded in the wind. In the blink of an eye, they became more than 100 feet in size. They surrounded his body and blocked him from all directions. Rumble! The blue icicles and the blood-red light blades bombarded the brownish-yellow mountain peak, producing a loud rumbling sound. The blue and red lights exploded, and the huge magic power shockwaves shook the entire altar hall, causing a buzzing sound to be heard. Yellow light circulated on the surface of the 4 earthen yellow mountains, and the mountains trembled violently. It was obvious that the 2 demonic skeletons' attacks were no small matter. But with Lu Ming's continuous injection of magic power, the 4 mountains finally stabilized again. When the silver-armored skeleton and blood-colored skeleton saw this, they let out a series of unresigned cackles and quickly increased the intensity of their attacks. For a moment, an overwhelming amount of blue icicles and blood-colored light surged over from the front and back, surrounding the small space that Lu Ming was in. Looking from afar, it looked like a giant red and blue ball was being held in midair. Lu Ming only felt a suffocating pressure coming from all directions. His heart trembled, and he naturally didn't dare to be negligent. Yellow light flashed in his hand, and he took out 5 mountain river pearls in a row, which expanded against the wind. The 9 earthen yellow mountains revolved rapidly around Lu Ming and emitted a large amount of earthen yellow light, wrapping Lu Ming's body in layers and constantly counteracting the 2 demonic skeletons' frenzied attacks. A deafening roar resounded, the tremors were getting more and more intense, and there were even large chunks of earth falling off from the mountain peaks. Fortunately, the mountain river formation formed by the 9 mountain river pearls had extraordinary defensive power. It was still able to withstand the 2 demonic skeletons' attacks that were like a violent storm. However, Lu Ming's expression was a little gloomy. He was very clear that even though he was relying on the powerful defense formed by the 9 mountain river pearls and wouldn't be in any danger for the time being, the consumption of magic power was very shocking. Once he went out, it would be fine if he had to face 1 demonic skeletons, but it would be hard to say if he had to face 2 demonic skeletons at the same time. Apart from that, the entire sacrificial altar seemed to be enveloped by some kind of strange restriction. His mental connection with the scorpion was actually cut off. Lu Brat, it has been too short since the last time I made a move. I am currently unable to activate the demon body to assist you again. However, I can control the Huangfu clan's young lady to entangle one of the skeletons. You can deal with the other one. Black Qi flashed, and Mo Tian's figure appeared beside Lu Ming. That female's cultivation base is only at the early phase of celestial phenomenon. Isn't that a little too forceful? Lu Ming had naturally thought of this method. However, the cultivation of these 2 devil corpse skeletons had already reached the mystic opening realm. Although they were forcefully suppressed to the peak of the celestial phenomenon realm by the devil abyss, their strength wasn't something an ordinary peak of the celestial phenomenon realm could compare to. Even with the control of Mo Tian, the magic power of the black-robed young lady was still a little weak. It shouldn't be a problem to just hold him back for a while. There is no time to lose. Let's take action immediately. Mo Tian's eyes flashed as he spoke. As Lu Ming heard the words, he nodded and groaned. He kept making gestures with both hands. 9 symbols instantly fell on the surrounding 9 brown giant peaks. After a series of buzzing sounds, 6 of the yellow mountains rotated in the air. 3 of them flew toward the silver-armored skeleton while the other 3 flew toward the crimson skeleton. The surface of the mountain glowed brightly, and circles of yellow halos appeared, emitting an abnormally vigorous earth attribute aura presence. The silver-armored skeleton and the crimson skeleton had a change in expression. The 3 yellow mountains formed a triangular formation in midair, blocking all the routes of retreat. There was no way to evade. Both of their eyes flashed with radiance, and they had no choice but to retreat and stop their attacks. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and he took the opportunity to wave his hand and take out a translucent mountain river pearl. The pearl moved slightly, and a multicolored light rolled out. After it converged, a black-robed young lady with her eyes closed appeared. When Mo Tian saw this, he opened his hands, and black strands of hair shot out from his fingertips at the black-robed young lady. The black strands were extremely slender and shiny. There was a faint black gas lingering on the surface, and it was the method used to control the young lady before entering the devil abyss. Just as these black strands were about to pierce into the black-robed young lady's body, there was a sudden change. The black-robed young lady's motionless body suddenly shook, and there was a flash of black shadow. She actually vanished on the spot. The black strands that were shot out by Mo Tian's fingers instantly pierced through the air, and his expression suddenly changed. In the next moment, the black-robed young lady's figure appeared over 30 meters away. Her pair of beautiful eyes flickered with radiance, and her body was emitting purple light. She instantly turned into a purple escape light and blasted towards the entrance of the sacrificial altar. Swish! A silver light shot out from her hand, and it flashed and flew towards the entrance. Within the silver light, there was a faint silver fork that was only an inch long. With a sway, it suddenly turned into 3 silver rainbows and arrived in front of the entrance in the blink of an eye. The black-robed young lady didn't stop. Her fair finger pointed at the 3 bundles of golden light from afar, and she spat out the word explode 3 times. In an instant, the 3 silver lights burst open and turned into countless lumps of silver flames that surged out. They instantly drowned the entrance of the sacrificial altar, and there was a loud rumbling sound. When the silver light faded away, there was a large hole that was a few meters wide on the sacrificial altar's entrance. From the moment the black-robed young lady leaped up to blasting open the sacrificial altar's entrance, the entire process was as smooth and clean as flowing water. When Lu Ming, Mo Tian, and the others looked back, the black-robed young lady was already less than 30 meters away from the hole. Seeing that the black-robed young lady was about to escape, the blood-colored skeleton's eyes flashed with red light, and it let out a sinister laugh. It might not have figured out what was going on with the black-robed young lady who suddenly appeared, but now that it discovered that the young lady was also a celestial phenomenon realm demon, it naturally wouldn't let her escape. As it continued to retreat, it lifted one of its hands at the same time, and a red light was shot out from its hand. It flashed and went into the top of the sacrificial altar. Hula! The entire sacrificial altar immediately shook violently, and the surrounding walls immediately appeared with a large bone-white radiance. After the white radiance faded away, rows of white bone fences suddenly appeared on the walls in all directions of the grand hall. They were connected to each other and extended all the way to the top of the grand hall. The entire grand hall seemed to be enveloped by a giant white bone cage, wrapping up the entire space inside the sacrificial altar. At the entrance of the sacrificial altar, the large hole that was originally broken open on the door was now blocked by the white bone fences. Pung! The black-robed young lady turned into a streak of light and directly crashed into the bone fences. She was immediately bounced back by a layer of white light. There was a flash of purple light, and the black-robed young lady appeared. Her expression was gloomy and uncertain. After a series of unforeseen events, Lu Ming's expression changed slightly, and his mind was spinning rapidly. When Mo Tian saw this, he let out a light sigh. His body suddenly turned into a black aura and burrowed into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's figure moved and landed not far away from the black-robed young lady. He beckoned with a single hand, and the 9 dirt-yellow mountain peaks turned back into the mountain river Pearl and flew back to his side. The black-robed young lady turned to look at Lu Ming, and her beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of sharpness. There was a faint vigilance. "Fairy, be careful. These 2 demonic skeletons aren't simple." Lu Ming smiled at the black-robed young lady and said. The black-robed young lady was startled, and she immediately understood Lu Ming's intention. Her face revealed a trace of anger. "TSK, do you think you can fight against us with one more helper? It's simply wishful thinking. Right now, you can't escape even if you have wings. Why don't you accept your death obediently?" The blood-colored skeleton swept its eyes across Lu Ming and the black-robed young lady before it spoke with a strange laughter. The silver-armored skeleton didn't say a word. Its figure suddenly turned into a blue light and pounced straight at Lu Ming. Before its figure arrived, the evil spirit blue light on its body flew out and turned into a giant python with blue light lingering around it. It opened its giant mouth and bit down at Lu Ming. "You try to delay the blood-colored skeleton for a while. I'll come to help you after I'm done here." Lu Ming transmitted a message to the young lady, and at the same time, he pointed his finger with a sword gesture. The void sword pill flashed out and turned into a golden waterfall that was more than 100 feet long. It slashed at the giant blue python. On the other side, the blood-colored skeleton laughed in a strange manner. A large amount of blood light appeared on its body and condensed into a blood cloud that was more than 100 feet in size. It shrouded the black-robed young lady. There was a loud sizzling sound, mournful ghost cries sounded in the blood cloud. Then, a giant blood-colored tentacle sprang out from it and whipped at the black-robed young lady. A faint trace of horror flashed in the eyes of the black-robed young lady. The current situation wasn't what she wanted, but it didn't allow her to have any other choice. With a shout, the black demonic mark between her eyebrows flashed, and she spat out a small purple cauldron from her mouth. It rotated and turned into the size of a pavilion. The lid of the cauldron opened, and countless purple filaments shot out densely from it. They turned into a large purple net that greeted the blood cloud and the tentacles. The blood-colored tentacles collided with the large purple net, and the tentacles were wrapped up by the purple filaments. Although the blood-colored tentacles struggled, the purple filaments were constantly broken. However, as the black-robed young lady didn't stop her hand technique, the purple cauldron continued to spit out filaments. It temporarily resisted the blood cloud's continued approach. However, the cauldron obviously consumed a lot of spiritual power. In just a moment, the black-robed young lady's face turned pale. An ear-piercing shriek rang out from within the crimson cloud. The crimson cloud suddenly trembled, and a dense mass of crimson lightning balls emerged. Immediately after, they exploded and transformed into countless crimson lightning snakes that shot towards the purple net. A trace of panic flashed in the black-robed young lady's eyes. Although she didn't stop her hand technique, the large purple net was still forced to retreat. Lu Ming saw the situation of the black-robed young lady, and there was a trace of hesitation in his eyes. At this moment, the golden giant sword formed by the Sword of Void was fighting with the blue python. It was not at a disadvantage. Although the black-robed young lady was an enemy, they were in the same boat at this moment. His mind turned quickly, thinking about how he could help her. A blue light flashed in the silver-armored skeleton's eye sockets. Taking advantage of Lu Ming's slight distraction, it waved its hand and launched a technique. The blue python's body suddenly circled and unexpectedly wrapped around the golden giant sword. The giant python opened its mouth and bit the body of the giant sword formed by the Sword of Void at lightning speed. It began to absorb the spiritual power of the Sword of Void. The golden giant sword quickly shrank, and on the contrary, the body of the blue python became bigger. When Lu Ming saw this scene, his expression changed, and he executed sword techniques with both his hands. The Void Sword's golden sword light dissipated and turned back into a small golden sword. With a swish sound, it broke free from the blue python's entanglement and flew back to Lu Ming's side. In just a short period of time, the golden light emitted by the Void Sword had dimmed significantly. It seemed like its spirituality had suffered some damage. When Lu Ming saw this, his heart felt a heartache. Be careful. This isn't a regular evil soul's blue light. A regular evil soul's blue light doesn't have such a powerful devouring power. Mo Tian's voice suddenly echoed in his heart. When Lu Ming heard the statement, his expression sank, and countless thoughts flashed through his mind. The silver-armored skeleton laughed complacently and spat out a blue light that entered the giant python's body. The blue light giant python's body immediately swelled up, and 4 dragon claws emerged from its body. The giant python suddenly turned into a blue flood dragon, and its prowess was even greater. It pounced over while baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. With a point of his finger, Lu Ming kept the void sword orb into the sword pouch to nourish it. When he saw the blue light giant python pouncing in front of him, there was a thunderous sound from his body. Countless golden arcs shot out and turned into golden electric snakes that danced wildly. With a blur of his arms, he blasted out 2 fists that seemed slow but were actually fast. The golden arcs flickered and lingered on them. Bang! There was a loud sound. The 2 electric giant fists ruthlessly struck on the blue giant python's head. When the blue giant python was enveloped by the golden electric light, its body suddenly stiffened. Subsequently, a horrific power was emitted from the 2 fists. The giant python's body trembled and actually collapsed bit by bit. It then burst open and turned into blue ice crystals that scattered in all directions. The situation took a turn for the worse, and the silver-armored skeleton was startled. It immediately let out an angry yell. This evil soul's blue light was something that it had spent countless years to cultivate bit by bit. When it was combined with its special soul-devouring magic power, the power was far superior to the regular evil soul's blue light. It could be said to be the nemesis of all magic treasures, but now, it was severely injured by the opponent. The silver-armored skeleton let out a strange cry. Then, it kicked the ground with both of its bones, and pounced towards Lu Ming. White light flashed in his 2 bony hands as he hovered in midair. Suddenly, a pair of white short blades appeared in his hands. The blades were exuding a sparkling and translucent radiance. The silver-armored skeleton brandished its white bone blades, and 2 sparkling and translucent sword lights shot out in the shape of a cross. They were extremely fast, and appeared in front of Lu Ming in a flash. A black light flashed on both of Lu Ming's arms. He was about to punch out and smash the cross-shaped blade light when his pupils suddenly shrank. This saber light looked ordinary, but for some reason, it gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. At the critical moment, he let out a low roar and suddenly retracted his fist. With a wave of his sleeve, a pearl of mountains and rivers appeared in front of him. A yellow light flashed, and the pearl of mountains and rivers swelled to about 10 feet in size. It then emitted a circle of dazzling earth-yellow radiance, and stood in front of Lu Ming. Chi. The cross-shaped snow-white blade light easily tore apart the protective radiance of the pearl of mountains and rivers. Then, it heavily chopped down on the pearl of mountains and rivers. A loud sound was heard. The pearl of mountains and rivers suddenly shook. Then, it fell to the ground like a meteorite. It then pounded on the ground, and issued an even louder sound. In fact, the entire altar shook violently. However, the cross-shaped and translucent blade light also dissipated. Lu Ming's feet touched the ground, and his body shot back a distance of more than 100 feet. His eyelids twitched twice. His arms would have been severely injured if he had used his fists to bombard the blade light. The silver-armored skeleton let out a low roar, and fiercely brandished the dual bone blades in its hands. 5 or 6 translucent blade lights shot out in quick succession. A gray light flashed on its body at the same time. Then, 2 gray skulls appeared beside it. The gray skulls disappeared without a trace. Then, they suddenly appeared behind Lu Ming. They opened their mouths, and spouted 2 gray flames. These flames combined with the 5 or 6 blade lights, and blocked all of Lu Ming's escape routes. Humph! Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. He snorted coldly, and shook his hands. Then, a yellow light flashed beside him, and 11 pearls of mountains and rivers appeared. The pearls of mountains and rivers that had been struck by the blade light also flew out, and landed around Lu Ming. A rolling earth-yellow mist suddenly gushed out of the 12 pearls of mountains and rivers. Then, it condensed into a mass of earth-yellow clouds, and enveloped Lu Ming. Then, 12 black shadows emerged from the yellow cloud at the same time. They seemed like huge pythons, and were slithering in the cloud. Lu Ming's silhouette flashed, and his body blended into the cloud. Then, he disappeared. His body had barely flown into the earth-yellow cloud when the blade light and gray flames arrived in front of him. Then, they flew straight into the cloud. However, they didn't make a single sound. It was as if they had fallen into a quagmire. The silver-armored skeleton's silhouette stopped beside the earth-yellow cloud. It didn't rush in recklessly. The cloud in front of it gave it a dangerous feeling. It was considering whether or not to launch another 2 attacks when the earth-yellow cloud in front of it suddenly expanded, and engulfed the silver-armored skeleton. The silver-armored skeleton let out an angry roar. Then, it stamped its foot, and its body shot backwards. It had a faint premonition that it would be in danger if it were to get trapped inside the earth-yellow cloud. Suddenly, the earth-yellow mist in the surroundings started to swirl violently. Then, it formed a whirlpool that was several hundred feet in size. Rays of earth-yellow light that carried a huge suction force acted on the silver-armored skeleton's body. The silver-armored skeleton let out an angry roar. Then, its body shone with a bone-white radiance. It struggled with all its might, but it was to no avail. It was involuntarily engulfed in the whirlpool. The silver-armored skeleton became even more alarmed as soon as it entered the whirlpool. The suction force of the whirlpool was extraordinarily strong. In fact, it could even feel the space stirring violently. The silver-armored skeleton roared again and again. It operated its magic power to the extreme. But, it seemed as if its body had fallen into a quagmire. It couldn't get out no matter how hard it struggled. On the contrary, a huge tearing force rubbed against its bones, and set off a series of sparks. Its 2 bone-white blades slashed out a blade light, and fell into the surrounding whirlpool. But, they were like clay oxen in the sea, they didn't have any effect. The 2 gray skulls had already been swallowed by the whirlpool. So, it couldn't feel the connection between them. Fortunately, its body was extremely hard. So, it was fine for a while. The silver-armored skeleton felt a little relieved. It tried its best to operate its magic power. Thoughts spun in its mind as it tried to think of a way to escape. At that moment, a figure flashed above the whirlpool. Lu Ming's figure emerged. His face was slightly pale. The situation in front of him was that he had activated the 12 pearls of mountains and rivers to set up a brand new mountain-river matrix. He had just comprehended the changes of this matrix after he had refined the 3 pearls of mountains and rivers into a treasure cave. The range of the matrix was much smaller than before, but its power was much stronger. In particular, its trapping power had improved qualitatively. Correspondingly, the consumption of magic power was also much greater. Lu Ming took a deep breath and looked at the silver-armored skeleton in the whirlpool. His eyes flashed, and he grabbed with both hands. The sword of the void flew out of the sword pouch at his waist. With a blur, it turned into a giant golden sword that was dozens of feet long. He mumbled something, and 2 golden electric arcs shot out of his palms. They landed on the sword of the void. The giant sword was immediately wrapped in golden electric arcs, making bursts of thunder. It looked very powerful. In the whirlpool below, the silver-armored skeleton's heart sank when it saw this scene. However, the surrounding whirlpool was getting stronger and stronger. It could not break free at all. The sword of the void was wrapped in golden lightning. It looked like a golden lightning sword. However, Lu Ming did not stop there. He continued to mumble something, and the 13 apertures of the Jin Dan in the spiritual sea suddenly shook. The 5-colored thunder seal on the Jin Dan flashed, and a finger-thick 5-colored lightning appeared in Lu Ming's palm. It was the 9th heaven thunder. Over the years, with the continuous improvement of his cultivation base, the 5-color thunder seal formed by the 9th heaven god thunder contained in his real pellet state became stronger and stronger. Although it was impossible to cast the 9th heaven god thunder at any time like his heavenly thunder technique, it could occasionally cast 1 or 2 bolts every once in a while. The 9th heaven thunder also wrapped around the sword of the void. The 5-colored electric arcs were extremely dazzling, and the sound of thunder suddenly became several times louder. In the whirlpool below, the silver-armored skeleton saw the 5-colored lightning. Its eyes flashed with blue light, and it finally showed a look of fear. The golden lightning was not a big deal, but the 9th heaven thunder was a fatal threat to it. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He waved his hand, and the giant sword wrapped in different colored lights turned into a huge sword light, chopping toward the silver-armored skeleton. A trace of despair flashed in the silver-armored skeleton's eyes. It roared, and its body shone brightly. Its body was forcibly lifted half a foot out of the whirlpool. The white bone sabers in its hands shone brightly, and it chopped 7 or 8 saber lights in a row. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and he waved his hand to make a sword spell. The sword of the void turned slightly, and suddenly wrapped around the saber lights that were coming from below. Bang, bang. Bang, the 7 or 8 saber lights were easily broken like eggshells, and turned into fluorescent lights that filled the sky. The sword of the void slowed down a little, but it still blurred and appeared above the silver-armored skeleton's head. It twisted around its neck at lightning speed. The 5-colored electric light flashed, and the silver-armored skeleton's body stiffened. The blue light in its 2 empty eye sockets suddenly dissipated. The next moment, the silver-armored skeleton's head tilted, and its head fell. Although the silver-armored skeleton's body was hard, the 9th heaven thunder was the nemesis of all monsters. The silver-armored skeleton's spirit was easily destroyed by the 9th heaven thunder before it could escape. Lu Ming's face relaxed, and he waved his hand to make a sword spell. The light of the sword of the void dissipated, and it turned into a small sword. It let out a low vibrating sound, and it flashed back into the sword bag. The sword of the void had lost some of its spirituality, and now that it was forcibly activated, it would probably take a long time to recover. As Lu Ming thought about this, his 2 hands changed like a wheel, and he made a series of spells that disappeared into the yellow clouds around him. Whoosh! The mountain river formation soon dissipated. His eyes lit up, and his figure once again appeared in the altar. At that moment, a crisp scream was heard. A black figure was shot out from somewhere and fell heavily on the ground. It was the black-robed girl. Lu Ming's expression changed. The purple light around the black-robed girl's body was dim and her purple hair was messy. She was clearly at the end of her tether. A thick bone spear had pierced through her shoulder and blood was gushing out. The black-robed girl's purple bow had fallen not far away. The purple cauldron was also weak and emitting a faint purple light to protect the black-robed girl. However, it was clearly useless. With a strange laugh, the crimson skeleton pounced at the black-robed girl in a flash. 4 to 5 blood-colored bone spears that were about 10 feet long pierced through the air toward the black-robed girl, who was already unable to move. It was obvious that the skeleton wanted to kill her with one strike. There was a flash of determination in the black-robed girl's eyes. Just when she was about to move, a figure flashed in front of her. It was Lu Ming who stood in front of her. There was a flash of black light and a series of muffled sounds. The blood spears that were flying toward her were broken. There was a flash of red light in the crimson skeleton's eye sockets. It seemed to be surprised and stopped moving. "It's you," the crimson skeleton said softly. It then turned its head to the side and saw a silver-armored skeleton with its head separated from its body lying quietly on the ground. The black-robed girl also saw the silver-armored skeleton's death and looked at Lu Ming with a strange look in her eyes. "Hee hee. You're so useless. You were killed by a demon in the middle stage of celestial cultivation." The crimson skeleton sneered and looked at Lu Ming and the black-robed girl. "It's good that you're dead. These two are mine now. I'll devour your bones as well." The crimson skeleton grinned and its body shone brightly. It pounced at Lu Ming. "Stupid." Lu Ming sneered and waved his hands. The 12 pearls of mountain and river appeared again. The blood-colored skeleton was stunned. The powerful spiritual pressure emitted by the 12 mountain river pearls, especially the 3 Dongtian mountain river pearls, made it feel slightly fearful, causing it to pause. Lu Ming waved his hands, and the 12 beads of mountains and rivers shone brightly. The brown cloud appeared again, and instantly enveloped the blood-red skeleton. Lu Ming himself also flew into the cloud. The black-robed girl looked at the yellow cloud in front of her and a light flashed in her eyes. She struggled to sit up and pulled out the bone spear from her shoulder. Then, she took out a few pills and swallowed them. A moment later, her complexion looked a little better. At that moment, a figure flew out from the yellow cloud not far away. It was Lu Ming. The cloud dissipated with a loud bang, turning back into the 12 beads of mountains and rivers and flying into Lu Ming's sleeve. The blood-colored skeleton, which was initially aggressive, was just like the silver-armored skeleton on the other side. It was beheaded and lying on the ground, without any signs of life. The consecutive fierce battles had caused Lu Ming's face to look a little pale. He took out an elixir and swallowed it. He took a glance at the black-robed girl and shifted his gaze to the body of the blood-colored skeleton. The black-robed girl's eyes flickered, and the corner of her mouth moved slightly. However, she didn't say anything in the end. Lu Ming waved his hand and released a black aura. He kept the 2 mystic opening realm corpses, the blood-colored skeleton and the silver-armored skeleton. Especially the pair of white daggers that the arms of the silver-armored skeleton had transformed into. The daggers were extremely powerful and were obviously not ordinary treasures. He would study them when he had the time in the future. At that moment, a black shadow flashed on his body, and Motion's figure appeared. Not bad. 2 mystic opening realm demon corpses. Their original bodies must be extraordinary. They must be the elites of the ancient demon clan. With these, I am confident that I can condense more than half of the demon body. Motion couldn't help but reveal a joyful expression. Since that is the case, I hope that Senior will not forget about the previous promise. Lu Ming spoke indifferently and looked around the altar. The 2 mystic opening realm demon corpses might have been killed by Lu Ming, but the giant bone cage that enveloped the entire hall was still there. The black-robed girl obviously noticed the situation and knew that she couldn't break out of the bone cage to escape. She simply sat cross-legged on the ground. There was no expression on her beautiful face, and her pair of black and bright eyes looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming walked slowly to the black-robed girl and stood still. The black-robed girl looked straight at Lu Ming, and the 2 of them didn't speak for a moment. Motion's eyes flashed with a trace of undetectable strangeness. His figure flashed and appeared in front of the young lady. He slowly said, "You are the princess of the Central Empire, right? You don't have to be afraid. We didn't capture you to take your life. There is a reason for this." Motion spoke until this point and turned his head to look at Lu Ming. When he saw that Lu Ming didn't have any expression, he let out a mischievous laugh and continued. "In fact, we have some misunderstandings with the Central Empire. We are worried that your Huangfu clan will take the opportunity to take revenge. In order for this trip to the mystic domain to be successful, we have no choice but to inconvenience your highness. Once this matter is settled, we will naturally let you go. There is no need to resort to insinuations. Since things have come to this, why do you have to say such hypocritical words?" The black-robed girl didn't wait for Emotion to finish and interrupted him with a cold voice. I wonder what your highness means. Emotion asked indifferently. You were discussing in a grotto heaven about using me as a sacrifice. I have already heard it. The black-robed girl sneered and replied. Emotion's face darkened as he sized up the black-robed girl. His eyes stopped at her ears for a moment before a trace of understanding appeared in his eyes. So that's the case. You actually possess the truth listener talent that is hard to come by in 10,000 years. TSK, you are truly fortunate. Emotion muttered to himself. Truth listener talent? Lu Ming, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. The so-called truth listener is actually an extremely rare and special innate ability of the devil race. Those who possess this ability will have extremely sensitive hearing. Even if there is a soundproof restriction, they will still be able to hear the voices inside and even the contents of the transmitted message. Emotion took a glance at Lu Ming and explained indifferently. Lu Ming was startled when he heard the explanation. He took a glance at the black-robed girl while his eyes flickered. It is said that this truth listener talent has other miraculous effects. It is rumored that when this talent is cultivated to the highest realm, one's ears will be able to listen to all sounds. They will even be able to hear the thoughts of others. Emotion stared at the black-robed girl and continued to explain. Although Emotion didn't continue speaking, Lu Ming's heart was rather shaken. This black-robed young lady must have cultivated this innate talent to a decent level. Therefore, she was able to hear the conversation between the two of them when she was unconscious. When he thought of this, there was a slight change in the way he looked at the black-robed girl. However, he didn't reveal any strange expression on his face. Since this girl has seen through our plans, let's imprison her to prevent any more trouble. When we need her, we can just use her as a blood sacrifice. Emotion's tone suddenly turned awe-inspiring. Lu Ming nodded and raised his hand. There was a flash of yellow light in his palm, and a misty yellow translucent pearl appeared. It was the mountain and river pearl. Seeing that Lu Ming was about to make a move, the young girl's beautiful eyes flickered a few times. However, she said something to Lu Ming that made Emotion frown. I didn't expect such a shrewd person to actually listen to the words of Amo Soul. Be careful not to be betrayed and still count money for others. The black-robed girl's voice wasn't loud, but Lu Ming's eyes narrowed when he heard it. Xianxia already had some doubts about Emotion's actions. He might have been keeping his guard up in the dark, but he wasn't able to find any concrete evidence. After all, Emotion had done plenty of things that were beneficial to Xianxia. However, after hearing the black-robed girl's words, it seemed like she knew something. He couldn't help but be skeptical. Lu brat, don't believe this girl's nonsense. She is obviously trying to drive a wedge between us. Don't fall for it so easily. Emotion's eyes flashed with a strange light as he berated with a stern voice. There's no hurry. Let's hear what she has to say first. Lu Ming acted as though he didn't hear Emotion's words. He stopped what he was doing and spoke calmly. If you don't have any intentions towards him, why did you fuse a portion of your divine soul power and bloodline power into his body? I think you are obviously waiting for the right time to seize control of his physical body, right? The black-robed girl turned around and looked at Emotion while sneering. A bunch of nonsense. Emotion denied immediately. What evidence do you have to say all these? Lu Ming looked at the black-robed girl and asked without any expression. If you don't believe me, then feel free to imprison me. When I'm at death's door, you can see if I'm speaking nonsense or not. The black-robed girl puffed out her chest and spoke without any fear. Continue speaking. If what you say is the truth, I can let you go. Lu Ming spoke indifferently. He flipped his hand and kept the mountain river pearl. You. Emotion's face flashed with anger when he saw this, but he immediately became uncertain. With his understanding of Lu Ming, it would be futile for him to say anything else since Lu Ming had already said so. If this queen remembers correctly, this Emo Hun said that he needs this queen's body as a blood sacrifice to break a restriction, right? The black-robed girl looked at Lu Ming and said. That's right. Since things had come to this, Lu Ming naturally didn't hide anything. Emotion stared at the girl without moving his eyes and didn't say anything. In fact, What he wants is a secret treasure in the Devil Abyss Tower in the Inner Abyss, the Turbid Heaven Mirror, right? The black-robed girl continued. When Lu Ming heard the name Turbid Heaven Mirror, there was a flash of surprise in his eyes. He immediately thought of Motion's Grotto Heaven artifact, the Turbid Heaven Tablet. If what the black-robed girl said was true, the two should be related in some way. When he thought of this, he glanced at Motion with the corner of his eyes. When he saw that Motion had an indifferent expression and didn't deny it, he had some guesses in his heart. His eyes flickered as he muttered to himself. Inner Abyss, Devil Abyss Tower, the jade slips on the map given by Motion didn't mention these two places. The so-called Inner Abyss actually refers to a special region in the center of the Devil Abyss. The black-robed young lady saw that Lu Ming seemed to know nothing about the Inner Abyss or the Devil Abyss Tower. She explained in detail and spoke bluntly about the dangers of the Inner Abyss. Lu Ming's mind was racing when he heard it. According to what the black-robed young lady said, countless people had entered the Inner Abyss since ancient times, but no one had ever come out. It wasn't something that could be described as dangerous. As for the Devil Abyss Tower, it is rumored to be a passage to the ancient Devil Domain. As for whether it is true or not, no one knows. However, there are plenty of treasures hidden in the tower, and the Turbid Heaven Mirror is one of the most important treasures. In order to obtain this treasure, one has to go through some kind of blood sacrifice secret technique. However, the blood sacrifice isn't someone with an extremely pure demon bloodline. It should be said that one has to possess an ancient demon soul. The black-robed young lady explained in detail in a single breath. In the current situation, the initiative was in the hands of Lu Ming. She would only be able to survive if she obtained Lu Ming's trust. What is an ancient demon soul? When Lu Ming heard this, his eyes flickered slightly. He took a glance at Motion and asked slowly. I don't know much about this. I only know that the ancient demon soul is related to the rumored ancient devil domain. It is rumored that the ancient devil domain has the soul essence of an ancient powerful demon race sealed in it. Occasionally, some ancient demon souls would leave the ancient devil domain due to some special reasons and descend to the 10,000 devil continent. They would then attach themselves to a newborn demon. Such a demon would possess the power of the ancient demon soul and even have some memories of the ancient demon soul. Their cultivation speed is far beyond ordinary people. If I didn't guess wrongly, the demon soul beside you is one of them. The black-robed young lady finished her explanation and looked at Motion with a grave expression. Motion's eyes were already extremely gloomy when he looked at the young lady. The black-robed young lady looked at Motion without any fear and used one arm to support herself as she slowly stood up. Her injuries might be severe, but after a period of recovery, her injuries were much better, and her movements were basically fine. Lu Ming didn't have any expression on his face, but from the changes in Motion and the black-robed young lady's expression, he could tell that the black-robed young lady was probably telling the truth. A portion of Motion's divine spirit power had been integrated into his body. In other words, he had become a person with an ancient demon soul. In other words, he was a qualified sacrifice. If this was the truth, then Motion's actions could be explained. Thinking of this, his face turned gloomy. He changed the topic and asked again, what about the celestial mirror? Since Motion had schemed to obtain this item, it was obvious that it had a great origin. It is said that in ancient times, this treasure was refined by an almighty demon who had reached the eternal life realm. It is inscribed with that almighty demon's eternal life mark and contains his comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth. If you can comprehend this mark, you can directly advance to the eternal life realm. Even if you can only comprehend it a little, it will be of great benefit to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. The black-robed girl hesitated for a moment before sighing softly. Huh. Lu Ming took a deep breath of cold air. If it was such a treasure, it was reasonable for Motion to want to obtain it at all costs. I didn't expect for my judgment to be wrong this time. I never expected that the memories of the devil soul in your body had already awakened. Right at this moment, Motion, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke while staring at the young lady. This queen didn't innately possess the devil soul. Someone had integrated a portion of the devil soul's power into this queen's divine soul and told this queen some things. When the black-robed young lady spoke up to this point, it was unknown why her eyes flashed with a trace of sadness. Senior Emotion, it seems like what she said is true. You already planned to make me the sacrifice for you to obtain the treasure, right? Lu Ming sighed and turned around to ask Emotion. That's right. Emotion's eyes flashed as he nodded and admitted it. Since that is the case, then there is nothing more to say. Lu Ming revealed a cold smile and lifted his hand while black aura surged out from his body. You don't have to be so angry. I originally had this intention, but now that everything is out in the open, I will naturally give up on this plan. Emotion knitted his brows and spoke unhurriedly. Lu Ming let out a cold smile and didn't reply. He simply waved his hand and chanted. The black aura on the surface of his body flashed and condensed into countless black runes. They gathered into the shape of a silkworm cocoon and wrapped Emotion within it. You want to seal me like the previous time? Emotion looked at the surrounding black runes and let out a mischievous laugh. There was a flash of black light in front of him, and a black-scaled demon hand appeared out of nowhere. With a slash, there was a flash of black light, and the black runes that were wrapped around the hand instantly dispersed. Lu Ming's expression stiffened as his eyes landed on the black-scaled demon hand, and his eyes contracted slightly. At this moment, he was regretting helping Emotion to condense this demon hand and allowing Emotion to recover some strength. At the same time, he was rejoicing that he didn't allow Emotion to recover too much strength. It was just a demon hand, and he was confident that he could still deal with it. Lu Ming took a deep breath, and there was a crackling sound from his palm. Golden electric arcs enveloped his hands. The black-robed young lady had a change in expression as she quickly flew to the side. Lu, are you really going to make a move against me here? Emotion narrowed his eyes and spoke in a deep voice. Humph. I can't think of any reason to let you off. Lu Ming sneered and raised his hands, preparing to make a move. Don't forget that we are now twins and have the heart demon contract. If you kill me, you should be clear of the consequences. Emotion frowned and spoke. Don't worry, I will not kill you. I am just going to scatter the demon body that you have condensed. Lu Ming's eyes turned stern as the golden electric arc suddenly shot out from his palm and condensed into a golden electric net that enveloped Emotion. Emotion's expression changed as his body suddenly turned into a black aura and fused into the black-scaled demon hand in front of him. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with chilling light as his hands shook abruptly. The golden electric net contracted rapidly and wrapped the black-scaled demon hand in layers. There was a loud zzz sound. When the golden electric arcs blasted on the black-scaled demon hand, the black aura that lingered on the demon hand instantly turned into black smoke and dissipated. However, the black-scaled demon hand didn't budge no matter how the golden electric arcs blasted on it. Lu Ming's expression turned grave, and there was a loud thunderous sound from his palm. A 5-colored electric arc shot out, and it was a wisp of the 9-heaven divine thunder. It blasted on the demon hand and produced a loud sound. The black-scaled demon hand shook violently, and the black light on the surface decreased as it tumbled. When the 5-colored electric arc dissipated, the black-scaled demon hand didn't even have a trace of a crack. The black light on the skeletal hand quickly returned to its original state. When Lu Ming saw this, he frowned and curled his fingers. There was another 5-colored electric arc that appeared in his palm. There is no need to try. This black-scaled demon hand isn't something that the current you can destroy. Emotion's indifferent voice echoed from the demon hand. Lu Ming's brows lifted as he sneered. The 5-colored electric arc shot out again and blasted on the black-scaled demon hand. The black-scaled demon hand continued to tumble, and the black light on the surface decreased. However, it returned to its original state in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming's expression had completely darkened. In order to kill those 2 mystic opening skeletons, he had already exhausted more than half of the 9-heaven divine thunder's power. There wasn't much left in his body. If even the 9-heaven divine thunder couldn't destroy this black-scaled demon hand, then it was even more impossible for other methods to do so. Lu, I might have schemed against you previously, but you didn't suffer any harm because of it. Why do you have to fall out with me? Emotion's voice echoed again. Humph, if I had died in this devil abyss mystic realm without knowing the reason, you wouldn't be saying this, right? Lu Ming snorted and spoke. Hee, you and I are both cultivators. Humans and demons might be on different paths, but it is normal for us to be scheming against each other. Furthermore, you aren't able to do anything to me now. Why don't we sit down peacefully? I am willing to compensate you for what happened in the past. We still want to get along in the past. How about it? Mo Tian didn't mind and replied. Lu Ming had this awful expression as his mind was spinning. He didn't continue to circulate the divine thunder's power. The black-scaled demon hand shook gently and grabbed with its 5 fingers. The golden electric arc that was wrapped around it was broken apart. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed, and his expression changed slightly. Black chi flashed on the skeletal hand and condensed into Mo Tian's figure. The two of them looked at each other, and Lu Ming's eyes flickered with radiance. Moments later, he spoke with an indifferent voice, "It is impossible to return to the past. Back then, you fused a portion of your bloodline power into my body. I'm afraid your true objective is to control me at the crucial moment, right?" Mo Tian's eyes flickered, and he hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Take back the bloodline power in my body and help me upgrade the Mountain River Pearl into a Grotto Heaven artifact. I will not be calculative with you about what happened in the past." Lu Ming spoke coldly. "It isn't a problem to take back the bloodline power, but to refine the Mountain River Pearl into a Grotto Heaven artifact will require too many materials. Even if we break down this bone cage artifact, it will only be enough for 2 Mountain River Pearls to evolve." Mo Tian spoke. "You don't have to worry about the materials. I will think of a way myself." Lu Ming replied. "All right then. I will agree to this matter. I will take back the bloodline power in your body first. However, in order to accomplish this, I will need to set up an essence drawing array." Mo Tian nodded and spoke. Lu Ming nodded and scanned his Sumera ring with his divine senses. There were still plenty of materials left from setting up the essence drawing array. It wasn't hard to make up for the missing parts. 1 hour later, there was an additional blood-colored array that was a few meters in size on the sacrificial altar. Lu Ming was seated cross-legged in the array. The black-robed young lady was seated cross-legged not far away. Her body was flickering with purple light as she was minding her own business and recuperating her injuries. Mo Tian stood outside the array and was chanting an incantation. The black-scaled demon hand was releasing a large amount of black chi. The essence drawing array on the ground lit up with radiance and slowly revolved. Mo Tian was chanting, and the black-scaled demon hand suddenly appeared with blood-colored radiance. Within the essence drawing array, Lu Ming's body was also emitting blood-colored radiance. An intense magic power fluctuation was emitted from the essence diverting array, causing the air in the grand hall to let out a buzzing sound. The black-robed young lady suddenly opened her eyes and looked at Lu Ming and Mo Tian with astonishment. Lu Ming's face suddenly revealed a painful expression, and the blood radiance on his body was getting brighter. There was a flash of light on his glabella, and a complicated devil pattern appeared. It was the true devil mark. The black-robed young lady's eyes stopped on the true devil mark on Lu Ming's glabella. Her beautiful eyes that were like limpid autumn waters flickered a few times, and she looked a little surprised. Mo Tian brandished his hands, and there was a flash of black light on his forehead. There was also a devil pattern that appeared. It was rather similar to Lu Ming's true devil mark, but the pattern was much more complicated. When the black-robed young lady saw the true devil mark on Mo Tian's glabella, her charming face changed. Mo Tian muttered an incantation, and the true devil mark on his glabella emitted a layer of black light. A black light shot out and condensed into a black scythe image, slashing at Lu Ming's body. The blood radiance emitted from Lu Ming's body seemed to be peeled off after the scythe image passed by. It gathered in front of Lu Ming and intertwined into a blood cloud. As the blood radiance was peeled off, half of the true devil mark on Lu Ming's glabella had vanished, and the true devil mark had become much thinner. "Withdraw." Mo Tian's eyes narrowed as he yelled out. The blood cloud churned and instantly condensed into a blood lotus. With a spin, the blood lotus petals flew out and fused into the black scythe image. There was a flash of black light, and the black scythe image flew back into Mo Tian's body. The true devil mark on Mo Tian's glabella had a few more runes, which then vanished with a flash. After doing all this, Mo Tian's expression relaxed. Right at this moment, he suddenly felt something and turned to the side. Not far away, the black-robed young lady stood up and looked over with burning eyes. Mo Tian's eyes flashed with light as he took a deep look at the black-robed young lady. He turned his head and didn't say anything. The primordial energy convergence formation on the ground quickly stopped operating, and the light dissipated. Lu Ming slowly opened his eyes, stood up, and stretched his body. Perhaps it was because the power of the demonic sky bloodline had been taken away, but he felt that the demonic aura in his body was thinner. However, the magic power in his body was circulating more freely. He carefully used his divine sense to check his bloodline and the situation in his sea of consciousness. After confirming that the bloodline power that Mo Tian had fused into his body had been completely removed, he could not help but heave a sigh of relief. I have already extracted the power of the bloodline. Right now, the power of the devil race in your body is only that drop of true devil blood. In terms of the power of the devil race's bloodline, it is much lesser than before. After the demonization, the power will also decrease. Mo Tian spoke indifferently. I understand. Lu Ming nodded, not taking it to heart. In addition, without my bloodline power in your body, you can no longer drive the celestial tablet. Mo Tian added. With a wave of his hand, the celestial tablet flew out of Lu Ming's body and fell into Mo Tian's hand. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. The celestial tablet was extremely powerful, and its quality was above a mountain river pearl. Now that he could no longer use it, his strength had dropped a lot. However, he didn't say anything. The celestial tablet originally belonged to Mo Tian, and it was natural for it to return to its original owner. At this moment, the black-robed young lady walked over with light steps. Lu, congratulations on escaping from the control of this devil soul. The black-robed young lady spoke with a slight smile. This is all thanks to Daoist's reminder. I have offended you in the past, and I hope you don't mind. Lu Ming also smiled and spoke with cupped hands. Lu, you don't have to do this. This little girl did this for myself. The black-robed young lady quickly returned the bow. Lu Ming nodded to the black-robed young lady and turned to look at Mo Tian. He spoke coldly, all right, from now on, you and I will live in peace for the time being. If you come up with other tricks again, I won't hesitate even if it's a life and death struggle. I will note it down, but for now, there is one more thing I want to discuss with you. Don't worry, this matter is beneficial to both you and me. Mo Tian suddenly smiled and spoke. Lu Ming's expression changed when he heard this. After considering for a moment, he said, all right, tell me about it. Haha, actually, it's not anything else. I just want you to make a trip to the Devil Abyss Tower. Mo Tian smiled and said. Lu Ming was startled and revealed a trace of ridicule. Do you think I will agree to such a stupid proposal? Since I already know the danger of the inner abyss, I won't go there to die. The black-robed young lady's beautiful eyes flashed. She looked at Lu Ming and didn't speak. You don't have to worry about the danger of the inner abyss. In fact, the celestial tablet is a demonic treasure refined from the materials I obtained from the inner abyss. With this treasure, you can avoid most of the dangers in the inner abyss. With your current strength and the celestial tablet, you can basically protect yourself in the inner abyss. Mo Tian frowned and said slowly. If you want to go to the inner abyss, you still want to get that celestial mirror. It's a pity that I have no interest in that thing. The rogue smiled and said indifferently. The celestial mirror is not the only treasure in the Devil Abyss Tower. The cosmic thunder-resisting hoop that you have always wanted is actually there. Mo Tian's eyes turned and said. When Lu Ming heard this, his expression changed, and he couldn't help but feel a little moved. After the battle on the altar, he had already deeply understood that the power of thunder and lightning had a very obvious restraining effect on the demon race. If he could obtain the ring of heaven and earth resisting thunder and coordinate it with his heavenly thunder spell, the power would certainly have a tremendous change. At that time, not only would he not be at a disadvantage when facing Mo Tian, even if he encountered other strong enemies on the 10,000 demon continent in the future, he would probably reap miraculous benefits. Moreover, although the inner abyss was dangerous, he still had some confidence in his own strength. In the inner abyss, there are a lot of fallen demon dwellers. There are many fragments of Grotto Heaven magic treasure there. I believe it won't take long for you to collect enough materials to advance the Mountain River Pearl. Mo Tian saw the change in Lu Ming's expression and said hurriedly. Do you think it's true or false? After Lu Ming pondered for a moment, he asked the young lady next to him. The black-robed girl was surprised at first, but after some thought, she replied, "On this point, this devil's soul shouldn't be lying. I've heard from the elders in the clan that there are indeed many fallen celestial phenomenon in the inner abyss, and even demonic treasures of mystic enlightenment devil cultivators. There is no lack of grotto heaven treasures." After hearing this, Lu Ming's eyes flickered slightly. "As long as you agree to go to the inner abyss, in addition to these benefits, I can also use the spirit integration secret technique to refine the two profound enlightenment skeletons into essence and integrate it into your body. In this way, you can not only supplement the power of the demon clan's bloodline in your body, but also greatly benefit your dark bone technique. It can even help your cultivation to go further and reach the late stage of celestial phenomenon." Mo Tian glanced at the black-robed young lady and continued. "Well, if the celestial tablet is really as you said and can shield most of the dangers in the inner abyss, it is not impossible for me to go to the demon abyss tower. As for whether you can get the celestial tablet as you wish, it depends on your luck. Let me say the ugly words first, if there is too much risk, I will not continue to go forward." Lu Ming finally made up his mind and said coldly. "Well, then it's a deal," Mo Tian said with a happy face. He kept the celestial tablet and was about to fly back to Lu Ming's body with black gas lingering around him. "Daoist Mo Hun, please wait a moment," the black-robed young lady suddenly said. "Humph. May I know what else Princess Highness wants?" Mo Tian replied in a bad mood. If this black-robed young lady didn't ruin his plan, he wouldn't have to be like this now. "The spirit harmonization secret technique that you just mentioned, as far as I know, is a secret technique of our central dynasty's Huangfu clan. May I know where did you learn about it?" The black-robed young lady looked at Mo Tian with bright eyes and asked solemnly. "Little girl, how old are you? How much do you know about the existence of the mystic understanding? It is just a spirit harmonization secret technique, and many people in the Thousand Demon continent know about it. It is just that you are ignorant and inexperienced." Mo Tian's eyes flashed and asked with some disdain. "In that case, you are also a mystic understanding almighty in the past. May I know your name?" This junior might be ignorant and inexperienced, but in the recent tens of thousands of years, I still know a lot about the mystic understanding almighty of various factions in the continent. Maybe I have heard of your name." The black-robed young lady's eyes were sharp and asked without hesitation. "What a joke. Why should this lord answer your question?" Mo Tian's eyes sank, and he sneered. His body moved and turned into a black light, flying back into Lu Ming's body. When the black-robed young lady saw this, she revealed a strange expression. She didn't get angry, but her lips curled up slightly. Lu Ming looked at the black-robed young lady and revealed a profound gaze. He already had a guess about Mo Tian's identity, and what he saw just now made his guess even more certain. However, he naturally wouldn't expose her. Lu Ming turned his eyes and looked at the white bone cage on the altar. He had only been here for a long time, and Scorpion was already very anxious outside. When he thought about Scorpion, his heart felt warm. Although he had experienced all kinds of betrayals and schemes, Scorpion, who had been following him since he was a spirit apostle, gave him a feeling that he was close to his family. "You said that after this bone cage is broken down, it can be used to condense the two mountain river pearls. In other words, this item itself is also a grotto heaven treasure?" Lu Ming looked around and asked with his mind. "That's right. To be precise, this bone cage is a semi-finished grotto heaven treasure that was refined by the two devil corpse skeletons. It might be in the embryonic form, but it hasn't formed into a real grotto heaven yet." Mo Tian's voice sounded and spoke lazily. "All right." Lu Ming nodded. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Ming raised his brows and appeared at the top of the main hall with a blur. This place was just like a giant bone plate that was formed by countless white bones. It looked like the roots were intertwined, and it seemed like the entire bone cage was formed from this center. Lu Ming's gaze swept across the huge bone plate that was 200 to 300 feet in size. Black gas rolled out of his body, and there was a crackling sound in his body. The muscles of his limbs bulged, and his arms became thicker. With a groan in his mouth, his two fists turned blurred, and they suddenly transformed into countless black fist shadows, rushing at the huge bone disc densely, a series of explosions rang out in the air, causing the entire hall to rumble and reverberate without end. The fist shadows landed on the surface of the huge bone disk, stirring up a white halo that fluctuated one after another. The entire huge bone prison also trembled violently. For a time, the white light and black light intertwined and flashed, in less than the time it took for an incense stick to burn. Along with an earth-shattering bang, the huge bone plate at the top of the hall finally cracked open. As the central bone disk shattered, the surrounding bone walls also made a series of cracking sounds. They shattered from top to bottom, turning into countless white bone fragments that fell down. The girl in black robe stood below, staring at Lu Ming, who only relied on his unimaginable strength to smash a sturdy cave magic weapon with his bare hands. Horror flashed in the depths of her beautiful eyes, then it was replaced by a touch of brilliance. She had personally tried it, so she knew how strong the defense of these bone walls surrounded by corpse aura was. At this moment, Lu Ming's figure flickered and turned into 4 lifelike phantasms. They flew in all directions and collected all the white bone fragments in the surroundings with the momentum of sweeping away the clouds. Immediately afterward, the 4 phantasms merged into one, revealing Lu Ming's figure. He reappeared beside the girl in black robe. Just at the moment when Lu Ming landed, a silver light rushed into the hole in the hall's door. As the silver light faded, it was a palm-sized bone scorpion. It flashed and landed on his shoulder. It was Scorpion. Celestial state demonic pet? The girl in black robe changed her complexion again when she saw this. Lu Ming nodded at her noncommittally, then he put Scorpion into the gourd on his waist and said, "Well, now that this matter has come to an end, you and I shall bid farewell here." "Why? Is Lu willing to let me go?" The girl in black robe's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of slyness. "If I don't let you go, am I going to take you to the inner abyss with me?" Lu Ming was slightly startled and said, "That's right, I have the same intention." The girl in black robe smiled and said something that made Lu Ming a little speechless. "Since you know how dangerous the inner abyss is, why do you still take the risk? After all, with your identity, I think you don't have to go to such a place for some resources or treasures." Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and said so. The girl in black robe raised her eyebrows and said, "I naturally have a reason to go. The reason why I want to travel with you is because there is a restriction in the abyssal tower that requires the abyssal key to open," the black-robed young woman said indifferently. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes, and his expression changed. Initially, he didn't intend to agree. After all, it would be inconvenient to travel with others. In addition, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the internal abyss was a dragon's lair and a tiger's den, and the other party was merely an early stage. Celestial phenomenon ascendant. However, when he heard the second half of the woman's words, he began to hesitate. She clearly knew a lot about the inner abyss and even the demon abyss tower. In addition, this woman seemed to be rather familiar with the various situations of the demonic sky. If they were to travel together, they might be able to make the demonic sky have some misgivings and not dare to set up any more schemes. After all, he knew practically nothing about the inner abyss and the devil abyss tower. When Lu Ming thought of this, he finally nodded. "All right. But let me say this first, I don't have the responsibility to protect Fairy. If I encounter something that I can handle, I will naturally take care of it. But if we encounter any danger, it will depend on our own abilities. Of course. By the way, my name is Zhao Chenying. I only know that your surname is Lu. May I know your name?" The black-robed woman didn't seem to mind at all and changed the topic. "Lu Ming." Lu Ming replied without hesitation. However, he was a little puzzled. Since this woman was the princess of the Central Dynasty, she was naturally a direct descendant of the Huangfu clan. Why was her surname Zhao instead of Huangfu? However, this matter had nothing to do with him, so he naturally wouldn't ask too much. After glancing at Lu Ming, Zhao Chenying blinked her beautiful eyes a few times and asked, "Brother Lu, as far as I know, there's still more than half a year before the Demon Abyss Tower opens. Do you have any plans? Then let's head towards the central direction while exploring the ruins and treasures along the way," Lu Ming said after pondering for a moment. Zhao Chenying naturally had no objections to this. In the following period of time, because Zhao Chenying was injured, the two of them simply stayed in the main hall of the altar for a few days. They were going to wait for Zhao Qianying's injuries to recover before continuing their journey. Lu Ming took advantage of this time to take out spiritual materials to nourish the Void Sword Orb, whose spirituality had been slightly damaged. Half a month later. In an undulating black desolate mountain range in the Demon Abyss Secret Realm. The demonic aura in this mountain range was abnormally dense. It was mixed with strands of true demonic aura. It rose from various parts of the mountain range and condensed into faint black clouds in the air. From afar, the entire mountain range seemed to be covered in black clouds. It was as if there was no sunlight all year round. Suddenly, there was an earth-shattering roar. The ground in a col in the mountain range suddenly exploded. After the smoke and dust dispersed, there was a large hole in the ground. After a while, 3 escape lights flew out of the hole at the same time and landed in a nearby valley. As the light faded, 3 figures appeared. It was Lu Ming, Zhao Qianying, and Scorpion. The 3 of them were covered with a lot of dust from head to toe, but their faces were full of joy. Lu Ming flipped his hand and a black crystal the size of a fist appeared in his hand. This crystal was black and translucent. There was no light on the surface, but if one looked at the crystal for a long time, the darkness on the surface faintly gave a strange feeling that the soul was going to be sucked into it. I didn't expect there to be a demonic essence stone mineral vein in the secret realm, and we even found a lot of superb demonic essence diamonds. It's really a big harvest. Lu Ming said with joy. Demonic essence diamond was a kind of ore that had been extinct in the Thousand Demon Continent. It was a forging material that the demonic dwellers dreamed of. The true demonic aura contained in it was extremely pure, and it could be used to refine invincible demonic treasures. This is all thanks to your demonic pet. If it didn't sense the demonic essence mine underground, I'm afraid we would have missed it. Zhao Qianying's pretty face was also flushed with excitement. She combed the purple hair on her temples and said so. Hearing this, Scorpion glanced at Zhao Qianying and snorted softly. Yes, this time it's all thanks to Scorpion. This thing should also be useful for your cultivation. Take it for now. Lu Ming said and handed the demonic essence diamond in his hand to Scorpion. Thank you, Master. Scorpion took it and her pretty face was full of joy. Then her body moved, turned into a black light, and flew into the Yin gourd on Lu Ming's waist, obviously preparing to cultivate. Lu's demonic pet doesn't seem to like me. Zhao Qianying's beautiful eyes flashed and said. Scorpion has always been very vigilant towards outsiders. Fairy Zhao, don't blame it. Lu Ming smiled and said. Zhao Qianying's beautiful eyes flickered for a while, but she smiled sweetly and did not mind. Let's go, let's continue our journey. Lu Ming glanced at the woman and suggested. After spending a period of time together, he found that although Zhao Qianying was born in the largest Huangfu clan in the Thousand Demon Continent, she did not have the arrogant and domineering attitude of other aristocratic families. Instead, she was pure and kind, which was very rare in the Thousand Demon Continent where there were conflicts everywhere. Although this woman was not very willing to talk about her clan, she was also quite talkative. Perhaps because she did not go out often, she was very curious about everything in the outside world. Along the way, the relationship between the 2 of them had become much more harmonious. After listening to Lu Ming's suggestion, Zhao Qianying nodded and opened her mouth to speak. At this moment, both of their expressions changed at the same time, and they turned their heads to the same direction. Someone is coming. From the looks of it, they seem to be pursuing us. Lu Ming glanced at Zhao Qianying with a hint of surprise. He waved a hand and a burst of azure light appeared over his body. It quickly condensed into a massive azure ox projection that enveloped him and Zhao Qianying. Zhao Qianying's eyes flashed, but she did not move, allowing the azure ox projection to envelop her body. In the next instant, the azure light swayed slightly and disappeared into thin air. Lu Ming and Zhao Qianying's figures also disappeared without a trace. Just as the 2 of them concealed themselves, 2 streaks of light suddenly appeared in the distant sky, one black and one red, and they sped toward them one after the other. The 2 streaks of light were extremely fast, and in just a few breaths, they arrived near Lu Ming and Zhao Qianying. 2 powerful bursts of spiritual pressure proliferated in the surroundings. Some of the low-rank demonic creatures in the surrounding valley seemed to have sensed that something was amiss, and they all burrowed into their respective nests while trembling in fear. In the valley, Lu Ming's eyes flashed. These two bursts of spiritual pressure were extremely powerful. Even though he had restrained his spiritual sense, he could still sense that the two of them were most likely at the Tongxian realm. At this moment, the black streak of light behind them whistled through the air, and a streak of black light shot out, catching up to the red streak of light in a flash. A black light flashed, and a shiny black trident appeared. Then, it blurred and transformed into countless huge trident shadows. Then, with an ear-piercing whistling sound, the trident fiercely stabbed toward the red light like a storm. The red streak of light had no choice but to stop. Circles of fiery red light spread out, and a large crimson flag could be vaguely seen among them. The black trident projections fiercely struck the fiery red circle of light, and there was a violent explosion. Circles of red and black ripples swept in all directions. Most of the huge trident projections in the sky were forcibly dispersed by the fiery red circle of light, but taking advantage of the delay of the red streak of light, the black streak of light behind it accelerated, overtaking the red streak of light in one fell swoop and appearing in front of it. The black streak of light dissipated, revealing a slender and handsome man in a black robe. In the valley below, Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. He had some impression of this person. He had seen this person at the entrance of the Devil Abyss secret territory. He is the Gao He clan's elder Tongxian, Gao He Yen. He is the leader of the Gao He clan this time. Zhao Qianying's voice sounded in Lu Ming's ears. Lu Ming's heart moved and he nodded. The red light in the air seemed to know that it was impossible to escape. It also appeared in a flash. It was a middle-aged man in a red robe. His face was sharp like a knife. He was holding a red flag in his hand. His face was a little pale. It seemed that he was injured. Lu Ming had never seen this person before. Zhao Qianying also frowned and shook her head. Obviously, she did not know this person either. Gao He Yen, do you really want to kill me? The red-robed demon said in a deep voice. Brother Lai, why are you so stubborn? As long as you hand over the map, I will not stop you from leaving. Gao He Yen said with an expressionless face. This map was obtained by the ancestors of our Lai clan with countless efforts. Your Gao He clan is one of the 4 great clans. How dare you rob it? The red-robed demon said angrily. In that case, hand over your life. Gao He Yen snorted coldly. The black light on his body shrouded his body. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. The black light on Gao He Yan's body gave him a very unusual feeling. Gao He Yan rubbed his hands. The black light on his body flashed and turned into 7 or 8 black pythons that were dozens of feet long. They rushed towards the red-robed demon. The red-robed demon's face tightened. It seemed that he was quite worried about the black pythons. He suddenly waved the red flag in his hand. A large red flame appeared around his body. It swept towards the surroundings and condensed into a wall of fire. Rumble, the black pythons were not afraid of the red flame. They directly rushed up and tore the red wall of fire apart. You are going too far. The red-robed demon's face changed. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood merged into the red flag. The red flag was blazing. On the surface of the flag, a red gold dragon pattern appeared. The red-robed devil quickly chanted an incantation, and 2 beams of red light flew out of his palms, fusing into the eyes of the dragon head. The crimson gold WYRM's eyes suddenly lit up, and it let out a loud dragon roar. Then, it flew out with its claws and fangs bared, exuding an enormous spiritual pressure. Lu Ming's expression changed. The spiritual pressure released by the golden flood dragon had reached the mystic enlightening level. In the mysterious realm, the power of the mysterious realm was greatly suppressed. In the mysterious realm, the mighty figures of the mysterious realm could at most exert the power of the peak of celestial phenomenon. However, the golden flood dragon could emit the spiritual pressure of the mysterious realm, which showed that it was an extremely powerful secret skill. If it was outside, no one could imagine how powerful it would be. The crimson gold WYRM flew forward as a streak of red light. It opened its mouth wide and bit down on the neck of a black python. Its massive head fell to the ground and the black python's neck was snapped in a single bite. Gao Heian frowned. Then, he waved his hands. The remaining black pythons shone with black light. Their bodies twined together and turned into a black flood dragon about the same size as the golden flood dragon. The black flood dragon emitted circles of black light and rushed toward the golden flood dragon. For a moment, the two giant flood dragons, one black and one red, fought against each other, and the rolling roars were deafening. However, the golden flood dragon was clearly superior. It forced the black flood dragon to retreat. The black fire dragon flag. I remember now. This red-robed man is a mighty figure of the mysterious realm from the Lai family of the Red Province, Lai Gu. His demonic skill of fire property is very unusual. Zhao Qianying's beautiful eyes flashed. It doesn't matter how powerful this person is. He's probably going to die today, Lu Ming said lightly. Zhao Qianying was stunned. The next moment, she looked into the distance. She saw several bright lights appear in the distant sky. They flew over and landed nearby. They were 4 celestial phenomenon demons of the Ga clan. The red-robed man looked anxious. He desperately urged the flag in his hand. The golden flood dragon closed in, forcing Gao Heian to retreat. It tried to shake off the opponent completely and continue to escape. Although the black flood dragon was at a slight disadvantage, it still entangled the golden flood dragon. I've let you escape for tens of thousands of miles. Who knows what will happen if I let you escape again? The scenery here is not bad. It's passable as your place of eternal rest. Gao Heian sneered and made a gesture with both hands. The black flood dragon suddenly burst open and turned into a black cloud. Gao Heian's figure moved and flew into the cloud. Then, an incantation of different pitch came out of the cloud. The black cloud began to churn, and a series of faintly discernible black lightning bolts appeared. In the valley, Lu Ming's face changed. A golden light flashed on his chest. A golden lightning rune appeared. It was the Heavenly Thunder Technique seal. The Heavenly Thunder Technique sensed an unusually powerful force of the same attribute and emerged automatically. Lu Ming took a deep look at the black lightning in the air, then he brushed his hand across his chest, and the Heavenly Thunder seal disappeared immediately. The red-robed man's face changed. Gao Heian escaped into the black cloud and seemed to be performing some secret technique. He should have immediately put away the golden flood dragon and taken the opportunity to escape. However, the red-robed man didn't do so. He had a strong hunch that if he put away the flag in his hand, he would be killed on the spot. The red-robed man opened his mouth and spat out a gourd covered with red spirit patterns. The gourd tilted and spewed out billowing waves of fire from its mouth, forming a layer of fiery red light curtain to protect his body. Then, his 2 hands moved like wheels, forming a series of incantations. The scarlet fire dragon flew back and circled above his head. The red-robed man had just finished doing this when the black lightning in the sky had reached a dazzling degree. With a flash of black lightning, a bucket-thick black lightning bolt struck down and struck the golden-red fiery Jiao's head in a flash. The golden flood dragon let out a sad cry. After the lightning, half of the head of the golden flood dragon disappeared without a trace. After the sad cry, the golden flood dragon turned into a red light and flew back to the crimson flag with a blur. It was just that at this moment, the dragon pattern on the flag had become dim. Obviously, it had lost a lot of spirituality. The red-robed man's face changed dramatically. Although he knew that Gao Heian's secret technique was not trivial, the golden flood dragon that he condensed with half of his spiritual power could not even withstand a blow. Boom! Before the red-robed man could react, the second thicker black lightning struck down. With a rumbling flash, the barrier formed by the red gourd was easily torn apart, and the lightning fell straight on the red flag in the red-robed man's hand. There was a tearing sound on the red flag. The red light emitted by the flag dissipated, and a few feet long hole appeared on it, almost tearing the flag in half. Boom! The second lightning had not completely dissipated, and the third black lightning struck down. The red-robed man did not make a scream, and his body was shrouded by the black lightning. The black lightning dissipated, and the red-robed man only had his waist left. His upper body had disappeared without a trace. Obviously, his primordial spirit and golden core had directly turned into nothingness. In midair, the black cloud gently rolled, and the black lightning dissipated. Then the black cloud retracted, and the figure of Gao Heian appeared. His face was a little pale. Obviously, the use of this secret technique consumed a lot of his energy. This is the famous provenance Saint Xianming art of the Gaoheian family. People who practice this technique rarely use demonic treasures in fights. The provenance Saint Demon Qi is ever-changing. The black lightning just now is the Xianming divine thunder, and its power is comparable to the ninth heaven thunder of the thunder technique. Zhao Qianying's voice sounded in Lu Ming's ear. Lu Ming nodded slowly, and his mouth was chanting, and the Chehuan totem was operating to the extreme. The patriarch of the Gaoheian family was good at tracking secret techniques. If they were discovered by the other party, he and Zhao Qianying alone would not be a match for the five of them. In mid-air, Gao Hemian looked at the remaining half of the red-robed man's body and sneered. He waved his hand and a black light wrapped around a pale red bag on the red-robed man's waist and flew into his hand. At this moment, a black key flew out from the red-robed man's body. It was the demonic abyss key. The demonic abyss key flashed, turned into a small black phantom, and quickly flew away into the distance. When Gao Heian saw this scene, his face was overjoyed. He grabbed with one hand, and a large black light emerged, condensing into a big black hand, and grabbed at the demonic abyss ring with lightning speed. Gao Heian's movement was extremely fast, but he still grabbed nothing. The demonic abyss key blurred, and as if it had teleported, it appeared hundreds of feet away, avoiding the grab of the big black hand. The Gaoheian family standing in the distance happened to be in front of the demonic abyss key. Their reaction was not slow, and they all shot out different colored light to intercept, but the demonic abyss key was like a living thing, flashing a few times in succession, passing through the interception of these people, and disappeared without a trace. The few Tian elephant demons resentfully withdrew their hands, and their figures moved, flying to Gao Heian's side. Elder Kuei, why did the demonic abyss key suddenly leave, and at such an astonishing speed? Is there someone secretly controlling it? A tall black-robed old man asked. This person was impressively the first Tian elephant demon to arrive at the scene after Lu Ming killed Gao Hai in the eastern Reed Mountain range, but at this moment, he did not see the short old man who acted with him at that time. There is no one controlling it. According to the clan records, after the previous owner of the demonic abyss key dies, it will automatically leave the body, and automatically find the next destined successor. However, if you act quickly, it is not impossible to stop this demonic abyss key. It is a pity that I was careless just now. Gao Heian shook his head, and said with some regret. In the valley, when Lu Ming heard Gao Heian's words, he couldn't help but ponder. That person is right. Unless the owner of the demonic abyss key takes the initiative to transfer the key to others, after the owner dies, the key will automatically leave the body. However, looking at the direction of the key just now, it should be in the direction of the inner abyss. Mo Tian's voice sounded in Lu Ming's mind. Lu Ming frowned and didn't answer Mo Tian. In mid-air, after Gao Heian sighed, his eyes fell on the red pouch in his hand, and a trace of joy appeared on his face. Gao Heian released his divine sense into the bag. After a while, a gray light flashed in his hand and a palm-sized gray triangular slate appeared. Miao Zun, this is... The black-robed old man's eyes fell on the slate. His eyes flashed with doubt as he asked. This is an eternal print stone used by ancient cultivators to preserve precious jade slips so that they will not be destroyed by the passage of time. It can only be opened by special means. Gao Heian's eyes flashed with a hint of joy as he casually said to the black-robed old man. He then began to chant something and flicked his fingers several times. Several streaks of black light disappeared into the gray stone slab in a flash. The gray slate exuded a dazzling gray light. Countless gray runes appeared on its surface. After these runes flashed, they all disappeared. At the same time, the gray slate also turned into powder with a kacha sound. A piece of white jade slips emerged from it. Several other people of the Gao He family exclaimed. In the valley below, Lu Ming also showed a look of admiration. Gao Heian held the jade slips in his hand and his divine sense went into it. After a while, he nodded and said, yes, the tomb of the heaven-weeping demon king is in the jade slips. As soon as this statement came out, the black-robed old man and others suddenly showed a look of excitement. Gao Heian's expression calmed down and his face showed a thoughtful expression. Miao Zun, since we have found the map, let's go and explore it. The black-robed old man said with some excitement. The others also echoed. It's not that simple. The heaven-weeping demon king is famous. It's impossible for his tomb to be unguarded. From the jade slips, the tomb is full of danger. If only the 5 of us go, it will be too dangerous. Gao Heian shook his head and said. Miao Zun means to find someone to go with you? The black-robed old man's eyes flashed and asked. Yes. Gao Heian nodded. But in this way, will we have to share a part of the harvest in the tomb with others? Miao Zun, do you plan to? The black-robed old man frowned and then whispered with flickering eyes. I don't have that intention. Moreover, the tomb of the heaven-weeping demon venerable is just a small matter. The spies arranged by the family in the Central Imperial Dynasty and the Lu family have just sent an important message. The people of the Central Imperial Dynasty and the Lu family are heading to the inner abyss. Gao Heian's lips moved slightly as he used a secret voice transmission skill. A moment later, the expressions of the black-robed old man and the others changed. There's actually such a thing? Lord Turtle, you're thinking of? Said the black-robed old man. That's right. Only 5 people from our Koch family have entered the demonic abyss secret realm. Compared to the Central Imperial family and the Lu family, we're a bit weaker. However, our Gaoha clan can't fall behind when it comes to such an opportunity. We can only contact another force and enter the inner abyss together. Gao Heian said firmly. The others looked at each other and didn't object. Lord Turtle God, which family are you looking for help from? Asked the black-robed old man. If we want to fight against the Central Imperial family and the Lu family, we naturally have to choose a powerful family to help. Gao Heian smiled slightly and took out a hexagonal formation plate with a flip of his hand. As he chanted an incantation, a black magic array emerged from the array disk. It seemed to be a communication magic array. Gao Heian waved his hand and formed a series of runes that integrated into the formation. With a flash of light, the runes disappeared without a trace. In the following time, the 5 people from the Koch family landed on a mountain below and sat down cross-legged. They were closer to Lu Ming and Zhao Chenying. Lu Ming's heart trembled. He chanted and displayed the Che Huan totem to the extreme. He and Zhao Chenying looked at each other and saw a touch of worry in each other's eyes. The matter of the demon abyss tower in the inner abyss seemed to have spread. People from all the great families began to flock to the inner abyss. As a result, the two's trip to the inner abyss would be more difficult than expected. As time passed little by little, the people of the Gao He family were waiting here. Lu Ming didn't dare to make the slightest move. Fortunately, Lu Ming's spiritual power was now profound, so it was not a problem for him to use Che Huan totem for a long time. After more than half a day, a cluster of green clouds appeared in the distant sky and flew toward the valley. Gao Heian's face lit up with joy. He immediately flew up with the other 4 to meet the cloud. The cyan cloud dissipated, revealing a group of 5 people. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He also recognized these people. When he entered the secret realm, he'd heard people mention the profound enlightenment realm demon, Jackdaw Old Man's group. Fellow Taoist Gaoha, your face is glowing. You must have gained a lot this time. Why did you invite me here? Jackdaw Old Man's eyes flickered with cyan light as he looked at Gao Heian and chuckled. From the looks of it, the two were quite familiar with each other. Gao Heian chuckled and said, I haven't gained much, but I have an opportunity. I've obtained a map of a secret realm. Would fellow Taoist Jackdaw be interested in exploring the treasure with me? Gao Hemingyan chuckled. Treasure trove. Is fellow Taoist Gaoha telling the truth? Jackdaw Old Man's eyes flashed with greed. Although there were many treasures in the demon abyss secret realm, there were very few true treasures. Every treasure trove was a great opportunity. Of course. How could I lie to you, fellow Taoist Jackdaw? Here's the map. I've only just obtained it, so I haven't warmed it up yet. Gao Heian laughed heartily, casually took out the gray jade slips, and tossed it to Jackdaw Old Man. Jackdaw Old Man stared blankly at Gao Heian in astonishment, then probed the jade slips with his divine sense. Demon Sovereign Skyweep. I've heard of him before. He was a mystic opening expert from the Northwind dynasty. I didn't expect him to die in the demon abyss secret realm and leave behind a tomb. This really is a treasure trove. Jackdaw Old Man was pleasantly surprised. Hee hee, Then would fellow Taoist Jackdaw be interested in going with me? Gao Haiyan smiled. Since there really is a treasure trove, I'm naturally willing to go. However, fellow Taoist Gao is so generous that you're willing to share a share with me. Although we've been friends in the past, you must have some ulterior motives, right? Let's not beat around the bush in front of a straightforward person. Please speak frankly, fellow Taoist. The old man returned the jade slip to Gao Hemingyan. Fellow Taoist Jackdaw is still as straightforward as ever. In that case, I won't beat around the bush. I do have a request, but this is a great opportunity for both you and me. At this point, Gao Haiyan's voice became low and he began to transmit his voice. Green light flashed in Jackdaw old man's eyes as he muttered to himself, there's actually something in the inner abyss. Good. I never would have guessed. If I had personally received this information, I wouldn't have dared to believe it either. It seems the demon abyss secret realm is far more profound than we imagined, Gao Haiyan said meaningfully. Although there are enormous opportunities in the inner abyss, it's also extremely dangerous. Jackdaw old man seemed somewhat hesitant. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. We came to the demon abyss secret realm to seek treasures amidst danger. How could we miss such a great opportunity? At our level of cultivation, it's useless to rely on bitter cultivation to advance. We can only place our hopes on opportunities. Moreover, in terms of self-preservation, fellow Taoist Jackdaw's ice rhinoceros armor is far superior to mine. Jackdaw old man muttered to himself for a moment. After a moment, he raised his head and said, all right. Fellow Taoist Gao is correct. Riches come from danger. That's great. If our two clans cooperate, our chances will be much greater. But for now, we should first retrieve the treasures in Demon Sovereign Skycry's tomb. According to our scouts, there are still several months to go before the inner abyss opens. Gao Haiyan's face lit up with joy. Jackdaw old man naturally didn't object. The two of them conversed for a moment. Once they were done, they didn't linger any longer. Under Gao Haiyan's lead, the two clans transformed into 10 streaks of light and flew off into the distance. Once the two clans disappeared into the horizon, a faint green light appeared in the valley, revealing Lu Ming and Zhao Chenying. Demon Sovereign Skycry? Have you ever heard of this person? Lu Ming asked Zhao Chenying as he gazed in the direction Gao Haiyan and the others had left. Zhao Chenying shook her head. I haven't heard of him either. But from what they said, he should be a very famous profound enlightenment demon. That's right. Demon Sovereign Skycry was an almighty profound enlightenment demon during the Northwind dynasty. He was extremely powerful and was one of the strongest experts on the myriad demon continent at that time. However, he suddenly disappeared. It turns out that he died in this devil abyss secret realm. Mo Tian's voice rang out in Lu Ming's mind. Lu Ming's brows twitched, but he didn't say anything. Since there are treasures, let's follow them and take a look. We still have a lot of time, anyway, Zhao Chenying said excitedly before Lu Ming could speak. This isn't appropriate. The other party has 2 profound enlightenment realm experts, and the other 8 are all celestial phenomenon realm experts. There are only 2 of us. The difference in strength is too great. Moreover, the other party is from an illustrious clan that is proficient in tracking. We were lucky that they didn't discover us earlier. It's too dangerous to follow them now, Lu Ming said with a frown. You are so powerful, but why are you so timid? It's really boring. Zhao Chenying rolled her eyes at Lu Ming and said coquettishly. Lu Ming smiled bitterly in his heart. Although this temporary companion was only at the early stage of celestial phenomenon, she was proficient in various secret techniques. In particular, her truth listener divine power was extremely magical. It helped him a lot along the way. However, she was a little reckless and impulsive when doing things, and she didn't listen to others' advice. It's rare to find a treasure. It'll be a loss if we don't go and take a look. Don't worry, just leave the tracking to me. I guarantee that we won't be discovered by the people from the illustrious clan. Zhao Chenying pouted and said while shaking her head. As soon as the voice fell, the woman didn't wait for Lu Ming to speak. She flipped one hand, and a yellow light flashed in her palm. Suddenly, a crystal-clear yellow bead appeared. The surface of the bead was inscribed with circles of runes. Seeing this, Lu Ming sighed in his heart and didn't say anything else. He had some thoughts about the heaven-weeping demon Venerable's tomb. With his strength, even if he was discovered, he would have no problem escaping. With this in mind, he calmed down and glanced at the bead in Zhao Qianying's hand. He could vaguely feel that the bead seemed to contain some kind of strange life force. Zhao Qianying softly chanted an incantation and formed several mysterious hand signs with her other hand. The runes on the surface of the yellow bead brightly lit up. With a tremble, it turned into a ball of yellow light. The yellow light quickly faded away, and the bead in Zhao Qianying's hand had already disappeared. In its place was a small yellow beast that looked like a leopard cat. Its shiny yellow fur seemed unusually soft, and its pair of big eyes, which almost took up half of its face, were shining brightly. It looked extremely clever. Zhao Qianying's beautiful eyes revealed a doting gaze. She used her hand to gently stroke the soft fur of the small beast and softly said something. The leopard cat immediately jumped into the air with its hind legs. Its nose moved slightly, and it sniffed around. Wisps of seemingly invisible and colorless fluctuations emitted from where Gao Heian and the jackdaw elder were originally standing. The little beast inhaled them through its nose. Immediately after, the small beast flashed and landed in Zhao Qianying's palm. Its body looked extremely light and it let out a low whine at Zhao Qianying, as if it was saying something. Zhao Qianying listened attentively. It seemed that she could really understand the words of the leopard cat. After a while, the woman raised her head slightly and glanced at Lu Ming. Seeing Lu Ming's puzzled look, she chuckled proudly and said, "Don't worry. I know what you want to ask. This is a 9-net raccoon. Although its cultivation is only at the liquid level, it is extremely sensitive to demonic qi. It can smell even the slightest trace of demonic qi in the air. As long as it is here, even if those people run to the ends of the earth, we can follow them from afar without worrying about being noticed." "I see." Lu Ming nodded and said. "It's normal that you don't know. Don't be fooled by this beast's cute appearance. In fact, its personality is extremely unyielding. It is impossible to tame or plant a soul contract with it, so you don't have to think about it. Alright, according to their speed, they should be at least several hundred kilometers away from us. Let's go." As Zhao Qianying spoke, she placed the raccoon back into her collar, revealing only its furry head. Purple light flashed from her body, and she flew off into the distance in a streak of light. Looks like the talent of this listening cry is truly amazing. It can even have such a wonderful use. Lu Ming shook his head and didn't say anything else. He also transformed into a streak of black light and followed after Zhao Qianying. In the following time, Lu Ming and Zhao Qianying chased after Gao Heian and the others under the leadership of the 9 silk fox in his arms. Because all the dangers ahead had been dealt with by Gao Heian and the others, and the other party seemed to be in a hurry, they didn't seem to be interested in the natural treasures along the way. This was a good thing for Lu Ming and Zhao Qianying. The two of them walked and stopped along the way, and the harvest was quite plentiful, so they were happy and free. 7 or 8 days later, at the bottom of a valley on the outskirts of the demonic abyss, Gao Heian, Jackdaw Old Man, and the others stopped. In front of them was a huge cavern. The cavern was 20 to 30 meters tall, and its walls were pitch black. From time to time, gusts of black, chilly wind would blow out, scattering the nearby fog. Gao Heian removed the jade slips from his forehead and slowly said, "According to the map, this should be the place." He and Jackdaw Old Man stood at the front of the group and gazed into the depths of the cavern. They saw that the cavern led underground. It was pitch black and bottomless, and gusts of black, chilly wind surged, forming vortexes of various sizes. Faint ghostly wails and wolf howls could be heard coming from inside, causing one's head to spin. Jackdaw Old Man's eyes flickered. It seems this place isn't simple. The chilly wind inside seems to be the impermanent wind recorded in the ancient records. Impermanent wind. Could it be the kind of wind that only appears in places where yin and yang intersects? The kind that's extremely harmful to the soul? Gao Heian's eyes flashed, and he spread out his divine sense, extending it into the cavern. His divine sense had only extended for a few kilometers when the chilly wind blew past it. It immediately began to dissipate. He hastily withdrew his divine sense, and his expression changed. Gao Heian solemnly warned, "Sure enough. If my divine sense extends for a few kilometers, it'll be in danger of being crushed by the chilly wind. In that case, I won't be able to use my divine sense to investigate the surrounding dangers. It's said that this Heaven Cry demon sovereign is naturally paranoid. Since he built his tomb here, there must be other dangers inside. After entering, everyone must be careful. The members of the illustrious aristocratic families behind him agreed. The 4 celestial phenomenon demon cultivators that Jackdaw Old Man had brought with him also nodded solemnly, their bodies glowing with various colors. Just now, they'd each released a strand of their divine sense to probe the situation. As Gao Heian said, this was a matter of life and death. No one dared to be careless. Jackdaw Old Man gravely said, "Everyone, there's no need to worry too much. The impermanent wind here isn't very strong. As long as you don't extend your divine sense out of your body and guard your sea of consciousness, the wind won't cause too much harm." When everyone heard this, their expressions relaxed slightly. As for the fact that they couldn't use their divine sense to investigate their surroundings, they were all at the celestial phenomenon realm or higher. Moreover, they were the cream of the crop in their respective clans. They'd experienced countless hardships and dangers in their cultivation, so it wasn't like they hadn't encountered similar situations before. Each of them had a way to sense their surroundings without relying on their divine sense. "Alright, there's no time to lose. Let's go in." Seeing that everyone was ready, Gao Heian moved to fly into the cavern. Jackdaw Old Man suddenly thought of something and said, "Fellow Taoist Gao Heian, wait a moment. I think we should arrange for someone to guard the entrance. Otherwise, it'll be troublesome if someone else comes in while we're inside." Gao Heian slapped his forehead, somewhat vexed. "That's right, fellow Taoist Jackdaw. I was too careless." Under the two's arrangements, the Gao Heian and Jackdaw families each left a celestial phenomenon demon to guard the cavern entrance. Immediately afterward, Gao Heian and the others released various protective treasures and flew into the cavern. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the black, chilling wind. The 2 remaining celestial phenomenon demon cultivators glanced at each other, then stood on either side of the cavern and vigilantly scanned their surroundings. At this moment, in the grayish-white mist several dozen kilometers away from the cave, a faintly discernible green shadow emerged. Within the green shadow, the figures of Lu Ming and Zhao Qianying appeared. The 9-fold raccoon on Zhao Qianying's shoulder had long since disappeared. She must have stored it away. With their eyesight, it only took a moment for them to clearly see the situation outside the cavern. Zhao Qianying beamed, "It seems this is the place. Gao Heian and the others have already entered. They left 2 guards behind." Lu Ming's eyes twinkled as he looked at the tall cavern and spread out his divine sense. His divine sense far surpassed that of ordinary celestial phenomenon cultivators, so he wasn't afraid of being discovered. He quickly spread his divine sense into the cavern. At this moment, his expression changed slightly. "What's wrong?" Zhao Qianying saw the change in Lu Ming's expression and hurriedly whispered. At the same time, a speck of purple light lit up beside her ear as she listened to their surroundings. "It's nothing," Lu Ming said. "It's not an enemy. It's just that the chilling wind in the cavern is a bit strange. It can actually scatter divine sense." "There's such a strange thing? What kind of strange wind is that?" Zhao Qianying might want to probe, but she wasn't confident that her divine sense would be stronger than the 2 celestial phenomenon devils by the side of the cavern. Thus, she didn't dare to act rashly. To be able to scatter divine sense, it seems like the wind in the cavern should be the impermanent wind. Mo Tian's voice echoed again. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. A moment later, he transmitted a message to Mo Tian and asked, "Impermanent wind? How much do you understand about the impermanent wind?" "I can't say that I understand it. I just know a little. This wind has the power of yin and yang. Thus, it is extremely lethal to the divine spirit. However, the impermanent wind only appears at the intersection of the 9 netherworlds and the outside world. It is rather strange for it to appear in the Devil Abyss." Mo Tian spoke with a strange tone. After Lu Ming heard it, he muttered to himself and looked at the direction of the cavern without saying a word. "Brother Lu, Gao Heian and the others have already entered the cavern. How are we going to enter? Do you have a good plan?" Zhao Qianying couldn't help but feel anxious when she saw Lu Ming muttering to himself for a long time. Lu Ming frowned, and a trace of hesitation flashed in his eyes. Since he had already followed them here, he naturally wasn't willing to leave. However, the two celestial phenomenon devils at the entrance of the cavern were troublesome. Even if Lu Ming could kill the two of them in an instant, there was no guarantee that Gao Heian and the Frost Crow Elder wouldn't be able to detect their deaths and expose their whereabouts. Master, Scorpion has an idea that might allow Master to enter. Right at this moment, Scorpion's voice sounded in Lu Ming's ears. When Lu Ming heard this, his heart was moved. Next to the cavern in the valley, the person left behind by Gao Heian was wearing a black robe. His eyebrows were like swords, and his appearance was somewhat handsome. His cultivation had also reached the middle stage of the celestial phenomenon realm. He was cautiously observing the movements around him. Although he couldn't enter the cavern with Gao Heian, the man with sword-like eyebrows didn't feel regretful. This person was conservative. The cavern was full of dangers, and he might die inexplicably. It was good to be on standby outside. Anyway, if Gao Heian obtained benefits inside, he would never forget his share. Just as the man with sword-like eyebrows was muttering in his heart, a faint hiss came from the gray fog in the distance. It seemed to be the roar of a magical beast, and it was quickly approaching. The man with sword-like eyebrows' expression changed, and a muffled sound came from the ground around him. Then, the fog not far in front of him suddenly split in two, and countless large and small rocks shot out, covering the sky and the earth, shooting towards the two people at the entrance of the cavern. The celestial phenomenon realm demon on the Frost Crow Elder's side was also shocked. So far, the two had not seen what the intruders were. This subordinate of the jackdaw old man had a dove-like face and gloomy eyes. His magic power was even stronger than that of the sword-browed man. After a moment of shock, he regained his wits and appeared in the middle of the cave. With a flash of light in his hand, a black feather fan appeared in his hand. The fan exuded waves of amazing magic power. Obviously, it was a rare demonic treasure. A few incantations came out of the dove-faced devil's mouth. He suddenly waved the feather fan in his hand and fanned at the rain of stones. Suddenly, a gale was raised and countless black wind blades were shot out. In an instant, the sound of breaking air rang out. With a series of hissing sounds, the black wind blades cut through the stones flying toward them. In the next moment, the countless black wind blades gathered together, forming an incomparably thick black pillar of wind that shot into the depths of the fog. Rumble, the black pillar of wind left a deep trench in the ground as it passed. Countless stones were sucked into the pillar of wind, but in the blink of an eye, they were turned to dust. The black pillar of wind charged straight at the bottom of a mountain that was several thousand meters tall. With a loud bang, the huge mountain peak was directly split into two from the base, collapsing with a loud crash amidst a cloud of dust and sand. At this moment, a silver figure shot out from the bottom of the mountain and stopped in midair. It was a giant silver scorpion that was hundreds of feet long. It waved a pair of giant pincers and hissed at the dove-faced demon man. It was a false alarm. So it's just an early-stage celestial phenomenon devil scorpion. The sword-browed man's figure blurred and he flew to the dove-faced devil's side. He looked at the silver scorpion and let out a sigh of relief. The dove-faced devil looked around and slowly said, "Don't be careless. This giant scorpion could be someone else's familiar. Be careful of ambushes." Before the dove-faced devil finished speaking, the giant silver scorpion pounced toward them. Before it even arrived, its silver tail moved, and dozens of silver threads appeared in the air. They shot toward the dove-faced devil and the sword-browed man. They emitted sharp whistling sounds, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of the two. At the same time, the giant silver scorpion opened its mouth and spat out a large amount of silver flames, which shrouded the two of them. The dove-faced demon cultivator's face changed, and black light burst out from his body. A set of black battle armor appeared on his body, protecting him. Ding ding ding, the silver threads bombarded the black armor, producing a loud sound of metal clashing. The dove-faced devil was forced to retreat, but the black armor on his body was not ordinary, as it blocked all the silver threads. On the other side, the black-robed man also took out a dark red shield magic treasure and placed it in front of him, protecting his entire body. Before the two of them could heave a sigh of relief, the giant scorpion's silver flames had already landed in front of them, engulfing their figures. the dove-faced devil let out a loud roar. The black armor on his body shone brightly and condensed into a black magic barrier around his body. When the silver flame hit the barrier, not only did it not bounce back, but a large amount of the silver flame stuck to the black barrier. This caused the dove-faced demon man's expression to change. On the other side, the man with the sharp eyebrows was also the same. The dark red shield floated above his head, and countless threads of red light hung down from the shield, enveloping the man with the sharp eyebrows. However, at this moment, the shield and the threads of red light were also covered in silver flames, tightly surrounding them. The giant silver scorpion's eyes flashed, and a series of strange sounds came out from its mouth, as if it was chanting some kind of incantation. Then, it waved its huge silver pincers. Rumble, the silver flames around the dove-faced devil and the man with the sharp eyebrows suddenly exploded like a bomb, and the air issued a series of explosions. The huge impact directly affected the two of them. Although the dove-faced devil and the man had a protective barrier protecting their bodies, they were still sent flying by the storm created by the explosion. Just as the two of them were fighting fiercely, an extremely faint blue shadow flew out from the ground of the cave. In a flash, it flew into the cold wind of the cave, and in the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. It did not cause the slightest trace of magic power fluctuations. The dove-faced devil and the man with the sharp eyebrows were sent flying more than 10 feet away by the explosion, but they quickly stabilized their bodies. Apart from some dust on their faces, they did not receive any substantial injuries. Damn! As soon as the man with sharp eyebrows stabilized his body, he revealed an angry look. Immediately, a dazzling dark red flame appeared on his body, and surged towards the surroundings, instantly dispersing the surrounding silver flames. The man with sharp eyebrows immediately shouted, and rushed towards the giant scorpion not far away. At the same time, a dozen fiery red flying knives flew out from his body, and shot towards the giant silver scorpion. These flying knives were originally only half a foot long, but in the blink of an eye, they turned into several feet-long red rainbows, and fiercely chopped down towards the giant silver scorpion. At this moment, the dove-faced devil was also very angry. His figure moved, and he was about to rush towards the giant silver scorpion, but his eyes flashed, as if he had thought of something. Turning around, he waved his hand, and several black lights fell around the entrance of the cave. A black array formation condensed, forming a black light curtain, and tightly enveloped the entire entrance. After doing this, the dove-faced devil let out a sigh of relief. Turning to face the giant silver scorpion, he waved the feather fan in his hand, and with an ear-piercing sound, hundreds of giant wind blades shot out. Each wind blade was the size of a door, and emitted a dazzling black light. Just from the sound of the wind blades breaking through the air, one could feel that the power of these wind blades was like the difference between clouds and mud. The giant silver scorpion, which was also known as the scorpion, did not show the slightest fear in the face of the two dove-faced devil cultivators' attacks. Its eyes glanced at the entrance of the cave, and a hint of gloomy joy flashed in its eyes. Immediately, a golden crown mark appeared between its eyebrows, and the next moment, a brilliant golden light shot out, and collided with the red flying knives and the black wind blades. Rumble! The fierce sound of the collision spread out, and the surrounding gray fog violently churned. For a moment, the red flying knives and the black wind blades were unexpectedly blocked by the golden light, and could not advance any further. And under the cover of the golden light, the red flying knives and the black wind blades emitted light that quickly dissipated. When the dove-faced devil cultivator and the man with the sharp eyebrows saw this, their complexion changed. The scorpion's eyes flashed, and the golden light that shot out from its forehead suddenly retracted, and its figure gradually flew into the distance. A few miles deep inside the cave, a blue light flashed, and two figures emerged. It was Lu Ming and Xianxia. At this moment, the two were wrapped in the impermanency wind, and although their spiritual sense could not extend too far, at the same time, they were not afraid of being discovered. "Brother Lu, your method is not bad, we came in without much effort." Xianxia glanced at the entrance of the cave, and said with a smile. "It's just a small trick, I was lucky to get away." Lu Ming smiled, and said indifferently. "But you left the heavenly elephant demon pet outside, and lost a lot of combat power." Xianxia's beautiful eyes flashed as she said. "Although the scorpion's strength is good, but even with her, we are not a match for Gao He Yan and the others." We just came in to fish in troubled waters. If we can avoid fighting with Gao Hiyan, it's better not to do anything. Lu Ming shook his head and said. Zhao Qianying curled her lips slightly, but did not say anything. Next, the two did not continue to delay time, and immediately explored the depths of the cave. They could not use their spiritual sense to explore the surroundings, but Lu Ming and Zhao Qianying also had their own means. Lu Ming's eyes flickered with purple light, and he cast the magical power of the purple rune demon eye, and his eyesight was enough to see more than 10 miles away. Zhao Qianying also silently used her truth listener magical power, and the range of her perception seemed to be above Lu Ming. The cave seemed to be extremely deep, and the two flew all the way forward for a full quarter of an hour, but there was still no sign of the end. The surrounding was still surging with the black wind, and the deeper they went, the wider the cave seemed to be. Lu Ming's entire body was shrouded in black light, isolating the surrounding chilly wind outside. Zhao Qianying followed closely behind him. At this moment, she was wearing a set of light red, tight, soft armor. It seemed to be of extremely high quality, at least a magic treasure-level armor. The tight-fitting soft armor outlined her exquisite figure, and in this place where ghosts were crying and howling, it exuded a strange charm. It was a pity that the only man next to her was now fully focused on the surrounding ghosts crying, and he did not notice the beauty next to him. This made Zhao Qianying a little unhappy for some reason. She snorted lightly and couldn't help but glare at Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming's face changed slightly. He flicked his finger, and a golden sword chi blasted out, slashing a small black snake that pounced at Zhao Qianying from the side into two. The two pieces of the small black snake fell to the ground, and it struggled twice before dying. Zhao Qianying was startled at first, but when she saw the snake, she let out a sigh of relief. Lu Ming stopped and looked at the corpse of the little black snake. He frowned slightly. Suddenly, he let out a soft cry of surprise, and his figure flew forward more than 100 feet. A 3-meter-long black snake lay on the ground, its body riddled with several charred holes. It had long since died. Zhao Qianying followed. When she saw the snake's corpse, she frowned and said, "From the looks of its wounds, it should have been killed by the Gotham family." From the looks of its wounds, it should have been killed by the Gotham family. Lu Ming nodded slowly, and there seemed to be light flashing in his eyes. Along the way, the two of them encountered quite a few black beasts. Most of them had already been killed by the illustrious clans, the Jackdaw Elder, and the others. However, none of that was of concern to him. As soon as he entered the cave, he sensed that apart from demonic energy, there was also dense netherworlding chi. Most of the beasts they encountered along the way were netherworld beasts. Lu Ming had seen the black snake in front of him before in the netherworld. Could it be that the depths of this cave lead to the netherworld realm? Lu Ming muttered to himself. If that was the case, then it wouldn't be strange for impermanent wind to appear here. What's wrong? Zhao Qianying stopped and looked at Lu Ming strangely. It's nothing, Lu Ming replied indifferently. I just feel that these strange beasts look very strange. They seem to be very different from ordinary magical beasts. The yin qi here is so dense, Zhao Qianying said carelessly. I'm afraid these beasts aren't magical beasts, but rather unique umber beasts. Along the way, the illustrious clans killed all of the umber beasts. Although one or two escaped, they were incredibly weak. As a result, the two of them didn't expend much effort on their journey. Let's go. Lu Ming withdrew his gaze from the snake's corpse, and the two of them continued onward. Afterwards, the two of them advanced at a moderate pace. Most of their encounters were daunting, but not dangerous. After clearing out the restrictions, traps, and powerful umber beasts in the cave, the two of them proceeded with relative ease. Half an hour later, the surrounding black chilling wind suddenly became a bit more violent. It continuously spun in the cave and issued a series of frightening shrill cries, which made people's hearts jump in fright. The two of them slowed down and turned a corner. They saw a fork in the cave in front of them. One on the left and one on the right, there were two passageways that vaguely seemed to lead to the depths of the underground. There's actually two paths. Lu Ming's face twitched. Although there were some twists and turns along the way, it was always the same path. This was the first time they'd seen a fork in the road. It seems the illustrious clans and Jackdaw's party split up here, said Zhao Qianying after checking both paths. Lu Ming nodded. He was quite skilled at tracking, so he could roughly tell that both paths had been crossed. Can you tell which way they went? He thought for a moment and asked. Zhao Qianying muttered to herself for a moment, then took out the 9-netted raccoon. The raccoon seemed to be rather fearful of the sinister winds around it. Zhao Qianying had to placate it for a while before it calmed down. It sniffed the 2 paths, then opened its mouth and let out a shrill cry. Zhao Qianying listened attentively, then smiled and put the animal away. She turned to Lu Ming and said, "The illustrious clans went left." "Those from the illustrious clans went left. Jackdaw's group is on the right," said Xianxia. "Alright, let's go right," suggested Lu Ming after a moment's thought. He'd always wanted to avoid the illustrious clans. Back in the eastern Reed Mountains, he'd killed one of their direct descendants. Although many years had passed, there was no guarantee that they wouldn't find out. Moreover, the illustrious clans were experts at tracking. Following them was too risky. Zhao Qianying nodded and said, "Since they've split into 2, it means that they're not familiar with the underground tunnels. It's the same whether they go left or right." A ray of light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. Then, he waved his hand, and shot out a black light. The light flashed, and transformed into a black magic character. Then, it slowly fused into the ground of the crossroad. This was a sensing rune. As long as someone passed through here, he would be able to sense it immediately. Zhao Qianying was startled when she saw Lu Ming's actions. She immediately understood Lu Ming's intentions and secretly praised him for his meticulousness. "Let's go." After Lu Ming was done, he took the lead and flew to the right. Zhao Qianying looked at Lu Ming's back, her beautiful eyes flashed, and she followed. Although this passage was a fork, its width did not decrease in the slightest. At this moment, there was a bone-piercing chill in the surrounding wind, as well as a trace of heavy water vapor. It was unknown whether this was the reason why the visibility in the cave had greatly reduced. Even the eyesight of Lu Ming's purple-patterned demon eyes could only see a distance of around 1,000 feet. "Be careful. The surrounding situation seems to be somewhat different from before," Lu Ming warned. Then, a silver light flashed on his body, and a set of flesh armor emerged. Zhao Qianying also sensed the changes in the surroundings. So, she nodded with a dignified look on her face. The 2 of them walked forward cautiously for a while. Then, the passage took another turn. They had barely turned the corner when they saw 2 green dots of light in the darkness ahead of them. They seemed to be a pair of eyes. Then, a black shadow darted towards them like an arrow. 2 green eyes glinted with an ominous glint. Lu Ming snorted coldly. Then, the flesh armor on his body glowed with a silver light. Then, a silver tentacle stretched out of the armor like a lightning bolt, and flew forward. Then, it fiercely lashed at the black shadow's body like a whip. Bang, a crisp sound was heard. The black shadow was sent flying backwards. Then, it crashed heavily against the stone wall of the passage. The 2 of them could see clearly that this black shadow was a gray ape. It was as tall as a man. Its body was covered with thick black hair like steel needles. Sharp purple-black claws could be seen on its fingers. Its face was shriveled and sunken. Its eyes were dark green. And, dagger-like fangs protruded out of its mouth. It looked quite ferocious. "Water ape!" Lu Ming exclaimed in surprise. He had seen this kind of ape nether beast in the Styx River. It was a kind of ferocious nether beast of the water attribute. The gray ape crashed against the wall. Then, it fell to the ground. But, it crawled up as if nothing had happened to it. Then, it issued a resentful hissing sound. Then, it pounced towards the 2 of them again. It seemed as if it had some kind of deep-seated hatred towards them. The ape waved its arms. Then, the cold air in the surroundings surged. Dozens of blue ice crystals emerged. Then, they darted towards Lu Ming and Zhao Qianying like arrows. Lu Ming's eyes darkened. Then, the flesh armor on his body radiated a bright silver light. Then, he stretched out 6 or 7 tentacles, and waved them in front of him. The 8 tentacles intertwined to form a big silver net. Then, the blue ice crystals were smashed into pieces. The gray ape was sent flying again. Whiz, 2 silver tentacles turned fuzzy. Then, they wrapped around the gray ape's waist. A small golden sword flew out of Lu Ming's waist. Then, it pierced through the gray ape's glabella with a whiz sound. A small hole appeared in the gray ape's head. Then, a red and white substance flowed out of the hole. Its body struggled for a while. Then, it became motionless. Zhao Qianying pressed her hand on the pouch on her waist. But, the battle was already over before she could do anything. What kind of strange ape is this? It's not weak. It's equivalent to a Jin Dan stage demon. But, it doesn't look like a Yin beast with low intelligence. So, why is it so brutal? Zhao Qianying sized up the gray ape's corpse. Then, she asked in a puzzled manner. The reason should be in the front. Lu Ming threw away the gray ape's corpse. Then, he retrieved the silver tentacles. Then, his body moved. He flew forward. His eyes revealed a hint of surprise. Zhao Qianying was startled. Then, she quickly followed after him. Lu Ming flew forward for a few hundred feet. The water vapor in the air became denser. Then, the cave passage opened up. It was a huge underground space. This space was several thousand feet in size, and at the top was a dense inverted stalactite. On the ground below was a dark black river that was several hundred feet wide, emitting bursts of black water vapor and yin qi. It was a sizable netherworld river of the Nine Hells. Haha! There is an underworld river. No wonder the water ape appeared. Lu Ming looked at the underworld river in front of him. Then, a trace of excitement flashed in his eyes. He looked around. Then, his expression changed. Then, he looked at the bank of the underworld river. There lay another gray ape. It was a bit smaller than the one from before, and a bit more slender. However, its body had already been chopped into several pieces, and it was no longer breathing. So that's how it is. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He'd read about the underworld river in ancient records. Water apes usually moved in pairs, one male and one female. The one in front of him was probably the female. Jackdaw's group had coincidentally stumbled upon the area and killed her. The male ape probably hadn't been around at the time. When he returned and discovered the female's tragic death, he assumed that Lu Ming and the others had killed her. That's why he'd disregarded his own life and attacked. Understanding all of this, he sighed inwardly. At that moment, Zhao Qianying caught up. When she saw the underworld river, her eyes widened in shock. The frigid air around the underworld river suddenly grew several times colder. Even with Zhao Qianying's cultivation, her face paled. What kind of water is this? How can it be so bone-chilling? Zhao Qianying's dark red armor glowed brightly. Only then did her complexion improve. This is the underworld river's water. Lu Ming calmly replied, then ignored her. He muttered an incantation, then waved his hand and summoned the 3 beads of mountains and rivers. He'd already refined them into heavenly abode treasures. With a wave of his hand, the 3 heavenly abode river beads glowed with earthy yellow light. In a flash, they flew into the underworld river. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He muttered an incantation and opened the space inside the 3 heavenly abode river beads. A moment later, boundless underworld river water flowed into the 3 heavenly abode river beads, forming 3 enormous whirlpools. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with joy. Although he'd refined quite a lot of underworld river water when he left the netherworld realm, he'd used up most of it during his years of cultivation. He'd originally wanted to buy some underworld river water in the land of demons for cultivation. He hadn't expected to encounter the underworld river in the demonic abyss secret realm. However, he didn't have the time to refine the underworld river water into underworld river water. Fortunately, he'd already refined the 3 beads of mountains and rivers into heavenly abode treasures. The space inside them was dozens of miles wide. If it was filled with underworld river water, it would be enough for him to use for a long time. Moreover, the beads of mountains and rivers were also refined with underworld river water. When he upgraded them into heavenly abode treasures, the underworld river water would be of great help. With that thought, Lu Ming waved his hand again and summoned the other 9 beads of mountains and rivers. They flew into the underworld river and started filling them with water. Although the 9 beads of mountains and rivers weren't refined into heavenly abode treasures, they'd already nurtured some space inside them. they could store quite a lot of underworld river water. In an instant, there were 3 large whirlpools and 9 small whirlpools spinning rapidly on the surface of the underworld river, devouring the underworld river's water in a frenzy. Soon, the space inside the 12 beads of mountains and rivers was filled, causing the surface of the underworld river to sink a lot. Lu Ming's face was filled with joy. He muttered something and waved his hand to form a technique. With a flash of yellow light, the 12 beads of mountains and rivers flew out of the river and back into his hand. Perhaps because they were filled with underworld river water, the weight of the 12 beads of mountains and rivers had increased significantly. They were slightly slower to move than before. Moreover, he estimated that if he used the beads of mountains and rivers to hit someone, the power would be several times stronger than before. I seem to have read in the ancient records that the water of the underworld river should be water quality unique to the netherworld realm. Why did Brother Lu take so much underworld river water? It doesn't seem to be of much use to the demon race, right? Zhao Qianying asked doubtfully when she saw Lu Ming's actions. My cultivation method is a bit special. With the assistance of the river Styx's water, I can achieve twice the results with half the effort. That's why I took some just in case. After all, it's hard to find water like this in the myriad demons continent. Lu Ming said noncommittally, then waved his hand and put away the 12 pearls of mountains and rivers. Zhao Qianying nodded thoughtfully, but didn't say anything. Now that we're here, Lu Ming said, gazing at the river Styx. There doesn't seem to be any more tunnels ahead. Jackdaw Elder and the others must have followed this river. The river Styx was located in an enormous underground tunnel that led off into the distance. Zhao Qianying tilted her head to the side, then frowned and said, that should be the case. However, there doesn't seem to be any movement within several kilometers. It looks like we're not far from our destination, Lu Ming said, looking around. Let's be as careful as we can for the rest of the journey. In the following period of time, the two of them continued to walk along the nether river of the 9 underworlds. Because they were traveling carefully, they walked very slowly. At that moment, the bone-chilling wind blowing from the river Styx was several times stronger than before. Mixed with the river Styx's frigid air, it was enough to freeze one's bones. Lu Ming cultivated the dark bone method, and he had stayed in the Styx of the 9 nether realm for so many years, so he naturally didn't feel anything about this level of wind. Although Zhao Qianying was protected by her armor, she couldn't take it anymore. Her face turned green, and her body began to tremble. However, she was quite strong-willed. She poured all her magic power into her light red armor, her pretty face taut. She followed behind Lu Ming in silence. Even so, she'd used up too much of her magic power. She couldn't help but blush and gasp for breath. Lu Ming walked in front. He sensed something strange behind him, but he didn't turn around. He casually waved his hand, and a vast expanse of black qi swept out from his palm. It quickly formed a spherical barrier around Zhao Qianying's body. When the whistling wind touched the barrier, it was blocked by the black qi on the surface. In this way, although the winds were still as fierce as ever, Zhao Qianying was finally able to endure them. After Lu Ming was done, he continued to walk forward slowly without saying a word. Zhao Qianying's expression relaxed a little. She looked at Lu Ming's back with a complicated expression, but she didn't say anything. Perhaps because of the densing qi, the number of corpses of nether beasts here gradually increased, and there was no lack of high-level celestial phenomenon realm nether beasts. From the signs on the scene, it was obvious that a fierce battle had broken out not long ago. After walking for another 15 minutes or so, a loud roar came from the front. Lu Ming and Zhao Qianying exchanged glances and quickened their pace. Not long after, their eyes suddenly lit up. They could faintly see the end of the cavern in the distance. It was connected to an open space. However, the two of them could only see the pitch-black water of the netherworld river. The river water was tumbling, and a large amount of qi rose from it and rushed back into the cave, covering the rock wall around the exit at the end of the cave with a thick layer of black ice crystals. The previous roar and explosion came from here, and at this moment, it had reached the point of shock. Lu Ming's expression changed, and he immediately patted his chest. With a flash of green light, he took Zhao Qianying to hide his figure and breath. After a few flashes, they silently sneaked behind a boulder at the entrance of the cave. Through the boulder, the situation in front of them could be seen clearly. This open space was thousands of feet wide, just like a gloomy underground world. Except for a circular island in the center, which was thousands of feet in size, it was almost filled with the water of the Netherworld River. At this moment, the entire circular island was shrouded in a layer of a faint black light curtain, and the surface was surrounded by Xianxia. In the air outside the island, Gao Heian and the old man with the jackdaw stood with their hands behind their backs. The other 6 demons surrounded the island in the middle, and the demonic treasures in their hands flashed. Various colors of spiritual light flashed, demonic chi tumbled, and various colors of light were mixed with a continuous burst of whistling sounds as they bombarded the island in the middle, causing the barrier to tremble violently. It was obvious that it was already on the verge of collapse. A black light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes, and he looked through the light curtain toward the island. In the center of the island there was a cylindrical altar. On the altar, a hexagonal array with a diameter of 7 or 8 feet floated, emitting green light and slowly rotating. Sitting cross-legged on top of the formation was a shriveled corpse dressed in black clothes, with a brown leather bag hanging from its waist. Its head was missing for some reason, and the exposed skin was withered, as if all the flesh and blood in its body had been sucked out. Its entire body was shrouded in black Xianxia. These people's target was obviously this corpse. The reason why they hadn't succeeded so far was that Gao Heian and the old man with the jackdaw hadn't taken action yet. On the other hand, there were 3 powerful nether beast guards in front of the altar, constantly injecting magic power into the island's protective barrier. Although the entire barrier was shaking, it was still barely holding on. Each of these 3 nether beast guards exuded the powerful aura of the celestial phenomenon realm. The leader was a nether wolf that was 200 to 300 feet long. It was completely black and had 3 large heads. It was surrounded by Xianxia, and at this moment, its 6 blood-red eyes were staring at the demons in midair. It constantly spat out a large amount of black mist from its mouth, which merged into the light barrier that protected the island around it. Judging from the aura of this wolf, its cultivation had reached the peak of the celestial phenomenon realm. If it weren't for the fact that it was in the demonic abyss, its cultivation would have been even higher. Crouching on his left was a huge crocodile that was 70 to 80 feet in size. It had 2 pairs of fleshy wings on its back, and it was covered in black scales the size of pavilions from head to tail. It had a huge mouth that was more than 20 feet long, and when it opened and closed, it revealed rows of sharp teeth that were like small hills. It breathed out clouds of mist, and it was also maintaining the island's protective formation. When Lu Ming's gaze fell on the last nether beast, he was startled. This was the head of a man with a head full of green hair. His eyes were fierce, and his aura was very familiar. Who else could it be but Fei he hadn't expected to meet again in the demonic abyss after they parted ways in the netherworld realm. Moreover, his cultivation had reached the early celestial phenomenon realm. This made Lu Ming surprised and happy in his heart, but he didn't show any strange expression on his face. His thoughts turned quickly in his mind. Zhao Qianying, on the other hand, was clearly attracted by the fierce battle ahead. Perhaps it was because of her excitement, but her pale face was now flushed. At that moment, Gao Heian slowly swept his gaze over the area below. Suddenly, he raised his head and glanced at the nearby Jackdaw Elder, his lips moving a few times. Jackdaw Elder understood, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. He raised his hand, and blue light intertwined around his fingers. 5 blue spears of light, each as thick as a bowl, shot out. They glowed with blinding light, and in the blink of an eye, they struck the island's black barrier. As a result, the 5 blue spears of light were like clay oxen entering the sea. They sank into the black barrier, then disappeared without a trace. But in the next moment, a scene that left everyone dumbfounded appeared. Specks of blue light appeared on the surface of the black barrier, rapidly spreading out. In the span of 2 or 3 breaths, the entire barrier had been dyed a faint blue. Crack, the entire black light barrier shattered like glass, turning into specks of blue light before disappearing. Without the barrier, the entire island was completely exposed to Gao Heian and the others. Just as the 6 celestial phenomenon stage devilish beings were preparing to dive down with elation on their faces, the giant crocodile suddenly flapped its meaty wings with all its might, and it abruptly rose up into the air as a gust of azure wind erupted from its wings. The 6 of them were caught off guard and were immediately swept away by a huge force. At the same time, the crocodile opened its bloody mouth and spat out a deep sound wave, spreading in all directions. An earth-shattering roar rang out from the surging river Styx. Then, with a splashing sound, hundreds of silhouettes, each 7 or 8 meters long, emerged from the black river. They were small crocodiles with black scales and fleshy wings on their backs. As soon as these small crocodiles appeared, they immediately fled in all directions, spitting out black water columns from their mouths. At this moment, Feyre had transformed into 9 clones. Her green hair filled the sky as she mixed in with the flying crocodiles and flew toward the 6 demons. At this time, the 6 celestial phenomenon experts, who had just stabilized themselves, naturally changed the direction of their attacks and flew toward the small crocodiles and flying heads. Most of these small crocodiles were only at the crystallization stage, so naturally, they couldn't withstand the attacks of the celestial phenomenon experts. For a time, miserable screams rang out everywhere, and a large number of small flying crocodile corpses rained down from the sky. However, the flying heads frequently succeeded under the cover of the flying crocodiles, causing the celestial phenomenon experts to suffer some minor injuries. When Jackdaw saw this, his expression grew cold and he began to mutter an incantation. His hands danced in the air, and blue light erupted from his body. Blue flying foxes, fire wolves, and flying crows covered the sky as they swooped down on the giant crocodile below, wreathed in roiling blue flames. The giant crocodile turned a blind eye to these attacks. It continued to spit out sound waves, summoning an endless stream of small flying crocodiles from the river Styx to fight the 6 demons. Suddenly, a loud rumble rang out, a large blue halo erupted from the back of the giant crocodile, but because of its coarse skin and thick flesh, these attacks didn't harm its foundation at all, although it looked like it was covered in cuts and bruises in the blink of an eye. For a time, the two were in a deadlock. At this time, a loud wolf howl rang out. The 3-headed nether wolf finally couldn't bear it any longer. It opened its 3 mouths at the same time, and with a rumble, 3 pillars of black flame shot into the sky. They circled in midair, turning into a huge pillar of fire with Xianxia lingering around it. Then, it shot toward Gao Helling in midair. Wherever the black pillar of fire passed, black ice crystals sprinkled from the air. Seeing this situation, Gao Hexen snorted. He turned his hand and cast a white jade seal. He made a gesture with his other hand and pointed at the white jade seal lightly. The seal instantly left his hand and rotated above his head before swelling to over 1,000 feet in size. Rings of peculiar runes abruptly appeared all over its surface. Immediately afterward, dozens of thick white pythons flew out of the surface of the seal and lashed downward. The huge black fire pillar was entangled by dozens of white pythons. All the pythons shrank at the same time, and the fire pillar collapsed with a wail. Immediately afterward, these white giant pythons continued to shoot downward without slowing down. The 3-headed nether wolf saw that the situation was far from good, and its body moved in an attempt to dodge. As a result, these white pythons accelerated at the same time and appeared around the 3 nether wolves at an incredible speed. Under a blur, they wrapped around the wolf like a chain. Being entangled by the dense pythons, the 3 nether wolves couldn't get rid of them even though they roared and spat out Xianxia desperately. Gao Hiyan was still chanting with a blank expression. His 10 fingers kept pointing downward like a wheel. Pung pung sounds rang out. These white pythons burst open one after another, turning into a large white light that quickly spread out, almost swallowing the 3 nether wolves. At this moment, the eyes of the 3 nether wolves flashed fiercely. The middle wolf opened its mouth and spat out a golden rune. Seeing this, Gao Hexen's complexion changed. But before he could stop it, the golden rune flashed and flew directly to the cylindrical altar in the center of the island. It instantly disappeared into the hexagonal array. The next moment, an incredible scene appeared. The hexagonal array suddenly shone with blue light, and the entire island rumbled and trembled. With the small island as the center, the nether river of the 9 underworlds in the surroundings began to surge and rise. Suddenly, a few gigantic whirlpools appeared, and a large amount of invisible power gushed out from them, trying to tear the demon dwellers and flying alligators who were engaged in a fierce battle in midair. Not good. This nether wolf has activated the restrictions here. It wants to take us down with it. The nearby jackdaw old man cried out in alarm when he saw this. As soon as this remark came out, the faces of the 6 celestial phenomenon realm demons changed drastically. Don't panic. Try to gather around me first. Gao Heian's face darkened. He changed the gesture in his hand, and a large amount of white light emerged from the white jade seal. The white light intertwined and converged into a white ball-shaped shield, which enveloped him and isolated the surrounding water of the Styx River. Right at this moment, a green figure appeared in front of the cylindrical altar at the center of the island. It was Fei Er. A green light flashed, and a dense mass of green hair shot out from its head, sweeping forward. His eyes were staring at the headless corpse. Puff. Puff, the hexagonal formation protecting the corpse was obviously not an ordinary object. Under Fei Er's storm-like attacks, it remained motionless. Right at this moment, golden light flashed in front of the formation, and a small golden sword appeared. With a blur, it flew toward the hexagonal formation like lightning. Pung! The azure formation tremored violently, and a fist-sized hole appeared on its surface. However, as soon as this hole appeared, it flickered with azure light and healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this, Fei Er's green hair fluttered, and she flashed through the hole. She grabbed the storage bag at the waist of the corpse, and then took it back before the hole healed. At the same time, up in the sky, Jackdaw Elder and the other 4 celestial phenomenon demons managed to slip through Gao Heian's protective domain. As for the other 2 demons, they'd long since disappeared into the surrounding black vortexes, leaving no trace behind. How dare you! Seeing that Fei Er had snatched the storage bag, Gao Heian suddenly shouted. He made a hand sign and controlled the white ball of light to fly downward. At the same time, his arm moved, and a large white hand condensed out of thin air. It slammed down on Fei Er like a gust of wind. For a time, the void for thousands of feet below distorted and exploded. The surging white light forced the surrounding black water vapor to roll in all directions, blocking all of Fei Er's escape routes. At this moment, Fei Er was surrounded by the howling whirlpools of dark water, and above him was the large white hand that was quickly pressing down. He was in a precarious situation. At this critical moment, a burst of dragon roars and tiger roars sounded, and 6 black mist WYRMS and 6 black mist tigers that were hundreds of feet long emerged from the surrounding dark water, flying toward the giant white hand at the same time. When Gao Heian saw this, a trace of surprise flashed across his face, but he immediately snorted coldly and pointed down with one hand. Faint silver spirit patterns appeared on the skin of the giant white hand that was quickly pressing down, and they transformed into a dozen silver patterns on the surface of the giant hand in a flash. The entire white hand suddenly let out a low hum, and in an instant, a pressure several times greater than before surged out from the palm. A series of bangs rang out one after another. The 12 mist flood dragons and mist tigers were directly smashed apart without the slightest resistance, turning into a large expanse of black light. However, before Gao Heian could show a proud expression, the black light actually rolled up and wrapped around the large white hand and the white light ball that Gao Heian and others were in. At the same time, a cyan figure flashed out from the side of the whirlpool, and released a roll of black gas that wrapped around Fei Er. Then, the figure flashed into the black whirlpool and disappeared. The speed was so fast that it was like a spark. The next moment, a bang sound came from midair, the black light ball in midair suddenly collapsed, and a large amount of white light emerged from it. After the white light faded, it revealed Gao Heian and others in the white light ball again. However, when they looked down again, except for the headless corpse that was still sitting cross-legged on the hexagonal cyan formation, there was no sign of Fei Er. Damn it! It seems that someone is behind us. Jackdaw Old Man said indignantly. This person's aura is a bit familiar. That's right, it seems to be the murderer that killed Jier that day. I didn't expect to meet him here. Gao Heian muttered to himself. A moment later, in the underground passage, 2 figures wrapped in black gas were quickly flying in the direction of the exit. Behind them, there was the sound of rushing water. A large black wave was constantly chasing behind them, and at this moment, it was less than 10 feet away from them. These 2 people were naturally Lu Ming and Zhao Qianying. Because the previous restriction was triggered, a large amount of water from the Styx had also poured into this passage. At this moment, in Lu Ming's arms, there was a green-clothed boy, but it was Fei Er in human form. Just now, he had already contacted Fei Er through telepathy, and at the last moment, he told Fei to seize the storage bag on the corpse. However, because time was tight, he didn't have the chance to say a few words to Fei. At this moment, he waved his hand and sent out a wave of black gas, which he stored into the yin gourd. Hee, this new residence is really good. What purine chi, it's even better than the environment of this cave. Right, where is Scorpion? I wanted to compete with her and see who's stronger now. After Fei entered the yin gourd, he laughed loudly and made a ruckus. Lu Ming smiled bitterly in his heart. Fei's cultivation had advanced to the celestial phenomenon realm, so why was he still so childish? He ignored him and continued to urge the escape light with all his might. According to his estimates, he wasn't far from the entrance of the cave. However, although Zhao Qianying could still keep up with him, she was already panting and unable to keep up. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and he suddenly waved his hand. With a flash of yellow light, he summoned a heavenly cavern river pearl. He quickly chanted an incantation, and the pearl shone brightly, wrapping around Zhao Qianying's body. Zhao Qianying let out a cry of surprise, and in the next moment, she disappeared without a trace. She had been sucked into the space of the heavenly cavern river pearl. The space of the heavenly cavern river pearl was almost filled with the water of the river Styx, and there was only a small amount of space left. As soon as Zhao Qianying entered the space, she almost fell into the water. Fortunately, she stabilized her body in time. Miss Zhao, I'm sorry for offending you. I will be flying with all my might, so please hide in the space of the heavenly cavern river pearl for the time being. Lu Ming's voice sounded in Zhao Qianying's ears. Zhao Qianying pouted slightly and snorted softly, but didn't say anything. She knew that if she stayed outside, she would only be a burden to Lu Ming, and she might even be in great danger. Lu Ming flipped his hand and kept the heavenly cavern river pearl. His body glowed with a green light, and he instantly turned into a faint green shadow. After half an incense stick's time, the green shadow flashed, and Lu Ming flew out of the entrance of the cave. Buzz, the black light curtain at the entrance of the cave immediately glowed with a dazzling light, and issued a buzzing sound. At this moment, not far from the cave, the scorpion was still fighting with the dove-faced devil and the man with the sharp eyebrows. The movement at the entrance naturally couldn't escape the eyes of the three. The dove-faced devil's face changed, and he immediately abandoned the scorpion. His figure blurred, and he appeared at the entrance of the cave. However, under the sweep of his divine sense, he was surprised to find that there was nothing here. He couldn't see what had just touched the restriction he had arranged. Seeing this, the scorpion's beautiful eyes showed a hint of joy, and she took the opportunity to dodge the attack of the man with the sharp eyebrows. Her body quickly shrank, and with a flash of yellow light, she burrowed into the ground, and disappeared without a trace. The man with the sharp eyebrows' face changed, and his divine sense immediately spread out. He found that the scorpion was underground, and she was fleeing away at an astonishing speed, and soon flew out of the range of his divine sense. He looked at the dove-faced devil with an ugly expression, and saw that the other party's face was also a little pale. At this moment, thousands of miles away from the cave, the scorpion flashed out of the ground, and suddenly flew into the air. In the air, there was a fluctuation, and gradually a blue figure appeared. It was Lu Ming. He hugged the scorpion, and a small golden sword flew out of the sword bag at his waist, and in a flash, it grew to a length of 10 feet, and lifted his body. The clear and melodious sound of the sword was loud, and the golden sword chi enveloped Lu Ming's body, and with a terrifying speed, he flew into the distance. On the back of Lu Ming, a silver light flashed, and 2 silver wings stretched out. As soon as the wings spread out, the gold and silver light intertwined, and his speed increased by half again. With a blur, he appeared hundreds of feet away, and with another flash, he disappeared into the distance. Lu Ming flew at full speed and didn't care about the dangers he might encounter along the way. He only stopped after flying for thousands of miles and landed in a hidden mountain stream. Once he landed, he waved his hand, and a stack of array flags and array boards appeared in his hand. With a wave of his hand, the array flags and array boards turned into over a dozen rays of light. They flashed and landed on the ground, disappearing without a trace. Lu Ming made another hand seal, and a black light shot out from his hand. There was a buzzing sound in the surrounding void, and a layer of green light appeared out of nowhere, enveloping a radius of 300 meters around the mountain stream. This green restriction didn't have any defensive capabilities, but it was a realm inside. It was very effective in isolating one's aura and preventing enemies from tracking. After doing all this, Lu Ming let out a sigh of relief. The Ga race was adept at tracking, and he didn't dare to be careless. Don't worry. This Devil Abyss mystic realm has a great restriction on the divine sense of mystic enlightenment existences. The Ga race won't be able to track you after escaping so far. Mo Tian's voice appeared in Lu Ming's mind. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, but he didn't react. He waved his hand at the mutantine gourd on his waist, and Scorpion and Fire flew out. Master. Demon Flying Skull had already transformed into a green-robed boy. Once it came out, it flew to Lu Ming's side and pulled on the corner of Lu Ming's clothes with an affectionate look. Lu Ming first nodded to Scorpion Air on the side and touched Faye's head with one hand, revealing a hint of joy on his face. He didn't expect to meet Faye here. Alright, stop messing around. Master has something to ask you. Scorpion saw how affectionate Faye and Lu Ming were, and a trace of jealousy flashed on his face. Demon Flying Skull made a face at Scorpion and let go of Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded and said with a doubtful expression, yes, the situation was quite urgent earlier, so I didn't have the time to ask. Faye, aren't you in the 9 Netherworld Spirit King's sorrow? Why are you here? Regarding this matter, even if you didn't ask, I would have told you. The flying head put away its playful expression. After thinking for a while, it continued, after I left Master, I was summoned by Ancestor Fei to a strange valley. As a mystic enlightening stage fiend, Fei Zhu was indeed very knowledgeable about demon cultivation. Under his guidance, it took me 30 to 40 years to form my Dharma idol and advance to the celestial phenomenon stage. Initially, I wanted to immediately return to Master's side after I broke through to celestial phenomenon, but that Ancestor Fei kept using all sorts of excuses to prevent me from leaving. As Fei spoke till here, an expression of anger could be seen on his face. Lu Ming's eyes flashed and his face darkened. Noticing the change in Lu Ming's expression, Scorpion's beautiful eyes moved as she asked Demon Flying Skull, then why did you leave 9 Netherworld and come to the demonic abyss? Master, the corpse that you saw in the cave was actually Ancestor Fei's physical body in the myriad demon continent a long time ago. He is currently cultivating some kind of secret technique in the Spirit King's sorrow. It seems that he intends to return to the demonic abyss after mastering it and use this body to revive. Recently, he seemed to say that the demonic abyss is about to open and was worried that his physical body would be destroyed by intruders. Thus, he sent me, the Nether Wolf, and the Flying Crocodile to guard this place, Fei continued. What? Lu Ming was shocked when he heard this. The heaven-weeping demon monarch was actually Ancestor Fei. This was completely out of his expectations. However, after thinking about it, it wasn't impossible. After the heaven-weeping demon monarch died in the demonic abyss, a trace of his spirituality went to the 9 Netherworld and reincarnated as Ancestor Fei. The cave that the heaven-weeping demon monarch's corpse was in must be the similarity between the 9 Netherworld and the demonic abyss. However, it's also fortunate that he sent me here. Otherwise, I don't know when I would be able to return to Master's side, Fei said with a chuckle. Lu Ming stroked Demon Flying Skull's head and revealed a smile on his face. Coincidentally, he found the Demon Flying Skull this time. There was no doubt that he would have another helper in the demonic abyss. He chatted with the 2 spiritual pets for a while more before keeping them into the transforming Ing gourd. With a wave of one hand, a yellow light flashed and a heavenly mountain river pearl appeared. He waved his hand and formed a seal. The void around the heavenly mountain river pearl split open and Zhao Chenying flew out from it. Where are we? Zhao Chenying looked around and asked in surprise. We've already escaped quite a distance. We should be safe now, Lu Ming said with a smile. Zhao Chenying's face relaxed when she heard that. She then looked at Lu Ming and revealed a strange expression. She said, Brother Lu, the demon flying skull in the cave seemed to be one of your people. Did you send it in beforehand? That's right. The demon flying skull is indeed another of my demon pets. However, I didn't expect it to appear here, Lu Ming said calmly. Zhao Chenying frowned when she saw that Lu Ming was unwilling to tell her the reason. Although she was a little annoyed, there was nothing she could do. Lu Ming's strength was so strong that she could not see through him. In addition, the appearance of the demon flying skull shocked her even more. She felt that Lu Ming seemed to have a backup plan at any time. In terms of scheming and foresight, even an old demon was far from him. It's fine if you don't want to tell me, but I should have a share of the things you obtained in that cave, right? Zhao Qianying snorted. Then, as if she suddenly thought of something, she changed the topic. Of course. As Lu Ming said that, he flipped his hand and took out the storage bag that he had snatched from the heaven-weeping demon emperor's corpse. He waved his hand and formed a seal. Whoosh, there was a huge pile of things on the ground. Zhao Qianying's expression, which was initially filled with anticipation and excitement, immediately turned to disappointment when she saw what was on the ground. Most of the things on the ground were magic treasures and demonic weapons. There were also some materials, jade bottles, and so on. However, most of the things here were damaged and decayed. It seemed that they had lost their spirituality. Lu Ming's face was startled and he also showed a look of disappointment. It seems that our luck is not very good. However, it is not surprising. This heaven-weeping demon emperor was a person from tens of thousands of years ago. His corpse was also in a yin qi environment. After a long time, these things would naturally decay. He shook his head and sighed. Zhao Qianying's expression turned ugly. This time, it was her idea to follow the people of the noble families to search for treasures. In the end, after going through a lot of hardships, they only found a pile of scrap metal. She could not help but feel ashamed and angry. Not everything here is broken. There are still a few things that can still be used. Lu Ming searched the ground for a while. The pills in the bottles had basically turned into dust. Most of the demonic treasures had also decayed. However, there were still a few that could still be used. The ores and materials were basically intact. He searched for a while and found a few things that could still be used. There was a dark green short knife, a black shield with a ghost face, and a broken yellow flower basket-shaped magic treasure. The rest were dozens of ores of various colors. They seemed to be valuable items. These are the things. Let's divide them between us, Lu Ming raised his head and said. Zhao Qianying's gaze swept over the things on the ground. Her face revealed a thoughtful expression. Lu Ming's eyes flickered slightly. There was nothing special about the short blade and shield. They seemed to be ordinary demonic treasures, but the flower basket was a cave magic weapon. It seemed to be of the earth attribute. Although it could be used to advance the mountain river pearl. Speaking of which, this trip to the cavern was mostly done by Brother Lu. I will only take this shield and some ores. I will leave the rest to Brother Lu, Zhao Qianying said. She waved her hand and emitted a purple light. The purple light swept away the black shield and some ores. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He nodded and did not stand on ceremony. He waved his hand and stored the other things into his summer ring. He then looked around and suggested, "We have been fighting continuously. We have consumed quite a bit of magic power. Let's rest here for a while before continuing on our journey." Zhao Qianying nodded and walked to the side to sit down. She took out a few elixirs and consumed them. She then meditated. When Lu Ming saw this, he sat down on the ground. You obtained another magic treasure of the heavenly abode. It might be broken, but I have to say that your luck is rather good. In addition to the white bone cage fragment, it should be enough for your remaining mountain river pearls to advance. Mo Tian spoke slowly. When Lu Ming heard the statement, he couldn't help but feel delighted, but he didn't reveal it on his face. The demonic aura in the devil abyss is rather concentrated, and it is suitable for the sacrificial refinement. Do you want to start immediately? Mo Tian saw that Lu Ming was silent and asked again. There is no need. There isn't much time before the devil abyss tower opens. Let's talk about it after we leave the mystic domain. Lu Ming muttered for a moment and communicated with his mind. You are right. There isn't enough time to sacrificial refine the mountain river pearls, but the inner abyss is filled with danger. It is good to increase your strength. Let's use this period of time to sacrificial refine other things. It was unknown why Mo Tian was acting out of his usual self and started to make plans for Lu Ming. When Lu Ming heard the statement, his expression changed slightly as he asked, What do you mean? What do you mean by that? Hee hee, Lu brat, don't misunderstand. I am talking about that green short saber. If I didn't see it wrongly, it should be refined from the extinct green devil metal on the 10,000 devil continent. I remember that you obtained plenty of peak-grade devil essence diamonds a few days ago. With these two materials, you will be able to refine a truly sharp devil blade. Mo Tian let out a mischievous laugh and continued. Lu Ming's eyes flashed when he heard the statement. He had seen the name green devil metal in ancient texts. It was a rumored precious ore, and when refining a devil artifact, a little bit of it would be added in. The refined object would become abnormally tough. However, this material was already extinct on the 10,000 devil continent. I have read about it in ancient texts. To refine the green devil metal, an extremely high temperature is required. Only the alchemy fire of a mystic enlightenment almighty would be able to do it. Could it be that you can also spit out alchemy fire like this? Lu Ming transmitted a message with indifferent eyes. You don't have to worry about this. I know a place near the inner abyss. There is a lava devil origin, and the devil fire that it spits out is even more powerful than the alchemy fire of a mystic enlightenment existence. It is enough for the refinement. Furthermore, the refinement process isn't complicated, and there is definitely enough time. Mo Tian pondered for a moment and continued. Alright, in that case, I'll have to trouble you to give me some pointers. Lu Ming was moved and said. Hee hee, no problem, no problem. Mo Tian secretly breathed a sigh of relief and chuckled. In the following time, Lu Ming and Zhao Qianying rested here for a while. When the two of them recovered most of their magic power, they got up and put away the restriction. They continued to fly towards the inner abyss. At the same time, in the valley where the Skycry Demon Venerable's tomb was located, a ball of white light flashed out of the cave and landed lightly on an open space. The white light faded, revealing Gao Heian, Jackdaw Elder, and the other three figures. When they escaped, Jackdaw Elder's side seemed to have lost another person. At this moment, except for Gao Heian, the rest of them looked a little disheveled, and their expressions were not very good. When the dove-faced demon and the man with sword-shaped eyebrows who were originally guarding outside the cave saw this, they hurriedly went to greet them. Their faces were full of anxiety. Humph, the two of you were guarding outside. Didn't you know that someone had sneaked in? Gao Heian's expression was cold as he asked in a deep voice. Lord Yen, it's like this. The dove-faced demon and the man with sword-shaped eyebrows looked at each other and immediately recounted the previous encounter. I didn't expect this kid to have a celestial phenomenon realm demonic pet. I've underestimated him. Hearing this, Gao Heian's eyes flashed slightly as he muttered to himself. Brother Gao Heian, with your heaven-searching secret technique, if that person hasn't escaped far, you should still be able to find traces of him, right? Jackdaw Elder coughed lightly and said. His expression was also quite ugly. No one would be in a good mood if they were the Oriole behind. However, in the end, they finally obtained the corpse of the Skycry Demon Venerable. It could be said that they didn't come in vain. However, compared with the loss of two of his clansmen, it seemed a bit not worth it. If they could find that person and take back the storage bag of the Skycry Demon Venerable, they would definitely gain a lot. I've tried just now. Unfortunately, that person has already flown out of my sensing range. After all, I'm only equivalent to a peak celestial phenomenon realm cultivator here. Gao Hei said expressionlessly. He wasn't looking for Lu Ming just because of today's matter, but also because of the grudge he had with Gao Hai. Naturally, he couldn't be bothered to tell the Jackdaw Elder about this. The Jackdaw Elder's expression darkened. Now that things had come to this, they could only accept their bad luck. The area of the demonic abyss was huge. Looking for a person was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Besides, they had more important things to do. After resting here for half a day, they turned into several streaks of light again and flew towards the inner abyss. In the blink of an eye, 5 months had passed since the opening of the demonic abyss. This was a mountain range that stretched for tens of thousands of miles. On one side of the mountain range was the outer region of the demon abyss, while on the other side was a vast expanse of black fog that connected the heavens and the earth, rolling up and down, reaching tens of thousands of feet high. If one were to look down from a high enough altitude, they'd discover that the mountain range had actually formed an enormous ring around the center of the demon abyss. Within the ring, there was a black fog everywhere. From a distance, it looked like a gigantic black ball had been placed inside a ring. This enormous ball of black fog was the forbidden area of the demon abyss, the inner abyss, which struck terror into the hearts of many great clans on the myriad demon continent. Just then, there was a flash of light in the distance. Two streaks of light, one black and one purple, flew towards the ball of black fog as fast as lightning. After a while, they could finally make out the figures in the two streaks of light. They were a man and a woman. The man's appearance was ordinary, and his complexion was slightly dark. He looked to be in his 30s or 40s. The woman had a head of soft purple hair, and her skin was as white as jade. She was extremely beautiful, and there was a black mark on her forehead. It was none other than Lu Ming and Zhao Qianying in disguise. After a few flashes, the two landed on the peak of a mountain range, only a few kilometers away from the ball of black fog. So this is the inner abyss. The aura is really magnificent. After Zhao Qianying steadied herself, she glanced at the tumbling black fog a few kilometers away, and her beautiful pupils shrank. Lu Ming didn't answer. His eyes also looked at the black fog in the distance in front of him, and his brows slightly furrowed. Although his divine sense was unable to probe into the strange black mist, he was able to sense strands of extremely ferocious aura surging out from the sea of mist, and it caused him to have a bad feeling in the depths of his heart. At this moment, suddenly, a strange long cry came from the depths of the black fog. The sound was like iron rubbing against each other, and it was very uncomfortable to listen to it. Then, the black fog in front of them tumbled violently, and a large bird with a flat body covered with black feathers flew out of it, making strange long cries. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. The aura of this large bird had reached the celestial phenomenon realm. Be careful, this is a cadaveric vulture, a type of large bird that is most commonly seen in the periphery of the inner abyss. Its body is extremely hard, and it won't be easy to deal with. Zhao Qianying's expression changed, and she flipped her hand to take out a purple-patterned short bow. She chanted an incantation, and the short bow emitted billowing black flames. Let me. After saying this, Lu Ming's figure swayed, and he appeared in the air in front of Zhao Qianying. He opened his mouth and a ball of black light flew out. At the same time, he made a hand seal and separated them. The black light scattered, and a green flying knife about a foot long shot out. The surface of the knife was covered with layers of black veined patterns, and its surface was shrouded with runes. The flying knife let out a cry, and then turned into a green light that was about 10 feet long, and it flew toward the oncoming cadaveric vulture. A fierce glint flashed in the cadaveric vulture's crimson eyes, and it suddenly flapped its wings. Immediately, pitch-black arcs of lightning mixed with white wind blades shot out from its wings. A dense barrage of black and white attacks surged out like a dam that had been opened, and the space in front of Lu Ming and Zhao Qianying was almost dyed black and white. Just as the green flying knife was about to come into contact with the arcs of lightning and wind blades, the knife suddenly flashed, and in the next moment, it appeared above the cadaveric vulture's head and slashed down viciously. The corpse-flat vulture was startled at first, then it opened its mouth and let out a strange cry. The black feathers on its body that looked like pieces of iron all stood up like a suit of armor, causing its originally flat body to suddenly double in size. A strange sound like metal scraping against metal rang out. The feather armor of the corpse flat-wing vulture was like a piece of paper. It was shattered by the cyan flying dagger, and black feathers filled the sky. Then, with a flash of cyan light, the flying dagger pierced through the corpse flat-wing vulture's head, leaving a bull-sized bloody hole. The bird let out an earth-shattering cry, and its huge body fell powerlessly to the ground. In the blink of an eye, it was submerged in the rolling black mist. With the cadaveric vulture's death, the black and white light that had just touched Lu Ming and Zhao Qianying stopped abruptly, turning into specks of black and white crystal light that dissipated in the void. Lu Ming waved a hand, and with a flash of green light, the green flying knife turned around and landed in his hand. He glanced at the green flying dagger in his hand with a satisfied look in his eyes. This flying knife was the Devil Essence Green Devil Blade, which he had spent 3 whole months refining after fusing the Devil Essence Diamond with the Green Devil Golden Flying Knife. Although it did not have the speed and sharpness of the Void Sword Pill, it was better at breaking through some hard defenses, so it was quite easy to use. Brother Lu, in my opinion, the inner abyss is very dangerous. Instead of entering now, Why don't we wait for another half a month and wait for the Demon Abyss Tower to open before entering in one go? Zhao Qianying saw that Lu Ming had killed a celestial phenomenon demon bird with a swing of the knife, and her beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light, but it was immediately hidden. All right. Lu Ming made a hand sign with one hand, and after the green flying knife in his hand shrank and put it into his mouth, he released his divine sense to scan the surroundings. After a while, a black and a purple escape light flew from the top of the mountain, and after a few flashes, they disappeared into the vast mountains. At the same time, on another mountain less than 10,000 miles away from where Lu Ming and the others were, more than a dozen figures stood. They were vaguely divided into two groups, and most of them were wearing purple brocade robes. They were the people of the Central Imperial Dynasty. Huangfu Yupa and the burly man, Huangfu Kuizhao, were both here. The other team consisted of 5 people, all dressed in golden clothes. Their sleeves and the corners of their clothes were decorated with complicated patterns, which seemed to be some kind of formation pattern. Golden spirit patterns appeared on the foreheads of the 5 golden-robed people, which looked like they were made of golden scales. If there were people from the myriad demon continent here, they would definitely be able to recognize that they were the most low-key dragon clan among the 4 great clans of the continent. The leader of the 5 golden-robed people was a golden-robed young woman who looked only in her 30s. The golden spirit patterns on her forehead were obviously much thicker than the others, especially on the left and right sides of her forehead. At first glance, it seemed to be 2 golden horn patterns. The group of more than a dozen people looked in the direction of the inner abyss. The people of the Central Imperial Dynasty looked very calm, but the people of the Dragon Clan looked a little excited. Elderine Chan, we will need your help in this trip to the inner abyss. We don't need to be afraid of the other forces except for the Lu family. It's very likely that they've also invited some helpers. It's very likely that the helpers are from the Kongxiang family. When the time comes for us to fight with the Kongxiang family, all of you just need to help us stop them. Huangfu Yupa turned around and said to the golden-robed young woman, Since the master has agreed to join forces with you, I will certainly fulfill my promise. However, the Demon King has promised to give us 5 dragon soul pills, and you must remember to pay no matter the result, the golden-robed young woman said with a smile. The young woman's voice was crisp and sweet, and there was a hint of charm in it, which made people who heard it feel a little soft in their bones. Of course, the Central Imperial Dynasty is still trustworthy, Huangfu Yupa said with a smile. The golden-robed young woman pursed her lips and smiled. Without saying anything more, she turned around and looked in the direction of the inner abyss. Her eyes were slightly flickering. On another mountain peak in the outer ring of the inner abyss, Lu Xiang and Kong Xianxia, the eyebrowless elder from the Kong Xianxia clan, stood side by side. Their gazes were fixed on the churning black mist in the distance. Behind Lu Xiang and Kong Xianxia stood 7 celestial phenomenon realm demons. From their attire, 4 of them were from the Lu clan, while the remaining 3 were from the Kong Xianxia clan. Behind these people stood 4 grey-robed figures in the distance. The 4 of them were shrouded in a grey light, so their faces could not be seen. The 4 of them were motionless, as if they were 4 puppets. Their bodies emitted a faint aura of death. After a while, Kong Xianxia suddenly turned his head and glanced at the 4 of them. His eyes flickered slightly. Ever since Lu Xiang had proposed to work together, the Kong Xianxia clan had been moving with the Lu clan. However, a few days ago, the 4 grey-robed people had suddenly appeared in the Lu clan's group. Lu Xiang said that the Lu clan had arranged for these people to enter the demon abyss from another clan. However, Kong Xianxia faintly felt that the 4 of them were not ordinary demons. Lu Xiang's eyes flashed as he asked indifferently, why? Is Elder Su interested in those 4 fellows? Lu Xiang's expression did not change as he lightly laughed and said, haha, ever since these 4 fellows arrived a few days ago, they have not spoken a single word. This old man is rather curious. I know what Elder Su is thinking. However, Elder Su, don't worry. These few fellows are the hidden means that my clan has used to deal with the Central Dynasty. Since our 2 clans have joined hands, I will not destroy myself. Elder Su, you don't need to be so vigilant. Lu Joying said with a sigh. When Kong Xianxia heard this, he smiled faintly and did not say anything. Seeing Kong Xianxia's expression, Lu Xiang could only change the topic, there should be less than a month before the Demon Abyss Tower opens. There is no need for us to blindly wait here. It is better to find a safe place and properly recuperate for a period of time. Xianxia nodded. A moment later, the group of 10 or so people flew away from the inner abyss. A long time after the group left, in a dense forest a few miles away from them, a ripple appeared in the void. The ripple slowly split to two sides, revealing a yellow figure. It was Ouyang. I didn't expect to meet the Xianxia clan here again. Fortunately, I have the 5 smoke miasma given by Senior Green Spirit to hide my tracks. Ouyang muttered to himself. Ouyang Rua's clothes were a little messy at the moment, and there were even traces of blood on them. It seemed like she had suffered a lot on the way to the outskirts of the inner abyss. However, he did not show the slightest sign of retreat or fear. He looked in the direction of the inner abyss with a hint of excitement in his eyes. As long as he could get the thunder ring, the ring, the thunder, the ring, the thunder. With this, ring, the clan, by King, and of by, Tian, Xianxia, the Ling Dragon, and, by, Ling, Xianxia, Dragon Sha, Shan, by, and, by, Cloud. By, he, by. By Lu Ming had used a water mirror technique to seal Sha Chuer's image in the crystal. Ouyang looked at Sha Chuer's face, which was almost identical to his wife's, and a trace of affection appeared in his eyes. However, he quickly shook his head and regained his composure. With a flip of his hand, he put away the crystal. He looked left and right and muttered an incantation. A layer of 5-colored mist appeared around his body, wrapping around him like a robe. Then, he silently sped off into the distance. He didn't know what kind of treasure this 5-colored mist was, but it didn't give off the slightest aura as it flew. That's right, those demons standing with the Xianxia clan seemed to be surnamed Lu. Could they be related to Lu Ming? A low murmur came from within the 5-colored mist. In the next moment, the mist melted into the void and disappeared without a trace. Several days later, the Gok clan and Jackdaw finally arrived at the edge of the inner abyss. The two groups looked exhausted, as if they'd just experienced a great battle and hadn't had time to rest. Jackdaw's face was pale, and he looked into the distance with lingering fear. As expected, the closer we get to the inner abyss, the more powerful the demonic creatures become. I didn't expect to run into a group of legendary stinging scorpions. Of the clansmen who'd entered the demon abyss with him, only one remained. The other had likely died along the way. As for the Gok clan, aside from the one they'd lost in Demon Monarch Heaven Weeping's cave, they still had 3 people following Gao Heian. However, one of them had an unstable aura, he'd clearly been injured. The so-called stinging scorpion was one of the most venomous demonic insects on the myriad demon continent. It wasn't large, but it was ferocious by nature. It carried a deadly poison, and it moved like the wind through the sand. In addition, it was adept at concealing its aura. Even an arcane enlightenment cultivator could be injured if they weren't careful. This poisonous scorpion had once wreaked havoc on the myriad demon continent, causing people to pale at the mere mention of it. However, it was later annihilated by the combined might of the ancient demon race. Now, it was extinct on the myriad demon continent. Gao Heian hadn't expected to see it again in the demon abyss. This poisonous scorpion has been extinct for a long time. I didn't think we'd run into it here. Gao Heian's expression was unsightly. Now, only 6 remained of the group of 10, and one of them had suffered serious injuries. It could be said that their strength had been greatly reduced. Fellow Daoist Gao Heian, what should we do next? Jackdaw asked, a hint of retreat in his tone. The arrow is already knocked on the bowstring, so how can we stop here? No matter what, we have to explore the inner abyss. According to the information our clan received, there should still be some time before the Devil Abyss Tower opens. Let's take a good rest and recover first. Gao Heian resolutely said, his eyes flashing fiercely. He hadn't obtained any great treasures from this trip to the Devil Abyss, and he'd even lost a celestial phenomenon clansman. If he returned now, he would inevitably be reprimanded by the other arcane enlightenment elders of the clan. His status in the clan would inevitably fall, so no matter what, he had to fish for some benefits in the inner abyss. When the jackdaw elder heard this, he stared blankly for a moment before his expression became cloudy. Fellow Taoist jackdaw, are you really willing to retreat? Gao Heian asked indifferently. When Jackdaw heard this, his brows furrowed, and his eyes narrowed. 3 figures stood on a cliff outside the inner abyss. The one in the lead was a middle-aged woman with an ice-cold expression. She gazed in the direction of the inner abyss, but it was unknown what she was thinking. If Lu Ming were here again, he would definitely remember this woman. She was the stern-faced middle-aged woman who had entered the devil abyss before him. However, the 2 people beside her were no longer a man and a woman. Instead, they were 2 humanoid puppets. One was bright gold, while the other was dark green. Although the 2 puppets stood quietly to the side, their facial features were no different from a normal person's. Their eyes occasionally darted around as they surveyed their surroundings, as if they were 2 living creatures. Dozens of tall demonic creatures lay around them, their bellies split open. Some of their corpses had been torn in half, and their deaths were incomparably miserable. Among these demonic creatures were over a dozen flattened birds. They looked even larger than the ones Lu Ming had killed, but now they'd also become ice-cold corpses. On the other hand, the middle-aged woman's body was completely clean without a single trace of blood. Instead, the 2 puppets by her side were covered in blood. It was obvious that these 2 puppets had killed these demonic creatures. Up until now, how many people have arrived near the inner abyss? The middle-aged woman suddenly tilted her head slightly and asked. Master, according to my black crystal disc, there are already 4 or 5 teams near the inner abyss. The Central Dynasty and the 4 noble clans have basically all arrived. Moreover, he's here too. The black puppet cupped its hands and said in a muffled voice. That's good. The middle-aged woman's eyes flashed when she heard this. She nodded and continued to look at the rolling black fog in the distance. Master, that person is very important in your plan. Should I go and protect him in secret? If something happens to him, won't it affect the plan? The other golden puppet suddenly said. The middle-aged woman frowned slightly when she heard this. She fell silent. The golden puppet exchanged glances with the black puppet beside it, but they didn't say anything. By the way, Master, I have something to report to you. That Lu Ming is also in the devil abyss at the moment, and he's also near the inner abyss, the black puppet said. The middle-aged woman was finally moved when she heard this. She frowned and said, Really? Yes, that Lu Ming seems to have used some kind of secret technique to change his appearance. His constitution has also changed a lot, so I couldn't detect his true identity at first. When I activated the black crystal disc, I sensed some of his aura. That's how I confirmed his identity, the black puppet said slowly. The golden puppet's eyes also flashed when it heard the name Lu Ming. Why is he also in the devil abyss? The middle-aged woman frowned and muttered to herself. Master, do you think that this Lu Ming's existence will affect the plan? If that's the case, I'll go and kill him now, the black puppet said calmly. The middle-aged woman thought for a moment and said, No need. Now that the devil abyss tower is about to open, let's not cause any problems for now. Just pay close attention to his actions in the future. The black puppet agreed and didn't say anything else. The middle-aged woman's eyes flashed as if she was thinking about something. Half a month passed by quickly. Everyone was hiding near the inner abyss, quietly accumulating their strength. They didn't do anything. On this day, the black mist above the inner abyss suddenly surged violently, giving off a loud rumble. Rumble, an incomparably thick black beam of light pierced through the black mist and shot straight into the sky. A loud whistling sound came from the beam of light, which spread far and wide. The surrounding void quickly rippled like the surface of the water. As the pillar of black light rose, the black mist in the inner abyss surged and quickly dissipated, becoming thinner. As soon as the anomaly appeared in the inner abyss, the people lurking in the vicinity immediately rubbed their palms together. On a mountain peak that was covered with dense forests in the periphery of the inner abyss, there was a blur in the sky above a dense forest. Lu Ming and Zhao Qianying appeared. The devil abyss tower is finally opened. Zhao Qianying looked at the tumbling black mist in the distance, and her beautiful eyes flickered. There's no time to lose. The layer of corpse devil aura around the inner abyss will only be greatly weakened during the opening of the devil abyss tower. There isn't much time. Let's enter it now. Mo Tian's voice sounded. When Lu Ming and Zhao Qianying heard this, their expressions changed slightly. They looked at each other, and their bodies glowed at the same time. They turned into two rays of light and soared into the sky. The two streaks of light drew an arc in midair, and then plunged headfirst into the tumbling black mist ahead. Lu Ming only felt his vision turning black. It was pitch black in all directions, and he couldn't see the surrounding scenery clearly. There were bursts of dense demonic aura and corpse aura mixed with the chilly wind that swept over from all directions. It was as though he had entered the netherworld. Mo Tian had already explained to him about this layer of black mist in the past few days. This layer of corpse devil poisonous miasma was extraordinary. The demonic aura and corpse aura contained in it were extremely strange. When they combined with each other, it produced a certain change that had a strong infectious power. Even a true celestial phenomenon realm demon would not be able to withstand it for a long period of time, and their body would turn into a corpse. As for other races, they would directly lose their consciousness due to the infusion of demonic aura. The invasion of the corpse devil poisonous miasma was extremely strong, and ordinary artifacts couldn't resist it. Only some pure yang artifacts had some restraining effect. However, because of the geography of the 10,000 demon continent, such artifacts were extremely rare. Therefore, the best way to pass through this layer of poisonous miasma was to pass through it as soon as possible. Just as Lu Ming and Zhao Qianying flew into the black mist, the people in the vicinity of the inner abyss also immediately flew over. They opened up all kinds of protective light and plunged into the mist at full speed. A black shadow flashed beside Lu Ming, and Mo Tian's figure appeared. He waved his hand and took out the celestial tablet. A grayish-white light spread out and condensed into a shield, enveloping the three of them. The celestial tablet was wrapped in gray and white light, and the surrounding black gas was immediately isolated outside. Lu Ming's eyes flashed when he saw this scene. Although the celestial tablet isolated the surrounding black gas, he naturally wouldn't entrust his life to Mo Tian. With a thought in his mind, there was a thunderclap on his body. Countless golden arcs were ejected and turned into golden electric snakes that coiled around his body. It was as if he was wearing a thunder armor. The power of lightning had a great restraining effect on demonic chi and corpse chi. With this protection, there was naturally nothing to worry about in this place. At some point in time, Zhao Qianying had already donned the light red, tight-fitting soft armor. Her entire body was glistening with the light of treasures, and it was obvious that she had prepared for both eventualities. But even so, Lu Ming still saw deep fear in the depths of the woman's eyes. When Mo Tian saw this scene, his eyes flashed, and he said with a smile, "This is just the first test to enter the inner abyss. If you consume too much spiritual power here, I'm afraid it will be difficult later." "Thank you for the reminder. We know what to do." Lu Ming replied faintly, but he didn't withdraw the lightning around him. With his current Fa Li, this consumption was naturally not a big deal. Zhao Qianying's beautiful eyes flashed, and she didn't withdraw the armor on her body. Mo Tian laughed a few times and didn't say anything. He continued to urge the celestial tablet to release a large amount of gray and white light to maintain the shield. The surrounding corpse demon poisonous miasma was quite viscous. It was like a liquid that pulled the trio's escape light, making it impossible for them to speed up. Fortunately, the celestial tablet could restrain the black gas, so they didn't have to be too anxious. At this moment, there was a squawking sound. The black gas rolled in front of them, and two black giant birds flew out of it. It was the corpse flat vulture, and they rushed toward the trio. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and he opened his mouth to spit out a green crystal saber light. It was the demonic marrow green devil blade. With a flash of the saber light, the two corpse flat vultures were chopped into several pieces, and their corpses tumbled into the mist. The corpse demon poisonous miasma here is so powerful, but this kind of corpse flat vulture can actually survive here. It's really incredible. Zhao Qianying's beautiful eyes flashed, and she said with some surprise. There's nothing strange about this. The corpse flat vulture is actually a species that mutated after being contaminated with the corpse demon poisonous miasma here. You have to be careful. There are more than one or two kinds of demonic creatures in this poisonous miasma. There are even powerful demonic creatures that are comparable to the celestial phenomenon realm and mystic opening realm. Mo Tian said indifferently while urging the celestial tablet. Lu Ming and Zhao Qianying's expressions changed slightly. As soon as Mo Tian finished speaking, there was a buzz in the black mist at the side. Two black bats covered with demonic patterns, which were several meters in size, rushed over. Swish, a dense wave of purple light arrows shot out, riddling the two bats full of holes. Zhao Qianying held her purple patterned short bow in her hand, and with the red soft armor on her body, she looked valiant and heroic. You don't have to worry. This layer of corpse demon poisonous miasma has weakened a lot. It's not very wide, and we can pass through it in 15 minutes. Mo Tian said at this moment. When Lu Ming and Zhao Qianying heard this, their expressions were slightly relieved. Along the way, the two of them still encountered a lot of demonic creatures in the poisonous miasma. The closer they were to the inner abyss, the more frequent the demonic creatures appeared. Fortunately, the two of them had good luck and didn't encounter too powerful demonic creatures. Except for a few celestial phenomenon realm existences, most of them were just at the Jin Dan realm or even the crystallization realm. However, there were quite a lot of them. However, the demonic creatures that appeared here might have been infected by the corpse chi, and most of them had strong defenses. Furthermore, due to the restriction on divine senses and vision, they would only be discovered when they were less than 30 meters away from the target. With Lu Ming's current abilities and the demonic marrow green devil blade that had the miraculous effect of breaking through defenses, these demonic creatures were naturally beneath his notice. He dealt with them with a wave of his hand, and it didn't take much time. Zhao Qianying didn't seem to be willing to show weakness. She also activated the purple patterned short bow in her hand and killed quite a number of demonic creatures. Just like that, the two of them turned into an escape light and went deep into the black mist without any mishaps. They were about to fly out of the poisonous miasma area. Right at this moment, the black mist at the side of the trio suddenly tumbled violently. An extremely thick black shadow whipped over with lightning speed, as though a giant stick was smashing down. Before the black shadow arrived, a strong fishy smell had already assaulted their faces. Lu Ming's expression changed as he suddenly reached out to grab Zhao Qianying's arm, who hadn't reacted in time. His body radiated with black light as he forcefully flew several meters to the side. The thick black shadow suddenly flew past in front of the two of them, and a huge wind pressure came over, causing the two of them to fly over 30 meters away. Lu Ming's eyes contracted, and his eyes flickered with purple light. When the giant black shadow brushed past him, he saw that the black shadow was covered with bull-sized black scales. That black shadow seemed to be the tail of some giant demonic creature. Be careful, that is the Manku devil snake. One of the most powerful demonic creatures in the corpse devil miasma. Leave quickly. Mo Tian's expression changed as he spoke. Hearing this, Lu Ming frowned. Just as he was about to speak, his expression suddenly changed. He grabbed Zhao Qianying's body with one hand, and a silver light shone from his back. Two silver wings extended from his back, and with a fierce flap, he turned into a silver light and flew forward. Just as Lu Ming flew out, a giant snake head passed through the place where he was just standing, and the giant fangs bit into thin air. Lu Ming's forehead had a fine layer of cold sweat, and he had a stern expression. He didn't say a word, but his body was glowing with black chi and silver light, and his speed increased by nearly 50%. Zhao Qianying's charming face was incomparably pale as she obediently allowed Lu Ming to hug her and didn't try to break free. Roar. A loud and deep roar echoed from the black mist behind, and it was rapidly approaching. Lu Ming's expression changed, and the black light on his body suddenly flourished. In the next moment, his body shook, and he turned into 3 identical shadows that flew in different directions. There was a swish sound, and Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He carried Zhao Qianying and flew out of the black mist, and a giant desolate plain appeared in front of him. Lu Ming was startled, but he didn't dare to stop and continued to fly into the distance. There's no need to escape. That manga devil snake won't leave the corpse devil miasma and chase after us. Mo Tian spoke indifferently. Lu Ming flew for a distance after hearing this, and when he looked back and saw that there was really nothing flying over from the black mist, he finally stopped. Zhao Qianying blushed and quickly struggled out from Lu Ming's embrace, landing at the side. What kind of demonic creature was that? It was actually so huge, and its aura was too terrifying. It gave me a feeling that it was far beyond any mystic enlightening existence that I have seen in the past. Lu Ming didn't care about Zhao Qianying and asked Mo Tian. I don't know how long that demonic creature has lived in this sea of mist. It is probably hundreds of thousands of years, and it is almost a half-demon half-corpse existence. It is naturally extremely terrifying. Mo Tian's eyes flashed with radiance as he spoke. Lu Ming's eyes contracted, and there was a horrified expression in his eyes. Even a mystic enlightening existence's lifespan was only tens of thousands of years. If it had lived for hundreds of thousands of years, that giant python could only be an ancient demonic creature. However, it was fortunate that it didn't chase after them. Otherwise, it would be hard for them to escape death today. Lu Ming let out a light breath and calmed his mind before he looked around. There was a desolate plain in front of him, and the black mist in the sky was rolling endlessly, extending to the end of his vision. On the plain, apart from the giant black stone pillars that could be seen everywhere, there was nothing else. These black stone pillars stood tall and pierced into the black mist in midair, causing the entire desolate plain to look like a giant black hall. It looked rather strange. This is already in the inner abyss, and the abyss tower is in the center of the inner abyss. Activating the celestial tablet consumed a lot of energy. I'll recover first. Call me when you pass through this wasteland. Also, be careful of these black pillars. Before Lu Ming could speak, Mo Tian left a message and turned into a black light with the celestial tablet, entering Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming didn't rush to move forward when he heard the words. Instead, he pondered for a while, raised his head and looked forward. His eyes suddenly flashed. After a while, he frowned slightly. Under a closer look, the black stone pillars that could be seen everywhere in this wasteland were actually some kind of super-large plant with a diameter of several meters. It seemed to be countless black vines twisted together, and then it went straight into the black mist in the sky. In addition, at the end of the plain ahead, a large area surrounded by black fences could be vaguely seen. Even though it was at least hundreds of miles away, one could still feel the shocking corpse aura coming from it. And the closer they got to the black fences, the denser these black stone pillars were. Zhao Qianying's ears moved a few times. She frowned slightly and said, I've never seen these stone pillar-like plants before. I've never seen these stone pillar-like plants before. However, although they are plants, they contain a fierce and brutal aura of life. It is indeed a little strange. Did you notice that there is no demonic creature here? Lu Ming suddenly asked without rhyme or reason. That's right. Brother Lu, you mean, it's related to these stone pillars? Zhao Qianying was startled at first, and then she looked shocked. If I guessed correctly, the demonic creatures in the Sea of Mist should also be afraid of these stone pillars, so they entrenched in the Sea of Mist and didn't chase out. Lu Ming said slowly. As soon as the statement came out, Zhao Qianying couldn't help but be shocked. Let me try. After a while, the woman raised the purple-striped short bow in her hand and aimed at the nearest black stone pillar. Hua, in the woman's crisp incantation, a large black flame emerged from the bow. Wait. Lu Ming suddenly thought of something, and his expression changed as he hurriedly stopped him. Zhao Qianying shuddered, but she still stopped chanting. She turned her head slightly and looked at Lu Ming with a puzzled expression. Wait here, I'll be right back. When the word "come" left his mouth, a crackling sound came from Lu Ming's body. Lightning flashed wildly with a series of afterimages, and he disappeared into the black fog behind him in a flash. Before Zhao Qianying could ask anything, Lu Ming had already vanished without a trace. This caused her to be unable to help but feel slightly depressed. She turned around and glanced at the black stone pillar in the distance. In the end, she stomped her feet and had no choice but to temporarily put down the violet-striped bough in her hand and wait silently. After the time it took for half an incense stick to burn, the black mist behind him tumbled violently, and then a figure wrapped in lightning flashed out. It was Lu Ming. However, in his hand, he was also carrying a 20 to 30 meters long, gray demonic creature that looked like an ape. Its cultivation was roughly at the early stage of the celestial phenomenon state. The ape's eyes were tightly closed as if it was knocked out by Lu Ming's punch. However, its body was full of vitality, and it was obviously still alive. Lu Ming didn't say anything to Zhao Qianying. Instead, his figure flashed a few times and appeared less than 300 meters away from the nearest stone pillar. With a shake of his wrist, he threw the ape in his hand toward the black stone pillar. At the same time, he retreated without thinking. He opened his mouth and spat out a black gas toward the ape in front of him. The black gas fell on the ape's body. After its body shook, it suddenly opened its eyes and woke up. However, in the next moment, when the ape saw the black stone pillar right in front of him, his expression suddenly changed as if he had seen something extremely terrifying. Black chi wrapped around his body, and he roared as he tried to turn around and flee. However, it was already too late. The black stone pillar, which was originally like a towering stone pillar, suddenly became unusually soft as if it had come to life the moment the black gas emitted from the ape's body. Then, an incredible scene appeared. The whole black stone pillar suddenly bent in the direction of the ape, and the top part that was originally submerged in the black mist suddenly revealed itself. It was a huge black flower bud. The flower bud suddenly bloomed and divided into 3 petals. A black light flashed, numerous black silks shot out from the flower bud in a flash, piercing through the gray ape that was about to turn around and escape in an instant. Then, the black silks quickly circled around the ape and tied it up tightly. A trace of despair flashed in the gray ape's eyes. Before it could let out a cry, it was directly pulled back into the black flower bud. Then, the 3 petals retracted, and the black stone pillar suddenly straightened. The whole black flower bud once again submerged into the billowing black mist above. The whole process only took a breath or two. When the black flower bud submerged into the black mist above, Lu Ming's figure fell back to Zhao Qianying's side. At this moment, Zhao Qianying was already dumbfounded. Her mouth was wide open, and she could not close it for a long time. She had seen this gray ape in the sea of mist before. Its defense was far stronger than that of the cadaveric vulture, and its agility gave her quite a headache. But the black silk that shot out from the black flower bud could easily penetrate the ape's defense, which showed how terrifying it was. And these strange black stone pillars were everywhere in this wasteland. Almost every few hundred feet, there was one. No wonder there was not a single demonic creature in this area. These stone pillar-like plants should be extremely sensitive to demonic energy. Once you get close to their attack range, even a celestial phenomenon expert may not be able to escape unscathed. If you face the attack of several stone pillars at the same time, you can only wait for death, Lu Ming said calmly. Hearing this, Zhao Qianying swept her gaze forward and then nodded. Lu Ming was right. It would be fine if they were at the periphery, but if they were to go a little deeper, it would be impossible to take a detour when faced with such a dense number of black stone pillars. Even a Tongxian realm expert might not be able to deal with them. Brother Lu, do you have any idea how to pass through this wasteland? Zhao Qianying thought for a moment, but could not think of a good idea. She could only look at Lu Ming. Lu Ming opened his mouth and was about to speak, but at this moment, in the depths of the forest of black stone pillars, the black pillar of light that rose from the center of the inner abyss suddenly weakened. After a few breaths, it actually dissipated. The black mist in the sky began to tumble. Rumble, the forest of black stone pillars, which was originally motionless, seemed to have been awakened in an instant. It slowly began to dance and twist. At a glance, it looked like countless thick tentacles, which made one's scalp tingle and heart tremble. Zhao Qianying's beautiful face turned pale. On the other hand, Lu Ming, who was at the side, quickly grabbed Zhao Qianying and brought her to the ground. At this moment, these strange plants had already awakened. If they were to stay in midair, it would be too obvious. Naturally, it would be safer to stay on the ground. However, the moment the two of them landed, the purple-lined bough in Zhao Qianying's hand trembled, and a large amount of black demonic flames burst forth, as though she was facing a formidable enemy. Don't. Seeing this, Lu Ming hurriedly tried to stop her, but it was already too late. So, a strange black tree in the vicinity seemed to have sensed something. Its trunk bent and flew toward the two of them. The black flower bud at the top of the tree suddenly opened, and countless black threads shot out from it, shooting toward the two of them. Sizzling sounds rang out, a rain of purple arrows shot out from the short bow in Zhao Qianying's hand. Pu-pu. Sounds of arrows flying, these purple arrows fell on the oncoming black threads and black flower buds, creating a large purple halo, but they could not stop the approaching speed at all. Lu Ming's face changed. He had just seen the power of these black threads. Not only was their penetrative power amazing, but even he was not sure that he could break free if he was entangled by them. Without saying a word, he grabbed Zhao Qianying, then with a tap of his foot, he flew backward. At the same time, a thought flashed in his mind. He patted his left shoulder, and a green light of Che Huan's totem appeared on his body, enveloping both of them. Pu, the black threads almost brushed past the afterimage left by Lu Ming, and all of them shot into the black mist. Then the black thread shrank back into the flower bud. The black flower bud swayed a few times, and the 3 petals opened and closed slightly, as though it was sensing something. After a while, it finally slowly retracted. Lu Ming's face was filled with joy. Just now, the two of them were not far from the strange black tree, but the strange black tree retracted after one attack. Obviously, Che Huan's totem had concealed their aura, so that the strange tree could no longer sense the devil chi emitted from them. If that was the case, it should not be difficult to pass through the forest here. Thank you, Brother Lu, for your help. I wonder what kind of concealment magic that even these strange trees can't sense it. Zhao Qianying finally recovered at this moment, and then said with a happy face. It's just an ordinary breath concealment secret technique, Miss Zhao, you flatter me. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Zhao Qianying's beautiful eyes flashed, and she did not ask any more questions. Now that they had found a way, the two of them did not linger here any longer. After another round of probing and confirming that the strange trees could not sense them, the two of them turned into a green shadow and slowly flew toward the black fence of the inner abyss. In the following time, the green shadow passed through the strange black trees, not attracting the attention of the surrounding strange black trees, and naturally, it was not attacked. After flying for a few thousand feet, Lu Ming finally completely relaxed. With a thought, the green shadow immediately increased its speed and flew toward the inner abyss at an incomparable speed. The further they flew, the denser the surrounding strange black trees became, and the thicker the branches became. Some even exceeded 10 or 20 feet in diameter, and black buds also grew on the black tree trunks. Lu Ming was secretly shocked, and he pushed Che Huan's totem to the extreme. The green shadow became dimmer and dimmer, almost completely merging into the void. Time passed, and the two had already flown into the black forest for less than a quarter of an hour. Lu Ming estimated that they should have flown for a few thousand miles, and there was still less than half of the distance to the area surrounded by the black fence in front of them. However, the strange black trees here still stood there quietly, not imagining that they were dancing nonstop outside. Lu Ming and Zhao Qianying looked at each other and saw a trace of horror in each other's eyes. The inner abyss was extremely strange, and it was also extremely dangerous. If Lu Ming did not know Che Huan's magic power, it was almost impossible for the two of them to pass through here. At this moment, Lu Ming's expression suddenly changed. A burst of fighting sounds came from ahead, mixed with the fierce shouts of demonic cultivators. Ah! A shrill scream rang out, but it soon came to an abrupt stop. From the sound, it seemed to come from not far away to the left. When Lu Ming and Zhao Qianying saw this, they were stunned. Zhao Qianying's ears twitched, and she said, "There are 5 demons. They seem to be entangled by these strange trees. Let's go take a look first." After a moment's hesitation, Lu Ming made a hand seal. In a flash of blue light, the two of them concealed their auras and flew silently in the direction of the sound. Several thousand feet away, several demons were besieged by 7 or 8 thick, strange black trees. Naturally, Lu Ming recognized these demons. They were none other than the illustrious aristocratic family and Jackdaw's group he'd met half a year ago. At this time, however, aside from Gao Heian and Jackdaw, there were only 2 celestial phenomenon demons left alive. Jackdaw's clansmen, on the other hand, only had 1 left. Aside from them, the flower bud on one of the strange black trees was bulging and wriggling. Having personally witnessed the strange tree devour demonic creatures, Lu Ming and Zhao Qianying knew that the flower bud belonged to a celestial phenomenon demon. The scream they'd heard just now had come from the demon before it was devoured. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, but he didn't plan on leaving. Instead, he found a relatively hidden place and hid with Zhao Qianying. At this moment, the black flower buds at the top of the surrounding trees opened and closed, spitting out black threads. Each thread was as thick as an arm, and they emitted an ear-piercing sound as they tore through the air. Clearly, they were far more powerful than the ones Lu Ming had encountered before. Gao Heian's group of 5 formed a circle with their backs to each other. Their hands glowed with various colors as they did their best to resist the attacks of the strange black trees. Gao Heian controlled a black bell magic treasure. Countless lightning-like black runes appeared on its surface, and as the bell rang, bolts of black lightning shot out. 2 giant blue pythons, each several hundred feet long, circled around Jackdaw's side. From time to time, they would spit out crystalline blue breath. The other 3 celestial phenomenon demons also summoned various demonic treasures and talismans, which erupted with various colors. However, even with the 5 of them working together, they could only barely block the attacks of the strange trees around them. Their attacks could not cause any damage to the strange trees at all. Under such circumstances, it would not be easy for them to escape. Of course, with Gao Heian and the Jackdaw Elder's cultivation, if they wanted to leave alone, these strange trees might not be able to stop them. Fellow Taoist Gao He, these strange trees aren't something we can withstand. In my opinion, we should retreat. Jackdaw Elder said to Gao Heian as he struggled to control the 2 ice pythons, continuously condensing a sparkling and translucent ice wall in front of him. It wasn't easy for us to get here. How can we give up now? Fellow Taoist Jackdaw, I know you still have some strength left. Just a little more and you'll be able to break through this obstacle. So what if I can break through this place? According to you, this is only the outer region of the inner abyss, right? With our current strength, it's impossible for us to do anything in the inner abyss, Elder Jackdaw snorted coldly. As the 2 of them spoke, a gap appeared in their defenses. At that moment, something strange happened. A large black thread instantly pierced through one of the ice pythons controlled by Jackdaw Elder. With a blur, it pierced through the last celestial phenomenon cultivator standing next to Jackdaw Elder, a middle-aged man with a head full of ink-black hair. Blood gushed out of the man's chest, and he let out a miserable scream. Then, the black thread wrapped around him and pulled him toward a black flower bud. Sheer, the Jackdaw Elder cried out in grief. With the death of the black-haired man, a gap appeared in their defenses. The black flower bud on a nearby tree flashed, and countless black threads shot out of it. These threads pierced through the gap and wrapped around a celestial phenomenon demon from an illustrious family. Whoosh, the celestial phenomenon demon couldn't resist at all. He didn't even have time to scream before the black threads dragged him into the black flower bud. Gao Heian's complexion changed, but before he could react, the 2 strange trees on the other side simultaneously shot out a large number of black silks, binding the last heavenly elephant devil beside him, and directly tearing it into 2 halves, blood splattering everywhere. Fellow Taoist Gao Hexen, the inner abyss is far too dangerous. If you wish to continue, then please go ahead. Please forgive me for not accompanying you. Jackdaw Elder's expression was as calm as still water. Without waiting for Gao Hexen's reply, he formed a hand seal, and blue light erupted from his body, condensing into the image of a huge Dharma idol. The 2 ice pythons flew back and wrapped around the Dharma idol. With a flash of blue light, Jackdaw Elder turned into a blue phantom and flew out of the inner abyss. The blue phantom was as fast as lightning. Although the aura it emitted alarmed the surrounding strange black trees, it didn't wait for them to react. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the distant horizon. Gao Hexen's expression changed when he saw this. At this moment, the surrounding strange black trees no longer had an opponent. They all rushed towards Gao Hexen, and countless black threads and black beams of light rained down on Gao Hexen. Gao Hexen's expression changed greatly, and he spat out a mouthful of blood essence onto the black bell above his head. The bell rotated on the spot before swelling to several hundred feet in size. Bolts of thick black lightning immediately appeared on its surface, and they shot forth in all directions in a frenzy. The area within several hundred meters instantly turned into a world of black lightning. Lu Ming's expression changed. He grabbed Zhao Qianying's slender waist with one hand, and at the same time, he fiercely stamped the ground with both feet and shot backwards. He was almost affected by the black lightning. Inside the black lightning domain, the 7 or 8 strange black trees in the vicinity immediately retreated, as if they were quite afraid of the lightning. Gao Hexen's face was incomparably pale, and blood flowed from his mouth and nose. It was obvious that using this secret technique was a great burden on his body. However, he forced himself to take a breath, waved the black bell above his head, and turned into a black bolt of lightning that flew towards the inner abyss. Obviously, he was still unwilling to give up. The battle here is so intense. I'm afraid it will attract unnecessary trouble. Let's leave quickly. Not far away, Zhao Qianying said softly. Lu Ming nodded, waved his hand to launch a symbol, and continued to fly forward with Zhao Qianying, bypassing the battle area in front. On the following journey, the two did not encounter any more twists and turns. After a quarter of an hour, the two finally flew out of the black forest area and came to the sky above a black sand field. Phew, we finally came out. Zhao Qianying looked back at the black forest behind her with lingering fear, and she let out a sigh of relief. I don't know what kind of species these strange trees are. I've never heard of them before. Lu Ming pondered and said. Who cares, we have passed it anyway. There is no need to think about it. It's more important to hurry. Zhao Qianying said with a smile. That's true. We don't know what dangers are ahead. There is really no need to waste effort here. Lu Ming nodded and turned to look ahead. The area surrounded by the black fences was already right in front of them. Could there be some hidden danger in this black desert? Zhao Qianying's eyes flickered as she slowly said. There is no danger in this desert. You don't have to worry. Before Lu Ming could say anything, a black light flashed beside him, and Mo Tian's figure appeared. Oh, you recovered your essence Qi so quickly? Lu Ming's eyes flickered as he asked. How is that possible? I only have one skeletal hand now. How can my essence Qi recover so quickly? However, after passing through this desert, we will reach the Devil Abyss Towers region. That is the truly dangerous place. Without my guidance, it is impossible for you to pass through, Mo Tian said indifferently. I wonder what danger Senior is referring to. Zhao Qianying swallowed dryly and asked. You will know when you see for yourself. There is no need for me to explain. Mo Tian chuckled and kept his mouth shut. Lu Ming furrowed his brows, then snorted softly and continued to fly forward with Zhao Qianying. Mo Tian might have said that there was no danger ahead, but he still didn't withdraw the Chehuan totem. However, for the rest of the journey, it was just as Mo Tian said. They didn't encounter any danger. This black desert was just an ordinary desert, and there were only some weak demonic creatures living in it. When they noticed the duo approaching, they would hide far away. In less than 15 minutes, the duo flew out of the desert region, and a huge stretch of black fences appeared in front of the trio. This black fences didn't seem to be abnormal, but the inner region was filled with a pale red mist, faintly emitting a decaying aura of death. Is the danger you are referring to here? Lu Ming's eyes flickered as he asked. That's right. This red mist is just an ordinary corpse poison aura. The true danger is still inside. Mo Tian nodded and replied. When Lu Ming heard the reply, his eyes circulated with purple light as he looked ahead. Through the abnormally tall black fences and the mist, there were dilapidated grayish-white buildings and stone tablets that were erected everywhere. It looked like a giant cemetery. This kind of red mist had a great effect on one's eyesight. Even with Lu Ming's eyesight, he could only see 300 meters away. Furthermore, this cemetery seemed to be enveloped by a strange energy, and divine senses couldn't be extended out of the body. In the depths of the cemetery, one would occasionally be able to see one or two giant figures slowly walking. They seemed to be in human form, but as the distance was too far, Lu Ming wasn't able to see them clearly. What are those walking? Lu Ming looked at the giant figures in the cemetery's mist and asked with a grave expression. Divine senses might not be able to scout, but Lu Ming could still sense the dense corpse aura and prowess emitted by those giant figures. Every single one of them wasn't inferior to a celestial phenomenon realm demon. This is an ancient devil cemetery, and those inside are all demon corpses. Mo Tian replied. Demon corpses? Could those be the corpses of the ancient devil race? Zhao Qianying's beautiful eyes flashed as she asked. That might not be the case. The demon corpses here are indeed the corpses of the ancient devil race, but a majority of them are the previous generations of demons that wanted to pass through this place and head to the Devil Abyss Tower. After they died here, their corpses were corroded by the corpse poison aura and gradually turned into demon corpses. They wandered around here day and night. Emotian spoke indifferently. When Zhao Qianying heard this, her charming face turned a little ugly. It seems the rumors are true, Zhao Qianying murmured to herself. Core members of large clans like them who knew about the Devil Abyss secret realm had more or less heard about the horrors of the inner abyss. After all, according to the records of ancient times, no one had ever made it out alive. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been designated as a forbidden area. The outer layer of poisonous corpse demon miasma was still manageable, but those who planned to explore the inner abyss wouldn't stop there. However, the strange wasteland after that wasn't so easy to pass through. Every single one of the celestial phenomenon ascendant demons that the Gothhawk clan and Elder Jackdaw had brought with them were the pride of their clans. Even in the context of the entire myriad demon continent, they were well-known existences. And yet, when faced with these strange plants, they were no match for them. If it weren't for Lu Ming, a mere early-stage celestial phenomenon like her wouldn't have been able to pass through so easily, no matter how many treasures she had on her. And that wasteland wasn't even the core area of the inner abyss. She didn't know what dangers the inner abyss truly held. All she knew was that she had to go in. Right at this moment, a loving face suddenly appeared in her mind. Although it only flashed for a moment, it caused her originally fearful gaze to be filled with determination. The Devil Abyss Tower is inside? Lu Ming's expression didn't change much as he asked, his eyes flashing. That's right. As long as we pass through this cemetery, we'll reach the entrance of the Devil Abyss Tower. However, I have to remind you that although the demon corpses here are only at the celestial phenomenon realm, their defenses are astonishing. You must be careful when you encounter them inside. Emotian nodded, then reminded them. When Lu Ming and Zhao Qianying heard this, they nodded slowly and looked up into the depths of the black fences. At the same time, in another part of the cemetery, at the end of the black forest, a blue streak of light was flying over from afar. Less than 600 meters in front of it, there were over a dozen strange trees that were over 30 meters in diameter. These strange trees had obviously sensed something long ago. At this moment, they were all swaying and dancing, interweaving into an incomparably huge black net. The huge flower buds at the top were trembling slightly, as if they were ready to attack. However, the person in the green escape light turned a blind eye to it. Not only did he not slow down in the slightest, but he also did not deviate in the slightest as he shot straight ahead. Pu-pu sounds rang out, just as the azure streak of light was less than 1,000 feet away from these giant black nets. All of the black flower buds opened one after another to expel clumps of black threads that rained down toward the azure streak of light like raindrops, completely enshrouding the azure streak of light within. Right at this moment, a strange scene appeared. The sound of something tearing through the air rang out from within the azure streak of light, following which 8 pitch-black short shuttles shot forth at the same time. They blurred and instantly transformed into shuttle-shaped projections that flew toward the oncoming black threads. Wherever the shuttle-shaped phantom passed, large and small spatial cracks would appear one after another in the void. As these spatial cracks flickered, the abnormally tough black threads in the sky were broken into pieces inch by inch. After these 8 black short shuttles smashed the black threads in the sky, their speed did not decrease, and they continued to fly toward the giant net composed of strange trees in front. It was just that in mid-air, under a flash of black light, the 8 black short shuttles actually combined into one black long shuttle. Its whole body was suffused with dazzling gray light, and it pierced forward like lightning. Suddenly, a loud rumbling sound came out, a large mass of black light burst out, and the gray airwave rolled down. It actually broke a giant hole with a radius of 100 meters in the giant net composed of strange trees. Then, with a flash of green light, the green escape light flashed through the giant hole and continued to gallop forward. Under a flash of the black long shuttle, it directly disappeared into the green escape light. It was only at this moment that the pung-pung sounds continued to ring out. It was several strange black trees that were broken in the middle, falling from mid-air and falling heavily on the wasteland. After 15 minutes, the azure streak of light passed directly through the black sand and landed on the open space in front of the cemetery in a flash. The azure light faded, revealing 2 humanoid figures. They were none other than the middle-aged woman and her inky black puppet, but for some reason, the golden humanoid puppet was nowhere to be seen. The cold-faced middle-aged woman only glanced slightly, and her figure directly flew into the cemetery through the gap of the black fence. The black puppet followed closely behind, and their figures quickly merged into the red mist. After a while, a beast-like deep roar and a loud collision sound came from the violently rolling mist. The ground also began to tremble violently. On the other side, rays of purple and golden light flew over from afar and landed on the sand in front of the cemetery. As the light dissipated, the figures were revealed. They were the people from the Central Dynasty and the Long Clan. However, there were currently only 6 people left from the Central Dynasty's group of 10. The leaders, Huangfu Yupa and Huangfu Kuizhao, did not look very good, and they seemed to be injured. In particular, Huangfu Kuizhao's face was abnormally flushed, and his aura was fluctuating. On the contrary, the 5 people from the Long Clan were all here, and they did not seem to be seriously injured. Huangfu Yupa walked to the burly man and asked in a low voice, "Elder Kuizhao, do you need to rest here for a while?" "There's no need. Time is of the essence. The people from the Lu clan might have already entered. Let's not waste any more time and enter the cemetery," Huangfu Kuizhao said while shaking his head. Huangfu Yupa thought for a while and said, "In order to stop the manga demonic snake and Hanmo's tentacle, you've continuously performed the heavenly pole blood curse several times. Now that your vitality is quite damaged, I'm afraid you won't be able to fully recover even if you rest for 100 years. Why don't you rest here, and I'll lead the people into the cemetery. Since the Demon King has sent us into the demonic abyss, how can I back out? There's no need to say anything more. Let's go." Huangfu Kuizhao had already raised his hand to stop Huangfu Yupa from speaking. He then moved and led the way into the cemetery. Huangfu Yupa sighed. His body turned into a purple light and followed after Huangfu Kuizhao. The other people from the Huangfu clan also hurriedly followed. "Let's go as well. Remember, we don't want to make any mistakes this time. If there's any danger, I'll immediately take you away from here." The eyes of a golden-robed young woman, who was the leader of the Long Clan, flashed as her lips moved slightly, and she transmitted her voice to the people behind her. The 4 celestial phenomenon realm demon dwellers of the Long Clan nodded. Then, they did not delay any longer. Under the lead of the golden-robed young woman, they also flew into the fog of the cemetery. 100 miles away from the Huangfu clan cemetery, a gray cloud silently flew over from afar and slowly came to a stop. The gray cloud separated to 2 sides, revealing a group of more than 10 people. They were the Lu clan and the Kongxiang clan that Huangfu Kuizhao had mentioned. The Lu clan and the Kongxiang clan seemed to have only lost 1 person so far, which was much better than the other forces. Lu Zongyang chanted an incantation and waved his hand to form a seal. The gray cloud quickly shrunk into a gray brocade and flew back into his sleeve. It's all thanks to Lu's ashen silk that can isolate the strange black tree's perception. Otherwise, even if we could break through that wasteland, we would suffer heavy losses. The eyebrowless old man from the Kongxiang clan looked at Lu Zongyang and sighed. Lu Zongyang smiled faintly and did not say anything. He raised his head and looked into the cemetery. "Is this the ancient demon tomb that Lu mentioned? It's indeed a very dense corpse aura." The eyebrowless old man also looked at the cemetery in front of him. When he felt the strange aura here, his expression changed slightly. "Yes, we can only reach the Demon Abyss Tower after passing through here." Lu Zongyang nodded and said. "This place also looks very dangerous. I wonder if Lu has any good plans?" The eyebrowless old man's eyes flickered as he asked without batting an eyelid. From time to time, there would be tall demonic corpses wandering through the fog in the cemetery. The aura they emitted was not inferior to celestial phenomenon realm existences. This caused the celestial phenomenon realm clansmen behind the 2 clans to change their expressions and reveal fear in their eyes. A faint smile appeared on Lu Zongyang's face and he raised his hand. A gray light flashed in his hand and a gray slate that was about a foot in size appeared. On each of the 4 corners of the slate, there was a gray puppet standing. "This is..." The eyebrowless old man's expression changed slightly as he murmured. Lu Zongyang muttered an incantation and opened his mouth to spit out a black light that landed on the slate. The slate quickly lit up with a faint gray halo. The 4 gray-robed men that had been standing quietly behind the Lu clan flew out and landed near the group of people. The four of them formed a square. Bang! The gray robes that the four of them wore suddenly exploded, revealing their bodies underneath. The eyebrowless old man's pupils suddenly shrank. After the four of them took off their clothes, it was revealed that they were not demonic cultivators, but four abnormally tall red zombies. The four zombies had facial features that were no different from ordinary demonic cultivators. However, their skin was shriveled and their eyes were lifeless. Two long fangs grew out of their mouths, revealing their identity as zombies. As Lu Zongyang's incantation changed, coin-sized red scales appeared on the bodies of the four zombies. Their bodies emitted an intense faint red light that connected together to form a red light barrier that enveloped the Lu clan and the Kongxiang clan. Lu Zongyang said with a faint smile, "With this barrier condensed from corpse qi, it will be enough to isolate the senses of most of the demonic corpses in this cemetery." Hearing this, the celestial phenomenon realm devils from the two clans relaxed and revealed a trace of joy. The eyebrowless old man also relaxed and slowly nodded his head. "The people from the other powers are probably already here. Let's go in quickly," Lu Zongyang said. The group of people turned into a ball of red light and flew toward the cemetery. After Lu Ming and Zhao Qianying stopped in front of the cemetery, they chose a place that didn't seem to have any demonic corpses. Their figures flashed a few times and entered the cemetery through the gap of the huge black fence. As soon as they stepped into the cemetery, the surrounding red mist rolled violently as if it had a life of its own. It pounced toward Lu Ming and Zhao Qianying. The black halo around the two of them made contact with the red mist, and there was a sizzling sound. The black halo seemed to be corroded, and the light weakened a lot. There was a flash of surprise in Lu Ming's eyes, and he snorted lightly. He changed the gesture in his hand and was about to make a move. At this moment, a black and white stone tablet appeared out of thin air. A layer of gray halo enveloped Lu Ming and Zhao Qianying, easily repelling the surrounding red mist. "From now on, I won't show up easily. However, with the celestial tablet concealing your aura, other demonic corpses shouldn't be able to sense your presence except for the ancient demonic corpse. However, remember not to stay in one place for too long." Mo Tian's voice sounded in their ears. Lu Ming's eyes flickered when he heard it. He exchanged a look with Zhao Qianying and continued to walk forward. Lu Ming and Mo Tian had discussed the method to pass through this ancient demonic cemetery for a long time. Lu Ming originally planned to fly directly through the sky, but it was rejected by Mo Tian. Because of the demonic corpse's poisonous miasma, it was impossible to fly too high. As a result, it was bound to expose their whereabouts, and it was easy to be besieged. It was better to walk underground instead. The cemetery was filled with red mist, and their vision was less than 300 meters. The two of them walked with extreme caution. In just a moment, the red mist on the left front tumbled, and there were some heavy and slow footsteps that seemed to be slowly approaching. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. He quickly reached out and grabbed Zhao Qianying, and they hid behind a nearby dilapidated building. Accompanied by the heavy footsteps, a figure that was a few meters tall walked out of the mist. It was a demonic corpse. The demonic corpse's skin was dark red in color, and it appeared to be in terrible condition. There were even large holes in many parts of its body, and some disgusting yellow liquid was slowly seeping out of the wounds. However, the eyes of this devil corpse were glowing with white light. In the midst of the red mist, they were like two large white lanterns that were rather eye-catching. The demonic corpse's movements seemed rather sluggish. As it walked, it would turn its head left and right to look around. Seeing this, Lu Ming immediately held their breath. Looking at the gray halo condensed by the celestial tablet above his head, Lu Ming was slightly shocked. This gray light was rather conspicuous in the surrounding red mist. "There's no need to worry. These are just ordinary devil corpses formed by some intruders in the past. They're completely capable of distinguishing between friend and foe through their auras, so there's nothing to fear. In this cemetery, most of them are such demonic corpses." Mo Tian's voice echoed in Lu Ming's mind, allowing Lu Ming to let out a breath of relief. Sure enough, just as Mo Tian said, this demonic corpse didn't notice Lu Ming. It directly walked past them and quickly disappeared into the red mist on the other side with rumbling footsteps. Seeing this, Zhao Qianying couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Her originally tight pretty face also relaxed. It seems that these ordinary demonic corpses really can't sense our aura. Lu Ming glanced at Zhao Qianying and smiled faintly. Zhao Qianying's face was slightly red. She nodded and didn't say anything. With this experience, the two finally felt a little relieved and immediately continued to walk forward. As they went deeper, the surrounding wandering demonic corpses seemed to be more concentrated. However, with the protection of the celestial tablet, the two weren't discovered by any demonic corpses. 2 hours later, the two arrived at a rather magnificent broken wall in the depths of the cemetery. The red mist here was a little lighter, and Lu Ming's vision could see up to 600 meters away. The two walked along the wall-like building ruins for a long time and came to a flat plaza. There were many stone pillars erected near the plaza, and nearly half of them were broken and damaged. There were demonic patterns on the stone pillars, which seemed to be some kind of ancient text. There didn't seem to be any demonic corpses nearby, and they couldn't hear the rumbling footsteps. However, Lu Ming didn't know why, but he felt a little uneasy. "This looks like an altar," Zhao Qianying said as she looked around and carefully identified the demonic runes on the stone pillars. "Let's leave this place quickly. I keep feeling that this place is a little dangerous." Lu Ming looked around and said. Zhao Qianying's expression changed slightly, and she quickly nodded. Lu Ming was extremely sensitive to danger. She had experienced it many times along the way, and she had no choice but to believe it. Just as the two were about to pass through the plaza, there was a sudden change. The ground under their feet suddenly shook violently. Rumble, the ground in front of the two of them suddenly split open, revealing a thick fissure that was over 100 feet long. Countless black chi swarmed out from the fissure, condensing into incomparably thick tentacles that swept towards the two of them at an astonishing speed. Lu Ming and Zhao Qianying's expression changed, but they reacted extremely quickly. The moment the ground split open, they had already flown to the side at an incredible speed, and narrowly avoided the black tentacles' attack. Roar! An angry roar came from the fissure in the ground. In the next moment, a huge pitch-black hand stretched out from the fissure, and slapped toward Lu Ming and Zhao Qianying. The surface of the huge black hand was covered with black scales, and its nails were long and sharp. It caught up to the two in the blink of an eye, and suddenly grabbed them. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly stopped. Black light shone from his body, and his hands clenched into fists. A burst of crackling sounds came from his body, and his body suddenly swelled by almost half. Circles of pitch-black demonic patterns appeared on his arms, and the black mark on his forehead shone brightly. "Ha!" he shouted in a low voice, and punched out violently. A huge pitch-black fist shadow the size of a house quickly condensed in front of Lu Ming, and it collided with the huge black hand. Rumble, the black fist shadow suddenly exploded, and the void tumbled violently. A great force bombarded the huge black hand, and it was unexpectedly shaken back. Lu Ming's body was also pushed back more than 10 steps by the huge force before he could stop. The fissure in the ground continued to expand, and then an incomparably huge figure slowly stood up from inside. It was a huge pitch-black demonic corpse. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. This demonic corpse's body was also covered with a layer of black scales. Apart from the two blood-red eyes on its face, there was also a vertical green eye between its eyebrows, and it emitted a strange green light. Its size was several times bigger than the ordinary demonic corpses that Lu Ming saw previously. It was actually 300 meters in size, and the aura it emitted was far above those ordinary demonic corpses. Be careful. This is an ancient demonic corpse, and the third eye between its eyebrows can see your existence. The celestial tablet might be able to conceal your aura, but it has no effect on it. Mo Tian's voice echoed in Lu Ming's mind. The black demonic corpse let out a deep roar and turned to look at Lu Ming. The huge vertical eye suddenly emitted a glaring green light, and countless green threads surged out and blasted down. Lu Ming's body moved, and just when he was about to react, a purple light flew out from behind him and flashed into an oval-shaped purple mirror. It was Zhao Qianying who made a move. Zhao Qianying chanted and waved her hand to strike out several techniques. The purple mirror quickly expanded, and in a blink of an eye, it turned into the size of a small mountain, blocking in front of the duo. When the green threads landed on the purple mirror, the surface of the mirror instantly radiated with purple light, and the green threads were bounced back. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and countless thoughts flashed through his mind. This demonic corpse was extremely powerful, and its body looked very tough. It wasn't an existence that could be easily killed. Rather than fighting with it, it was better to escape. If this ancient demonic corpse was as slow as the other demonic corpses, there was a high possibility of escaping. There is no need to think about escaping. The ancient demonic corpse is different from those ordinary demonic corpses that wander around. It has been here for tens of thousands of years, and its spirit wisdom is already close to maturity. Once it identifies a target, it will never let it go easily. Rather than being chased around the mausoleum and attracting even more danger, it was better to kill it here. With the two of you working together, it should be possible. Mo Tian's voice echoed in the duo's ears at the same time. When Lu Ming heard the statement, he frowned. Right at this moment, when the black demonic corpse saw that the green threads were ineffective, it let out a deep roar. The green light in its vertical eye immediately dimmed and stopped shooting out. A giant demonic hand lifted up and separated its 5 fingers. The surface of the hand was glowing with black light as it slammed down at Lu Ming and Mo Tian. Before the demonic hand slammed down, a giant wind pressure had already assaulted them. Lu Ming let out a cold snort and waved both his hands. Yellow light flashed continuously, and 12 mountain river pearls appeared around him. He waved a finger, and all of the beads of mountains and rivers rotated in the air before fusing together to form a gigantic yellow bead that was over 1,000 feet in size. It radiated an intense yellow light, and like a shooting star, it collided with the devilish palm. Crack! The black demonic corpse's arm let out a crisp sound of bones cracking. Its arm was bent at an abnormal angle, and it was actually broken by the mountain river pearl's tremendous power. This demonic corpse might have abnormally tough defenses, but it was still injured by the combined power of the 12 mountain river pearls after Lu Ming demonized. The demonic corpse let out a painful roar, and there was a flash of fear in its eyes. Immediately after, its giant body actually shot backward. At the same time, the vertical eye on its forehead released a bright green light. A thick green light pillar shot down and blasted at Zhao Qianying. Zhao Qianying had a shocked expression. She extended her jade finger and was about to activate her purple mirror to block the green light. Wait, there is something wrong with this green light. Your mirror can't block it. There was a flash of purple light in Lu Ming's eyes. His figure flashed and blocked in front of Zhao Qianying. At the same time, he waved his hand, and the giant yellow pearl flashed back and blocked in front of him. The yellow light shone brightly, and the giant yellow pearl suddenly turned into an earthy yellow mountain peak that was 600 meters in size. The green light pillar blasted on the mountain peak, and there was a rumbling explosion sound. The earthy yellow mountain peak shook violently. Lu Ming's face paled slightly, and he pointed a finger at the yellow mountain. A black hand seal shot out, and disappeared into the mountain in front of him in a flash. Puff-puff sounds rang out, a large patch of yellow light surged out from the surface of the mountain, and fiercely whipped at the green light pillar like an octopus tentacle. Rumble, the green light pillar didn't last long under the attack of the yellow light, and suddenly exploded. As a result, the green light flashed, and turned into a large patch of green flames that began to spread rapidly on the surface of the yellow mountain. Although there was a distance between them, Zhao Qianying could clearly feel the scorching heat emitted by the green flames. Under the green flames, the yellow mountain seemed to be gradually melting. Zhao Qianying glanced at Lu Ming, and her beautiful eyes revealed a look of shock. Although her purple treasure mirror was also a decent demonic treasure, it wouldn't be able to withstand this green flame for long. With this thought, a trace of lingering fear flashed across her pretty face. At this moment, Lu Ming's expression didn't change at all, and he chanted an incantation in an orderly manner. A yellow light flashed on the yellow mountain, and the huge mountain suddenly rose by a few centimeters, and the shadow of a huge black river appeared on its surface. As the pitch-black river tumbled, waves of water over 100 feet high surged out, and menacingly wrapped around the green flames. The green flames emitted a sizzling sound, and after burning and flickering for a while, they were quickly extinguished. Lu Ming waved his hand and struck out a hand seal. The yellow mountain and the black river blurred, and once again turned into a giant yellow bead, floating in front of him. At the same time, the black demonic corpse had already recovered. Its broken arm had already been restored to its original shape, and its other hand was holding a black mace that was almost the same size as its body. The surface of the mace was faintly black, and an indescribable pressure was faintly emitted from it. Following an angry shout, its huge body suddenly jumped up and flew towards Lu Ming and Zhao Qianying. This demonic corpse actually knows how to use weapons. Zhao Qianying's face went cold when she saw this, and she couldn't help but take a few steps back. Looks like its intelligence has already matured. We need to end this battle quickly. Otherwise, if we drag this out and end up attracting other demon corpses, we'll be in trouble, Lu Ming quickly said. Brother Lu, I have a way to temporarily trap this demonic corpse. Can you buy some time for me? Zhao Qianying suddenly said when she heard Lu Ming's words. Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he nodded. Right at this moment, an earth-shaking, mountain-shaking, deafening rumble rang out. The black demonic corpse's mountain-like feet landed heavily on the ground in front of it, causing the ground nearby to tremble violently. Lu Ming raised his hands without saying anything. The giant yellow bead in front of him blurred and turned into 12 mountain river beads again. Then, he immediately began to form hand signs with both hands, quickly launching a series of hand signs onto the 12 beads of mountains and rivers. The 12 beads of mountains and rivers simultaneously glowed with an intense earthen yellow light. Their bodies rapidly expanded, and each of them grew to a size of over 30 meters. With an intense whistling sound, they collided with the black demonic corpse. The black demonic corpse had suffered from the beads of mountains and rivers, and it let out an angry roar. It raised the wolf-tooth mace in its hands and swung it fiercely. Countless mace shadows appeared, and they actually transformed into gusts of black demonic wind that swept up the surrounding area of 300 meters. Boom boom boom, a series of loud explosions rang out, and the 12 beads of mountains and rivers were swept away by the black demonic wind. Roar, the black demonic corpse let out a low roar, and charged out of the black demonic wind. It directly pounced towards Lu Ming. The two of them weren't far apart to begin with, and the black demonic corpse pounced in front of Lu Ming in the blink of an eye. Then, it suddenly swung the black wolf-tooth mace in its hands, and a series of loud rumbles immediately rang out in the air. Then, a huge mace shadow that was like a mountain swept towards Lu Ming, as if it wanted to smash him into a meat patty with a single blow. A suffocating pressure came crashing down, causing the surrounding space to distort and buzz. Facing the layers of mace shadow that came crashing down on his head, Lu Ming's figure hastily became a blur. With a rumble, his body was smashed into pieces, and it immediately dissipated. However, it was only an afterimage. Then, in another place over 30 meters above the black demonic corpse, a black light flashed, and Lu Ming's figure appeared, black chi surging around his body. A bright light flashed in his eyes, and 6 black mist dragons and 6 black mist tigers suddenly flew out from the black chi around his body. As soon as the 6 dragons and 6 tigers appeared, they exploded with a poof, and turned into a sky full of black light. The black light trapped the black demonic corpse below, forming an incomparably huge black ball of light. But after just a breath, with a roar, the surface of the black ball of light made a cracking sound, and an incomparably huge black wolf-tooth mace broke out, and slashed down from top to bottom. With a boom, the entire infernal prison light ball collapsed, and the huge demonic corpse's figure became clear again. At this moment, there was a loud sound in the surrounding void, and the 12 mountain river beads shot in 12 directions, and with the black demonic corpse as the center, they flew and coiled around it. A large amount of khaki-colored light swept out from the surface of the mountain river beads, the black demonic corpse roared, and the black wolf-tooth mace in his hand shone brightly. Black lightning appeared on the body of the mace, and sizzled. But in the next moment, the demonic corpse suddenly found that under the shroud of the khaki-colored light, its movements became extremely slow. At this moment, a figure flashed above the demonic corpse's head, and the figure of Zhao Qianying appeared. At this moment, her expression was solemn, and the black demonic pattern on her forehead flickered. She waved her lily-white hand, and a large purple cauldron flew out from her body. Zhao Qianying opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood essence, and in a flash, it landed on the large purple cauldron. The large purple cauldron immediately emitted an intense light, and the patterns on the surface of the cauldron shone brightly. The lid of the cauldron flew off, and countless purple chains as thick as an arm shot out from the cauldron. In the blink of an eye, they entangled the demonic corpse layer by layer. the demonic corpse's expression changed greatly, and it let out an angry roar. Its body shone with black light, and it struggled with all its might. However, the purple chains were extremely hard, and the demonic corpse couldn't break free for a while. "Brother Liu, I can't hold on for much longer, quickly." Zhao Qianying's face was deathly pale, and she clasped her hands in front of her. The large purple cauldron above her head swayed as the demonic corpse struggled, and it was obvious that it couldn't hold on for much longer. When Lu Ming saw this, he quickly muttered an incantation, and his hands repeatedly formed dazzling hand seals. The 12 mountain river pearls around the demonic corpse revolved, and turned into 12 earthen yellow mountains that were over 300 meters in size. With a heavy wave of Lu Ming's arm, the giant mountains suddenly pressed toward the center, and a series of bangs rang out. The black demonic corpse was trapped in the center, and only its head was exposed. The black demonic corpse let out an angry roar, and its body struggled with all its might. However, the 12 earthen yellow mountains were as steady as boulders, and they didn't budge in the slightest. Immediately afterward, Lu Ming waved his hand, and an azure saber light shot out. In a blur, the saber light expanded to 100 meters in length. It was the azure devil marrow blade. The saber light circled around the demonic corpse's neck at lightning speed, and the black demonic corpse's angry roar came to an abrupt end. A thin line appeared on its neck, and its head tilted to the side, and it tumbled to the ground. Lu Ming was startled, and he made a grabbing motion with one hand. The azure devil blade flew back to him, and turned back into a short saber, and landed in his hand. He gently stroked the short saber in his hand, and his eyes flickered slightly. When Zhao Qianying saw this, she couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. She hurriedly put away the purple cauldron, and flew to Lu Ming's side. Lu's azure devil blade is extremely sharp, as expected. It can even easily break through the ancient demonic corpse's defense, Zhao Qianying said with a pale face. Yes, this is also somewhat beyond my expectations. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and his tone was a little strange. As soon as he finished speaking, he put away the azure devil blade, and waved his hand to form a seal. The 12 giant mountains that were pressing down on the demonic corpse disintegrated, and turned into 12 mountain river pearls that flew back into his sleeve. With a loud rumble, the demonic corpse's body and the black mace fell heavily to the ground, and the ground shook violently. Lu Ming swept his gaze over the black mace on the ground, and a thought occurred to him. If he didn't see it wrong, the hundreds of spikes on the mace were forged with black gold sand. Black gold sand was a superior material used by ancient cultivators to forge flying swords. It was comparable in value to the galaxy sand and green devil gold, but these materials had their own special abilities. The galaxy sand could summon the power of starlight, the green devil gold was extremely strong, and the black gold sand could make the artifact extremely tough and almost indestructible. His eyes gradually lit up. The amount of black gold sand obtained after smelting the spikes on the mace was huge, and the value was so high that it was definitely beyond his expectations. Lu Ming took a sigh of relief, took out a Dongtian mountain river bead, and kept the mace in it. The space in the Sumera ring was limited, and it was impossible to store this giant mace. This ancient demonic corpse's body is a treasure, and I shouldn't waste it. I have to keep it properly. Right at this moment, Mo Tian's figure appeared with a sway. The celestial tablet that was suspended above Lu Ming's head burst out with grayish-white light and suddenly swept at the demonic corpse on the ground. Right at this moment, a black aura arrived first and wrapped the demonic corpse on the ground in front of the celestial tablet's light. It dragged the demonic corpse to the other side, and the grayish-white light released by the celestial tablet missed. Not far away, Lu Ming slowly put down his hand and dispersed the black aura beside his hand. "What are you doing?" Mo Tian transmitted a message with a slightly cold tone. "Senior Mo Tian, since this demonic corpse is a good item, it is the same whether it is with you or with me. Furthermore, your magic power is still weak now, and it will consume a lot of essence force to activate the celestial tablet space. It is better to place this demonic corpse in my mountain river pearl space." Lu Ming smiled faintly and communicated with Mo Tian. Mo Tian's tone was sluggish, and he didn't speak for a long time. "Or is there something on this demonic corpse that you really want? Senior Mo Tian might as well make it clear. There is no need to be so secretive." When Lu Ming saw this, he continued to transmit a message. Brat Lu, what do you mean by that? Mo Tian asked in a deep voice. Haha, senior, why is there a need to feign ignorance? You tried your best to encourage me to refine this devil marrow green devil blade because of this cemetery, right? The devil marrow diamond and green devil metal are refined into a short blade artifact. It is sharp, but it actually has another use, which is to restrain the ancient demon's corpse. Lu Ming played with the green short blade in his hand. His tone was indifferent at the start, but towards the end, his expression suddenly turned cold. Mo Tian was silent and seemed to have tacitly agreed to this matter. I will say the ugly words first. The matter between you and me is not over yet. If you don't speak the truth, this Lu will turn around and leave. I will never take half a step into the Devil Abyss Tower. This Lu sneered and said. Alright then, I admit that I have an ulterior motive for asking you to refine the green devil blade. Just as you guessed, it is for the ancient demon's corpse. However, this matter isn't disadvantageous to you. It is for the devil corpse pearl in the ancient demon's corpse. Mo Tian sighed and said. Devil corpse pearl? When Lu Ming heard this, his brows raised. The devil corpse pearl is condensed in the skull of the ancient demon's corpse after countless years of absorbing corpse aura. It is similar to the gene dan that cultivators nurture in their bodies. This item is useless to you, but the essence of the corpse devil can allow me to recover my magic power quickly. It is also beneficial for me to condense the ancient demon's body. Mo Tian explained slowly. When Lu Ming heard this, his eyes flickered. With a flick of his finger, the green devil blade turned into a green light that slashed at the ancient demon's skull, easily splitting it into two. With a wave of his hand, a fist-sized pearl flew out from the ancient demon's skull. The pearl was yellow in color and had black patterns on the surface. It was emitting intense corpse aura and devil aura, but there was also a trace of sandalwood fragrance. Zhao Qianying stood quietly at the side. Previously, when she saw Lu Ming's absent-mindedness, she knew that he was communicating with Mo Tian. Thus, she didn't say anything to disturb him. Now that she saw Lu Ming's action, a trace of surprise appeared in her beautiful eyes. Lu Ming looked at the demonic corpse pearl in his hand and suddenly smiled. With a flick of his finger, the demonic corpse pearl turned into a yellow light and flew towards Mo Tian. What is the meaning of this? Mo Tian beckoned with a single hand and kept the devil corpse pearl in his hand. He spoke with some surprise. It is good that you have recovered some of your strength. Otherwise, with your current strength, you will not be able to play a role in the Demon Abyss Tower, Lu Ming said coolly. Mo Tian laughed dryly and didn't say anything else. His figure flashed and merged into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming turned to Zhao Qianying and said, the battle just now caused too much of a commotion. Let's leave as soon as possible. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of heavy footsteps could be heard coming from the surrounding fog. They seemed to be walking towards them, obviously attracted by the battle just now. The two of them hurriedly flew toward the other end of the square with a sway of their figures. Soon, they had crossed the square. The other side of the square was also a large dilapidated building. There was also an old city wall here that extended towards the depths of the cemetery. However, it was slightly deviated from the direction that led to the center. Walk along this city wall. If the distribution of the demonic corpse in the cemetery didn't change too much over the past tens of thousands of years, it should be safer to walk along the city wall. Mo Tian's voice suddenly echoed in the ears of Lu Ming and Zhao Qianying. Lu Ming's eyes flickered for a moment and muttered to himself. He nodded to Zhao Qianying, who was looking over. The two of them changed their direction and walked along the city wall. Less than 15 minutes after the two of them left, a lump of red shadow flew over from a distance and landed on the square. The red shadow was actually a group from the Lu clan and the Kongxiang clan. Lu Zongyang took a glance and saw the ancient demonic corpse lying on the ground. His expression instantly changed. His body moved and flew out of the red halo formed by the four zombies. He landed near the demonic corpse and rummaged through the skull of the demonic corpse that was sliced into two by Lu Ming. He then stood up with an awful expression. Damn it, someone actually snatched it from me. Lu Zongyang muttered to himself. Within the red halo, Kong Xianxia saw Lu Zongyang's actions, and his eyes flickered with radiance. Along the way, the group had 4 red zombies as guards and had concealed their aura presences. Just like Lu Ming and Zhao Chenying, they didn't get attacked at all. Not only that, but Lu Zongyang would even attack the lone demonic corpses, which made Kong Xianxia secretly surprised. When he asked for the reason, Lu Zongyang intentionally laughed it off and evaded the question. Kong Xianxia was filled with doubt and anger. Right now, the Kong Xiang clan needed the Lu clan to take care of them in this cemetery. Thus, it wasn't good for him to flare up. He had some regrets in his heart. He shouldn't have agreed to the Lu clan's proposal to form an alliance and participate in this matter. However, it was too late to leave now. He could only take one step at a time. Rumble, the sound of heavy footsteps came from the surrounding red mist, getting closer and closer. With a whoosh, the red mist rolled to both sides, and a demonic corpse over 30 meters tall appeared, pouncing towards Lu Zongyang. The others were enveloped by the red halo and didn't release their auras. Thus, they naturally weren't detected by the demonic corpse. Humph. Lu Zongyang was feeling somewhat indignant. When he saw the demonic corpse appear, his expression didn't change in the slightest. With a flash of black light, a black demonic mirror appeared in his hand. The mirror was about a foot long, and its surface was black and blurry. The edges of the mirror were engraved with a simple dragon pattern, emitting a faint black light. It was clearly a rare treasure. With a sway of his body, a pillar of black light suddenly shot out from the ancient mirror. The pillar of light rapidly bombarded the devil corpse's body and sent it flying. The demonic corpse crashed heavily into a fortress-like building. However, it wasn't injured and quickly got up. Lu Zongyang had no intention of getting entangled with it. After that attack, his figure flashed and flew into the red halo. "Let's go!" With a low shout, the group immediately turned into a red shadow and flew into the distance. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the red mist. Lu Ming and Lu Zongyang naturally didn't know what had happened in the square after they left. The two walked along the city wall for a quarter of an hour before reaching the end. Along the way, they didn't encounter many demonic corpses. With the celestial tablet concealing their auras, they didn't encounter any battles. At this point, the surrounding red mist had become very faint. The sound of the demonic corpse couldn't be heard. It seemed that they were about to pass through the cemetery. Zhao Chenying seemed to have also thought of this possibility. A hint of joy appeared on her pretty face. However, at this moment, she slightly frowned. Her ears trembled slightly and a faint purple light appeared. She tilted her head and listened carefully. "What's wrong?" Lu Ming couldn't help but ask when he saw this. Zhao Chenying dispersed the purple light around her ears. With a flash of her beautiful eyes, she pointed in a direction and said, "Nothing. There's someone fighting more than 20 kilometers in that direction. It should be someone else who entered the cemetery. This matter has nothing to do with us. Let's hurry up and leave." Lu Ming nodded thoughtfully and said indifferently, "We know the person who is fighting. It's Ouyang Ming." Zhao Chenying suddenly said, "What? It's him?" Lu Ming's expression changed. A trace of contemplation flashed in his eyes. "Judging from the sound, he seems to be entangled by 2 powerful demonic corpses." Zhao Chenying continued, "Let's go and have a look. Ouyang Ming's strength is not weak. If the 3 of us join forces, our strength will be greatly enhanced." Lu Ming raised his head and said. He had an agreement with Ouyang Ming before. He knew the purpose of this trip. Naturally, there wouldn't be any problem if they cooperated. Zhao Chenying's beautiful eyes flashed and she also nodded. Then, a large amount of black gas gushed out of Lu Ming's body. It wrapped around the 2 of them and flew in the direction that Zhao Chenying knew. Lu Ming almost didn't use any technique to fly along the way. However, now that the situation had changed, he couldn't care so much. The distance of 20 to 30 kilometers was covered in the blink of an eye. The 2 of them landed beside a tall black pagoda-shaped building complex with a sway of their bodies. Loud sounds of magic power colliding could be heard from the building complex. Occasionally, 1 or 2 waves of magic power would fall, causing the ground to tremble. In the center of the building complex, a yellow-robed middle-aged man was shrouded in black gas. He was engaged in an intense battle with 2 demonic corpses that were 20 to 30 meters tall. Lu Ming raised his brows. The yellow-robed middle-aged man was none other than Ouyang Ming. The two demonic corpses fighting Ouyang Ming were slightly different from ordinary demonic corpses. They had protruding mouths and monkey-like cheeks. Their bodies were covered in black hair that resembled steel needles. Their limbs were slightly curved, making them look like two giant apes. The two demonic corpses were very agile. They weren't as slow as the other demonic corpses. Ouyang Ming tried to shake them off several times and escape from the battle, but he was stopped every time. Lu, should we make a move now? Zhao Qianying's lips moved slightly as she communicated with Lu Ming through voice transmission. Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he replied, let's wait for a while. Let's observe the situation first. Zhao Qianying nodded. Then, the two of them quietly descended to the ground and hid themselves. At this moment, Ouyang Ming was holding two black ring magic treasures in his hands. They transformed into numerous ring shadows that protected his entire body. At the same time, he took the opportunity to attack the openings revealed by the demonic ape corpses. However, the bodies of the two demonic ape corpses were extremely hard. Although the black rings could push them back a few steps when they hit their bodies, they weren't able to cause much damage. Moreover, their bodies only swayed for a moment before they continued to entangle with Ouyang Ming like maggots in a tarsal bone. He glanced at the surrounding mist, and an anxious look appeared in his eyes. He had already been entangled by these two demonic corpses for quite a while. If he didn't leave in time, it would be bad if the other demonic corpses caught up. His expression turned cold when he thought of this. He muttered an incantation, and the black rings in his hands shone brightly. They pushed the two demonic corpses back again. After that, he blurted out a few incantations that were difficult to understand. Suddenly, an intense black light appeared on his body. The black light converged behind him, and an incomparably huge black demonic shadow slowly appeared. It was at least 300 meters tall. The demonic shadow had 8 faces on its head, and every one of them was completely different. Numerous giant arms appeared behind it, and they were waving around ceaselessly. After a careful count, there were a total of 16 arms. It was the 8 desolate Brahmin devil art demonic shadow. Apart from that, Ouyang Ming's face and arms were also covered in black demonic patterns, which made him look rather ferocious. In the distance, Lu Ming's gaze fell on the Dharma shadow behind Ouyang Ming, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. Previously at the Jade Bamboo residence in Moon City, Ouyang Ming had most likely only displayed a portion of the 8 Desolation Devil Art's power. In terms of power, it was far inferior to what it was now. At this moment, Lu Ming could clearly feel the waves of power emitted by the black shadow, and a faint trace of shock flashed in his heart. The two demonic corpses felt the strong magic power emitted by Ouyang Ming, but there was no fear on their faces. Perhaps the demonic corpses didn't have any feelings of fear in the first place. They roared a few times, and pounced on him with their hands and feet. Humph. After displaying the 8 Desolation Devil Art, Ouyang Ming's temperament seemed to have changed a little. With a cold snort, the huge shadow behind him flew out in a flash, and faced the two demonic corpses. The huge shadow's 4 arms struck out in a blur, and instantly transformed into a blurry palm shadow, which suddenly split into 2, and slapped at the two demonic corpses. Rumble, the two demonic corpses immediately felt an irresistible force surging toward them like a tidal wave, and their protective barrier of corpse chi shattered with a wail. Immediately after, there was a burst of cracking sounds coming from the two demonic corpses, and they were directly sent flying by the huge force. A strange incantation came from Ouyang Ming's mouth in a hurry. The black shadow above him opened its mouth, and 2 incomparably thick black chains flew out of it. With a blur, they entangled the two demonic corpses, and in the blink of an eye, they were firmly bound. Then, a red light flashed in the shadow's eyes, and the other arms behind him shone brightly, condensing all kinds of weapons, including hammers, swords, sabers, spears, and so on. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the huge shadow suddenly waved a dozen of its arms, and the afterimages of sabers and swords bombarded the two demonic corpses, engulfing them. Immediately, there was a blood-curdling screech, but it soon stopped. Ouyang Ming waved his hand and cast out a magic art. The devil shadow of the 8 desolate Brahma devil art dissipated, turning into rolling black chi that entered the top of his head. The two devil corpses were already beyond recognition. Their hard bodies were broken into a few pieces and they were no longer breathing. Ouyang Ming's body swayed slightly and his face turned pale. It was obvious that he had consumed a lot of his magic power. He took out a medicinal pill and swallowed it. He didn't dare to stay here any longer. His body immediately turned into a black escape light and dashed forward. "Come on, let's follow them." Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He called out to Zhao Qianying and was about to follow them. Zhao Qianying's expression suddenly changed as she exclaimed, "Not good, there are a few more of those demonic ape corpses ahead." As soon as her voice fell, a series of strange roars rang out from the red mist in front of her. The mist tumbled and tumbled, and 4 massive figures that were several hundred feet tall emerged. They were all devil corpses in the form of apes, and these 4 were far larger than the previous 2. Roar! The 4 giant devil corpses leaped as if they were flying. They instantly surrounded Ouyang Ming and completely blocked his way. Ouyang Ming's expression changed greatly. He turned around like lightning and flew in the direction from which he came. He had persisted all the way here alone. Now his magic power was far from recovering. Even if there were 2 more of these demonic ape corpses, he might not be able to deal with them, let alone 4 of them. However, he didn't fly far when the top of his head suddenly darkened. A black demonic claw that was several tens of feet in size, with rolling black flames, suddenly grabbed down. Ouyang Ming's expression changed slightly. He glanced out of the corner of his eye and saw that behind him, a demonic ape corpse had actually caught up. This devil corpse was the largest among the 4 demonic ape corpses. There were strands of golden hair on the top of the black hair on the top of its head. Although it was tall, its speed was extremely fast. Its figure flashed a few times and it was not far behind Ouyang Ming. Ouyang Ming knew that he was in a bad situation. His figure suddenly flashed and he tried his best to avoid the black demonic claw. However, the space around him tightened at this moment. Then, several invisible forces pressed down on his shoulders. His movements froze, and his body became abnormally sluggish for a moment. The other 3 demonic ape corpses also took advantage of this gap to surround him. However, their speed was much slower than that of the golden-haired devil corpse. A black shadow flashed, and the black demonic claw grabbed Ouyang Ming. An ominous glint flashed in the golden-haired devil corpse's eyes, and it fiercely clenched its devil claw. Bang! A black light flickered, and Ouyang Ming's body burst open. The eyes of the demonic ape corpse revealed an excited look. However, a figure flashed in the void several tens of feet away at this moment. It was Ouyang Ming's figure. His complexion was faintly pale. It seemed as if his vitality had been greatly damaged. A cyan jade pendant that was hanging on his waist flashed. Then, it shattered with a paw sound. The golden-haired devil corpse was startled. Then, it let out an angry shout. Its huge body carried an evil wind as it pounced forward once again. Ouyang Ming's eyes turned cold in an instant. He coldly snorted, and rubbed his hands together. A jet-black ring shot out from his hands. He opened his mouth and spouted a mouthful of blood. The blood fused with the black ring. The black ring immediately emitted a dazzling light. Then, it quickly expanded. It issued a woo-woo sound as it bombarded the golden-haired devil corpse. The golden-haired devil corpse was in the air. It raised its 2 devil claws, and black light flickered. Then, a 10-feet-long black claw radiance was shot out to grab the black ring. As a result, a pu sound was heard. The black claw radiance missed its target. It directly passed through the black ring's shadow. In the next moment, a black light flashed on the golden-haired devil corpse's body. Then, the black ring appeared, and trapped the golden-haired devil corpse. Ouyang Ming quickly chanted an incantation. The black ring shone brightly. Then, it instantly tightened, and deeply sank into the golden-haired devil corpse's body. The golden-haired devil corpse let out an angry roar. It struggled with all its might, but it was to no avail. A large amount of black qi emerged from its body and was devoured by the black ring. Not far away, Lu Ming saw the demon sealing ring that Ouyang Ming had taken out. A trace of astonishment flashed in his eyes, but it only lasted for a moment. Ouyang Ming heaved a sigh of relief. However, his brows were still tightly knitted. Although he had caught the golden-haired devil corpse off guard and used the demon sealing ring to trap it, he only had one. Secondly, the ring's demon-devouring ability was insufficient to completely kill the devil corpse. Moreover, the other 3 demonic ape corpses had already pounced forward with a roar. Thoughts raced through his mind. He clenched his teeth and was about to abandon the demon sealing ring and flee. The golden-haired devil corpse was pinned down. The remaining 3 demonic ape corpses were slower than him. If he expended some yuan qi to activate a secret technique, he would still have some confidence in escaping. Although it was easy to attract other devil corpses if he were to flee in such a panic, he could not care less at this moment. However, at this moment, something strange happened. A green light flashed near the golden-haired devil corpse, and a translucent green saber light that was several meters long appeared out of thin air. The green saber light circled around the neck of the immobile golden-haired devil corpse at lightning speed. The golden-haired devil corpse's expression instantly froze. Its neck tilted to one side, and its head immediately fell to the ground. Ouyang Ming's jaw dropped when he saw this scene. His face was filled with shock. He was very clear about the toughness of the golden-haired devil corpse's body, but it had been easily killed by the tiny saber light before him. Immediately after, 2 figures shot out from a nearby building and landed not far away from Ouyang Ming. They were Lu Ming and Zhao Chenying. "Lu, it's you." Ouyang Ming was startled, but he immediately became overjoyed. "Brother Ouyang." Lu Ming waved his hand and withdrew the green devil essence devil blade. He nodded at Ouyang Rua, but did not say anything. At this moment, the 3 demonic ape corpses had already pounced over. When the 3 demonic ape corpses saw that the golden-haired devil corpse had been killed, they let out furious roars. The 3 devil corpses abandoned Ouyang Ming and pounced toward Lu Ming. Chi-chi sounds were heard. A dense black claw light flashed and fiercely shot toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming snorted lightly. He was not afraid. He waved his hand and summoned 3 Dongtian mountain river pearls. With a flash of yellow light, the pearls turned into a large yellow cloud and flew toward the attack. The large claw light landed on the yellow cloud. After a series of muffled sounds, the yellow cloud tumbled for a while, but it immediately returned to its original state. At the same time, Lu Ming had already summoned the green devil blade again. It turned into a green saber light and shot out in an arc. On the side, Zhao Chenying muttered an incantation and summoned the purple cauldron. Purple threads flew out and swept toward one of the devil corpses. Ouyang Ming's reaction was not slow. He waved his hand and withdrew the demon restraining ring on the golden-haired devil corpse's body. It turned into a ring shadow and flew toward another devil corpse. Right at this moment, the yellow cloud rolled and roiled, concealing the 3 of them and the 3 demonic corpses within it. In the next moment, a series of explosions were heard. There was a faint whistling sound. After a moment, the sound stopped and the yellow cloud dissipated. The figures of Lu Ming and the others appeared. The 3 demonic ape corpses were lying on the ground around the 3 people. Their heads had been separated from their bodies. The wounds on the necks of each devil corpse were very smooth. It was obviously caused by the green devil essence devil blade. Lu Ming and the others seemed to be fine. However, Ouyang Ming's face was pale. At this moment, he took out a pill and swallowed it. "It's all thanks to Lu Ming and this lady's help. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have fallen here today." Ouyang Rua cupped his fist and bowed to Lu Ming and Zhao Chenying. Lu Ming waved his hand and said with a smile, "You're too polite, brother Ouyang. It was nothing. You and I had agreed to move together, but we were separated by accident. I didn't expect to meet again here. It must be fate." Ouyang Ming nodded. There was a look of sorrow on his face. The 2 of them briefly asked each other about their experiences. Then, Ouyang Ming turned to look at Zhao Chenying. "Lu Ming, this lady looks very unfamiliar. Is she a friend of yours?" Ouyang Rua asked. Although this woman's magic power was a little weak, the demonic treasure she had taken out in the fierce battle earlier was quite sharp. It was not to be underestimated. "My surname is Zhao, and I'm actually the black-robed man who entered the demonic abyss with you before. However, I was being chased by an enemy, and the enemy was among those who entered the demonic abyss, so I had to disguise myself. Please don't blame me, fellow Ouyang. Please don't blame me, brother Ouyang." Zhao Chenying's beautiful eyes flashed as she glanced at Lu Ming. Then, she bowed towards Ouyang Ming and said with a smile. Ouyang Ming was slightly startled when he heard this. He sized up Zhao Qianying and couldn't help but laugh. So it's Fairy Zhao. Your transformation technique is superb. I didn't see any flaws. I'm really impressed. You flatter me, fellow Daoist, Zhao Qianying replied with a smile. Lu Ming glanced at the two and landed on the ground. He waved his finger and the cyan demon blade shot out, splitting the heads of the 4 demonic corpses. To his surprise, there was nothing in the heads of the other 3 demonic corpses except for an egg-sized corpse pearl in the head of the golden-haired demonic corpse. Lu Ming guessed that the corpse pearl would only appear when the demonic corpses had lived for a certain amount of time. He put away the demonic corpse pearl and flew back. Ouyang Rua and Zhao Qianying saw Lu Ming's actions. Zhao Qianying's eyes flickered, but she didn't say anything. Ouyang Ming, on the other hand, was surprised. He asked curiously, I didn't expect this to exist in the demonic corpses. It looks like the inner core of a demonic beast, but it's filled with corpse chi. Why does Brother Lu want it? This demonic corpse pearl is useless to me, but it is useful to a friend of mine. Lu Ming didn't explain too much and replied casually. I see. Ouyang Ming saw that Lu Ming didn't want to talk about it, so he didn't ask further. Lu Ming changed the topic and said, by the way, Brother Ouyang, the inner abyss is unpredictable. We don't know what dangers lie ahead. Why don't we travel together? This was the reason why he came with Zhao Qianying. The danger in the inner abyss was far beyond his expectations. The two of them had been in danger several times before they even saw the shadow of the demon abyss tower. Although Zhao Qianying had many treasures, her cultivation wasn't high. She couldn't help him much when they were in danger. Ouyang Ming, on the other hand, was extremely powerful and would be a great help. That's exactly what I want. Ouyang Ming naturally wouldn't object. Zhao Qianying stood to the side. She seemed to have guessed Lu Ming's intention and did not say anything. When Lu Ming saw that Ouyang Ming had agreed, his face lit up with joy. In the following period of time, the 3 of them did not stay there for long. After a brief discussion, they quickly left the place and flew towards the depths of the cemetery. After the 3 of them left, a ripple appeared in the void behind a damaged building not far away, and a golden figure slowly emerged. It was the golden puppet beside the cold-faced woman. At this moment, a pair of intelligent eyes looked in the direction that Lu Ming and the others had flown off to, and a thoughtful expression appeared on its face. After a long while, it raised its hand and a blue light flashed in its hand. A blue skull appeared. However, this blue skull was covered in spirit patterns. It was clearly a magic tool. The golden puppet opened its mouth and spouted a golden light. The golden light flashed and fell on the cyan skeleton. The cyan skeleton's originally empty eyes immediately glowed with a cyan light. Then, it suddenly opened its mouth and issued a suction force. The surrounding red mist gathered in the skeleton's mouth, and after a while, it condensed into a faint red spell formation. Golden One, why have you called me? Could it be that there's a problem with Ouyang Ming? The cold-faced woman's voice rang out from the spell formation. Master, it's like this. The golden puppet immediately gave a simple explanation of what had just happened. Oh, it's that Lu Ming again. The cold-faced woman's voice paused in the spell formation, and she seemed to be talking to herself. The golden puppet waited for a moment, but the cold-faced woman did not speak, so it asked, the 3 of them have already left and are heading towards the depths of the cemetery. Should I continue to follow them? There's no need. Since Lu Ming is accompanying them, Ouyang Ming's safety should not be a problem. Come back first, I just happen to have something that I need you to do here, the cold-faced woman said indifferently from within the spell formation. Her voice had barely faded when the eyes of the cyan skeleton magic tool in the golden puppet's hand flashed with a green light. Then, it shattered with a paw sound. An even more magnificent red spell formation wrapped around the golden puppet. Then, the spell formation flashed, and the golden puppet's figure disappeared without a trace. The golden puppet's vision blurred, and in the next moment, its figure appeared on top of an altar-like building. The cold-faced woman and the black puppet were both on top of the altar. The black puppet was currently sitting cross-legged on the altar, and its body was emitting a dense black light. A huge bloodshot eyeball floated above its head, and it emitted rays of light that were as thin as hair. The rays of light merged into the surrounding void and disappeared without a trace. The cold-faced woman stood quietly to the side, and her eyes flickered as she looked in the direction of the altar. The soil under the altar was dark, and it was still within the boundaries of the cemetery. The surroundings were filled with red mist, but there was a yellowish-brown ground 1,000 feet away from the altar. There seemed to be an invisible barrier there, and it blocked the red mist of the cemetery on the other side. "Master." The golden puppet walked to the cold-faced woman's side, and it bowed. The cold-faced woman turned around and said, "It's been hard on you to secretly protect Ouyang Ming during this period of time." The golden puppet hurriedly said, "Master, you're too kind. This is subordinate's duty." "Master." At this moment, the black puppet stopped casting the spell and stood up. The cold-faced woman turned around and asked a random question, "How is the situation?" "Reporting to Master, I basically investigated everything. Right now, there are 4 other teams in the ancient devil tomb besides us. They are the Lu family and the Kongxiang family's alliance, the Huangfu family and the Long family's alliance, Lu Ming, Ouyang Ming, and a young woman's team, and Gao Hiyan from the noble family." The black puppet clearly knew what the cold-faced woman was referring to, and it quickly replied. "Gao Hiyan? I remember that he seems to have joined forces with a family to enter the inner abyss. Why is he the only one left?" The cold-faced woman's eyes flashed, and she seemed to be a little surprised. "They should have learned about the Demon Abyss Tower and the Demon Abyss, so they rashly followed us in. In the end, they suffered heavy losses at the Han Mo forest, and almost all of them were wiped out. In the end, only Gao Hiyan came to the cemetery," the black puppet said in a calm voice. "Humph, stupid people." The cold-faced middle-aged woman sneered. "Among these 4 teams, the only ones that can obstruct Master's important matter should be the Lu family and the Huangfu family. I just don't know how much they know about the situation inside the Demon Abyss Tower," the black puppet continued. The cold-faced middle-aged woman was silent, and she shook her head slightly, as if she didn't agree with the black puppet's opinion, but she didn't say it. The black puppet and the golden puppet looked at each other, and they quietly stood to the side without saying anything. The cold-faced woman was silent for a moment, and suddenly asked, "Where are the 4 teams at? How long will it take for them to pass through the cemetery? They basically all have methods to restrain the devil corpses in the cemetery. I estimate that the fastest team will pass through the cemetery in at most half a day," the black puppet hurriedly replied. The cold-faced woman nodded and said, "Good. Since there's still some time, I'll go take care of a few things first." "Master, what about Ouyang Ming?" the golden puppet asked. "It's fine. Just let him follow that Lu Ming," the cold-faced woman said indifferently. "Understood," the golden puppet nodded. With that, the cold-faced woman waved her sleeves, and azure light enveloped the 3 of them. Then, they transformed into streaks of azure light that shot towards the yellowish-brown soil. At that moment, a streak of blue light flew through the poisonous corpse devil miasma in the outermost region of the inner abyss. It was none other than Jackdaw himself. His face was pale, and his clothes were tattered. Traces of blood could even be seen on his body. He didn't have the graceful bearing of an arcane enlightenment expert at all. Jackdaw was extremely depressed. During this trip to the inner abyss, not only had he failed to obtain any great treasures as he'd hoped, but the 4 celestial phenomenon devils who'd come with him had all died here. One of them was even his direct descendant. With this in mind, he couldn't help but grit his teeth, seemingly cursing something. It was hard to tell if he was cursing himself or Gao Heian. From time to time, 1 or 2 devils would fly out of the surrounding miasma and pounce at him. However, before they could get close, the frigid air he emitted froze them into ice cubes and sent them plummeting to the ground. Gradually, the surrounding poisonous corpse devil miasma thinned out. It seemed they were about to reach the end. Jackdaw's face lit up with joy. There was still half a year until the end of the demonic abyss. With his strength, he could still find some treasures left behind by the ancient demons after a short rest. Hee, since ancient times, no one has been able to leave the inner abyss? What a joke. Thinking of this, Jackdaw's mood improved quite a bit. The blue light around him grew thicker, and he sped up. At that moment, something strange happened. The surrounding miasma suddenly began to tumble, like a pot of boiling water, abruptly bubbling. Immediately afterward, the poisonous corpse devil miasma around them began to spin wildly. A giant vortex 300 meters wide appeared, and an indescribably powerful suction force tugged at Jacta's body. He couldn't help but deviate from his path. Jacta's expression changed, but he didn't panic. He'd already passed through this place once before. Although this miasma was incomparably toxic, it wasn't dangerous for a profound understanding cultivator like him as long as he was careful. As for the demonic creatures in the miasma, they naturally weren't much of a threat. With a low shout, blue light erupted from his body, forming a blue halo that protected him. At the same time, he muttered an incantation, and with a flash of light, a blue halberd appeared in his hand. He fiercely slashed at the surrounding miasma vortex. A vast blue blade of light emerged from the mist, cleaving the surrounding miasma vortex in half. The suction force disappeared without a trace. The old man couldn't help but rejoice when he sensed the terrifying suction force around him lessen. He hurriedly made a hand sign, and the escape light on the surface of his body flashed. He once again turned into a long rainbow that blasted forward. He wanted to directly fly out of this corpse demon poisonous miasma in one go. However, before he could travel more than 30 meters, a muffled sound tore through the air. In the next moment, the sky above him darkened, and an enormous black python emerged from the mist. Its eyes glinted with a ferocious light as it looked down on the old man, its scarlet tongue flickering in and out of its mouth. If Lu Ming were here, he'd recognize the black python's head at a glance. It was none other than the manga demonic snake they'd encountered earlier. An extremely terrifying aura suddenly spread out from the giant python's body. When the old man saw this, he felt as if he'd fallen into an icehouse. His face turned deathly pale, and he almost cried out in horror. He knew very well that even if he was at his peak, this giant python was not something he could defend against. Not to mention that he was injured and his spiritual power was not strong enough right now. However, his cultivation had reached the profound understanding realm, and he'd naturally experienced countless trials of life and death. The light in his eyes dimmed, and he calmed down in the blink of an eye. He gripped the blue halberd in his hand, wanting to do something to escape. It would have been better if he hadn't moved, but now that he did, tragedy struck. Whoosh! A red blur flashed past with inconceivable speed, and the python's thick tongue coiled around the old man's body. Before the old man could react, the serpent retracted its tongue, opened its mouth, and swallowed the old man in one gulp. Afterwards, the manga demonic snake's head swayed a few times, and its body lazily sank back into the endless miasma. Although the old man's family wasn't one of the 4 great clans, the fact that they had the qualifications to lead their clansmen into the demonic abyss showed that their strength was second only to the 4 great clans. The old man himself was quite famous on the myriad demon continent. Now that he'd fallen to the corpse devil miasma, he'd most likely died with a grievance. At that moment, the various groups in the inner abyss continued to advance toward the center. Rumble, somewhere in the sky of the ancient demon mausoleum, a black cloud the size of an acre tumbled, and a pitch-black lightning bolt as thick as a bucket shot down from it, bombarding the head of a tall crimson demonic corpse down below. The lightning dissipated, and the scarlet demonic corpse's head disappeared without a trace in the black lightning. The headless demonic corpse fell to the ground, crushing an abandoned building. In midair, Gao Heian raised his hand without saying a word and launched a symbol above his head. The black cloud in midair shrank rapidly and turned into a black brocade handkerchief embroidered with lightning talismans. From time to time, black electric arcs would flow on the surface of the handkerchief. The embroidered handkerchief spun in the air and landed in his hand. After he put away the brocade handkerchief, his heart relaxed, and he took a few deep breaths. At this moment, there were already 5 demonic corpses lying around him. Based on their appearances, they seemed to have been killed not long ago. Gao Heian took out a spiritual power-restoring elixir and swallowed it. A look of regret flashed in his eyes. He underestimated the inner abyss too much. Not only was he not prepared, but he was alone now. After entering the cemetery, he had been in a series of fierce battles. There was no time to rest and adjust at all. Even as a Tongxian realm expert, the consecutive battles of such intensity had depleted most of his magic power. Just now, when he just wanted to recover, he was surrounded by a few demonic corpses that suddenly appeared. As a last resort, he had to use his trump card. Although he killed these demonic corpses, his spiritual power was consumed by more than half again. It could be said that his vitality was greatly damaged. Gao Heian took a few deep breaths, and his body exuded a faint black glow. His complexion recovered a little. He shook his head, putting aside the negative emotions such as fear, and the expression on his face became firm again. Since he had already come here, he naturally wouldn't give up halfway. In any case, he had to find some treasures that were extinct in the outside world. He took a long breath, and his body flickered into an escape light, speeding away into the distance. As a result, not long after he flew out, a strange look flashed in his eyes. When they first entered the mausoleum, the red mist that pervaded the air was not very thick. However, the deeper they went, the thicker the mist became. But when they reached here, the red mist seemed to start thinning again. Based on this, it could be inferred that this part of the mausoleum was about to end. Thinking of this, Gao Heian was overjoyed and accelerated the escape light. At this moment, below the escape light, a long and narrow crack suddenly appeared on a seemingly ordinary ground. Mud and stones splashed everywhere, and a huge black hand broke out of the ground. The fingertips flickered in black light, faintly exuding a fishy smell. As soon as the black hand appeared, it turned blurred and grabbed the escape light, flying through the air at lightning speed. This happened in a hurry, and Gao Heian was completely unprepared. His face immediately changed. However, he was not an ordinary person. With a loud shout, his figure flickered and moved 30 feet to the side in a flash. Puff, although he escaped the grasp of the demonic claw, his calf was still scratched. The area near the wound immediately turned black, and it quickly began to rot, spreading toward his thigh. Gao Heian's face changed drastically. While urging his figure to continue to retreat, he quickly chanted a spell. A black light appeared on his injured leg, surrounding the wound, trying to contain the spread of the black gas, but it did not have the slightest effect. The black gas spread to his knee in a blink of an eye. His eyes flashed, and his palm suddenly cut toward his calf. As soon as the blood appeared, he cut off his injured calf from the knee, causing blood to spurt out. But Gao Heian's expression did not change. He opened his mouth and spat out a blood light that wrapped around the broken limb. The blood quickly stopped, and with a burst of bone-cracking sound, the broken calf quickly grew new leg bones. At the same time, countless granulation appeared on the snow-white leg bones. Within 2 breaths, a brand new calf had grown out. The regeneration of a broken limb was nothing for a mystic in lightning power like him. However, with such a delay, the demonic corpse on the ground below had already drilled out and blocked in front of him. After Gao Heian stabilized his figure, he glanced around and suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. The demonic corpse in front of him was hundreds of feet tall, covered with black scales, and exuded a breath that was far more powerful than any demonic corpse he had encountered before. The one blocking Gao Heian was an ancient demonic corpse transformed from an ancient demon race. The third vertical eye on the ancient demon corpse's forehead also looked at Gao Heian. It let out a roar and its huge body pounced over. Its demonic claws that were covered in scales grabbed at Gao Heian at lightning speed, bringing along a foul wind. Gao Heian had already experienced the power of the corpse poison of the ancient demonic corpse. His complexion changed slightly, and his body shone with black light, quickly condensing a law manifestation phantom of hundreds of feet high. Its arms crossed in front of it, and countless mysterious runes flew out. The ancient demonic corpse's claws were blocked by the countless mysterious runes, and could not help but tremble slightly. At this moment, Gao Heian's hand gesture suddenly changed, and the law manifestation phantom above his head opened its mouth, and a black lightning shot out, bombarding the ancient demonic corpse's claws. Chi-chi, the black lightning exploded on the demonic claws, but soon dissipated, and the place where the lightning bombarded was left with a big black pit. Roar, the ancient demonic corpse suddenly issued a painful cry, as if it had been provoked, and roared. The corpse chi that lingered around its body quickly intertwined above its head, condensing into an ancient demonic phantom of hundreds of feet high, with 2 horns on its head, and a pair of crimson eyes. The ancient demonic phantom opened its mouth, and a dazzling black light appeared inside, and the next moment, countless black filaments shot out, making a loud sound, and instantly enveloped a radius of hundreds of feet, and shrouded Gao Heian and the law manifestation phantom behind him. Gao Heian's complexion changed dramatically. Although some of the demonic corpses he had encountered before had reached the celestial phenomenon realm, they only had a hard body and infinite strength. Whether it was attack or defense, they were relatively simple, but the ancient demonic corpse in front of him could condense corpse chi into a law manifestation, and also launch a sorcery-like attack. Although with his cultivation, he could naturally cope with it if he went all out, but who knew if he would encounter other dangers later. His mind was racing, but his hands didn't slow down, and with a loud shout, a black light flashed on his body, and he once again summoned the Black Thunder emblem handkerchief. Bang! A burst of thunder rumbled in the air, and the Black Thunder emblem flashed, and turned into a black cloud, wrapping his body inside, and black lightning shuttled back and forth in the dark cloud. Gao Heian had just finished this, but countless black filaments had already shrouded Gao Heian together with the black cloud. Countless black filaments twined above the black cloud, and in the blink of an eye, wrapped him into a huge black cocoon. The ancient demonic corpse's face showed a trace of ferocity, and with a wave of its huge demonic claws, it grabbed the black cocoon. At this moment, a thunderclap suddenly came from the black cocoon, and a thick black lightning arc suddenly appeared on the cocoon. The cocoon composed of black filaments suddenly burst open, and a black light wrapped in arcs of lightning rapidly sped away into the distance. The ancient demonic corpse was startled, and then with a roar, it immediately started chasing, causing the ground to shake violently. In the black lightning escape light, Gao Heian's face didn't have the slightest trace of blood. In order to get rid of this ancient demonic corpse, he had to forcibly activate the black brocade handkerchief again. Rumble! After the escape light, the black demonic corpse chased after him with great strides, and its running speed was extremely fast, completely not inferior to the Dark Thunder escape technique at this moment. A roar came from the mouth of the demonic corpse, and it seemed that it wouldn't stop until it caught up with Gao Heian. Gao Heian smiled bitterly. He didn't expect that he would have such a scene of being at the end of the line. Thinking so in his heart, his hand gestures were continuously activated, and he continued to rush forward. He now didn't have much spiritual power to fight with the demonic corpse behind him, and only hoped that he could quickly leave this cemetery and reach the next place. On the other side, Lu Ming, Zhao Qianying, and Ouyang Ming were currently shrouded by the grayish-white light of the celestial tablet. They were moving forward silently, sticking close to the ground. I wonder what kind of place lies beyond this cemetery. Ouyang Ming observed his surroundings and said casually. After this cemetery, the Devil Abyss Tower is behind us. Zhao Qianying said with a smile. How did Fairy Zhao know about this? Ouyang Ming's face revealed a trace of surprise. Zhao Qianying's eyes flashed with a trace of annoyance. Out of some considerations, she did not explain her identity to Ouyang Ming. Her casual words just now had exposed her. Just as she was thinking of a reason to dodge the question, Lu Ming, who was flying at the front, suddenly stopped and looked to the left. Lu, what's wrong? Zhao Qianying asked. As soon as her voice fell, her expression changed slightly. Ouyang Ming looked in the direction that Lu Ming was looking at, and his expression also changed. There was a faint fluctuation of magic power in the red mist, and at the same time, a series of heavy footsteps could be heard. The three of them had heard this kind of footsteps many times before. It was the sound of the demon corpse wandering in this cemetery. It seems that someone is coming. Let's find a place to hide first. Lu Ming said in a low voice. He had the purple rune demon eyes, and he could vaguely see a black escape light with a strong aura rushing in their direction, followed by a huge demon corpse. If he guessed correctly, it should be an ancient demon corpse. His figure moved, and he flew down. Zhao Qianying and Ouyang Ming hurriedly followed, and the three of them quickly hid behind a dilapidated building below. As soon as the three of them hid, the black escape light arrived above them. However, the black escape light was a little shaky and seemed to be a little unstable. Then, the figure of the demon corpse that was chasing after it clearly appeared in the eyes of Lu Ming and the other two. Lu Ming and Zhao Qianying had seen this kind of ancient demon corpse before, so they were not surprised. However, it was the first time that Ouyang Ming saw such a huge demon corpse, and he could not help but gasp. Let's wait and see. Lu Ming's lips moved a few times. At the same time, he gestured to the other two, indicating that they should not act rashly. The ancient demonic corpse was obviously chasing after the black light, so there was no need for them to get involved. Just when he thought that the black light would fly away quickly, the black light suddenly stopped. The black light converged, revealing the figure of Gao Hiyan. At this moment, Gao Hiyan's face was as pale as paper. He glanced in the direction of Lu Ming's group below, and an imperceptible smile appeared on his mouth. "It's him." Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and sneered. Zhao Qianying also quickly recognized Gao Hiyan. Her beautiful eyes revealed a trace of surprise. Ouyang Ming didn't know Gao Hiyan, but he didn't reveal any strange expression. At this moment, the ancient demonic corpse caught up with them in a flash. With a strange roar, it opened its mouth and spouted a thick black light towards Gao Hiyan. Gao Hiyan seemed to have expected this. His figure slightly swayed and dodged the attack. The thick black light suddenly went straight to the hiding place of Lu Ming's group. "Oh no, this person has already found us and wants to drag us down with him." Ouyang Ming's expression changed, and he shouted. Lu Ming snorted coldly. His figure blurred, and he flew up into the sky. Zhao Qianying and Ouyang Ming also hurriedly followed behind Lu Ming, and narrowly avoided the bombardment of the black light. Boom, the black light bombarded the hiding place of the three people. The earth shook, and a big pit was formed on the ground. Lu Ming's group flew into the air and stopped not far from Gao Hiyan. "It's you." Gao Hiyan was originally thinking about how to drag a few people into the water if he encountered other families to deal with this ancient demonic corpse together. However, when his divine sense swept across Lu Ming in front of him, his expression changed slightly. This aura belonged to the person who had stolen Tian Weeping Demon Monarch's storage bag and killed Gao Hai. "Yes, it's me." Lu Ming looked up and down at Gao Hiyan and said expressionlessly. As a result, Gao Hiyan's figure blurred and flew straight towards Lu Ming's group. When Lu Ming's group saw this, their expressions changed slightly. But before the three of them could react, the escape light transformed by Gao Hiyan suddenly turned and drew an arc, bypassing Lu Ming's group, and then shot into the distance at an amazing speed. Although he was concerned about Tian Weeping Demon Monarch and Gao Hai, he was naturally not in the mood to pursue the matter in this situation. The ancient demonic corpse was slightly startled when it saw the three people suddenly appearing in front of it. However, its intelligence was not too high. At this moment, it seemed to think that Lu Ming's group was Gao Hiyan's helper. It unexpectedly let out a strange roar and rushed towards Lu Ming's group. "You two, help me block this ancient demonic corpse for the time being." Lu Ming's voice sounded in the ears of Zhao Qianying and Ouyang Ming. While speaking, his figure had already turned into a long rainbow, chasing after Gao Hiyan. When Zhao Qianying heard Lu Ming's words, her figure flickered without hesitation and blocked in front of the ancient demonic corpse. A cryptic incantation came from the woman's mouth, and then the black mark on her forehead shone brightly. A purple light flashed above her head, and a purple cauldron emerged. Countless purple filaments sprayed out, condensing into a large net, shrouding the ancient demonic corpse. The ancient demonic corpse growled, and its two demonic claws fiercely grabbed the purple net. Clang, the purple net was quite sturdy, and the ancient demonic corpse's huge claws caused the purple net to tremble violently, but it did not collapse. On the other side, Ouyang Ming hesitated for a moment, and at this moment, he also flew to Zhao Qianying's side. Black light burst out from his body, condensing into a huge Dharma idol with 8 faces and 16 arms. A large amount of black demonic light gushed out from the Dharma idol, condensing into dozens of black light pillars, bombarding the ancient demonic corpse. A series of loud bangs resounded, and the huge body of the ancient demonic corpse was impressively beaten back. Although Zhao Qianying and Ouyang Ming could not kill the ancient demonic corpse in a short time, they obviously had no problem delaying it for some time. Lu Ming slightly tilted his head, and when he saw the situation from the corner of his eye, his heart immediately calmed down. Then, he stroked his waist with one hand, and the void sword pouch appeared. A golden sword light flashed out from it, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a huge sword shadow that was several tens of feet in size. The void sword orb was known for its speed, and in just a moment, it had caught up with Gao Hiyan. The huge golden sword was wrapped in a large amount of golden light, and fiercely slashed at Gao Hiyan's head. Previously, the spiritual nature of the void sword orb was slightly damaged, but after a few days of nourishment, it had recovered a little. Lu Ming calculated that after the matter in the demonic abyss was over, he would immediately smelt a part of the dark golden sand spikes on the mace and integrate them into the void sword. In this way, the void sword orb would not be easily damaged, and its power would naturally increase to a higher level. Gao Heian did not expect that Lu Ming would chase after him, and he did not care about it at first, but at this moment, when he saw the astonishing momentum of the huge sword, his expression changed slightly, and he had to stop. He waved one hand, and summoned a black bell, which rotated and expanded to the size of a house, and blocked in front of him. A large amount of black lightning emerged on the surface of the bell. After a loud bang, the two colors of golden and black intertwined, and the huge sword and the bell trembled, and flew back at the same time. It seemed that they were evenly matched. A trace of redness flashed on Gao Heian's face. His body shook, and he took a step back. After a series of fierce battles, the spiritual power in his body had long been exhausted. The black bell was originally his favorite magic weapon, but at this moment, he could not even exert 30% of its power. Before Gao Heian could stand firm, the void behind him fluctuated, and a black figure emerged like a ghost. It was Lu Ming. A cyan short blade appeared in his hand. With a slight wave, more than a dozen cyan blade lights formed a line and slashed at Gao Heian's neck like lightning. Lu Ming's movement was too strange. Until now, Gao Heian seemed to have not reacted, and the cyan demonic blade was about to cut off Gao Heian's head. Clang, black lightning flashed on Gao Heian's body, and a black brocade magic weapon emerged. Under a roll, it turned into a black robe, and Gao Heian put it on. Countless black thunder and lightning runes appeared on the black robe, and the surface emitted black electric arcs, like electric snakes wandering randomly, with amazing momentum. Dang, the robe looked inconspicuous, but when the cyan demonic blade slashed on it, it was easily bounced off like hitting steel. Humph, although my spiritual power is a little consumed at the moment, you are just a celestial middle-stage demon cultivator, and you want to take my life? You are too arrogant. Gao Heian turned around, flicked the black thunder robe on his body, and said with a cold smile. With the black robe on his body, his face did not seem to be so pale, and his complexion looked much better. Lu Ming did not speak. He waved one hand to recall the cyan demonic blade, and flew around him. At the same time, his other hand quickly made a gesture. Black and white light flashed above his head, and two huge phantoms of the law manifestation, one black and one white, appeared. Huh? There are actually two Dharma manifestations. There was a trace of surprise on Gao Heian's face, but it was immediately replaced by a ferocious look. He waved his sleeve, and 1,000 feet Dharma manifestation phantom emerged. Perhaps because his spiritual power was a little insufficient, the Dharma manifestation phantom seemed a little hazy. At this moment, Lu Ming waved one hand, and the black and white Dharma manifestation behind him flew out at the same time. In a blur, it appeared on the left and right side of Gao Heian's body. The surface of its body shone brightly, and the black and white light swept out to both sides, shrouding Gao Heian in it. The black and white light condensed, and turned into 1,000 feet large, like a barrier. He actually comprehended the realm and the cultivation of celestial state. Gao Heian's body tightened, and his body was shown by the black and white light. His whole body seemed to be pressed by a huge force of thousands of kilograms, and even raising his hand was a little difficult. His cultivation had reached the mystic enlightenment realm, and his knowledge was naturally brilliant. He immediately judged what this black and white barrier represented. But if you think that you can trap me with this, it's just a fool's dream. Let me show you what the real power of the domain is. Gao Heian shouted, and the black electric arc on his robe shone brightly. The projection above his head then swept its arms through the air, and black arcs of lightning crackled as they transformed into a pair of black wings with a wingspan of several thousand feet. Countless arcs of black lightning revolved around the wings, making them appear as if they were a lightning god. At the same time, a trace of the power of the law of thunder and lightning was faintly emitted from the wings, which made Lu Ming's head jump slightly. With just a flap of the black wings, a large thunderous roar came. With the body of this Dharma phantom as the center, a black lightning domain quickly spread from both sides, trying to push the black and white domain released by Lu Ming's Dharma phantom outwards. A burst of thunder and lightning intertwined. Under the crazy attack of the black electric arc, the black and white domain trembled and almost broke. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He opened his mouth and spat out a stream of blood essence. With a flick of his finger, the blood essence was divided into two and flashed into the black and white Dharma phantom. The light around the black and white Dharma phantom brightened, and the black and white domain suddenly stabilized a little. Lu Ming didn't stop moving. He muttered an incantation, and the yellow light flashed beside him. The 12 mountain river beads flashed and appeared. With another wave of his hand, the mountain river beads flashed again, and they merged into the surrounding void, disappearing without a trace. When Gao Hexian saw Lu Ming's action, his face changed. He quickly chanted an incantation, and his hands clasped in front of him, forming a strange hand gesture. The black lightning domain around him lit up, and then the Dharma phantom roared. Following that, 4 gigantic black lightning dragons quickly condensed in his domain. Gao Hexian's eyes flashed with pain, but he didn't show it on his face. He took a deep breath, and his fingers moved like a wheel. 4 black lightning dragons flew out with bared fangs and brandished claws, viciously biting the black and white domain outside. The electric dragon suddenly tore, and the black and white domain shook violently. Under the large amount of thunder and lightning, the domain was torn apart like a piece of paper, becoming riddled with holes. The black and white Dharma phantom on the left and right also became blurred. But after the attack, the 4 electric dragons and the Dharma phantom also seemed to dissipate due to the lack of spiritual power. Gao Hexian's body shook slightly, but there was still a hint of joy on his face. His black robe flashed, and he turned into a black electric light, rushing out of the black and white domain from a gap, and galloping away. However, he had only flown a few hundred feet when the surrounding void suddenly shone with yellow light, and several earthy yellow mountains appeared. Then, a large expanse of earthy yellow light enveloped him. Gao Hexian only felt that his body suddenly became heavy, and his movements became abnormally slow. His eyes finally flashed with a trace of panic. Don't even think about it. If we were in the outside world, I would naturally be afraid of you. But right now, your cultivation base is limited and your mana is almost depleted. You won't be able to hold on for long. Lu Ming's figure flickered and appeared between the 2 broken black and white phantasms. He looked at Gao Heman and said faintly. As soon as the voice fell, the 2 Dharma phantom on the left and right flashed into his body, disappearing. Gao Hexian's handsome face showed a sense of madness. He spouted a few mouthfuls of blood essence in a row, then he flicked his fingers, launching a symbol one after another. The blood essence in the air suddenly divided into 2 groups. Then his 2 hands grasped in the air, and bursts of black thunder appeared on the 2 groups of blood essence. They transformed into 2 bloody giant hands, grabbing at Lu Ming in front. The surrounding yellow light couldn't stop it at all. Lu Ming stood still in the same place. He waved one hand, and 1,000 feet huge yellow mountain emerged, blocking in front of the bloody giant hands. The surface of the 2 bloody giant hands was full of black thunder, and they suddenly pushed. Boom, black, yellow, and red colors intertwined and flickered in the air, and the yellow mountain was pushed back by a huge force. But before Gao Hexian could breathe a sigh of relief, the yellow mist tumbled, and 2 more mountains emerged, smashing on the 2 bloody giant hands. There was a rumbling sound, the bloody giant hands made a whine, and then burst open. Gao Hexian spouted a mouthful of blood, and his aura quickly weakened. The black robe on his body also flickered with electric light, but he was also a tough person. He took a deep breath and quickly stood up straight. He raised his arms and was about to do something. At this moment, a strange green light blasted out from the surrounding yellow mist, and it appeared near Gao Hexian's neck in a blur. Gao Hexian's face changed dramatically, and he hurriedly turned his head to take a look, but it was a little late. The green blade light circled around Gao Hexian's head like lightning. Gao Hexian's expression stagnated, and his head rolled down, and his body fell to the ground. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He grasped with one hand, and a black giant hand appeared out of thin air, grabbing Gao Hexian's head. Suddenly, 2 black lights flew out from Gao Hexian's head and waist, respectively. They twisted to avoid the grasp of the black giant hand, and flew in 2 directions. In one of the black lights, there was a palm-sized black person. Looking at its appearance, it had a clear nose and eyes, and it was exactly the same as Gao Hexian. It was his soul essence. The other black light was a black key, which was naturally the demonic abyss key. Lu Ming didn't care about the demonic abyss key. With a thought, a black snake shadow flew out from his body. It was extremely fast, and in a blink of an eye, it caught up with the black light and bit the black person. The black person let out a scream of horror. It seemed to be extremely afraid of Lu Ming's soul-sucking voodoo. The black light on its body shone, and it kept expanding and shrinking, trying to break free. But the soul-sucking voodoo just twisted its body, and its body wrapped around Gao Hexian's soul essence like a snake. It opened its mouth, bit the head of the black person, and swallowed it in a few bites. The soul-sucking voodoo squinted its eyes with satisfaction. Its figure moved, and it flew back into Lu Ming's sleeve. Suddenly, a pure mental force came out of the soul-sucking voodoo and integrated into Lu Ming's sea of consciousness. Lu Ming's body shook, and a sense of contentment came over him. After the mental force was integrated into the incomplete soul-sucking voodoo, it was quickly enriched. This was the first time he killed a metaphysic realm demon. He didn't expect it to be of great help to the condensation of the soul-sucking voodoo. His face was overjoyed, but then he shook his head. Now was not the time to experience this. He waved his hand and sent out a black gas to collect Gao Hexian's body and the falling bell magic weapon. Then he launched a technique, and the surrounding mountain river formation dissipated, turned back into 12 mountain river beads, and flew back to his side. Lu Ming looked into the distance, and his face relaxed slightly. In the distance, Zhao Qianying and Ouyang Ming were still fighting with the ancient fiend corpse. The ancient fiend corpse's body was emitting a grayish-black corpse chi, and it condensed into an existence similar to a Dharma idol. It kept attacking Zhao Qianying and Ouyang Ming fiercely. Zhao Qianying and Ouyang Ming also revealed their respective Dharma idols. Ouyang Ming's Dharma idol was a giant with many faces and arms, but it was the first time he saw Zhao Qianying's Dharma idol. It was a huge purple Dharma idol that looked half human and half beast. With the two of them working together, they didn't fall into a disadvantageous position against the ancient fiend corpse. Lu Ming let out a light breath, and pointed with one hand. After a thunderous sword cry, the void sword turned into a huge golden sword rainbow, and flashed toward the ancient fiend corpse. The void sword orb covered a distance of a few hundred meters in the blink of an eye. A golden light flashed above the ancient fiend corpse's head, and a huge golden sword several tens of meters in size appeared nearby. In the next moment, it turned into a golden sword rainbow, and fiercely slashed toward the ancient fiend corpse's head. Seeing this, Zhao Qianying and Ouyang Ming were overjoyed, and hurriedly increased the speed of their attacks. The ancient fiend corpse let out a low roar. Its corpse chi idol was entangled by Zhao Qianying and Ouyang Ming's Dharma idols. At this moment, it could only wave its arm, and a demonic claw burst out with a rich black light. Its fingertips flickered with a black claw light, and it directly grabbed the void sword. A crisp sound was heard, the golden sword rainbow cut off the claw light on the demonic claw, but it didn't cause much damage to the demonic claw, and the blade was caught by the demonic claw. With a whistling sound, the other demonic claw also grabbed the other end of the blade. The ancient fiend corpse exerted strength in its arm, trying to break the void sword with brute force. At this moment, the void behind it flashed, and Lu Ming's figure appeared like a ghost. The two beads of mountains and rivers flew out from his hands, and in a flash, they turned into two earthen yellow mountains, and with a thunderous sound, they shot toward the ancient fiend corpse. The surface of the void sword flashed with a golden light, and it quickly shrank, turning into a small golden sword orb in the blink of an eye. With a whoosh, it flew out from the ancient fiend corpse's hand. The ancient fiend corpse was taken aback. The void sword suddenly disappeared, and the strength it had accumulated in its arms suddenly hit nothing, and it staggered. In this short period of time, the two huge mountains were already pressing down on the top of its head. The ancient fiend corpse let out a roar, and clenched its two demonic claws into fists, which were the size of a house, and bombarded the two earthen yellow mountains in the air. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and he launched a series of hand seals into the earthen yellow mountains. With a flash of yellow light, the earthen yellow mountains grew a bit larger, and a large number of yellow talisman characters appeared on their surface, making them look incomparably heavy. In a place where no one could see, a faintly discernible cyan phantom made a big circle, and appeared behind the ancient fiend corpse. Rumble! The ancient fiend corpse's fists collided with the earthen yellow mountains, and a black and a yellow light intertwined, producing an earth-shattering sound. The ancient fiend corpse's strength was truly frightening, and the two mountains formed by the beads of mountains and rivers shook violently, and were unexpectedly sent flying by the ancient fiend corpse's fists. However, the ancient fiend corpse's body was also affected by the enormous gravity of the two mountains, and it clearly wasn't feeling well. Its huge body swayed twice, and it couldn't help but take a few steps back before it could regain its balance. At this moment, the ancient fiend corpse seemed to have been provoked by Lu Ming and the others, and it let out an angry roar. The vertical eye on its forehead shone brightly, and a thin and sharp black light shot out. The black light flashed, and as if it had teleported, it appeared in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. With a wave of his arm, the pearl of mountain and river appeared in front of him. With a flash of yellow light, it turned into a yellow light curtain that protected his body. Dong, the sharp black light fell on the yellow light curtain, causing it to tremble violently. Cracks immediately appeared on its surface, but it managed to withstand the attack. The ancient fiend corpse's eyes glowed with a blood-red light. Just as it was about to attack again, it suddenly felt a cold breeze on its neck. A green saber radiance appeared out of nowhere and silently slashed down. The ancient fiend corpse wanted to dodge, but it was too late. It let out an angry roar and its body glowed with black light. Huge black crystalline scales suddenly appeared on its neck. The green saber radiance circled around its neck at lightning speed. After a few subtle clanging sounds, the saber radiance blurred and flew back to Lu Ming's side. The ancient fiend corpse's head tilted to one side and rolled down. It first knelt on the ground before its huge body fell forward like a small mountain, stirring up a cloud of dust. It had obviously underestimated the defense-breaking ability of Lu Ming's green demon blade. Lu Ming wore an indifferent expression. With a wave of his hand, he made two hand seals and put the pearl of mountain and river back into his sleeve. As soon as the ancient fiend corpse died, the corpse chi avatar that had been fighting with Zhao Qianying and Ouyang Rua also disintegrated. It then turned into specks of light and quickly dissipated in the air. Brother Lu. Lu. Zhao Qianying and Ouyang Ming's expressions relaxed. They withdrew their avatars and flew to Lu Ming's side. Thank you for blocking the ancient fiend corpse. Lu Ming nodded to the two and said. It's nothing. On the other hand, Lu, how did you manage to kill that black-robed man in such a short time? If I'm not mistaken, that man should be a metaphysic realm demon from a big family, right? Ouyang Ming first waved his hand and then changed the topic. Lu Ming chuckled and said, You're right, brother Ouyang. This person's cultivation is profound. However, he must have fought against the ancient demonic corpse for a long time and exhausted most of his magic power. That's why I was lucky enough to kill him. Ouyang Rua revealed a complicated expression when she heard this. Even though the unique environment of the demonic abyss prevented the Tongxian realm demons from unleashing their full strength, any Tongxian realm cultivator, be it their knowledge or demonic treasures, was not something an ordinary celestial phenomenon demon could compare with. Even if he was injured or had insufficient magic power, if he wanted to escape, he knew that he would not be able to stop him at all, let alone kill him in such a short period of time. From this, it could be seen that Lu Ming's strength was far beyond his expectations. However, when he thought about it again, with such a powerful ally, his chances of obtaining the cosmic lightning resistance hoop in the demon abyss tower would naturally increase. Thinking of this, Ouyang Ming could not help but reveal a hint of joy in his eyes. On the other side, Zhao Qianying also had a look of disbelief on her face. However, Lu Ming had given her a lot of surprises along the way, so she did not say anything at this moment. She only looked at Lu Ming with a strange look in her eyes. Lu Ming saw the changes in their expressions, but he did not want to explain anything. His eyes fell on the head of the ancient demonic corpse on the ground. With a flick of his finger, a green light flashed and the cyan demon blade easily cut open the head. As expected, there was another demonic corpse orb inside. Let's go, let's continue our journey. This is not a place to stay for long. The fluctuation of magic power just now may have attracted the attention of the surrounding demonic corpses. Lu Ming looked around and said. Zhao Qianying and Ouyang Rua nodded. Then, the three of them continued to walk towards the depths of the cemetery under the grayish-white light emitted by the celestial tablet. The rest of the journey was unexpectedly smooth. Not only were they not attacked by the demonic corpses, but even the corpse chi in the air had become a lot lighter. After an hour, the three of them came to a yellow-brown muddy area. The soil here had changed from the black of the cemetery to a yellow-brown color. As far as the eye could see, the muddy ground was full of strange tall flowers. Each of them was at least a few feet tall. There was a faint red mist drifting out from the center of the flowers, drifting in the direction of the cemetery. At first glance, this place looked like a garden. Looking through the red mist in the air, one could vaguely see a thick pillar-like object standing in the depths of the garden. After Lu Ming and the other two arrived, they involuntarily stopped. Their gazes carried slight amazement as they looked around. Could it be that this place is no longer within the boundaries of the cemetery? Could it be that we have already passed through the cemetery area? Ouyang Rua looked around and said with slight doubt. Lu Ming's eyes flickered slightly as he looked around, but he did not say anything. Zhao Qianying pointed at the indistinct pillar-like object in the depths of the garden and said excitedly, "It's very likely. The corpse chi here is already very thin. Looking at the situation here, it seems to be a huge garden. Also, look at the cylindrical object in front of you. I'm afraid that's where the demonic abyss tower is located." Ouyang Ming naturally also discovered the object that Zhao Qianying was pointing at. He immediately chanted and a black light flashed in his palm. A jet-black key appeared. It was the demonic abyss key. As soon as the demonic abyss key appeared, it immediately trembled slightly towards the object in the distance. It seemed to have an urge to break away from Ouyang Ming's control and fly there. That's right. Since the demonic abyss key has such a strange reaction, that should be where the demonic abyss tower is. Ouyang Ming turned his hand and put away the demonic abyss key as he said excitedly. Then it seems to be correct. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He had already used the demonic abyss key in his body to test it, and it was indeed the case. Ouyang Ming looked at Lu Ming and said, "Since that's the case, Lu, let's go there immediately to avoid any accidents." Zhao Qianying also retracted her curious gaze and looked at Lu Ming. It seemed that Lu Ming had already become the leader of the group of three. All right. However, before that, Miss Zhao, with your status, you should have a good understanding of the demonic abyss tower, right? Now that it's come to this, shouldn't you tell us about it? Lu Ming nodded, then suddenly turned to look at Zhao Qianying and said profoundly. Although he knew that this woman was the princess of the Central Dynasty, other than that, he did not know anything else. On the way, he did not purposely ask any questions. However, they were not far from the demonic abyss tower, and there might be some taboos or restrictions. It was better to clarify some things in advance so that they would not panic when the time came. Oh? Miss Zhao actually knows about the demonic abyss tower? Hearing this, Ouyang Ming said with some surprise. A hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. I'm sorry, I haven't clearly explained my identity to Brother Ouyang. I'm Zhao Qianying, the daughter of the current demon emperor of the Central Dynasty. Zhao Qianying knew that since Lu Ming had said it like this, there was no need for her to deliberately hide anything. Thus, she bowed to Ouyang Ming and said. This? I didn't expect Miss Zhao to have such an identity. I'm a little disrespectful. However, although I don't know much about the Central Dynasty, I vaguely remember that the current demon emperor's surname should be Huangfu, right? Ouyang Ming's face showed a hint of understanding, but he still asked with some doubt. Hee, I didn't take my father's surname. Hearing this, Zhao Qianying sighed and said. I see. Lu Ming nodded, as if a doubt in his heart had been solved. After a moment of surprise, a hint of a complicated expression flashed in Ouyang Ming's eyes. Wasn't his daughter, Sha Chuer, who was far away in the Middle Sky continent, the same? Looking at this woman's expression, it obviously contained a bitter past that no one knew. However, this woman was obviously unwilling to talk about it, so Lu Ming and Ouyang Ming naturally wouldn't ask too much. Brother Lu, although I'm a member of the Huangfu clan, the Demon Abyss Tower is an extremely secretive matter in the clan. Apart from a few royal fathers and the metaphysic realm elders, no one else knows about it. I also spent a lot of effort to inquire about it from my master. In fact, I don't know much more than you do. Zhao Qianying said with a smile. Hearing this, Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He smiled faintly and didn't say anything. He didn't really believe Zhao Qianying's words, but since she had already said so, it would be useless to continue asking. However, since Miss Zhao is a member of the Huangfu clan and has a high status, why didn't you enter the demon abyss with your clan instead of the two of us? Ouyang Ming stared at Zhao Qianying and asked. Before entering the demon abyss tower, he had seen the Huangfu clan at the entrance of the demon abyss with his own eyes. Hearing this, Zhao Qianying couldn't help but glance at Lu Ming. Lu Ming frowned and a strange expression flashed across his face. Speaking of this matter, it was because he had captured Zhao Qianying, which led to the three of them traveling together. However, since it involved the demon abyss, it wasn't easy for him to explain too much to Ouyang Ming. Although our Huangfu clan is a royal clan, we actually only have 2 demon abyss keys. There are only 10 people who can enter the demon abyss. I have just entered the celestial phenomenon realm and my strength is weak, so I wasn't included in the quota. Therefore, I came to Moon City to try my luck. Speaking of which, I have to thank Brother Ouyang for being able to enter the demon abyss this time. Zhao Qianying bowed to Ouyang Ming. So that's how it is. Miss Zhao, there's no need to be so polite. Ouyang Ming mostly believed her when he heard this. After all, this woman's cultivation wasn't high, and it could even be said that she was the weakest person to enter the demon abyss. Considering all aspects, the Huangfu clan wouldn't allow this woman to enter the demon abyss. Thinking of this, Ouyang Ming glanced at Lu Ming. He seemed to be a little surprised that Lu Ming knew this woman. Lu Ming also glanced at him and smiled faintly, but he didn't say anything. The atmosphere was a little awkward for a moment. Speaking of which, the three of them had worked together to overcome all difficulties along the way. Now that they were about to reach the demon abyss tower, the atmosphere between the three of them became a little strange. After a while, Lu Ming took the initiative to break the silence and suggested, "The three of us have traveled here together and will now enter the tower together. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, we should clarify our respective purposes here so that we won't be on guard against each other after we enter the tower. Instead, it will easily cause discord." After a while, Lu Ming was the first to break the silence and suggested. As he spoke, he glanced at Zhao Qianying, whether intentionally or unintentionally. When Zhao Qianying saw Lu Ming look over, her expression became a bit unnatural. She lowered her head in silence. Lu Ming is right. The three of us have taken such a huge risk to come here, so we must all have our own objectives. It is naturally best to be straightforward. Ouyang Ming laughed and spoke without a care in the world. When Zhao Qianying saw this, the corner of her mouth twitched slightly and she slowly nodded. Since this suggestion was made by me, I will speak first. I have come to the demon abyss tower for a treasure called the celestial chaos mirror. Rumor has it that this treasure is in the demon abyss tower, but I do not know its exact location. Lu Ming spoke indifferently. Zhao Qianying's beautiful eyes flickered. She already knew why Lu Ming had come to the demon abyss tower, and she also understood that Lu Ming's suggestion was mainly for her sake. Although she and Lu Ming had traveled together and developed some friendship, she was still a member of the Huangfu clan and had a special identity, so Lu Ming had always been on guard against her. Alright, I will speak next. I have come for the cosmic lightning ring in the demon abyss tower. I already have a rough idea of the treasure's location, but I won't go into the details with you too. Ouyang Ming glanced at Lu Ming and spoke frankly with a chuckle. Since the two of you have spoken, there is nothing for me to hide. My trip to the Devil Abyss this time has nothing to do with the Huangfu clan, nor do I have any intentions of obtaining any treasures. I only want to enter the Devil Abyss tower to resolve a question in my heart. Zhao Qianying revealed a strange expression as she slowly spoke. When Lu Ming and Ouyang Rua heard this, they exchanged glances with each other. Their eyes revealed a trace of surprise. By the way, as far as I know, I'm not the only one on the myriad demon continent who knows about the celestial mirror. Zhao Qianying turned to look at Lu Ming and said meaningfully. Lu Ming's heart shuddered when he heard Zhao Qianying's words. In fact, when Zhao Qianying told him about this treasure, he already had some guesses. After all, according to what the woman had said, these demons possessed by the ancient devil soul and possessed the memories of the ancient devil soul would likely know of the existence of this treasure and would do everything in their power to obtain it. The only way to obtain it was to enter the demon abyss and find a way to enter the demon abyss tower. Previously in the cemetery, the appearance of Gao Hiyan had raised his vigilance in his heart. Now that Zhao Qianying had brought up this matter again, it seemed like there was more to her words. If Yang Kai's guess was correct, he should be reminding Yang Kai that he wasn't the only one who wanted to obtain the turbid heaven mirror artifact. Could it be that the Huangfu clan also had the same purpose? If this was the case, then things would be a little troublesome. Thank you, Miss Zhao, for the reminder. Since we have made our respective purposes clear, let's move on. Lu Ming's mind turned quickly, and his expression quickly recovered. He nodded to Zhao Qianying and said. Zhao Qianying and Ouyang Ming agreed. After a brief discussion, the three of them turned into 3 rays of light again and flew in the direction of the Demon Abyss Tower in the distance. However, in order to prevent possible danger, the 3 of them didn't fly very fast and flew close to the ground. The 3 of them didn't speak along the way. However, as Lu Ming flew, he communicated with Mo Tian through telepathy and told him about his guess. Ever since Mo Tian obtained the corpse demon pearl, he had been refining the essence of the corpse demon chi in it and basically didn't pay much attention to the outside world. Regarding this matter, you should have guessed half of it. Mo Tian pondered for a moment and replied indifferently. Oh, why do you say so? Lu Ming was startled when he heard this. Take Gao Hiyan for example. Do you think that his appearance was a coincidence? Mo Tian asked back without batting an eyelid. Gao Hiyan represents the Gao Hiyan family. Regarding the danger of the inner abyss, as one of the 4 great clans, he must know about it. Even so, he still entered the inner abyss without hesitation. If there isn't enough treasure to attract him, he will never take the risk. Lu Ming said slowly. That's right. However, Gao Hiyan obviously entered the inner abyss without preparation. Otherwise, he wouldn't be unable to deal with these ancient demon corpses and lose his life in vain. Mo Tian chuckled. You mean, the Gao Hiyan should have learned of this matter not long ago, so he was in a hurry and didn't prepare well? Lu Ming asked thoughtfully. It must be so. According to my guess, the one who leaked the news might be the Huangfu clan or the Lu clan who is the descendant of Xua Feng. As for the other clans, there is nothing to worry about. If the Huangfu clan and the Lu clan also entered the inner abyss, they must be determined to obtain the celestial mirror and will be more prepared. If they encounter them, it won't be easy to deal with them. In addition, the Demon Abyss Tower isn't a safe place. So, little Lu, if you want to gain something in the Demon Abyss Tower, it's best to find a place to refine the 2 Mystic Realm skeletons and let me condense a part of my body. This way, I will have more confidence, Mo Tian said slowly. If the other clans also have the same goal, aren't you afraid that the celestial mirror will be taken away when you condense your body? Lu Ming heard this and pondered for a moment before asking. Now that Mo Tian's bloodline power in his body had been removed, and he had a contract with Mo Tian, helping Mo Tian condense a part of his body shouldn't be a problem. You don't have to worry about this. This cemetery's environment is special, and with the help of the demon corpse orb, it will take at most 1 or 2 days to refine it. Moreover, how can the celestial mirror be taken away so easily? Mo Tian said. It's not impossible, but before that, I hope that Senior can tell me about the Demon Abyss secret domain, especially the origin of the Demon Abyss Tower. Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he said in a deep voice. Hee, I do know a little about this. Since you are interested in knowing, I will tell you. Mo Tian smiled faintly and paused for a moment before continuing. He could naturally see the meaning behind Lu Ming's words. If he continued to hide it, it would make Lu Ming suspicious again. It wouldn't be worth it. This Devil Abyss Mystic Realm is actually a peak-grade grotto heaven artifact from the ancient era. It is already unknown who refined it, but it should be the work of the ancient demon race. Mo Tian immediately said something shocking. Lu Ming was dumbfounded when he heard this. He immediately recalled that the Heaven Gate secret domain that he participated in the Middle Sky continent was actually a cave treasure. The surprise on his face calmed down a little. However, compared to the Heaven Gate secret domain, the Demon Abyss was obviously much bigger, which was in line with the quality of a top-grade treasure. According to the rumors, this treasure is actually the base camp of the ancient demon race. It can also be said to be a huge moving fortress. However, it has long become dilapidated, and it can only wander with the turbulence of space. It will approach the 10,000 demon continent once every 30,000 years, which is why there is this trip to the demon abyss. Emotion continued. There is such a thing. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with surprise. He didn't expect the demon abyss to be such an existence. In addition, in this demon abyss secret domain, there is also a huge plant species. Han Mo, the black plants that you saw at the periphery of the inner abyss are just its tentacles. The trunk of Han Mo's body is the so-called demon abyss tower. Mo Tian said one information after another that surprised Lu Ming. The demon abyss tower is actually an ancient tree. Lu Ming couldn't believe Mo Tian's words. When he thought of those tough and indestructible black giant trees, he couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. Hee, I know this is hard to believe, but it is the truth. Han Mo is a plant that can be traced back to the ancient times. This species is huge, and there is a small space in its body that is similar to a cave. It has the ability to break through boundaries and can connect to the ancient demon realm. It is rumored that in ancient times, the ancient demon clan once used Han Mo's ability to break through boundaries to attack other continents, including the Middle Sky continent where the human clan is located. Of course, the Middle Sky continent at that time was not as big as it is now. However, in the end, the ancient demon clan encountered a tenacious resistance and was defeated in the end. They were even chased into the demon abyss secret domain by some powerful figures of the human clan and monster clan, who killed countless ancient demon clan members. After this battle, the ancient demon clan became silent. Mo Tian's tone became a little strange when he said this. When Lu Ming heard about these ancient times, he was calm on the surface, but his heart had already set off a storm. When he was in the Middle Sky continent, he heard about the invasion of the demon clan. He didn't expect that he would be in the ancient demon clan's worship fortress today. Many of the demon clan in the 10,000 demon continent are descendants of the ancient demon clan. However, not many people in the demon clan know about this ancient secret. I only know a little about it because of some special reasons. Because there are countless ancient demon clan members buried in the demon abyss and a lot of treasures, it attracted the demon dwellers of the 10,000 demon continent. Mo Tian said with a smile. Lu Ming nodded secretly in his heart, trying to digest the news. The three flew for a long time, and they were getting closer and closer to the sky pillar. A purple light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes, and he could vaguely see the sky pillar. It was really a huge ancient tree. You too, wait a moment. Zhao Qianying's beautiful eyes flashed, and her figure suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Lu Ming and Ouyang Ming also stopped their escape light. There are people in front, and they are from the Huangfu family. Zhao Qianying looked in a direction and said faintly. Hearing this, Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. His eyes glowed with purple light as he looked in the direction Zhao Qianying was looking at. With the continuous injection of magic power, his purple rune demon eye's eyesight was raised to the extreme. In the fog ahead, several purple streaks of light appeared, heading in the direction of the demon abyss tower. Correct. From their attire, they are indeed from the Huangfu clan. Apart from them, there seems to be others. Lu Ming nodded and looked at Zhao Qianying with a strange expression. This woman's actions were a bit strange. It was as if she didn't want to meet the Huangfu clan. Brother Lu, I do have some difficulties. I don't want to meet the Huangfu clan, but my cultivation method is a bit special. However, my cultivation method is a bit special. If I get too close, I'm afraid that they will sense me. I wonder if I can temporarily hide in your grotto heaven treasure? Zhao Qianying asked with an anxious expression. Lu Ming nodded and raised his hand. A heavenly abode mountain pearl appeared in a flash. Then, a large amount of yellow light surged out and wrapped around Zhao Qianying's body. It flew back into the pearl and disappeared without a trace. Ouyang Ming watched as Lu Ming took Zhao Qianying into his grotto heaven. His expression didn't change, but he was curious about Lu Ming's identity. After Lu Ming put away the pearl, he asked, Lu, what do we do now? It's rare for someone to lead the way. Let's go, we'll secretly follow them. Lu Ming said in a low voice. He patted his shoulder and a ball of green light wrapped around the two. Ouyang Ming was shocked when he was enveloped by the green light. Then, he immediately sensed the effect of the green light and his expression eased. As Lu Ming chanted the incantation, the two figures suddenly became faintly discernible. Their breaths were also completely shielded and did not leak out at all. A look of surprise flashed in Ouyang Ming's eyes, and he felt reassured in his heart. With this kind of secret technique that could conceal one's tracks, as long as they were careful in this environment that was filled with red mist, even an almighty expert in the profound comprehension realm might not be able to discover their tracks. "Let's go," Lu Ming said in a low voice. The two turned into faint green shadows and flew forward. The Huangfu clan's group wasn't flying very fast, so Lu Ming and Ouyang Ming quickly caught up. However, in order to avoid being discovered, the two intentionally maintained a certain distance from the group. Lu Ming revealed a surprised expression. Out of the 10 people from the Huangfu clan, only 6 were left. Beside the Huangfu clan, there were 5 demon cultivators wearing golden robes. He had met these people before at the entrance of the Devil Abyss secret realm. They were from the Long clan, one of the 4 great clans. "Mr. Liu, those people in golden robes don't seem to be from the Huangfu family?" At this moment, Ouyang Ming's voice sounded in Lu Ming's ears. Those people are from the Longshire clan, one of the 4 great clans. It seems that they have formed an alliance," Lu Ming replied. Ouyang Ming's face darkened. Just the strength of the 6 Huangfu clan members far surpassed the 3 of them. If the 5 people from the Long clan were to join them, he and Lu Ming wouldn't stand a chance if they fought for the treasure. After all, there were 3 mystic and lightning realm experts in the group. The Huangfu clan's group didn't notice that there were 2 tails behind them. Huangfu Yupa's brows were tightly furrowed as if she was sensing something with her eyes closed. A moment later, she opened her eyes. "How is it?" Huangfu Kuizhao, who was flying not far away from Huangfu Yupa, asked. "Not good. I can't sense the princess's aura." Huangfu Yupa sighed and replied. "Did you make a mistake?" Huangfu Kuizhao frowned. "I don't think so. I clearly sensed the aura of the princess' phantasmal art just now. However, it disappeared in the blink of an eye." "Someone must have used a technique to conceal it," Huangfu Yupa said with certainty. "If that's the case, the Lu clan should be nearby. The princess might really be in their hands. Could it be that they intentionally let you sense the princess's aura to threaten us?" Huangfu Kuizhao guessed with a solemn expression. "It's highly possible." Huangfu Yupa nodded with an ugly expression. "If that's the case, we must be mentally prepared. The Demon King said before we left that we must consider the bigger picture after entering the Demon Abyss. If the Lu clan really uses Princess Ying as a threat, Elder Yupa, please forgive me for putting our clan's interests first," Huangfu Kuizhao said with a cold expression. "All right." Huangfu Yupa's eyes revealed a complicated expression. He sighed faintly and nodded. The 2 ethereal enlightenment existences from the Huangfu clan finally reached an agreement. However, they didn't know that although Zhao Qianying was indeed nearby, her situation was completely different from what they had expected. Behind the 2, the 5 people from the Long clan, led by the golden-robed young woman, followed behind the Huangfu clan from a distance. They all had calm expressions. Lu Ming and Ouyang Ming, who were following behind, naturally didn't know what the Huangfu clan's mighty figure was thinking at this moment. The 2 of them still carefully controlled the escape light and silently moved forward while sticking close to the ground. The Huangfu clan seemed to have discovered that there was no danger here, so they gradually increased their speed. An hour later, everyone from the Huangfu clan finally arrived at the Demon Abyss Tower, which was a little hazy from before. It was also under the ancient ink tree. After descending to the ground, the Long family members still maintained a certain distance from the group ahead of them. The 11 of them weren't in a hurry to enter the Demon Abyss Tower. Instead, they sized up the place. Lu Ming and Ouyang Ming followed them silently and hid in a patch of giant flowers a few hundred meters away. They looked up at the giant tree in the distance and revealed a horrified expression. The ancient ink tree was like a huge mountain that reached the sky. The tree trunk had a majestic aura that rushed into the sky and entered the pale red mist in the air. The visible part of the tree trunk was already unbelievably thick. The entire tree was wrapped in grayish-black rough bark. Lu Ming silently estimated that the ancient ink tree should be a few miles thick. It could be said that it was the largest plant he had ever seen. Lu Ming recalled Mo Tian's words and secretly guessed that the ancient ink tree was really connected to the sky and the ancient devil world. He thought about it in his heart, but his gaze gradually shifted downwards. He might be a little curious about the ancient devil world, but he didn't have any intention of exploring it. The roots on the ground of the giant homo tree were also extremely thick and intertwined. The roots that were exposed on the ground were like a series of connected hills. Eh? His eyes flashed as he noticed that among the roots, he could occasionally see one or two protruding graves. There were also tombstones erected beside them, but they looked very dilapidated. The words on them were already blurred, and it was unknown how many years they had been through. Ouyang Ming also noticed the existence of those tombstones, but his understanding of the 10,000 Devil continent wasn't as good as Lu Ming. He naturally didn't know the origin of those tombstones. Those tombstones are rumored to be erected by the ancient Devil clan's generals who died in battle after the ancient Devil clan invaded other continents. Mo Tian's voice appeared in Lu Ming's mind. Doesn't that mean there's an ancient devil corpse buried in each of these tombstones? Lu Ming was shocked when he heard Mo Tian's words. Although it was only a cursory glance, there were at least a dozen tombstones around him. Didn't that mean there were more than a dozen ancient devil corpses? His heart shuddered when he imagined these ancient devil corpses burrowing out from the ground and pouncing at him. You don't have to worry. The ancient devil corpses in these tombstones have long been buried deep underground. They seem to be trapped by the ancient ink tree and won't come out. Strictly speaking, the area under the ancient ink tree is considered a safe place. Mo Tian said lightly. Lu Ming's face immediately relaxed when he heard this. The Huangfu clan's group was obviously shocked by the ancient ink tree's majestic appearance, but they quickly recovered after looking around. After a soft discussion with the few people in the lead, they began to fly around the roots of the ancient ink tree. Lu Ming and Ouyang Ming silently followed behind. After circling around the ancient ink tree for half a round, the Huangfu clan's group let out a cheer. In front of them, there was a flat trunk at the bottom of the ancient ink tree. There was a black hole that looked like a square door. There were 3 ancient words written above the entrance. Even with Lu Ming's knowledge, he couldn't recognize these 3 ancient words. However, from the strokes, it should be the ancient words of the devil race. Senior Mo Tian, could this be? Lu Ming was excited as he transmitted a message. That's right. This is the ancient ink tree, which is also the entrance to the Devil Abyss Tower. However, there is a layer of restriction on the entrance that needs to be opened with the Devil Abyss key. Mo Tian's tone was also a little excited. Lu Ming's brows twitched when he heard this and quickly looked over. As expected, there was a layer of faint black light barrier at the entrance of the black hole. It was similar to the restriction at the entrance of the Devil Origin Mystic Realm, but the color was different. Ouyang Ming also revealed an excited expression when he looked at the black entrance. Brother Ouyang, don't be impatient. Lu Ming glanced at Ouyang Ming and quickly transmitted a message to remind him. Ouyang Ming took a deep breath and smiled at Lu Ming. Lu, don't worry. I might want the Cosmic Lightning Resistance Bracelet, but I won't be so reckless. Lu Ming nodded and was about to say something. However, his expression suddenly changed and he turned to the side. Be careful, someone is coming. He pulled Ouyang Ming and the 2 of them hid behind a giant tree root. As the 2 of them concealed themselves, a series of air-piercing sounds came from the horizon. There were streaks of light flying over. After a few flashes, they landed near the entrance of the Devil Abyss Tower. The streaks of light disappeared and revealed 7 or 8 figures. They were the Lu clan and the Kongxiang clan. Lu Ming's heart shuddered at the sight of this, but a smile soon appeared on his face. Just as he had speculated, the Lu family and the Huangfu family had come to the inner abyss, and their target was the Demon Abyss Tower. Given the relationship between the 2 sides, there was going to be a good show to watch. As expected, the Huangfu family was about to enter the Demon Abyss Tower, but when they saw the Lu family appear, they immediately prepared for battle. Huangfu Yupa, Huangfu Kuizhao, and the golden-robed young woman of the Long family stood in front of the team. Haha, what a coincidence. Fellow Huangfu, how have you been? Elderine Chan of the Long family is also here. It seems that the 2 of you have formed an alliance. He cupped his fists towards Huangfu Yupa and the others with an indifferent expression as he spoke in an indifferent tone. Huangfu Yupa and Huangfu Kuizhao's eyes flashed with a trace of astonishment when they saw how calm and unruffled Lu Zongyang was. At this moment, the Huangfu family and the Long family had a total of 11 people, while the Lu family only had 8 people. Moreover, the Huangfu family had one more person in the profound understanding than the Lu family. It could be said that the Huangfu family had an absolute advantage in terms of strength. I didn't expect the Lu family to come so quickly. Also, Kong Xianxiu, has the Kong Xianxiu family secretly colluded with the Lu family? Huangfu Kuizhao's eyes swept across the Lu family and finally fell on the eyebrowless old man as he said coldly. The corner of Kong Xianxiu's eyes twitched slightly. He then cupped his hands and said indifferently, "Elder Huangfu Kuizhao, you misunderstand. The Kong Xianxiu family has no intention of getting involved in the battle between the royal family and the Lu family. This time, we are only cooperating with Elder Lu to search for treasures. Our alliance is limited to the secret realm." Huangfu Kuizhao frowned and then sneered. He turned to look at the golden-robed young woman of the Long family with a strange look in his eyes. The golden-robed young woman frowned slightly and seemed to sigh. However, she still moved and appeared far away from Kong Xianxiu. The other 4 people of the Long family also appeared behind the golden-robed young woman. Kong Xianxiu's face darkened and he indifferently looked at the golden-robed young woman in front of him. At the same time, Huangfu Kuizhao and Huangfu Yupa took a step forward. Purple light flowed around their bodies and they emitted a faint spiritual pressure. They stared at Lu Zongyang without moving. The 3 of them formed a triangular formation. The 4 Huangfu family's Tian elephant demons behind the 2 of them also surrounded the 2 sides at the same time and their bodies lit up with strange lights. 2 of the 4 grand clans faced off against each other in front of the Demon Abyss Tower. The atmosphere became abnormally heavy. Lu Ming and Ouyang Ming, who were hiding in the distance, naturally had a panoramic view of the situation. Ouyang Ming's face revealed a trace of joy. However, Lu Ming withdrew the smile at the corner of his mouth at this moment. His gaze fell on Lu Zongyang and he frowned slightly. For some reason, he vaguely felt that Lu Zongyang's expression was a little strange. From the moment they arrived, Lu Zongyang had been looking around, as if he was looking for something. "We haven't even entered the Demon Abyss Tower yet, but the 2 Huangfu elders can't wait to fight with us. Aren't you afraid of wasting your fa li here and letting others take advantage of you?" Lu Zongyang's face darkened and his tone became cold. Lu Zongyang's body trembled slightly and a trace of joy flashed in the depths of his eyes. These slight changes naturally did not escape Lu Ming, who had activated his purple rune demon eyes to the extreme. He immediately followed Lu Zongyang's gaze and saw that what Lu Zongyang was looking at was a small slope not far from the entrance of the Demon Abyss Tower. There was a huge tombstone slanted into the ground. It looked no different from the other tombstones, but the tombstone looked a little newer. Lu Ming frowned and a trace of doubt flashed in his mind. What was wrong with this tombstone? Humph. Of the forces that entered the inner abyss this time, only the 2 of us had the strength to pass through the ancient demon tomb and come here. If you are willing to hand over the demon abyss key and leave this place voluntarily, I can let you go. Otherwise, I don't mind adding a few more tombstones here, Huangfu Kuizhao said with a cold smile. Good, very good. Lu Zongyang smiled disdainfully and a large black light suddenly appeared on his body. The 3 heavenly elephants of the Lu family behind him also emitted a black protective light. They looked like they were about to attack. Seeing this, Huangfu Kuizhao and Huangfu Yupa looked at each other with a trace of surprise on their faces. In this situation, the 2 of them thought that the other party would use princessing to threaten them, but the Lu family did not seem to have such a plan. Could it be that princessing was not in the hands of the Lu family? Kill. Huangfu Kuizhao quickly cast aside the thoughts in his mind and leaped up with a loud shout. His body shone brightly with purple light, and a long purple whip appeared in his hand. With a shake of the whip, it turned into a ball of blurry whip shadows. As the whip shadows danced, a raging purple flame quickly ignited and countless purple fire crows flew out. In the blink of an eye, there were thousands of them densely covering an area of dozens of feet. Huangfu Kuizhao muttered and waved one hand. The purple whip shadows and thousands of fire crows flew towards Lu Zongyang and the others. On the other side, Huangfu Yupa sighed in his heart. His expression quickly became stern. With a wave of his finger, a dozen light blue swords flew out one after another. With a flash of blue light, the dozen of small swords instantly grew 100 times bigger. A layer of ice blue flame appeared on the surface, but it emitted a bone-chilling cold air. The two's attacks combined and turned into a large purple and blue light that surged towards Lu Zongyang and the others. At the same time the two profound principal elders attacked, the four Huangfu family's celestial phenomenon devil cultivators also took out their devil treasures. They turned into rays of light of various colors and bombarded towards the Lu family. The attacks of the six almost swept through half the sky, and their power was unparalleled. Lu Zongyang's pupils shrank and black gas surged out of his body. He rubbed his hands together and separated them. The black gas quickly condensed into a black cloud, enveloping Lu Zongyang and the three celestial phenomenon devil cultivators. The black cloud surged and instantly shot back several dozen meters, dodging the Huangfu clan's attack before it reached them. Following that, the dark cloud surged violently like boiling water, expanding several times in size. Following that, the roars of beasts rang out from within the dark clouds. The dark clouds churned, and a number of completely jet-black demonic beasts and demonic birds flew out from within. These demonic beasts roared non-stop, and they came in different sizes. The big ones were 20 to 30 feet long, and the small ones were only a few feet long. However, all of them had ferocious expressions and pounced towards the Huangfu family without any regard for their own safety. In the blink of an eye, the demonic beasts that flew out of the black cloud were densely packed, forming a black mass as if there was no end to them. The countless black demonic beasts collided with the Huangfu family's attack. Immediately, black gas, purple flames, and blue light intertwined and flashed, emitting deafening explosions. Huangfu Yupa and Huangfu Kuizhao revealed a trace of surprise when they saw the scene. These black demonic beasts seemed to have physical bodies, and each of them was quite powerful. They were actually able to withstand the attacks from the Huangfu family. When the Lu family and the Huangfu family started to attack, the Kongxiang family and the Long family didn't stay idle either. At this moment, the golden-robed young woman's body was enveloped in dazzling golden light. The golden light intertwined and condensed into a golden dragon that was 100 feet long above her head. The dragon's entire body was golden as if it was forged from pure gold. There was a pair of golden horns on the dragon's head that emitted bursts of dazzling golden light. The golden dragon let out a deep roar and suddenly spat out golden flames from its mouth. Like a meteor, it shrouded the Kongxiang family. The remaining four members of the Long family had already stood behind the golden-robed young woman. The four of them stood in a formation, each holding a golden flag in their hands. The golden light emitted from their bodies linked together to form a square formation. As the four members of the Long family cast their arts, golden arrows of light flew out from the formation and shot towards the Kongxiang family like raindrops. At this moment, the four members of the Kongxiang family were led by Xianxia. At some point, they were shrouded in layers of blood clouds. Xianxia was sitting cross-legged at this moment, and a large amount of crystalline blood light was emitted from his body. Above his head, a blood-colored peacock the size of a small mountain was circling. Then, with a clear cry, all the long feathers of the blood-colored peacock suddenly stood up and spread out. Suddenly, a dazzling bloody light flashed, and a strong wind blew. Thick blood-colored wind pillars soared into the sky, meeting the golden flames and golden arrows in midair. The two colors of golden and blood-colored light suddenly collided in midair and exploded. A wave of air mixed with two different attributes swept out in all directions. The two sides had equal numbers and strength. Moreover, the purpose of the two families seemed to be the same, which was to entangle the other party. Therefore, the battle between the two families seemed to be intense, with all kinds of magic power colliding and rumbling, but in fact, it was loud thunder and small raindrops. It was as if it was just a battle of skills. Obviously, whether it was Xianxia or the golden-robed young woman from the Long family, neither had the intention of going all out. Both sides appeared to be evenly matched. When Lu Ming, who was hiding in the dark, saw this scene, he sneered in his heart. These people from the four noble families were really cunning. None of them put in any effort. Whether it was Xianxia or the golden-robed young woman from the Long family, they were all waiting for the results of the Huangfu family and the Lu family. On the other side, the situation of the battle between the Huangfu family and the Lu family began to change. After all, the Lu family had fewer people than the Huangfu family. The countless black demonic beasts that were summoned were quickly suppressed by the joint attack of the two mystic and lightning experts, Huangfu Kuizhao and Huangfu Yupa. At this moment, an abnormal flush flashed across Huangfu Kuizhao's face. He made a sign with his hand, and the flames on the purple whip shadow dissipated, along with the purple fire crows. Elder Kuizhao, your injury. Huangfu Yupa's pretty face changed, and she exclaimed in a low voice. I'm fine. Do it quickly. Huangfu Kuizhao coughed and hurriedly shouted. Huangfu Yupa nodded her head. She chanted an incantation and shot out a series of incantations. Her blue flying swords immediately shone brightly and condensed into a huge sword wheel. Taking advantage of the fact that her opponent had exhausted his previous strength and had yet to gather new strength, she slashed towards the black cloud. After a loud sound, the black cloud suddenly dissipated, revealing the people of the Lu family. At this moment, Lu Zongyang was sitting cross-legged with an ancient black hexagonal stone slab floating in front of him. At the same time, he was chanting a strange incantation. Strange hand seals were shot out from his hands and landed on the stone slab. Above his head, there was a giant black banner that was a few 100 feet in size. It broke into 2 pieces and fell down. This black ancient banner was filled with sinister and terrifying demonic beast patterns, but it had lost all of its spiritual light and was like a piece of rag. Beast sealing banner. So that's how it is. Lu Ming, who was hiding in the darkness, had a flash of light in his eyes as he recognized the origin of the black ancient banner. It was a special treasure. This banner was refined using the special envoys technique. It could seal all sorts of demonic beast spirit essences in the banner. When necessary, it could be released all at once. It was extremely powerful, but once the beast spirit was released, the banner would be scrapped. It was a rare one-time use treasure. However, this item wasn't from the 10,000 demon continent. When he was roaming the savage continent, he had seen records of this treasure by chance. He didn't know where the Lu clan got it from. The strange thing was that after Lu Zongyang took out the banner, he placed all his attention on the black stone slab in front of him. It was as though he didn't see the surrounding situation. On the 6 corners of the hexagonal stone slab, there were mysterious black spirit patterns that were gradually spreading towards the center at a speed visible to the naked eye. Around him, 3 celestial phenomenon realm demons of the Lu clan were holding on to their demonic treasures and regarding Lu Zongyang in the middle with solemn expressions. At this moment, anyone could tell that the Lu clan was stalling for time and waiting for Lu Zongyang to execute some secret technique. 6-run plate? So that's how it is. It seems like the Lu clan isn't simple. Mo Tian's voice suddenly echoed. What is this? Lu Ming's expression turned cold as his eyes landed on the hexagonal stone slab. He might have a strange feeling in his heart, but he couldn't see anything special about it. You will know if you continue watching. After Mo Tian spoke, his voice went silent. Not far away, a strange light flickered in Huangfu Yupa's eyes as she formed a seal with her jade-like fingers. The dozen or so enormous blue swords in midair glowed brightly as they chopped down towards Lu Zhejiang's head with an extremely shocking imposing manner. The 3 celestial phenomenon devil cultivators beside him shouted at the same time, each taking out their devil treasures. It was a jet-black short stick, a black spear, and a grey ancient mirror. As the 3 of them hurriedly chanted, they flew out of their hands and expanded to hundreds of feet in size, facing the dense blue flying swords in the air. Huangfu Yupa snorted coldly and flicked his fingers repeatedly. The blue flying swords that filled the sky spun and burst out a large amount of blue cold air. Like a blue storm, it enveloped the 3 devil treasures. Ka ka ka, thick blue ice crystals instantly formed on the 3 demonic treasures. The 3 celestial phenomenon devil dwellers of the Lu clan all turned pale with fright. Their mental connection with their respective devil treasures was instantly severed. The glow of the 3 devil treasures was instantly extinguished and they fell to the ground like rocks. The next moment, the 3 of them returned to normal and once again took out their other devil treasures. At this moment, the 4 celestial phenomenon devil dwellers of the Huangfu clan had already surrounded the 3 celestial phenomenon devil dwellers of the Lu clan, preventing them from paying attention to the sky. Huangfu Yupa took advantage of this opportunity. The dozen or so blue flying swords in midair emitted a buzzing sound at the same time and gathered together. The blue light shone brightly and the flying swords instantly fused into one, turning into a giant blue sword that was hundreds of feet in size. It was like a divine weapon that could hold up the sky, covering half of the sky. Layers of sparkling blue ice flames appeared on the surface of the sword as it fiercely chopped down towards Lu Zhijiang's head. At this moment, there was no one guarding Lu Zhijiang, and he was still sitting cross-legged, seemingly unaware of the giant blue sword above his head. At this moment, more than half of the hexagonal black stone slab in front of him was covered by dense black spirit inscriptions. Just when the giant blue sword was less than 10 feet away from Lu Zhijiang, he suddenly opened his eyes. Black light shone from his body, and the void above his head flashed. 4 tall dark red demonic corpses appeared out of thin air. 2 of the demonic corpses moved and guarded Lu Zhijiang's side. The other 2 demonic corpses let out a roar, and the red light on their bodies shone brightly. 2 giant demonic claws reached out from the red light. The demonic claws were dark red in color, 30 to 40 feet in size, and had 5 fingers that were tens of feet long. The fingertips flickered with an eerie cold light, looking as sharp as a blade. The 2 giant demonic claws grabbed the giant blue sword in their hands. Seeing this, Huangfu Yupa's pretty face changed, and Huangfu Kuizhao's expression also changed greatly. For celestial phenomenon devil corpses. Good, I didn't expect you to have such a trump card. Huangfu Kuizhao shouted coldly. Ignoring his injuries, he shot towards Lu Zhijiang with a blur. A long purple whip shot out from his hand like a spirit snake and quickly expanded in size. In the blink of an eye, the long purple whip expanded to 100 feet long, and with a whistling sound, it lashed towards Lu Zhijiang. After Lu Zhijiang summoned the 4 demonic corpses, he continued to bury himself in the black stone slab. Spells landed on it, and the black lines on the stone slab became brighter and continued to spread towards the center. Seeing Huangfu Kuizhao pouncing over, the 2 demonic corpses beside him immediately flew up to meet him. Their demonic bodies made cracking sounds and quickly expanded, turning into 2 giant demonic corpses that were 20 to 30 feet long. They stood in front of Huangfu Kuizhao, and 4 black demonic claws grabbed at Huangfu Kuizhao. Huangfu Kuizhao's face darkened, and the giant whip blurred and lashed at one of the demonic corpses. A muffled bang resounded, the demonic corpse's body shook violently, and its huge body took a few steps back before it fell to the ground with a rumble. However, its movements were abnormally agile, and it grabbed the long purple whip with lightning speed. Huangfu Kuizhao's face darkened. Just as he was about to use a secret technique, his expression suddenly froze. His pouncing body stopped, and he stared at the demonic corpse that was holding the long purple whip. The demonic corpse's face was swollen, and many parts of its skin had fallen off, revealing the dark red flesh underneath. However, its facial features were still intact, and when put together, they were quite neat. At this moment, the other demonic corpse pounced over from the other side, and its giant demonic claws grabbed at Huangfu Kuizhao. Huangfu Kuizhao seemed to be a little stunned, and the demonic claws were less than 10 feet away from him before he dodged in a somewhat awkward manner. Elder Kuizhao, what happened? Huangfu Yupa had used some secret technique to free the giant blue sword from the 2 demonic corpses. He was fighting with the 2 demonic corpses, and he hurriedly asked when he saw Huangfu Kuizhao's strange expression. It's Prince Lu Shui and Elder Qi. Huangfu Kuizhao looked at the 2 giant demonic corpses in front of him and muttered to himself. His voice might be soft, but it still reached Huangfu Yupa's ears. Huangfu Yupa's body trembled when he heard that. He looked at the 2 demonic corpses in front of Huangfu Kuizhao, and his expression suddenly changed. The 2 demonic corpses might have changed in size, but their faces were still vaguely recognizable. They were Huangfu Lu Shui and Huangfu Qi, who died in the hands of the Lu clan. Lu Ming, who was hiding in the dark, also noticed this, and he revealed a trace of horror on his face. Senior Mo Tian, is it possible to do this? He contacted Mo Tian through telepathy and asked. The devil race has a Heaven's End demonic corpse refinement secret technique, which can refine a corpse into a demonic corpse. The higher the cultivation of the corpse, the more complete the preservation of the corpse, and the more powerful the refined demonic corpse. However, this secret technique requires the soul of the corpse as a sacrifice. After the demonic corpse is refined, its soul will completely disappear, and it will forever lose the chance to reincarnate, Mo Tian said indifferently. When Lu Ming heard the statement, his eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. Huangfu Kuizhao and Huangfu Yupa obviously knew about the Heaven's End demonic corpse secret technique, and there was a flash of fury on their faces. Huangfu Yupa opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood essence, which fused into the giant blue sword. She waved her jade fingers repeatedly, and a series of techniques landed on the giant sword. The giant blue sword circled and suddenly turned into a blue flood dragon that was a few hundred feet long. The blue flood dragon swung its tail, and two blue shadows flashed. There were two muffled booms, and the two demonic corpses that were blocking in front of Huangfu Yupa were sent flying. Huangfu Yupa yelled out and pointed with her finger. The blue flood dragon's massive body pounced at Lu Zongyang and opened its mouth, shooting out a blue ice flame that was as thick as a water tank. When Lu Zongyang saw the blue flood dragon pouncing at him, his expression changed slightly. His hand suddenly flashed with radiance, and there was an additional talisman that was shining with golden light. He crushed the golden talisman, and in the next moment, a bundle of golden light enveloped Lu Zongyang's body. With a flash of golden light, his figure blurred, and he disappeared without a trace. The ice flame that the blue flood dragon spat out suddenly hit the air. It's actually a greater teleportation talisman. Hee, it seems that the Lu family is indeed rich. Mo Tian's voice appeared in Lu Ming's mind. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows when he heard that. Wasn't this talisman the one that he obtained from Venerable Kuei Mu in the Sky Demon Mystic Realm? Huangfu Yupa was also startled, and she immediately looked around. At this moment, on a small slope not far from the entrance of the Demon Abyss Tower, a figure flashed, and Lu Zongyang's body suddenly appeared. In front of him was the relatively new tombstone. A purple light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes, and he almost instantly found Lu Zongyang's figure. His expression suddenly changed. At this moment, the hexagonal black stone slab in front of him was completely covered by the black spirit inscriptions. In the center, there was a ball of black light that was as black as ink. As Lu Zongyang chanted the incantation, it fluctuated as if it had a spirit. In the next moment, Lu Zongyang's eyes flashed fiercely, and he spat out a mouthful of blood onto the stone slab. At the same time, he waved his hand, and 5 egg-sized beads appeared in front of him. They were the corpse demon beads. The blood and the corpse demon beads landed on the black stone slab, and they quickly fused. The stone slab suddenly shone with a black light, and then it shattered, turning into a head-sized black light ball, emitting a strong smell of blood and corpse. Lu Zongyang waved his hand, and a black light shot into the black light ball. The black light ball blurred, and it actually entered the tomb below. After doing this, Lu Zongyang's face instantly relaxed. At this moment, a grand blue light shot over from afar. It was another blue ice flame. In midair, the huge blue flood dragon controlled by Huangfu Yupa was flying over with its claws and fangs bared. End of chapter 1365. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.